Chapter 1, The Beginning with a Hangover at the School Beauty's Bedside. Gu Pingan let out a muffled groan and finally used all his strength to open his eyelids. What comes into view is an unfamiliar ceiling with a pink crystal chandelier hanging from it, reflecting a dreamy halo. A faint fragrance filled the air, like gardenias after the rain, mixed with the sweet, refreshing scent of a young girl after a bath. He struggled to sit up, the aches and pains in his body making him gasp. Look around. This is a completely unfamiliar room. Pink wallpaper, white dressing table, filled with all sorts of bottles and jars he couldn't name. Several celebrity posters were pasted on the wall, and a blue and white school uniform was hanging on a clothes rack. Everywhere you look, you can feel the girls' sophistication and privacy. Is this the girls' dormitory? Gu Pingan's mind completely went blank. Just then, a soft click sounded. The bathroom door was pushed open. A figure emerged, enveloped in a hazy mist. The girl was very tall, and her skin was so white it seemed to glow under the light, revealing faint blue veins beneath her skin. Her long, smooth, black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Water droplets rolled down the ends of her hair, past her delicate collarbone, and into the white bath towel that was only wrapped around her chest. The bath towel was too short, barely covering the vital parts, leaving two straight and slender legs exposed to the air without any protection. Their eyes met. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The sweet fragrance in the air suddenly turned scorching. The girl's pupils were initially blank, then contracted sharply as extreme shame, anger, and terror instantly swept over her beautiful face. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Li Yaoyao was completely unable to understand the situation before her. Why is there a man in my room? A disheveled man with a dazed look in his eyes is sitting on his own bed. Shame, anger, disgust, all sorts of emotions transformed into the most primal killing intent. Shameless. Her voice was icy cold. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her fair hand instantly, a concentrated inner force gathering in her palm, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Gu Pingan's vital chest. She used all her strength in this strike, wanting only to kill the lecherous man who had defiled her private space on the spot. A deadly sense of crisis made the hairs on Gu Pingan's body stand on end. He didn't have time to think. His body's instincts reacted before his brain could. In a pathetic, lazy roll, he narrowly escaped the thunderous blow. Boom! Li Yaoyao slammed her palm hard against the wall behind the bed in anger. The hard wall was left with a clear handprint, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Gu Pingan's eyelids twitched as he watched. This woman is trying to kill me. At the same time, external stimuli acted like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of the original owner's memories. Countless chaotic images flooded my mind. Zhangqing 3rd Martial Arts High School. Gu Pingan, a student who was at the bottom of his class. Because he coveted the beauty Li Yaoyao, he was bullied in an alley by several of her number one suitor, Xiao Tianzi, the son of the city lord. Unable to bear the humiliation and powerless to resist, the original owner could only go to the convenience store outside the school, buy a few bottles of cheap liquor, and hide on the rooftop to drown his sorrows in alcohol. And then, that was it. So, it was that unlucky guy who got drunk and somehow ended up in this school beauty's boudoir, then died of alcohol poisoning, and that's how I, a corporate slave, ended up transmigrating and taking over? Gu Pingan felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. This is a very lenient start, even the hellish difficulty level is too much. Still dare to hide? Seeing that her first attack had missed, Li Yaoyao was even more enraged. She moved swiftly and pressed forward again, her attacks even more ferocious than before. The commotion inside the room had already alerted the entire girls' dormitory building. Bang bang bang. Yaoyao, what's wrong? What happened? I think I just heard a scream, and a man's voice too. What? A man? In Li Yaoyao's room? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Breaking news! Breaking news! There's a strange man hiding in the room of Li Yaoyao, the ice queen of the school. Holy crap! Really? I have to go check it out. Gossip is human nature, especially in the monotonous life of high-level martial arts training. Within minutes, Li Yaoyao's room was surrounded by female students who were watching the commotion, and their chattering voices became a noisy torrent. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire campus. Inside a luxurious single room in the boys' dormitory area, a tall, arrogant young man was suddenly jolted awake from his cultivation and crushed the communicator in his hand. What did you say? There's a man in Li Yaoyao's room? His voice was filled with disbelief, which then turned into a raging fury. He, Xiao Tianze, the top student of Jiangqing's #1 martial arts high school and the future heir to the city lord, had long regarded Li Yaoyao as his chosen woman, his possession. Now, all his possessions have been defiled by some unknown piece of trash? Court death. Rage and jealousy instantly overwhelmed his reason. Xiao Tianze's true energy surged wildly, and he smashed open the door, transforming into a blur as he madly rushed towards the girls' dormitory. He wants to cripple that bastard himself. Inside the room, Gu Ping'an was still struggling to defend himself against Li Yaoyao's relentless attacks. He was incredibly grateful that, although the original owner was a cultivation failure, his physical foundation was still intact, and for some reason, his body's reaction speed was far beyond what he usually experienced. Just as he was desperately dodging and his head was throbbing, a strange sound suddenly rang in his mind. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a cold, emotionless, mechanically synthesized voice. Host detected entering hangover state for the first time. Matching soul fluctuations. Match successful. The drunken sword immortal system is activating. System? Gu Ping'an's spirits lifted. The golden finger that time travelers always have, has finally arrived? Make way. The dorm supervisor is here. A loud and clear shout rang out from outside the door. The female students who were watching quickly made way for them. A slightly overweight middle-aged woman, carrying a bunch of spare keys, squeezed through with a menacing look on her face. Behind her followed a middle-aged man with a livid face. Zhang Jinghua, principal of Jiangqing 3rd Martial Arts High School. What kind of behavior is this? It's utterly ridiculous. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Zhang Jinghua was so angry that his beard trembled. This incident is enough to shake the school's reputation and make it a laughingstock for all schools in Jiangcheng. We must act swiftly and decisively to resolve this situation. Auntie, open the door. Yes, principal. The dormitory supervisor was about to insert the key into the lock. Get out of my way. A loud shout came from the stairwell. Xiao Tianze, like an enraged lion, smashed through the crowd and appeared at Li Yaoyao's door. Seeing the closed door, and imagining the horrific scenes that might unfold inside, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to be the first to rush in and, in front of everyone, break that bastard's limbs inch by inch. Break! Xiao Tianze roared, his right leg muscles bulged, and he poured in powerful true energy, kicking the door hard. Bang! A loud bang. The dormitory door, made of high-quality steel and strong enough to withstand ordinary swords, was violently kicked into pieces by him, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The door opened. All sound in the corridor came to an abrupt halt. All eyes were focused on the scene inside the door. The room was a complete mess. The young girl, Li Yaoyao, was only wrapped in a bath towel, her shoulders half exposed, her long hair disheveled, and her face still flushed with anger. On her bed sat a boy who was also disheveled. It was Gu Ping'an, the school's notorious bottom student. This scene is incredibly impactful. Anyone who sees it will imagine a sexually explicit scene. Okay. Xiao Tianze was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at Gu Ping'an and squeezed out the words through his teeth. You piece of trash, I want you. Enough. Principal Zhang Jinghua interrupted Xiao Tianze with an angry shout. He couldn't let the situation escalate any further. His sharp gaze swept over the two people in the room, finally settling on Gu Ping'an's face, which still carried a hint of hangover and confusion. No further explanation is needed. Maintaining the school's reputation is the top priority in front of all teachers and students. Zhang Jinghua pointed at Gu Ping'an and, in an unquestionable and icy voice, pronounced the verdict in front of everyone. Gu Ping'an, your behavior is inappropriate, it has damaged the school's reputation, and its impact is extremely negative. I hereby announce that you are fired. Chapter 2 Ding. Newbie Gift Pack, one sword opens the heavenly gate. Dismissed. The principal's words, carrying an unquestionable authority, echoed in the deathly silent corridor. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into an even bigger uproar. Good riddance. This kind of scum deserves to be fired. To tarnish the reputation of our number 3 middle school is a disgrace to the school. A shrill female voice rang out, filled with undisguised schadenfreude. Li Yaoyao is the jewel of our Jiangcheng. How dare this piece of trash lay a finger on her? He wouldn't be enough even if he died 10,000 times. The murmurs surged like a tide, each word and sound transforming into invisible blades, piercing the two people inside the room. These voices were mostly venting their usual jealousy of the genius Li Yaoyao. Now, they had found a perfect excuse to unleash all their malice on Gu Ping'an. Li Yaoyao's face grew increasingly pale under the barrage of these voices. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and the edge of the bath towel wrapped around her body was tightly gripped by her two slender hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. She wanted to explain. But what can she explain? How can I explain that I went wrong during my cultivation last night, causing my spiritual energy to go berserk and me to lose my senses? She explained that she had no memory of what happened, only that when she woke up, the man was in her bed. Who would believe such a thing? In everyone's eyes, this is nothing more than a lie trying to cover up the truth. The reputation of the Tianjianli family and her personal integrity left her speechless. The immense sense of injustice and helplessness almost suffocated her. The other protagonist of the incident, Gu Ping'an, seems to have lost all hearing about the outside world. He ignored the principal's verdict and the insults from the crowd. His entire mind was focused on the cold, mechanical voice in his head. Bite. The Wine Immortal System is unlocked, and a newbie gift pack has been generated. Currently rescuing the host from their predicament. New player gift pack given away. Reward 1, Cultivation Enhancement. Boom. The moment the system notification sound ended, an indescribable surge of heat appeared out of thin air in Gu Ping'an's dantian. The energy was extremely pure, carrying a rich and lingering aroma of wine, instantly washing over his entire body. The meridians, which were originally sluggish due to a hangover, were violently widened and opened up by this force. Every cell in the body rejoices under the nourishment of this energy. Originally, his body was only at the first-grade body tempering realm, and he could barely sense qi. But now, his body has undergone a tremendous change. First-grade body tempering. Second-grade bone refining. The barriers of cultivation were as fragile as window paper in the face of this domineering power, and were easily pierced layer by layer. Strength. An unprecedented sense of power filled Gu Ping'an's body. He could clearly see the surging internal energy within his body, hear the subtle breathing of every student outside the corridor, and smell the dust floating in the air and the faint scent of perfume. The whole world became incredibly clear and vibrant in his perception. In Gu Ping'an's mind, the power system of this world of martial arts for all became clearer than ever before. On the way to martial arts, you first enter the mortal realm. The mortal realm has 9 ranks. The first rank is for body tempering, the 9th rank is for true qi to take form, and the first rank is for a different level of heaven. Above the mortal realm lies the true realm of the strong. Those are the grandmasters and great grandmasters in the 4 realms of transcendence. Once one reaches the grandmaster level, one can dominate a region and establish numerous branches and branches. Grandmasters are even rarer, enough to hold sway over a city and deter villains. After graduating from an ordinary high school and studying hard for 3 years, the best result is only second-grade bone refinement, barely touching the threshold of a martial artist. Those guys who are hailed as the pride of heaven are desperately trying to squeeze into the top martial arts universities, where the admission standard is the 4th grade of the meridian opening realm. And now, I am Gu Ping'an. It's a 5th grade internal energy. In one step, he crossed a chasm that countless people could never reach in their entire lives. Reward 2, the cultivation technique, the god of wine. At the same time as his physical body underwent a dramatic change, a vast torrent of information, as boundless as the ocean, rushed into his mind without any rhyme or reason. It was neither words nor pictures, but the imprint of a higher dimensional Tao. The secrets of the god of wine. How to draw in qi, how to circulate it, how to condense it, how to kill enemies, all of these things did not require learning or understanding in an instant, they became his innate instincts. Reward 3, Sword Technique, 1 sword opens the heavenly gate, trial card. The last line of gold lettering suddenly burst forth with the most dazzling light. A scene, a fragment of memory that didn't belong to him, exploded in his mind. It was a silhouette, solitary and desolate, standing above the clouds. The man simply and casually, even somewhat lazily, swung his sword. Then, the sky cracked open. A massive sword mark that stretched across the sky split the entire world in two. The power has subsided into silence. Knowledge is integrated into the soul. That devastating sword strike also transformed into a mark, lying quietly deep within his consciousness. The confusion since transmigrating, the crisis of being expelled, the frustration of being criticized by everyone. All negative emotions were swept away at this moment by the exhilarating power within my body. Gu Ping'an slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the faces outside the door, some angry, some contemptuous, and some gloating. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Belch. A loud, long burp suddenly broke the silence of the corridor. The strong smell of alcohol, mixed with a hint of provocation, drifted towards the principal, whose face was ashen, at the door. Everyone was stunned. This includes Zhang Jinghua, who was about to order the people to be dragged away. Looking at Gu Ping'an's face, which was slightly drunk and had a lazy smile on it, he felt a surge of anger rising to the top of his head. Unrepentant. Even facing certain death, they still dare to be so arrogant. Good, very good. Zhang Jinghua was so angry that he laughed. School security. Take him to the playground. I want to enforce school rules in front of the entire school. He wanted to show everyone the consequences of corrupting the school's reputation. Yes. 2 campus security guards who were already on standby immediately stepped forward, ready to rush into the dormitory. Principal, wait a minute. A voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Tianzi pushed through the crowd and stepped out. His resentful gaze was fixed on Gu Ping'an, but a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Principal, expelling him outright is too lenient on this good-for-nothing. Since he's a student at our martial arts high school and has used up 3 years of training resources, we should at least let everyone see what he's really accomplished, right? I suggest that before imposing any punishment, we let him go on stage and demonstrate his abilities. In a way, it's to save face for Jiangchang No. 3 Martial Arts High School. As soon as he said this, a chorus of agreement immediately arose from the surrounding crowd. Everyone knows that Gu Ping'an is the worst student in the whole school. His cultivation level has been stuck at the first grade of body tempering for many years, and he can't even meet the qualification line to take the college entrance examination. Why let someone like that go on stage and demonstrate their abilities? This is not a display, this is a public execution. It is to trample his last shred of dignity underfoot and crush it to dust. Zhang Jinghua glanced at Xiao Tianzi and instantly understood the other party's sinister intentions. But he did not refuse. He needed a compelling reason, a reason that would leave everyone speechless, to quell the storm. Gu Ping'an's performance will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Approved. Zhang Jinghua coldly uttered 2 words, then turned around and strode towards the stairs. Take him to the playground. On the playground. Thousands of students from the entire school have rushed over upon hearing the news, completely surrounding the huge training ground. On the high platform, Principal Zhang Jinghua stood with a somber expression. Gu Ping'an was escorted by 2 school guards and stood in the center of the playground, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Go! Zhang Jinghua pointed to a row of weapon racks not far away, his voice devoid of any warmth. Go pick your weapon, and then, begin your performance. The weapon rack was filled with all sorts of weapons, each gleaming with a cold, icy light. Xiao Tianzi stood below the stage with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with disdain, waiting to see Gu Ping'an make a fool of himself. Li Yaoyao also changed into her school uniform and stood in the corner of the crowd. She looked at that lonely figure with a complicated expression, feeling a mix of emotions. Everyone thought that Gu Ping'an would go to the weapon rack, pick out any weapon at random, and then, like a clown, perform a weak and feeble set of punches, only to be kicked out of the school in a sorry state amidst laughter. However, Gu Ping'an moved. He did not walk toward the row of weapons racks that gleamed coldly. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, he walked with somewhat unsteady yet exceptionally firm steps toward the edge of the playground. There stands a lonely peach tree. It was springtime, and a few pink buds, about to bloom, still clung to the peach tree. What is he going to do? This question popped into everyone's mind. Gu Ping'an ignored all the gazes. He walked to the peach tree, reached out, and gently broke off the thinnest peach branch, still with a few tender leaves attached, using 2 fingers. Chapter 3 The Sword arrives. 1 sword, and the heavenly gate is opened. As I held the peach branch, a strange sensation traveled from my fingertips. It's very light. It still has a tender leaf that has just unfolded and a small pink flower bud on it. Countless gazes were focused on Gu Ping'an, their initial astonishment turning into utter bewilderment. What exactly is he doing? Have they given up the fight? Is he planning to use a tree branch to perform a ridiculous set of radio calisthenics to bring his high school career to a laughable close? There was a moment of deathly silence on the playground. Immediately, a deafening roar of laughter erupted. Holy crap! He actually broke a tree branch. Is he crazy? This is hilarious. What kind of performance art is this? A new kind of performance by trash? It's over, they've completely given up and lost their minds. Now that's great, our Jiangcheng number 3 high school is going to be famous, not because of a genius, but because of a madman. The murmurs, the jeers, and the unrestrained laughter merged into a cacophony that crashed against the lone figure in the center of the playground. Xiao Tianzi stood at the front of the crowd, his contempt turning into a cruel pleasure. He watched this scene with amusement, admiring how Gu Ping'an utterly shattered his last shred of dignity in front of thousands of people. This is 100 times more satisfying than simply kicking him out of school. Li Yaoyao stood in the corner of the crowd, biting her lip, her nails almost digging into her palms. She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't understand Gu Ping'an. That face, which was so close to mine last night, now looked somewhat pale in the sunlight. But that lazy, indifferent expression reappeared once again. On the podium, Principal Zhang Jinggua's face was so dark it looked like it could be wrung out. This is just playing around. This is a blatant mockery of him and the entire school in front of all the teachers and students. His aura began to turn dangerous, and a powerful aura befitting a grandmaster emanated from him, making the surrounding air feel heavy. However, Gu Ping'an, at the center of all this, remained oblivious to the reactions from the outside world. He ignored everyone's gaze. They didn't pay any attention to the deafening laughter. He simply lowered his head, looking at the peach blossom branch in his hand. To others, it was just a fragile, withered branch that would break at the slightest touch. But in his perception, the moment his fingers touched the peach branch, the lingering hangover in his mind and the profound sword intent of the one sword opens the heavenly gate technique instantly found a perfect connection. This is it. The essence of a sword lies not in its form, but in its intent. His world fell silent at that moment. All the ridicule and gossip faded into distant background noise, receding quickly until they disappeared. Gu Ping'an closed his eyes. He immersed his entire being in a wondrous state. On one hand, there was the hazy, intoxicating feeling of a hangover, which blurred his senses, yet made him unusually sensitive to certain things. On the other hand, the brilliance of that sword strike was clearly imprinted deep within his soul. It was as if a voice was whispering in his ear. Watch closely, this is how you use this sword. The true energy within his body had already reached a level that even he himself could not comprehend, thanks to the rewards from the newbie gift pack. At this moment, this immense power, mixed with the soaring sword intent, surged and roared through his limbs and bones. They need an outlet. An outlet for venting. Gu Ping'an moved. He imitated the image of the ancient sword god in his mind, dressed in a green robe and reclining drunkenly on the clouds. There was no earth-shattering opening move. There was nothing fancy about it. He stood there, facing the cloudless blue sky above, and lightly waved the peach blossom branch in his hand. The movements are very slow. It was even somewhat casual. It was as if he were just casually brushing the dust off his shoulder. However, it was just that light, fleeting moment. Buzz. The entire world, all sounds, vanished in that instant. The wind stopped. The murmur of thousands of people abruptly ceased. Even the sound of everyone's breathing and heartbeat seemed to be paused by an invisible hand. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. A terrifying sword intent, indescribable in words, formless and intangible yet undeniably real, rose from the center of the playground, defying the heavens and soaring straight into the sky. Everyone felt a shiver that came from the depths of their souls. That wasn't murderous intent, but it was more awe-inspiring than any murderous intent. It is a supreme will that transcends all living beings and dares to wield a sword against heaven and earth. Xiao Tianzi, standing on the podium, froze, his smile gone. Li Yaoyao, standing in the crowd, suddenly contracted her pupils. Principal Zhang Jinggua, whose aura belonged to a grandmaster, was as insignificant as an ant encountering a divine dragon in the face of this sword intent, and was instantly annihilated. His body began to tremble slightly, uncontrollably. What happened? What's this? Everyone's mind went blank. Instinctively, following the direction of that sword intent, they all raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetime. The azure sky, the pure and flawless dome, has cracked open. There was no sound. There was no loud noise. Silently and without warning, a dark, deep crack appeared out of nowhere, stretching across the sky. It was as if an invisible, colossal blade of creation had slashed across it from the other side of the world. This crack was enormous, stretching from the eastern horizon to the western horizon. Then, an even more incredible sight occurred. The clouds at the edge of the crack, under the influence of that supreme sword intent, began to surge, converge, and be reshaped. they are no longer chaotic clouds. Instead, it transformed into the outlines of two magnificent, solemn, and ancient-looking doors. A door connects to the past. A door leads to the unknown. Under the horrified gazes of thousands of teachers and students across the school, the two heavenly gates formed by clouds, accompanied by the black crack that pierced the sky, slowly opened to both sides. Boom! This is not sound, but light. The moment the gate opened, an unbearably bright golden beam, 100 times more dazzling than the sun, poured down from behind it. The beam of light precisely enveloped the entire campus of Jiangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School. Wherever the light reaches, it is warm and sacred, containing unimaginable vitality and Taoist charm. The playground was deathly silent. Everyone was bathed in this golden divine light, their mouths agape, forgetting to think and even to breathe. Sky. Principal Zhang Jinghua, a grandmaster who had seen countless battles and bloodshed, had his mouth agape to the limit. His cloudy eyes stared intently at the unbelievable sight in the sky, and with all his might, he managed to squeeze out a few trembling syllables from his throat. Heaven. Heavenly Gate? Chapter 4. Now, do you still want to fire me? The strange phenomenon at the Heavenly Gate came unexpectedly and disappeared without a trace. The two magnificent doors, constructed from clouds, slowly closed and vanished without a trace. The golden divine light pouring down from behind the door also receded, disappearing completely into the sky. The sky returned to its original azure blue. However, above that dome, a pitch-black, bottomless crack, like an unhealed scar, still stretches across from east to west. It hung there silently, pointing down at the tiny human world below, proclaiming that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. The playground remained deathly silent. Thousands of teachers and students seemed to have had their souls collectively ripped out, each one looking up, frozen in a daze, like petrified sculptures. The first person to emerge from this boundless shock was Principal Zhang Jinghua. He stared intently at the hideous scar in the sky, his cloudy eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Then, his gaze suddenly turned downwards, fixing on the slightly thin boy in the center of the playground, who was holding a peach branch. The emotion in his eyes changed drastically in a mere second. From shock to ecstasy, and then to a profound awe, akin to a pilgrimage. His lips began to tremble, and his dry, cracked skin shook from excessive excitement. This grandmaster, who was decisive in battle on the battlefield of all races and had seen life and death many times, could no longer maintain any dignity at this moment. He took a leap and practically tumbled off the platform. His elderly body staggered due to the sudden movement and he almost fell, but he didn't care. He used all his strength to stumble and run to Gu Ping'an, humbly putting himself in the dust. Gu classmate, you. His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with cautious probing. Gu Ping'an seemed to have just come out of some mysterious state. The lingering effects of the hangover still lingered in his mind, making everything he saw appear double. He glanced, his eyes still blurry with drunkenness, at the sweaty, obsequious old man in front of him. She seemed to find him somewhat familiar. Oh, it's the principal. He lazily raised his eyelids, interrupting the other person directly. Headmaster. His voice wasn't loud, carrying a hoarse and languid quality from just waking up, yet it clearly carried throughout the entire silent playground. Didn't you just say you were going to fire me? Gu Ping'an paused, tilted his head, and seemed to be thinking about the question very seriously. Does it still count now? Boom. These words, though seemingly ordinary, resonated like a thunderclap from the heavens, striking Zhang Jinghua's ears with a deafening roar. His old face turned a deep, liver-colored hue in an instant, visible to the naked eye. Cold sweat poured down his back, soaking it. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were drawn from the terrifying crack in the sky to Zhang Jinghua's fascinating face. Those gazes were filled with amusement, mockery, and undisguised schadenfreude. How will this principal, who was just speaking righteously and resolutely to uphold school rules and act impartially, end this situation now? Zhang Jinghua felt a burning pain in his cheeks. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. But he knew even more clearly that the young man before him was a god. A dragon. A divinely bestowed treasure that Jiangcheng, and indeed the entire human race, absolutely could not afford to miss. Forget about expulsion, even if Gu Ping'an wanted his position as principal, he would have to hand it over without hesitation. The next second, under the incredulous gaze of the entire school's teachers and students, Zhang Jinghua straightened his disheveled clothes and suddenly took a step back. Then, he bowed deeply to Gu Ping'an at a 90-degree angle. Sorry. Gu, I was blind, I'm getting senile. I sincerely apologize for my remarks just now. From today onwards, you are the most honored student of Jiangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School. All school resources are open to you without limit. Whatever your request, I, Zhang Jinghua, will do my best to fulfill it, even if it means losing face. His voice was loud and sincere, filled with remorse. On the podium, Xiao Tianzi's face was already ashen. Looking at the boy who was being bowed to and apologized to by the Grandmaster Principal, he felt a chill run through his body, as if all the strength had been drained from his limbs. He found out. He understood completely. His pride and joy, his status as the son of the city lord, were nothing but a complete joke in front of this man. He didn't kick a hornet's nest. He used his head to smash into a star that had fallen from the sky. Faced with Zhang Jinghua's almost fawning confession, Gu Pingyan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids again. He simply waved his hand casually, his movements light and airy, as if shooing away an annoying mosquito in the summer. Then, he didn't look at the old principal, who was frozen in place with a flushed face, again. He turned his head, his drunken gaze slowly sweeping over the petrified faces on the playground, finally settling precisely on a corner of the crowd. There, Li Yaoyao was standing quietly by herself. She was wearing a plain white martial arts uniform today, which made her already aloof face appear even paler. Seemingly sensing Gu Pingyan's gaze, her delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly, and her pink fist, hidden in her sleeve, clenched instantly. Looking at her expression, which seemed to want to hide but couldn't, Gu Pingyan suddenly curled up a wicked smile. He spoke lazily in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. I will take responsibility for what happened last night. Dead silence. Absolute silence lasting 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, a chorus of gasps and gasps filled the playground, one after another, like a pot of water boiling. Holy crap! Someone uttered a swear word, instantly igniting the entire venue. Countless gazes, filled with shock and burning gossip, frantically darted back and forth between Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. Last night? Responsible? The combination of these two words is incredibly informative. Our aloof, and haughty school beauty, actually. However, before everyone could digest this shocking revelation, Gu Pingyan's next words stunned everyone once again. But he changed the subject, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. You're too weak. If you want to be my woman, Gu Pingyan, you can't just be a pretty face. Strong. Overbearing. It even carried a hint of humiliation. With just a few words, he completely reversed the passive situation of being responsible into a life or death power over whether or not you are worthy of me. You. Li Yaoyao's body trembled uncontrollably. A flush of humiliation suddenly surged from her snow-white neck to her cheeks, and even her ears burned bright red. She bit her lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palms. Shock, confusion, curiosity. At this moment, all emotions were replaced by a surge of anger and resentment. She, the once-in-a-century jewel of the Tianjinli family, the undisputed #1 genius of Jiangcheng, had never suffered such humiliation since childhood. To be told in front of the entire school that you're too weak? Unworthy? Good. What a clever Gu Pingyan. That was the pride of top geniuses, which was completely ignited. Gu Pingyan admired her wonderful expression for a second, then found it utterly boring. He yawned widely, turned around, and swayed as he prepared to leave this troublesome place. Just then, a mechanical voice, which only he could hear, rang clearly in his mind. The hangover has ended. Rewards are being calculated. Chapter 5 Reward Settlement, Shankuan Wine Gourd. A cold, mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his mind. They've arrived. Gu Pingyan paused, a hint of anticipation flashing deep in his eyes. Reward 1, Cultivation Technique. Based on the host's initial understanding of swordsmanship while in a hangover state, a corresponding movement technique, drunken immortal gazing at the moon step, is awarded as a reward. The cultivation technique information is being imprinted. Another flood of information rushed into my mind. This time, it was no longer a simple infusion of power, but countless blurry yet clear images. A celestial being dances with a sword under the moon, his figure elusive and his movements unpredictable. Sometimes it's like a gentle breeze rustling willows, sometimes it's like a dragon emerging from the sea. Further on, lies the ends of the earth. Taking a step back is just a stone's throw away. All his insights into movement techniques, the details of his moves, and the skills of generating power were like innate instincts, deeply imprinted into his soul and memory. He doesn't even need to learn or practice. Whenever he wants to, his body will naturally make the most perfect movements. Reward 2, Magic Item. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sword Immortal's inherited treasure, the Shenkuan Wine Gourd, initial sealed form. The words had barely left his mouth. Gu Pingan felt a chill in his palm. A gourd, about the size of a palm and with an ancient, bluish-green color, materialized out of thin air and lay quietly in his palm. The gourd's surface is smooth and without any patterns, yet it exudes a profound aura of having weathered countless ages. He could feel that a faint connection had been established between himself and the little gourd. It was as if this was an extension of his body. Just as Gu Pingan was looking down at the new toy, a voice filled with extreme excitement and trembling rang out beside him. Gu classmate. Zhang Jingwa cautiously approached, his old face plastered with an almost fawning smile, and he even unconsciously hunched his back slightly. His eyes burned as he stared intently at Gu Pingan, his breathing becoming heavy. May I ask, are you perhaps the reincarnation of a legendary swordsman? This question made everyone in the room who hadn't left yet prick up their ears. Yes. One sword opens the gates of heaven. This is a power that no ordinary person could possess. Aside from the reincarnation of a powerful being in ancient mythology, they couldn't think of any other possibility. Gu Pingan raised his eyelids and glanced at the old principal who was putting on quite a show. Reincarnation? He does want to. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary time traveler. He yawned and made up an excuse in a perfunctory tone. No. I just drank too much last night and had a dream. In my dream, there was an old man with a white beard who said that I had extraordinary bones and insisted on teaching me 2 sword techniques. Then, you'll wake up and know how. These words sounded righteous and confident, yet they were also absurd and nonsensical. Zhang Jinggua's smile visibly stiffened for a moment. Of course he didn't believe it. The transmission of Dharma in a dream? That kind of nonsense might fool a 3-year-old. But who is he? He's a cunning old fox who's over 100 years old. He instantly understood that this young master was deliberately hiding something. He didn't want to talk about it. Since he doesn't want to talk about it, then I absolutely must not ask again. Pressuring for answers will only provoke the other person's resentment. The most urgent task is to completely appease this guy and firmly tie him to Jiangcheng No. 3 High School and to our own boat. Zhang Jinggua's mind raced, and the smile on his face instantly became incredibly sincere. So it was a dream from a celestial being. I knew it. Gu, you really are destined for greatness and blessed with good fortune. He slapped his thigh, as if he really believed it. Immediately afterwards, his expression turned serious, and he turned around abruptly to the captain of the school security team not far away, issuing the highest order in an unquestionable tone. Pass on my orders. Everything that happened on the playground today is immediately classified as S-level top secret. All teachers and students present must sign a confidentiality agreement and are prohibited from revealing even a single word of it to the outside world for the rest of their lives. Anyone who leaks secrets will be prosecuted for endangering the safety of humanity, and there will be absolutely no leniency. This order sent a chill down everyone's spine. Crimes endangering the safety of human race. That's one of the most serious crimes in the Federation, enough to implicate 9 generations of one's family. After finishing his business here, Zhang Jingwei immediately put on an extremely respectful expression and approached Gu Pingan. Gu, look, I've already covered up the news for you. To avoid disturbing your peaceful study, I have arranged the best single deluxe suite in the entire school for you. It will be absolutely quiet. Shall I take you there now? Shall I personally escort you there? His posture and tone made it seem as if he were serving his own father. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the edge of the playground. A group of martial artists dressed in black uniforms, exuding a sharp and menacing aura, forcefully pushed through the crowd and barged in. The leader, dressed in black, walked expressionlessly to Xiao Tianze, whose face had turned ashen, and revealed a token engraved with the emblem of the city lord's mansion. Xiao Tianze. You disregarded school rules and abused your power, almost bringing a terrible disaster to Jiangcheng. By order of the city lord, you are to be taken back to the city lord's mansion immediately and confined there. Without a warrant, you are forbidden from leaving for the rest of your life. The cold voice pronounced the fate of this chosen one. No. Xiao Tianze suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and let out a beast-like roar. I refuse to accept this. Why? I am the #1 genius in Jiangcheng. He frantically channeled his inner energy, attempting to resist. However, his meager cultivation level was utterly insignificant compared to the elite troops of the city lord's mansion. The leader of the men in black merely snorted coldly, reached out and easily grabbed his throat, nipping any resistance in the bud. Take away. Two men in black stepped forward and, like dragging a dead dog, lifted Xiao Tianzi up. As he was being dragged away, Xiao Tianzi mustered all his strength and turned around abruptly. His gaze pierced through the crowd and fixed firmly on Gu Ping'an. The jealousy and resentment that had been there before were gone from those eyes. All that remained was the purest, most undisguised resentment and murderous intent. Gu Ping'an didn't even bother to lift his eyelids at that gaze. He's just a clown. Even killing them would dirty my hands. He's thinking about something else entirely right now. After briefly reviewing everything that had just happened, and the drunken sword immortal system that had suddenly appeared in his mind, he came to a crystal clear conclusion. Drinking alcohol can make you stronger. The better you drink, the more drunk you get, the stronger you become. The logic is simple and straightforward, which suits his lazy nature perfectly. But a new problem arose. He touched his empty pockets. As an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, his pockets were emptier than his face. Where can we get good wine? You can't exactly go to the convenience store to buy ergua to a type of Chinese liquor every day, can you? You probably won't get anything good from that stuff anyway. Just as he was about to leave with Zhang Jinghua. Brother Gu. My dear brother. A shrill scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, suddenly rang out from the outer edge of the crowd. The commotion even drowned out the whispers of the thousands of people present. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a round figure, like a bullet just fired, smashing through the crowd with a fearless and reckless momentum, heading straight for the center of the playground. He is Wang Pengzi, Gu Ping'an's rich second-generation best friend. Plop. A muffled thud. Fatty Wang couldn't even stop himself. With a perfect sliding tackle, he grabbed Gu Ping'an's leg and wouldn't let go. He raised his fleshy face, tears streaming down his face, his expression one of unprecedented excitement and adoration. Brother! You kept this from me for so long. So you are a celestial being descended to earth. You opened the gates of heaven with a single sword strike. My goodness, even movies wouldn't dare to film something like that. From this day forward, you will be my idol for life. My dear father. Gu Ping'an looked down at the little rascal hanging on his lap, crying his eyes out, and couldn't help but smile. It's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. Fatty Wang suddenly looked up, wiped his face haphazardly with his sleeve, and his eyes were full of stars. Hey! Bro! I'm here. Gu Ping'an asked a soul-searching question in a nonchalant tone. Does your family sell alcohol? Chapter 6 Sword Mark? What sword mark? It's clearly a mirage. Wang Pengzi's face, which was filled with fat, froze for a moment, then his small eyes, which were squeezed into slits by the fat, suddenly widened. He froze, clinging to Gu Ping'an's leg, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Brother, why are you asking this? Fatty Wang's mind is a little slow to process this. What time is it? A sword cleaves the heavens. A god descends to earth. Shouldn't we be discussing how to rule the world, or at least dominate the campus? How did the topic suddenly jump to his family's business? Looking at his stupid expression, Gu Ping'an was too lazy to waste words with him, so he repeated himself, his tone a little impatient. I'm asking you a question. Does your family sell alcohol? Yeah. Fatty Wang suddenly sprang up from the ground, his fat jiggling several times from the force of the movement. His voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, filled with unparalleled excitement and pride. We're more than just selling alcohol. Brother! Our family owns the Wan's Liquor Group. Our family owns half of the entire East Asian liquor business, from the highest-end century-old vintages to the cheapest everyday spirits. My dad is the chairman. I'm the future heir. He puffed out his chest, spitting as he spoke, as if he wanted to reveal all the secrets of his family. The students who hadn't dispersed yet gasped in shock upon hearing this. Wang's Winery Group? That's a true business behemoth, a behemoth with assets in the hundreds of billions. I only knew that Fatty Wang was a rich second generation, but I never imagined he was this rich. Then, everyone's gaze turned strange. They looked at Gu Ping'an, then at Fatty Wang, whose face was filled with fervor. A peerless warrior who had just opened the gates of heaven with a single sword strike, seemingly displaying divine power while intoxicated. He's an incredibly wealthy second-generation heir whose family owns a liquor business. These two are best friends. What a divinely chosen combination. Could it be that Gu Ping'an is so powerful because he drank Wang Pengzi's expensive wine since he was a child? In the minds of many, a grand drama of the making of a genius immediately came to mind. Gu Ping'an wasn't interested in what the people around him thought. After listening to Fatty Wang's words, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It seems we found the right company, our own ATM, or rather, our own beverage supplier. He patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder and said in a very gratified tone. Not bad, it has potential. He. Fatty Wang was so flattered that he was practically drooling. Being praised by his idol makes him happier than receiving $1 million in pocket money from his father. Just then, Principal Zhang Jinghua, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly had an unprecedented glint in his eyes. He finally figured it out. He finally understood where this young master's Achilles heel was. What nonsense about immortals appearing in dreams. This guy's martial arts technique is definitely related to alcohol. He needs wine. He needs good wine. This is a golden opportunity. As long as his needs are met, why would he run away? Zhang Jinghua instantly had an idea. He rushed forward and grabbed Wang Pingzi's hand with such force that Wang Pingzi let out a howl. Wang! Zhang Jinghua's voice was loud and clear, filled with an undeniable authority and a hint of flattery. This is your chance. And it's also your Wang family's chance. Student Gu is a treasure of our human race, the hope for the future. His cultivation, it's of utmost importance. Meeting all his needs is a contribution to the entire human race. Do you understand? The old principal's words were so righteous and awe-inspiring that he was practically ready to award Fatty Wang's family a Human Contribution Award. Wang Pingzi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and pounded his chest loudly. Don't worry, Principal. I understand. From today onwards, even if I have to sell everything I own, I, Fatty Wang, will take good care of my brother. No. I will support the hope of our human race. Good. You've got the awareness. Zhang Jinghua nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Gu Ping'an and gave him a bright, chrysanthemum-like smile. Gu, as you can see, everything is arranged. I'll take you and Wang to your new accommodation now, the best suite on campus, with 24-hour temperature control and absolute quiet, ensuring no one will disturb your studies. Let's go, we're coming right now. Without saying a word, the old principal grabbed one of Gu Ping'an and one of Wang Pingzi and led them toward the dormitory area. That enthusiasm, it's like a brothel pimp soliciting customers? Gu Ping'an was a little annoyed by his sudden enthusiasm. This old man is acting very strangely. However, having a free luxury suite to stay in, plus a mobile wine cellar to accompany you, doesn't seem so bad. He was too lazy to resist and let Zhang Jinghua pull him away. On the playground, only a group of students looked at each other blankly, and Xiao Tianzi, who left behind a resentful look when he was dragged away by the city lord's guards. In the crowd, Li Yaoyao watched the three departing figures, biting her lower lip tightly with her pearly teeth. Her mind was in turmoil. One sword opens the gates of heaven. He transmitted the Dharma in a dream. You have to take responsibility for me. You are too weak. And, he likes to drink? These jumbled pieces of information, intertwined, added a layer of complex emotion one she couldn't quite explain to the anger and humiliation she felt. She clenched her fists. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are. Saying I'm weak is not true. Saying I'm not worthy is absolutely unacceptable. Gu Ping'an, I will definitely make you take back those words. On the other side, Gu Ping'an was escorted by Zhang Jinghua and Wang Pingzi on either side, passing through the campus and arriving at the luxury apartment area reserved for teachers. The environment here is serene, with each building spaced far apart and excellent landscaping. Zhang Jinghua led him directly to the top floor of a building. They used the privileged key to open the largest suite. Gu, please. Zhang Jinghua bowed and gestured for them to enter, his smile never fading. This room was previously reserved for visiting Martial King level VIPs and has been empty. From today onwards, it will be your private quarters. Please let me know if you need anything, and I will send someone to arrange it immediately. Gu Ping'an stepped inside, followed closely by Fatty Wang. As soon as he entered, Fatty Wang exclaimed, "Wow! This isn't a dormitory, it's practically a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel." Huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of the entire campus. Soft, comfortable leather sofas, a full suite of smart home technology, and even a separate cultivation room infused with spiritual spring water. Gu Ping'an glanced around and was fairly satisfied. Finally, I have a quiet place to stay. He walked to the sofa, plopped down, and sank into the soft cushions, letting out a comfortable sigh. All right, you can leave now. He waved to the two people still standing at the door, as if to see them off. Okay. Zhang Jinghua nodded repeatedly. Then you rest first. If anything happens, feel free to contact me through this communicator. I promise I'll be there whenever you call. As he spoke, he handed over a brand new military-grade communicator, then turned back several times as he prepared to leave. Fatty Wang didn't move. He rubbed his hands together and looked at Gu Ping'an with anticipation. Brother, about the alcohol. Gu Ping'an glanced at him. What's the rush? First, get me a list of your wines, the more detailed the better. I want to see what good stuff you have. All right. You wait, bro. Upon hearing about the mission, Fatty Wang immediately became incredibly excited, pulling out his communicator to contact his father. Zhang Jinghua walked to the door, then stopped. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help turning back and asking cautiously. Gu, regarding that crack in the sky, the city lord's mansion has already sent someone to inquire. What should I say? He pointed to the sky. The black sword mark that pierced the sky still hung there, as if proclaiming something to the entire Jiangcheng. This thing is more conspicuous than any confidentiality agreement. It can't be hidden at all. Upon hearing this, Gu Ping'an also looked up and glanced through the floor-to-ceiling window. He pursed his lips. Just say you don't know, you didn't see it, it might be a mirage. Zhang Jinghua. Do you even believe this reason yourself? Chapter 7, The Novice Swordsman's Journey begins with a jar of bamboo leaf green wine. Zhang Jinghua's face twitched. A mirage? Have you ever seen a mirage that can make a hole in the sky? If this gets out, not only will the city lord's mansion not believe it, but even a 3-year-old would laugh their head off. He opened his mouth, wanting to try again and find a slightly more plausible explanation. But when he met Gu Ping'an's lazy, seemingly indifferent eyes, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Never mind. Whatever this young master says goes. Even if the sky falls, we have to do as he says. I understand. Zhang Jinghua stood at attention, his expression as serious as if he had received a military order. I will go and reply to the city lord's mansion right away, saying that according to our school's observations, the weather today is clear and cloudless with only a slight breeze, and a large-scale optical refraction phenomenon is suspected to have occurred. The specific cause needs further research by experts. He repackaged Gu Ping'an's phrase mirage with official terminology, making it sound somewhat plausible. Gu Ping'an waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. All right, go ahead, don't just stand there, you're in the way. Yes. Zhang Jinghua felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly retreated, closing the door behind him. The room fell silent instantly. Only Fatty Wang was left there, holding the communicator and bragging to his father with spittle flying everywhere. Yes. Dad. It's the one I told you about. My own brother. Gu Ping'an. One sword. Just one sword. He split the sky in two. Really? More real than movie special effects. What? You don't believe me? I'll send you photos. No, photos can't capture that feeling. Oh, never mind that. My brother needs wine right now. The best wine. Send me the list of our family's wine cellar right now. All of it. Including the ones you forbid me from touching. What? That's for the martial emperor? My brother is way more powerful than the martial emperor, hurry up. This is a golden opportunity for our Wang family to rise to the top. Don't you understand? Gu Ping'an found Wang Pangxi's loud and boisterous chatter a bit noisy. He stood up from the sofa and walked into the separate meditation room. This place is about 30 square meters. There is a futon in the middle and a small pool next to it, with clear spring water flowing in it, exuding a faint spiritual aura. This is what is known as the sacred spring. Practicing in this environment for a long time has considerable benefits for martial artists. However, Gu Ping'an had no interest in cultivation. He just wanted to find a quiet place to study what he had learned this time. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The palm-sized, green gourd appeared out of thin air in his hand. Qiankuan wine gourd. It feels cool to the touch, with a warm and smooth texture, like a piece of fine antique jade. What's the use of this thing? He tried to probe a wisp of his true energy into it. Buzz. The gourd vibrated slightly, and a stream of information rushed into his mind. Qiankuan wine gourd. Rank? Under initial ceiling. Current function 1, storage. The interior is a self-contained space, its size increasing as the host's cultivation level improves. Current function 2, nourishment. This function can nourish the spirit wine, slowly enhancing its quality and spiritual energy content. Current function 3, pending unlocking. Storing goods and nurturing wine. Gu Ping'an's eyes lit up. This feature is practically tailor-made for him. With ample storage space, I won't have to carry so many bags anymore, which is very convenient. The spirit wine is well preserved, that's interesting. In other words, ordinary wine can be turned into good wine over time if you put it in? What if it's already good wine that's added in? Wouldn't it turn into a divine wine? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this gourd was a treasure. It truly lives up to its reputation as the drunken sword immortal's most treasured heirloom. He then studied the newly acquired movement technique drunken immortal gazing at the moon step. In my mind, the image of the white-robed immortal dancing with his sword under the moon reappeared. His steps seemed chaotic and disorderly, each step like that of someone drunk, staggering and swaying, but upon closer inspection, they subtly revealed some profound truth. With each step, it seems as if the earth can shrink to an inch. With a single turn, it seems as if the stars and constellations can shift. Gu Ping'an was quite engrossed in watching. He even had an urge to have a drink right now and experience the magic of this footwork for himself. Just then, the door to the training room was pushed open. Fatty Wine rushed in, his face flushed, holding a communicator, as excited as a 200-pound child. Brother! Brother! It's all done. Dad sent over the list. All our most treasured possessions are on it. He projected the communicator's light screen into the air. A densely packed list unfolds instantly. Wang's Winery Group's top collection of wines. Number 1, 3000-year monkey wine unique item. Origin, deep within the 10,000 demon mountains, brewed by the long-armed divine monkey clan. Efficacy, revives the dead, heals flesh and bones, contains a massive amount of life essence. A single drop consumed by a mortal martial artist can directly break through to the first rank. Note, this is a family heirloom of the Wang family and is not for sale. Number 2, 1000-year-old dragon blood glazed lamp 1 lamp. Origin, Dragon Cave in the East Sea, brewed from the essence and blood of sub-dragons mixed with hundreds of rare and precious herbs. Effects, strengthens the physical body, stimulates bloodline potential. Its potency is extremely potent, anyone below the Grandmaster level who drinks it will explode and die. Note, this is a private possession of the chairman. Even King Wu once offered a city for it but failed to acquire it. Number 3, 800-year-old Ice Soul Jade Marrow Wine 1 jar. Origin, the far north ice plains, brewed from millennia-old ice marrow. Efficacy, refines the spirit and calms the mind. Has remarkable effects on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Remark: the list is very long, with hundreds of items. Each type of wine is accompanied by detailed information about its origin, health benefits, and notes. Gu Ping'an was dazzled by what he saw. He used to only know that liquor was divided into soy sauce aroma type and strong aroma type, but now he realizes that there are so many different kinds of liquor in the world. What about bringing the dead back to life, healing flesh and bones, strengthening the physical body, condensing the soul? This isn't just wine, it's some kind of magic elixir. Brother, which one have you got your eye on? Fatty Wine leaned over, pointing at the light screen with an expectant look on his face. If you like it, I'll have my dad send a private jet over tonight. Gu Ping'an's gaze swept over the top few unique items and not for sale items. He may be lazy, but he's not stupid. Knowing these things, even Fatty Wine's father probably wouldn't be able to easily produce them. One should not be too greedy. His gaze traveled downwards and finally settled on a name in the middle of the list. Number 37, Centennial Bamboo Leaf Green Tea in stock, 3 jars. Origin, Xinjiang Mountain brewed primarily with century-old bamboo leaves, supplemented with dozens of calming herbs. Efficacy, clears the mind and brightens the eyes, invigorates the meridians, and has a slight boost to movement technique training. The wine is mild and suitable for daily consumption by beginner martial artists. Note, this is a standard high-end product from the Wang Group. This is it. Get a jar of this first. Gu Ping'an pointed to the Centennial Bamboo Leaf Green Tea. Ha? This is it? Fatty Wang was taken aback. He thought that his immortal brother would at least be among the top 10. So you ended up choosing a regular product that was ranked in the 30s? That's incredibly low-key. Brother, this is too ordinary, it doesn't suit your status. How about we change it? That 500 years vermilion fruit brew is pretty good. I heard it can increase your total amount of true qi. Fatty Wang strongly recommended. Why all the nonsense? Gu Pingan glanced at him. Just do what I tell you to do. Let's test the waters with this first. He couldn't very well say that he was afraid of drinking too much alcohol at once and passing out drunk, could he? For beginners, it's best to play it safe. Okay, sure. Wang Pingzi dared not persuade him any further and hurriedly went to contact his father, bowing and scraping. Gu Pingan looked at his obsequious manner and pondered to himself. This fat guy could be useful. It's just that people are a bit noisy. Once the wine arrives, I need to find a reason to send him away so I can enjoy the thrill of leveling up all by myself. Just as he was thinking, there was another knock at the door. Gu Pingan frowned. Here we go again? Can't a person have some peace and quiet? Who is it? He called out impatiently. A timid female voice came from outside the door. Gu, it's me, I'm from the student council. The principal asked me to ask you what you'd like for dinner. The school cafeteria's top chef is ready to serve you. Chapter 8. In a slightly tipsy state, walking under the moon within a small space. Gu Pingan opened the door. A pretty girl in a student council uniform stood outside the door, her head bowed and her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. She didn't even have the courage to look at him. Casual. Gu Pingan uttered 2 words and was about to close the door. Wait, the girl said hurriedly, her voice trembling. The principal also asked if you need a personal assistant for your daily life? They could help with chores, cleaning, organizing documents, and so on. There are many people in the student council who would be willing. Unnecessary. Gu Pingan refused decisively. Are you kidding me? If I had a personal assistant by my side, how would I secretly drink and level up? Roll. He slammed the door shut, startling the girl. Inside the room, Fatty Wang had just hung up the call and ran over excitedly. Brother! It's all set. My dad said he'll arrange for the fastest airship to depart from the wine cellar in Central City immediately, and he guarantees to deliver a whole jar of Centennial Bamboo Leaf Green to you before midnight tonight. Gu Pingan nodded, finally hearing some good news. He checked the time. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. There are still 7 or 8 hours to wait. It's a bit tough. Brother, what about dinner tonight? Fatty Wang asked tentatively. You decide what to do, get some snacks to go with the drinks. After saying that, Gu Pingan walked back to the sofa, slumped down on it like a corpse, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Having received his order, Fatty Wang eagerly went to make another phone call. Hello? Is this Chef Zhang from the school cafeteria? This is Fatty Wang. Yes, prepare a top-of-the-line feast for me. 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup, 18 dishes. All of them are perfect with drinks. Yes. My brother wants to eat. What? Not enough ingredients? I don't care. Go to the best restaurant in town right now and buy some. Money is no problem. Put it on my tab. Night fell, and the darkness deepened. 11:50. A small, silver airship landed silently on the playground of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. Principal Zhang Jinghua, who had been waiting there, personally stepped forward and solemnly accepted an antique wine jar contained in a special temperature-controlled box from a middle-aged man wearing a wine group uniform. After confirming that everything was correct, he didn't dare to delay for a moment. He personally carried the box and ran all the way to the door of Gu Pingan's dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Gu, the drinks are here. The door opened. Gu Pingan's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Jinghua, who was panting heavily and covered in sweat, and at the cool box in his arms. Bring it in. Zhang Jinghua carefully placed the box on the living room table and opened the lid. A wine jar, entirely emerald green and seemingly carved from jade, lay quietly inside. A refreshing aroma, a blend of bamboo leaves and herbs, instantly filled the air. Just smelling this scent makes one feel refreshed. Good wine. Fatty Wang, who had been waiting nearby, stared wide-eyed. His father usually treasured this jar of wine like the back of his hand. He could only smell it if he was in a certain mood. Now, it's right in front of me. All right, you can leave now. Gu Pingan once again issued an order to leave. He couldn't wait. All right. Zhang Jinghua and Fatty Wang exchanged a glance and tactfully withdrew. Before leaving, Fatty Wang kept turning back to look at himself. Brother, the food is all in the insulated box, remember to eat it. If you need more, I'll have more delivered. Okay, I know, stop nagging. The door was closed again. The whole world is finally peaceful. Gu Pingan rubbed his hands together and walked to the table. He didn't rush to open the bottle, but instead took out the blue Chinkuan wine gourd first. He tried to concentrate a sliver of his mind on the wine jar. Receive. Buzz. The wine jar on the table vanished into thin air. The next second, he could clearly feel that the jar of centennial bamboo leaf green was quietly floating in the small space of the Chinkuan wine gourd. A trickle of pure energy seeped from the inner wall of the gourd, slowly merging into the wine jar. The centennial bamboo leaf green spirit wine has been detected to be undergoing an aging process, with a quality improvement rate of approximately 1% per day. The system notification tone will sound in due course. 1% improvement per day? Wouldn't the effect double if we let it sit for 100 days? Gu Pingan felt secretly delighted. This gourd is truly a wonderful thing. He didn't store all the wine inside on a whim, he took the wine jar out again. Then, he took out several delicate side dishes prepared by Fatty Wang from the insulated box. Crystal pork jelly, spicy beef jerky, fried peanuts. The table was covered with food. Finally, he took a deep breath and reached out to break the clay seal on the wine jar. Wow! A wine aroma 10 times stronger than before gushed out from the mouth of the jar, almost turning into a tangible blue mist. Gu Pingan only took one breath, and he felt all 36,000 pores on his body open up. The internal energy within the body began to circulate at an uncontrollable speed. This is good stuff. He picked up a white jade wine cup and poured himself a full glass. The liquor has a translucent bamboo green color, which gleams with a captivating luster under the light. Without hesitation, he picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Boom! A gentle yet immense surge of heat instantly flowed from his throat into his stomach, then exploded with a deafening roar, transforming into the purest energy that rushed to his limbs and bones. Bite. Host detected drinking spirit wine, 100-year bamboo leaf green. Entering a state of slight tipsiness. Slightly tipsy status bonus, increases sensory acuity by 300%, nerve reaction speed by 200%, and internal energy circulation efficiency by 100%. The drunken immortal gazing at the moon stroll has been automatically activated. A series of system notifications exploded in Gu Pingan's mind. He felt like the whole world had changed. He could clearly see the grain of the wood on the table in front of him. He could discern the trajectory of every wisp of air in the wind outside the window. Downstairs in the grass, a cricket was chirping, and he could even hear the frequency of its wings rubbing together. The whole world, in his perception, became incredibly clear and incredibly slow. But his body felt light and airy, as if it had no weight. An indescribable impulse welled up from the bottom of my heart. He wanted to move around. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his body reacted. He clearly only wanted to stand up from the chair, but his body leaned back in a posture that was incomprehensible to ordinary people, and his feet lightly touched the back of the chair. My whole body felt like a weightless feather, floating into the air. Immediately afterwards, his body began to move uncontrollably in the small space of the living room. Sometimes it walks upside down on the ceiling like a ghost. Sometimes it darts between the sofa and coffee table like a fish, leaving behind blurry afterimages. His actions completely defied the laws of physics. Quick! That's too fast. Gu Pingan's own brain couldn't even keep up with his body's movements. He felt dizzy and the scenery rushed past him. Is this drunken immortal gazing at the moon? Is this what it feels like to be slightly tipsy? That was awesome. He was captivated by the feeling of being in control of everything and pushing the limits. After an unknown amount of time, the initial effects of the alcohol finally began to subside. Gu Pingan's body slowly came to a stop and landed steadily on the ground. He took a breath, his face still flushed with excitement. He glanced at the wall clock and realized that the dance he had just witnessed had lasted less than 30 seconds. But he felt as if he had flown for half a century. Belch! A burp, carrying the fresh scent of bamboo leaves, escaped his lips. The first bout of being slightly tipsy has ended. Reward settlement in progress. It's here. Gu Pingan perked up and started listening intently. Chapter 9, The Drunken Immortal's Moon Gazing Steps Make the Iceberg School Beauty Cry. Rewards being processed. Based on the host's movement comprehension while in a slightly tipsy state, a matching sword technique 13 Swords of the Gentle Breeze is awarded as a reward. Sword technique information is being imprinted. Another massive flow of information rushed into Gu Ping'an's mind. This time, it was not just footwork, but a complete sword technique. There are 13 styles in total. Each movement is light and graceful, swift as the wind, perfectly matching the drunken immortal gazing at the moon steps. The angle of the sword strike, the trajectory of the thrust, the method of circulating true energy, all the details were as if they had been engraved by a carving knife, deeply imprinted in his memory. He even felt that as long as he had a sword in his hand, he could immediately and perfectly execute this sword technique. Reward settled. Current host status. Name, Gu Ping'an. Cultivation level, Mortal Realm 5th grade Inner Breath Realm early stage. Technique, the Dionysian Manual Beginner. Martial arts, sword technique, one sword opens the heavenly gate, trial card X1, already used, movement technique, drunken immortal gazing at the moonstep, beginner, swordplay, 13 swords of the gentle breeze, beginner. Magic item, Shenkuan Wine Gourd beginner ceiling. Overall assessment, a newbie who's just started out, but has some skill. Gu Ping'an looked at the clear attribute panel in his mind, especially the last comment, and his lips twitched. A drunkard newbie? This system has a rather sharp tongue. However, the gains were real. He drank a cup of wine and suddenly gained a set of exquisite sword techniques for free. This deal is incredibly lucrative. He glanced at the almost untouched jar of centennial bamboo leaf green on the table, and felt a surge of excitement. If you drink the whole jar, wouldn't you be able to take off? He licked his lips, preparing to pour himself another glass. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, at an inopportune moment. Gu Ping'an's brows furrowed instantly. Who is it? In the middle of the night, when will this ever end? He suppressed his anger, walked over, and abruptly pulled open the door. Hurry up and shut up. His words caught in his throat. The person standing outside the door was neither Zhang Zhenghua nor Fatty Wang. Instead, it was Li Yaoyao, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with an upright posture and an icy expression. She stood there quietly, the cool moonlight shining on her, making her look like a glowing ice sculpture. Her eyes were complex, filled with anger, resentment, and a hint of curiosity that she herself didn't even realize. What's up? Gu Ping'an recovered his senses, leaned against the doorframe, and asked lazily. He still smelled faintly of alcohol, his face held a hint of languor from being slightly tipsy, his eyes were unfocused, and he looked inexplicably decadent and dangerous. Li Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat when she saw his appearance. She clenched her fist hidden in her sleeve, trying to make her voice sound colder and more imposing. Gu Ping'an. I am here. What did you mean by what you said on the playground today? Li Yaoyao stared intently at him. She thought about it all afternoon and all night. He couldn't calm his mind during cultivation, had no appetite, and his mind kept replaying the few words Gu Ping'an had said in front of thousands of people. I will take responsibility for what happened last night. You're too weak. If you want to be my woman, Gu Ping'an, you can't just be a pretty face. Every word was like a needle, pricking her all over. Especially the last sentence. Shi Li Yaoyao, the jewel of the Tianjianli family, the #1 genius in Jiangcheng, when did she become associated with the word vase? This was an utterly humiliating disgrace that she absolutely could not tolerate. Oh, that. Gu Ping'an yawned, as if he had just remembered. It means exactly what it says, what else could it mean? You. Li Yaoyao's chest heaved, she was furious at his nonchalant attitude. What I'm asking is, what does responsibility mean? What exactly happened last night? Why were you in my room? She asked, enunciating each word clearly. This was the question she most wanted to understand. Upon hearing this, Gu Ping'an looked her up and down. Then, he suddenly laughed. That smile carried a hint of mockery and a touch of amusement. You want to know? Right. Sure. Gu Ping'an nodded, then stepped aside to make way for the doorway. Come in and let's talk. Li Yaoyao was stunned. Go, into? In the middle of the night, a lone man and a lone woman enter a man's room? Her cheeks flushed instantly. You're shameless. How am I shameless? Gu Ping'an looked completely innocent. You were the one who insisted on asking. I invited you in to talk, is there a problem? Or is it? He deliberately drew out his voice, leaned closer, and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Are you scared? The warm, alcohol-scented breath brushed against Li Yaoyao's ear, making her stiffen as if she had been electrocuted. A strange feeling, making her feel uneasy, rose from the bottom of her heart. Who's afraid? She spoke through gritted teeth, barely managing to stay calm. Her genius-level pride prevented her from showing the slightest bit of timidity in front of this man. Come in if you're not afraid. After Gu Ping'an finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the sofa in the living room, where he poured himself another glass of wine. Li Yaoyao stood at the door, caught in a dilemma. Reason told her that she should turn around and leave immediately. But that damned curiosity and the indomitable spirit were like a little hand pushing her forward. She took a deep breath, finally stepped inside, and then closed the door behind her. She told herself that she just wanted to find out the truth, nothing more. Gu Ping'an found it somewhat amusing to see her looking so tense and on high alert. He swirled the wine in his glass and began to speak slowly. It's easy to find out what happened last night. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Li Yaoyao's pupils contracted instantly. That same phrase again. It was that same condescending tone again, as if he were bestowing a handout. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, she agreed immediately. Right here? Otherwise what? Gu Ping'an pointed to the spacious living room. There's enough space. Li Yaoyao was speechless with anger. He started a fight in the dorm? Has he gone mad? What, scared again? Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Weren't you quite imposing just now? Is this all the courage the eldest daughter of the Tianjinli family has? Provocation tactic. Although it's a very basic method, it's exceptionally effective against someone as proud as Li Yaoyao. Who says I wouldn't dare? Li Yaoyao let out a sharp cry, unable to suppress the anger in her heart any longer. A sharp aura erupted from her. His cultivation level as a 4th-grade mortal, specifically the meridian opening realm, was fully revealed. The true energy within her body circulated wildly along the meridians that had been opened, gathering into a cyan vortex in her palm. Gu Ping'an, you're humiliating yourself. With a swift movement, like an arrow released from a bow, she pounced on Gu Ping'an on the sofa with a resolute aura. She used all her strength in that palm strike. She wanted to let him know that she, Li Yaoyao, was definitely not just a pretty face. However, faced with this thunderous blow, Gu Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply picked up his glass and took another sip. Just a moment before Li Yaoyao's palm strike was about to touch his face, his body suddenly fell backward at an unbelievable angle. He felt as if he had no bones, and slid off the sofa. Li Yaoyao, filled with anger, slapped his nose and then slammed his hand heavily onto the sofa. Boom! A muffled thud. The expensive leather sofa was slapped so hard that a clear handprint was left on it, and the springs and filling inside had burst out. Li Yaoyao was startled when her attack missed. What a quick reaction! Without a second thought, she immediately changed her move, her palm transforming into sharp claws as she grabbed at Gu Ping'an, who had just slipped away. But Gu Ping'an's body was like an oiled eel. He lightly touched the ground with his toes. My whole body floated up. The drunken immortal stroll under the moon. Under Li Yaoyao's shocked gaze, Gu Ping'an's figure turned into a series of afterimages in the living room. He didn't attack first, he was just dodging. But every time he dodged, it was with exquisite precision. He always managed to dodge Li Yaoyao's attacks with the slightest amplitude and the most unbelievable angle, just when they were about to hit him. His movements were sometimes like willow branches swaying in the wind, and sometimes like fish swimming freely in the water. It is elegant, graceful, and full of beauty. But this made Li Yaoyao feel extremely frustrated. She felt like a fool who was swinging his fist but could never hit a fly. No matter how fast, fierce, or tricky her attacks were, the opponent always anticipates the moves and easily dodges them. He even had the leisure to occasionally pick up his wine glass and take a sip. That carefree and self-satisfied demeanor deeply wounded Li Yaoyao's pride. Ah! Li Yaoyao was furious. She held nothing back and unleashed all her hidden skills. Heavenly sword technique, startling swan. She pointed her fingers like swords, and streaks of azure sword energy burst forth from her fingertips, like a torrential rain, enveloping all the space where Gu Ping'an could dodge. This is an indiscriminate attack. Let's see how you hide now. However, faced with this sky full of sword energy, Gu Ping'an smiled. He finally stopped hiding. He finished the last drop of wine in his glass and casually tossed the glass into the air. Then, he extended 2 fingers and gently pinched them against the sky full of sword energy. Chapter 10. You want to be my woman? You're too weak. Gu Ping'an smiled. The 2 fingers he extended, his index and middle fingers together, were plain and untouched by any visible internal energy. They were just ordinary, white and clean. Faced with Li Yaoyao's overwhelming storm of azure sword energy, powerful enough to tear steel to shreds, these two fingers were as fragile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A resolute glint flashed in Li Yaoyao's eyes. She knew the consequences of using this tactic in the dormitory, but she didn't care. The humiliation this man inflicted on her had driven her to the brink of madness. She has to win. She was going to use her strongest move to shatter his lazy and leisurely mask completely. However, the next second, Li Yaoyao's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpoints. What did she see? Gu Ping'an did not try to block the sword energy that shot out like a torrential rain. He didn't even try to dodge. His body remained standing in the same spot, but his two outstretched fingers moved at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That's not fast. It was a realm beyond speed, as if his fingers had predicted the trajectory of all the sword energies from the very beginning and were waiting there. His fingertips darted through the countless gaps in the deadly sword energy like a fish, and finally, with a casual touch, touched the center of the entire sword energy storm. It's not the most powerful point. It's not the point where the true energy is most concentrated either. Rather, it was the most inconspicuous yet crucial point in the entire flow of true chi in her heavenly sword technique, startling swan. That's the key to her power and tactical changes. How could he possibly? This thought flashed through Li Yaoyao's mind for only a fraction of a second. Bite. A soft sound. It was as crisp as jade striking jade. Gu Ping'an's two fingers precisely pinched the thin, thread-like sword energy that carried the core of the entire technique. Then, with a slight misstep. Click. It felt as if something had shattered. Boom. A terrifying backlash surged back into Li Yaoyao's body through the connection between her and the sword energy. A sweet taste rose in her throat, and she felt as if she had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. She groaned and stumbled back several steps uncontrollably. The once imposing sword energy that had enveloped the entire living room lost its core support and, like a punctured balloon, instantly lost all its energy, turning into specks of blue light that dissipated into the air. From the moment the sword energy erupted to the moment it was broken by a single finger, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. The sofa that Li Yaoyao smashed with one palm didn't even have a chance to be affected by the sword energy. The living room was deathly silent. Only the white jade wine cup that Gu Ping'an had casually tossed into the air finally settled down. Gu Ping'an reached out and steadily caught the wine glass, even swirling it slightly, as if savoring the last trace of wine aroma remaining at the bottom of the glass. He raised his eyelids, looked at Li Yaoyao, whose face was deathly pale, a trace of blood even spilled from the corner of her mouth, and whose eyes were full of horror and confusion, and spoke lazily. That's it? Just 2 simple words. But it was like 2 resounding slaps to Li Yaoyao's face. Puff. Li Yaoyao could no longer suppress her surging blood and chi, and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the clean white floor, a shocking sight. She wasn't injured. She was angry, ashamed, and the immense sense of loss from falling from the heights of genius to the mortal realm caused cracks to appear in her Dao heart. How so? How could this be? The heavenly sword technique, startling swan. This is a high-level, mid-grade Xin rank martial skill that only direct descendants of the Tianjianli family can cultivate. It is her most prized trump card. Among the younger generation in Jiancheng, no one could withstand her attack head-on. But in front of Gu Ping'an, this proud skill was like a joke. He broke it so easily with just 2 fingers. He didn't even use a weapon. He didn't even put down his wine glass. This is no longer a matter of strength or weakness. This is crushing. It's like adults toying with children, a comprehensive, merciless crushing defeat. Li Yaoyao's body began to tremble slightly. Her proud talent, her daily arduous training, her glory as the jewel of the heavenly swordly family, all of these were utterly crushed and trampled underfoot by that man with just 2 fingers. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat so dry that she couldn't utter a single word. Anger? Resentment? These emotions seem so pale and powerless in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. All that remains is endless confusion and self-doubt. Am I really that weak? Looking at her distraught state, as if her faith had collapsed, Gu Ping'an felt a little bored. Ugh, this is so boring. He shook his head, pondering to himself. This 13 Swords of Qingfeng is indeed quite ingenious. It's not a head-on confrontation style, but rather emphasizes skill. Find the weakness in the opponent's moves, and then strike a fatal blow. It saves time and effort, making it perfect for lazy people like me. Li Yaoyao's move just now looked flashy and full of sword energy, but all the power actually came from a single core node. If that point is cut off, the whole move is useless. The information about this sword technique was imprinted in his mind, making his understanding of these things almost instinctive. He looked at Li Yaoyao, who was still standing there in a daze, and felt that just standing there like that wasn't going to work. He held his wine glass and slowly walked up to her. Li Yaoyao subconsciously took a half step back, her eyes filled with a fear she herself was unaware of. Gu Pingan looked down at her pale face and her beautiful eyes filled with humiliation and confusion. He suddenly felt that letting her go like this was letting her off too easily. After all, they came over in the middle of the night to disturb my drinking and even dismantled one of my sofas. We need to teach her a lesson. He cleared his throat and asked in a very serious tone. Do you still consider yourself a genius now? These words were like a sharp knife, precisely piercing the softest and proudest part of Li Yaoyao's heart. Her body stiffened abruptly, and she raised her head, staring intently at Gu Pingan. A flame finally reignited in those beautiful eyes, a rage born of extreme humiliation. She wanted to refute it, but the word genius sounded so ironic coming out of her mouth at that moment. Gu Pingan didn't give her a chance to speak and continued talking on his own. Look, you can't even beat me. What if you get bullied when you go out in the future? I'll have to run over and stand up for you. That's too much trouble. He shook his head with a look of disgust, as if it were some huge, troublesome matter. So, if you want to be my woman, Gu Pingan, you really can't be just a pretty face. You need to become stronger, at least, able to handle your own troubles, and stop bothering me, understand? His words were logically peculiar and spoken with an air of self-righteousness. He repeated the humiliating words he had said on the playground in an even more humiliating way. Li Yaoyao was completely dumbfounded. Her mind was a complete mess. What is this man saying? He beat me up like this just to tell me I'm too weak and will cause him trouble? What kind of absurd logic is this? An unprecedented surge of grievance and anger instantly shattered her last line of psychological defense. You bastard! She screamed, her eyes instantly reddening, and glistening tears welled up, stubbornly refusing to fall. She forgot about the difference in cultivation level, and she also forgot about the moves and martial arts techniques. All she wanted to do now was rush up, bite with her teeth, scratch with her hands, and fight this infuriating bastard to the death. However, just a second before she was about to pounce. Knock knock knock. Knock 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 knock. A rapid and loud knocking sounded again, at an inopportune moment. Immediately afterwards, Wang Pengzi's signature loud voice, full of anxiety, came from outside the door. Brother! Brother! Are you all right? I think I heard a fight? And a woman screaming? Is that crazy woman Li Yaoyao causing you trouble again? Wait here, I'm coming in to save you. Chapter 11 Bro, what did you do to the school beauty in there? Wang Pengzi's voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly poured over Li Yaoyao's head. Her lunge towards Gu Pingan froze in mid-air. The anger and grievance on his face were quickly replaced by a layer of panic. Fatty Wang? Why is he here? And what did he just say? That crazy woman, Li Yaoyao? Li Yaoyao's chest heaved, and she almost coughed up blood from anger again. Gu Pingan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. This fat guy has rather pointed ears. He glanced at the doorway, then at Li Yaoyao, who was caught in a dilemma, her face alternating between red and white, and found it amusing. Aren't you going to move aside? Do you want your best friend to see you like this? He said lazily. Li Yaoyao trembled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and instinctively dodged to the side. She looks like this now, disheveled, with blood at the corner of her mouth and messy hair. If Fatty Wang, with his big mouth, sees her like this, the whole school, no, the whole of Jiangcheng, will know about it tomorrow. Gu Pingan shrugged, walked over, and opened the door. Outside the door, Fatty Wang was raising his fist, ready to break down the door. As soon as the door opened, he almost fell headfirst inside. Brother! Are you all right? His words caught in his throat. His small eyes widened, and his gaze swept over Gu Pingan, making sure he was unharmed, before moving past him to look into the living room. Then, he saw the smashed leather sofa, the glaring bloodstain on the floor, and Li Yaoyao standing beside it, pale-faced, with evasive eyes, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Fatty Wang's brain went blank for a moment. What's going on? They got into a fight? Looks like it was my brother who beat up Li Yaoyao? And he even vomited blood? Holy crap! My brother is awesome. He even dared to beat up the ice queen of school. In Wang Pingzi's heart, a stormy sea instantly surged, and he imagined a 10,000-word drama of love, hate, and revenge. He glanced at Gu Ping'an, then at Li Yaoyao, and forced a lewd and gossipy smile onto his face. Ahem. Brother, did I disturb you? He asked cautiously, winking at Gu Ping'an as he spoke. You, keep going, I didn't see anything, I was just passing by. As he spoke, he was about to close the door. Get in here. Gu Ping'an pulled him inside in a huff. This fat guy, what kind of nonsense is he thinking about all day long? No, bro. Fatty Wang was pulled so hard he stumbled and cried out in alarm. The principal is here too. He's downstairs. He said the energy detector in his office just went off, indicating a violent fluctuation of internal energy in our building. He was worried something might happen to you, so he sent me upstairs to check on the situation. The words had barely left his mouth. A panting figure appeared at the doorway. It was Principal Zhang Jinghua. The old headmaster leaned against the doorframe, panting heavily. After all, he was getting on in years, and running all the way up had exhausted him. Once he caught his breath, he looked up and immediately saw the scene in the room. His face turned pale instantly. It's over. Something's happened. His worst fears came true. Look at the mess all over the place, and look at Li Yaoyao's miserable appearance. This Gu Ping'an is indeed a lawless ancestor. He wouldn't have given Li Yaoyao. Countless terrifying thoughts flashed through Zhang Jinghua's mind in an instant. But would he dare to get angry at Gu Ping'an? He dared not. He could only turn his pleading gaze to Li Yaoyao, who appeared to be the victim. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and his voice trembled. Li, this is all a misunderstanding, right? You young people are just joking around, it's nothing, okay? He now only hopes that Li Yaoyao will nod and let the matter drop. Otherwise, he really couldn't be the principal. On one side is the Li family of Heavenly Sword, and on the other side is a deity who can open the gates of heaven with a single sword. He can't afford to offend either side. Looking at the chaotic scene before her and listening to the principal's almost pleading words, Li Yaoyao felt dizzy. How did things turn out this way? She just wanted to get to the bottom of things and get an explanation. As a result, he was first beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back, and then he was humiliated by that bastard with strange logic. Now, even the principal and Fatty Wang have come. She felt like a clown being watched, all her pride and dignity stripped away and trampled on. No. We can't just let this go. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the grievances and confusion in her heart. She raised her head, looking past everyone, and her reddened eyes locked onto Gu Ping'an once again. You haven't answered me yet. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a stubbornness that wouldn't give up until she got to the bottom of it. What exactly happened last night? This question was the reason she came here tonight, and it remains her only obsession. She needs to know the truth. The living room fell silent instantly. Wang Pingzi and Zhang Jinghua were both stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. Last night? Wasn't that what happened last night? What's there to ask? Looking at her stubborn expression, which showed she wouldn't give up until she hit a wall, Gu Ping'an rubbed his temples with a headache. Ugh, this is such a hassle. Why is this woman so stubborn? I should have just explained things clearly instead of teasing her. He sighed, realizing that if this stalemate continued, dawn would be breaking. Fine, I give up. He raised his hands, making a gesture of surrender. Then, in front of everyone, he spoke in an extremely calm tone, as if he were saying, "The weather is nice today." It's very simple. Yesterday, I was cornered by some of Xiao Tian's henchmen, so I went to the rooftop and had a few drinks. Then, I drank too much and blacked out. When I woke up again, I was already in your room. As for how I got in, I don't know. Maybe I was drunk and went to the wrong door, or maybe I was sleepwalking and climbed through the wrong window. In short, that's the gist of it, that's all. After he finished speaking, he yawned, giving off an expression that said, "That's how it is, you can leave now." Dead silence. The entire room fell into absolute silence for 10 seconds. Fatty Wang's mouth dropped open, and the communicator in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Principal Zhang Jinghua was also stunned, his face displaying a variety of expressions. Li Yaoyao, on the other hand, was completely petrified. She stood there, motionless, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. That's it? That earth-shattering secret that had troubled her all day, preventing her from calming down during her cultivation, and even risking her life to come knocking on her door late at night. That declaration of responsibility that made her feel both ashamed and angry, and filled her with all sorts of wild thoughts. The source was actually just a drunkard, having had too much to drink, went into the wrong room? This explanation is so bland, so boring, so absurd. It was so absurd that she felt like a complete idiot. All her anger, resentment, and curiosity seemed like a joke at this moment. A tremendous feeling of exhaustion washed over me. She felt that she had wasted the entire day and night. Looking at Gu Ping'an's lazy, indifferent face, a new and even more intense anger ignited in her heart. Since that's the case. Since it was just a silly misunderstanding. Why did he say those things on the playground, in front of so many people? She pointed a slightly trembling finger at Gu Ping'an, her voice trembling. Then why did you say those things? Why did you say, you have to take responsibility for me? Chapter 12, Top-Tier PUA Tech, leaving the cold school beauty in a state of confusion. Faced with Li Yaoyao's near collapse-like questioning, Gu Ping'an gave her a look as if she were an idiot. He looked her up and down, then slowly began to speak. Did you get your brain caught in a door? You. Li Yaoyao was so angry that she trembled all over. Don't you even think about what happened yesterday? Gu Ping'an said with a "I'll teach you a lesson" expression, analyzing the situation for her on his fingers. You're a girl, and in the middle of the night, a guy suddenly appears in your room. The door was even kicked open by that idiot Xiao Tianzi, and the whole school is crowding the door to watch the show. What do you think would happen if I said, sorry, I'm drunk and went to the wrong place? He paused, looked at Li Yaoyao's bewildered face, and continued. That jealous Xiao Tianzi would beat me to death on the spot. But that's not important, what's important is you. What will the whole school think of you? Will they believe I was drunk? They'll just think you brought some random guy back to your dorm in the middle of the night and got caught red-handed. At that time, all sorts of nasty things will come out. Do you still care about the reputation of your Tianjinli family, or your own name? Li Yaoyao was stunned. Following Gu Ping'an's words, she imagined the scene. If Gu Ping'an had really explained it that way back then, she would probably have become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng. Rumors and gossip were enough to overwhelm her. But she still didn't understand. You can't say that either. Why can't I say that? Gu Ping'an interrupted her, saying matter-of-factly, when I say I want to take responsibility for you, the nature of the situation completely changes. This has transformed from a shameless scandal into a relentless pursuit. Now all the blame is being directed at me, isn't it? They will only call me a toad trying to eat swan meat, a shameless stalker. And you will go from being a bad girl to a poor victim of harassment. I single-handedly drew all the firepower away for you. Instead of thanking me, you came over and tore my sofa apart, yelling and threatening to kill me. Gu Ping'an shrugged, looking heartbroken. Tell me, aren't you ungrateful? A pretty face with no substance? Is there nothing else on your mind besides cultivation? After saying all that, the room fell into an eerie silence once again. Fatty Wang stared in disbelief, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Gu Ping'an. Immortal. My brother is truly a god. This thought process, this logic, is absolutely amazing. He did the most manly thing in the most arrogant way. The way Principal Zhang Jinghua looked at Gu Ping'an had also completely changed. Previously, he had only seen Gu Ping'an's earth-shattering strength. Now, he saw behind the boy's strength a level of insight and responsibility that far exceeded that of his peers. This is not a brute with only strength. This is a peerless genius who is both brave and resourceful, and even somewhat eccentric and gentle. Precious. This is a true treasure of humanity. Zhang Jinghua's heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He must, at all costs, keep this precious child at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. As for Li Yaoyao, she was completely dumbfounded. She stood there blankly, Gu Ping'an's words echoing repeatedly in her mind. Is he helping me? How did you preserve my reputation in such a humiliating way in front of the entire school? This logic is so absurd, so bizarre. But that seems to make a lot of sense. She recalled the helplessness and despair she felt when she was surrounded by people at the dormitory entrance. Recalling Gu Ping'an's words, I will take responsibility, everyone's attention indeed shifted from her to Gu Ping'an. All the accusations and discussions turned into mockery of Gu Ping'an. So, he wasn't humiliating me. Was he protecting me in his own way? This realization struck Li Yaoyao like an electric current, instantly hitting her heart. An indescribable emotion, mixed with shame, absurdity, and a hint of strangeness, welled up from the bottom of my heart. Her face flushed red instantly. This time, it wasn't because of anger or humiliation. Looking at the man in front of her, who looked disgusted and seemed to be annoyed even though he had done her a great favor, she was speechless for the first time. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Just then, Principal Zhang Jinghua finally found an opportunity to interject. He rushed forward in one stride, his face beaming with a smile. Oh dear, I knew it. How could Gu be that kind of person? It's all a beautiful misunderstanding. He patted Gu Pingyan on the shoulder warmly, then turned to Li Yaoyao and said earnestly. Li, look, Gu has gone to great lengths for you. You two, one with extraordinary strength and the other with exceptional talent, are the future hope of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School and even the entire human race. The old principal's emotions flared up instantly. He waved his hand and announced in a loud voice. In order to enable you to grow better and become pillars of humanity more quickly, I have decided to launch our school's highest level special training program for elite students ahead of schedule. Training camp? Fatty Wang asked curiously. That's right. Zhang Jinghua exclaimed excitedly. Just a few days ago, a newly opened Grade C secret realm appeared in the Black Mist Forest outside Jiangcheng. Although it is dangerous, it is also full of opportunities. There are a large number of low-level demonic beasts and various spiritual herbs and medicines. Our school went through tremendous effort to secure 5 places for admission from the city lord's mansion. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Pingyan and Li Yaoyao. Originally, these spots were to be decided through a school-wide competition. But now, I've made a decision. I'll directly reserve 2 spots for Gu and Li. I'm sending you into the secret realm to hunt monsters, gather spiritual herbs, and hone your skills in real combat. Upon hearing this, Gu Pingyan frowned. Go to the secret realm? Fight monsters? Living outdoors in the wind and rain, that's so troublesome. He was about to refuse. Zhang Jinghua seemed to read his mind and immediately dropped a bombshell. Moreover, according to reliable intelligence, the core area of that secret realm, due to the convergence of spiritual energy from the Earth's veins, has been dripping down year after year, forming a natural spiritual substance stone stalactite wine. That's a true treasure of heaven and earth. An ordinary martial artist can have their marrow cleansed and their cultivation greatly improved just by drinking a sip. It has immeasurable benefits for cultivation. Stalactites, wine. Gu Pingyan's ears immediately perked up. A sudden glint of light flashed in his lazy eyes. Liquor. It's a naturally formed spirit wine. How much of a reward would you have to give someone just to take a sip of this? The disdain and impatience on his face vanished instantly. He looked at Zhang Jinghua and asked impatiently. When do we depart? The speed at which he changed his expression left both Fatty Wang and Li Yaoyao speechless. Zhang Jinghua was overjoyed, knowing that he had catered to the other party's preferences. He chuckled and said, No rush, no rush. The secret realm will open in 3 days, so we need to prepare. However, there are only 5 spots available. In addition to the 2 of you, we need to select 3 more of the best students to go together, forming a 5-person team so that we can support each other. His eyes lit up, and he came up with another idea. Alright, let's hold a public selection competition tomorrow morning on the playground. Let all students at the 3rd rank of the mortal realm or above participate and compete for the last 3 spots. Gu, you have exceptional skills and keen insight. How about becoming a judge and personally selecting your future teammates? Zhang Jinghua extended a warm invitation. His idea was to have Gu Pingyan as a judge, which would not only highlight his status but also give him a greater sense of participation and belonging. However, upon hearing the word judge, Gu Pingyan shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. Are you kidding me? Are you expecting me to sit there and watch a bunch of kids fight? Sitting for an entire morning is so boring and troublesome. No, absolutely not. He was about to refuse. I'll be a judge. A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out from the side. Gu Pingyan was taken aback and turned to look. He saw Li Yaoyao looking at him, her reddened eyes carrying a hint of inexplicable provocation. If you don't want to be it, I will. She looked at Gu Pingyan and said, word by word. I'd like to see who's qualified to be your teammate. Chapter 13 300 Years of Fiery Cloud Brew? I'm determined to be this judge. Li Yaoyao's words instantly made the atmosphere in the living room a little strange. Her statement, "I'll take the role," was clearly directed at Gu Ping'an. The provocation in his eyes was almost undisguised. Gu Ping'an looked at her, almost wanting to laugh. This woman is interesting. Just a moment ago, she looked like her faith was collapsing and she was about to cry, but in just a few minutes, she's recovered? Have they even learned to challenge themselves? He thought to himself that this was probably the pride of a genius. Even when crushed, they were still unwilling to accept it and had to find a way to get revenge elsewhere. Does becoming a judge help you regain your composure? Innocent. Gu Ping'an was too lazy to argue with her and waved his hand at Zhang Jinghua. Fine, let her be whoever she wants, I'm not going. No, Gu. Zhang Jinghua exclaimed anxiously. He had finally managed to get this guy's emotions in check, how could he let him back down again? Li Yaoyao is certainly important on this trip to the secret realm, but Gu Ping'an is the real pillar of strength. He must be involved in the entire process. Gu, look, this selection competition is also to choose the most reliable teammates so that we can support each other and reduce danger in the secret realm. If you personally oversee the selection process, the team members you choose will definitely be the strongest. This will benefit everyone. The old headmaster patiently and earnestly advised him. No interest. Gu Ping'an refused decisively. I'd rather go back to sleep than waste that time. You? Zhang Jinghua was speechless. Taking a nap? It's almost dawn, what kind of nap are you taking? He looked at Fatty Wang for help. Fatty Wang immediately understood. He moved closer to Gu Ping'an and lowered his voice, saying, Hey bro, let's go check it out, even if it's just for fun. Besides, I heard the school really went all out to motivate everyone this time. Oh? Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. What huge investment! A reward. Fatty Wang said mysteriously. I heard that the top 3 winners of this selection competition will not only receive a spot to enter the secret realm, but each of them will also receive an extra body tempering pill and a prize of 10,000 federal coins. Body tempering pill? Gu Ping'an curled his lip. He really doesn't care about those low-grade pills anymore. As for 10,000 yuan, is that enough to buy a few bottles of good wine? Not only that. Fatty Wang quickly added when he saw that the man wasn't interested. I heard that the principal even brought out one of his treasured possessions as a service fee for the judges for this selection competition. What treasure? Even Li Yaoyao looked over curiously. As a grandmaster and the principal of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, Zhang Jinghua's private collection is definitely not ordinary. Fatty Wang chuckled, keeping everyone in suspense, and looked at Zhang Jinghua. Seeing that there was a chance, Zhang Jinghua quickly coughed, a pained expression on his face, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Ahem, since Wang has already said it, I won't keep it to myself. He held up 3 fingers. A whole small pot of fire cloud brew that's 300 years old. This fire cloud brew was obtained by me from the lair of a fire attribute demon king on the battlefield many years ago. It has explosive properties and contains pure fire energy, which has miraculous effects on those who cultivate fire attribute techniques. Even if you are not a fire attribute practitioner, drinking it can greatly improve the refinement of your true qi. This is my most treasured possession, I wouldn't even drink it myself. Zhang Jinghua looked heartbroken, as if a piece of his own flesh had been cut off. 300 years of Huayun brew? Gu Ping'an's eyes lit up instantly. The bamboo leaf green tea is only 100 years old, yet its effects are so good. What must it be like to live for 300 years, especially one that came from the Demon King's lair? What reward will the system give you if you drink it? His heart instantly burned with passion. Sleep? What are you sleeping for? Compared to fine wine, sleeping is nothing. Ahem. Gu Ping'an cleared his throat, and the lazy expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a righteous and serious expression. He looked at Zhang Jinghua and said in a serious tone, Principal, what are you saying? As a member of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, it is my bounden duty to contribute my share to the future of the school and the future of humanity. Selecting excellent teammates to ensure the success of this expedition to the secret realm is of paramount importance. The responsibility of being a judge is heavy, but I am willing to take it on. For no other reason than for the hope of humanity. His words were righteous and awe-inspiring. If he hadn't just given me that "don't bother me" look, someone might have actually believed it. Wang, the fat man next to him, was trying his best to suppress his laughter, and his face turned red. My brother's ability to change his expression so quickly is truly amazing. Li Yaoyao's lips twitched, and her eyes were full of contempt as she looked at Gu Ping'an. This guy is definitely a scoundrel who won't do anything without a profit. What hope for humanity? He clearly only wants that pot of wine. Zhang Jinghua didn't care about any of that, he just wanted Gu Ping'an to agree. He nodded excitedly, good. Good. It's a blessing for Jiangcheng No. 3 High School and for humanity that student Gu has such awareness. He finds Gu Ping'an more and more pleasing to the eye now. He's capable, responsible, intelligent, and very genuine. That's what makes a genius so endearing. Then it's settled. Zhang Jinghua made the final decision. The selection competition will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on the playground, with Gu and Li serving as judges. Okay. Gu Ping'an nodded, then changed the subject, then principal, that wine. Tomorrow. If you're there tomorrow, I'll personally present it. Zhang Jinghua patted his chest and promised. Okay. Having received a satisfactory reply, Gu Ping'an felt that the trip had not been in vain. He glanced at the sky, it was already getting light outside. He waved his hand and began to shoo people away. All right, that's all. You can leave now. I'm going to sleep. Okay, we won't disturb your rest. Zhang Jinghua felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly pulled Wang Pangzi, who still wanted to say something, out of the room. Li Yaoyao stood still, without moving. She looked at Gu Ping'an with a complicated expression. That sofa, she pointed to the sofa she had smashed and said somewhat awkwardly, I'll pay for it. No need, Gu Ping'an waved his hand. The principal will handle it. Are you kidding me? The principal of the Grandmaster School is right here. Why would a little girl like you need to pay for it? And Li Yaoyao bit her lip. Thank you for tonight. She said thank you in a very soft voice, almost like a mosquito humming. But Gu Ping'an still heard it. He glanced at her with some surprise. Thank me for what? Thank me for making you vomit blood? You. The slight gratitude that had just arisen in Li Yaoyao was instantly wiped away by his words. Can't this guy just talk properly? She glared at Gu Ping'an, turned around, and stormed off. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Gu Ping'an touched his nose, feeling somewhat puzzled. This woman is so unpredictable. He was too lazy to think about it anymore, stretched, and felt completely comfortable. He drank the wine, learned swordsmanship, and even got a free pot of 300-year-old spirit wine. Great, a very fruitful day. He staggered into the bedroom, collapsed onto the soft bed, and fell asleep within seconds. The next day, the entire Jiangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy. The news of the special training camp for top students selection competition spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the campus. Grade C Secret Realm. That's a place only found in legends. It is a training ground full of opportunities and dangers, and it is the place that all martial arts students dream of. Not to mention, there are also body tempering pills and a reward of 10,000 federal credits. In an instant, all the eligible students who were at least at the 3rd rank of the mortal realm were in an uproar. They were all eager to compete, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, ready to show their skills in the selection competition and fight for the last 3 precious spots. 9 o'clock in the morning. The school's largest training ground was already packed with people. The makeshift arena was surrounded by students who came to watch the fight. And directly in front of the arena, on the judges' panel, Principal Zhang Jinghua and several senior mentors from the school sat upright. There were 2 empty seats between them. Everyone's eyes kept glancing at the 2 empty seats, filled with curiosity and anticipation. They had all heard that the 2 most outstanding geniuses in the school, Li Yaoyao and the mysterious Gu Ping'an, who opened the gate to heaven with a single sword, would serve as judges for this selection competition. Everyone can understand why Li Yaoyao is a judge. She is recognized as the number 1 genius, and her strength and vision are beyond doubt. But that Gu Ping'an, will he really come? Just as everyone was discussing it, a beautiful figure dressed in a white martial arts uniform walked in from outside the crowd. It was Li Yaoyao. She looked much better today, but her expression remained aloof, as if keeping people at arm's length. She walked straight to the judges' table and sat down in one of the empty seats. All eyes in the room instantly turned to her. What a nice view! As expected of our school beauty, Yaoyao. However, what everyone is more looking forward to is someone else. Time passed, second by second. 9:10. 9:20. It's almost 9:30. On the judges' panel, the seat that belonged to Gu Ping'an remained empty. He hasn't arrived yet. Chapter 14, Wearing Pajamas as a Judge, even the school beauty was stunned. Why isn't this guy here yet? On the judging panel, a hot-tempered mentor couldn't help but frown and mutter a complaint. Isn't he putting on airs? Making the principal and all of us wait for him? Exactly, that's outrageous. Even if he's strong, he can't be this disrespectful to his elders. The other mentors chimed in, their faces showing a hint of displeasure. They are all senior members of the school, and they usually exude an air of authority in front of students. Now, having to wait here for some greenhorn is naturally unpleasant. Principal Zhang Jinghua also looked somewhat embarrassed. He kept looking at the communicator in his hand, cursing Fatty Wang 800 times in his mind. Didn't we agree that he would go and call someone? Why is there still no movement? Could this little devil really have stood up the whole school? If he really doesn't come, I'll lose all face. Sitting next to him, Li Yaoyao had no expression, but her fist, hidden under the table, clenched quietly. That bastard. They promised to come, but they're late. What did he take this selection competition for? What do they take her, a fellow judge, for? The thought that she had actually said thank you to that guy last night made Li Yaoyao's cheeks burn. I must have lost my mind. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, some students began to whisper among themselves. At the entrance to the training ground, a commotion finally broke out. Wang Pengzi, his round figure panting heavily, was seen running this way, practically dragging someone along with him. And who else could it be but Gu Pingan, who was being dragged along by him? Gu Pingan was still half asleep, his hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and he was wearing a wrinkled set of pajamas. He walked along, yawning as he went, looking like he could lie down and fall asleep at any moment. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Is this the peerless warrior who opened the gates of heaven with a single sword? Is this Gu Pingan, who's here to be the judge today? He came in his pajamas? And judging from the looks of it, it seems like she was forcibly dragged out of bed? This image is so different from the ethereal and awe-inspiring figure they imagined. I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't help but laugh. Immediately afterwards, the entire training ground erupted in suppressed laughter. My God, am I seeing things? He came in his pajamas? This guy is way too unconventional. Is he here to be a judge, or is he sleepwalking? Wang Pengzi is awesome. He actually managed to drag him out of bed. On the judging panel, the faces of the mentors were as black as the bottom of a pot. This is outrageous. This is utter nonsense. Zhang Jinggua's face twitched violently. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Ancestors. My little darling. Even if you didn't want to come, you should at least have changed your clothes. Only Li Yaoyao, after her initial shock, looked at Gu Pingan's disheveled appearance and a strange smile flashed in her eyes. This guy is still the same as always. Nothing has changed. Brother. My dear brother. You're finally awake. Fatty Wang dragged Gu Pingan to the judge's table, exhausted and panting like a dead dog. I've been calling you for half an hour. I practically knocked the door down. You were sleeping like a log. Gu Pingan rubbed his eyes, finally feeling a little more awake. He looked around at the huge crowd and the students on the stage, who were eager to fight, and frowned. So many people? This is troublesome. He muttered something, then plopped down in the empty seat. As soon as he sat down, Li Yaoyao, who was next to him, subconsciously moved to the side. A faint, half-asleep smell of alcohol, mixed with the scent of the bed, wafted over. Li Yaoyao's face instantly turned red, and she glared at him fiercely. Gu Pingan ignored her completely. He was preoccupied with something else entirely. He looked at Zhang Jinghua, extended his hand, and got straight to the point. Headmaster, where's the wine? Zhang Jinghua. The instructors? The entire audience of students. Brother, you've only just arrived and haven't even had a chance to sit down properly, and you're already asking for favors? Is your skin made of a city wall? Zhang Jinggua's lips twitched, but he still carefully took out a palm-sized, bright red jade pot from his pocket. As soon as the jade pot appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to rise a few degrees. A rich, explosive aroma of liquor instantly filled the air. Good wine. Gu Pingan's eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the wine jug, uncorked it, and took a deep breath. That's powerful. He nodded in satisfaction, and then, in front of everyone, he took a big gulp straight from the spout. Belch. A hot, dry burp escaped his lips. He felt a fiery blast burn from his throat to his stomach, then exploded with a roar, transforming into pure energy that surged through his limbs and bones. Cool. Bite. Host detected drinking spirit wine, 300-year-old fiery cloud brew. Entering a state of slight tipsiness. Slightly tipsy status boost, increases sensory acuity by 350%, nerve reaction speed by 250%, and internal energy circulation efficiency by 150%. The god of wine technique is operating automatically, absorbing the fire elemental spiritual energy from the fiery cloud brew, and its cultivation level is slowly increasing. A series of system notification sounds made Gu Ping'an squint his eyes comfortably. This condition is even better than when I was drinking Zweiaking, a type of herbal tea. Most importantly, this wine can directly enhance one's cultivation level. Great stuff. Absolutely great stuff. He put the wine jug away contentedly, planning to savor it slowly when no one was around. His series of actions left everyone present dumbfounded. What a waste. That's a 300-year-old fire cloud brew. A Grandmaster's treasure trove. You just blew directly into the spout like that? Not even a cup? Are you drinking alcohol or water? Those mentors were heartbroken watching this. Such fine wine, even a single drop would be enough for them to contemplate for half a day. Zhang Jinghua also felt a pang of heartache, but seeing Gu Ping'an's satisfied expression, he felt it was worth it. As long as this master can be served well, let alone a pot of Huoyan wine, he will find a way to get it, even if it's his entire wine cellar. Cough, cough. Zhang Jinghua cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Alright, now that both of our judges are present, I hereby announce. The Jiangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School Special Training and Selection Competition for top students is now officially beginning. With his command, the atmosphere on the ring instantly became tense. The first group to take the stage consisted of two tall boys, both at the peak of the 3rd rank of the mortal realm. After exchanging a fist salute, the two men immediately engaged in battle without any further words. Fists and feet clashed, true energy collided, and a fierce wind arose. The students in the audience were thrilled and cheered loudly. On the judging panel, the mentors nodded in approval and offered their comments on the two contestants' moves from time to time. This Xiao Hu has a very stable lower body, and his tiger fist routine is quite impressive. That Sun Yu is more agile, but he is at a disadvantage in terms of strength. A promising talent, what a pity. There were only two people on the entire judging panel, a rather unusual situation. Li Yaoyao sat upright, her face as cold as ice, and remained silent from beginning to end. No one knew what she was thinking. And the other one, Gu Ping'an. He leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. That's right. She fell asleep. Its head bobbed up and down, and it even made a soft snoring sound. He looked as if the deafening shouts and fighting around him were a lullaby. At this point, everyone broke down. He actually fell asleep? My God, this is outrageous. This is the greatest disrespect to all the participants. The two students who were fiercely fighting on the stage turned ashen-faced upon seeing this scene, and their movements slowed down considerably. We're risking our lives here, and you're just sleeping down there? This is outrageous. Those mentors were so angry their beards almost stood on end. Zhang Jinghua also looked helpless. He leaned over and gently nudged Gu Ping'an. Gu, wake up. Huh? Gu Ping'an opened his eyes groggily, looking annoyed. What? Are you done fighting? Not yet. Zhang Jinghua said awkwardly, what do you think of these two on stage? Gu Ping'an raised his eyelids and lazily glanced at the arena. Then, he muttered something in a voice that all the judges could hear. What's so interesting about two chickens pecking at each other? Fancy and flashy, full of flaws. A waste of time. After saying that, he tilted his head to the side, closed his eyes again, and prepared to go back to sleep. Chapter 15, Touch My Clothes and You Win. Gu Ping'an's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the relatively quiet judging panel. Two chickens pecking at each other. It's full of flaws. A waste of time. These three sentences were like three sharp knives, piercing the hearts of all the mentors and contestants present. The expressions on the faces of the mentors who had just been giving their comments instantly froze. We were just saying these two were promising talents, but in your mouth they're considered noobs? We've analyzed the moves for ages, and you're saying they're all flaws? Doesn't this mean that we mentors are also novices? The most hot-tempered mentor couldn't hold back any longer. His name is Lu Hai. He is the school's chief combat instructor, a 6th grade cultivator in the mortal realm, and highly respected within the school. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and glared at Gu Ping'an. Gu! Please watch your words. His voice was loud and full of anger, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The 2 students on stage are the elite of our school. They have put in countless hours of hard work for this selection. Even if you think their abilities are insignificant, please give them the most basic respect. You arrived late in your pajamas, drank and slept as soon as you got there, and now you're spouting nonsense and insulting the contestants. What kind of judge are you? Lu Hai's words were righteous and resounding. It immediately resonated with the surrounding students. Teacher Lu is right. That's so disrespectful. Exactly. What makes him say that? It's just opening the gates of heaven with a single sword strike. Who knows if he just got lucky? If you're so capable, go up and fight him yourself. What kind of skill is it to just talk the talk but not walk the walk? Immediately, public sentiment was agitated. Almost everyone pointed the finger at the culprit who had just woken up. On the stage, the 2 students who were fighting fiercely stopped and looked at Gu Ping'an with a mixture of anger and frustration. Although they knew the gap between themselves and Gu Ping'an, who could swallow the insult of being called chicken pecking at each other in front of the whole school? Faced with this scene of universal condemnation, Gu Ping'an finally regained full consciousness. He rubbed his ears and picked out the earwax, seemingly ignoring Lu Hai's questioning and the jeers from those around him. He raised his head and lazily looked at his mentor, Lu Hai, who was red-faced and furious. I'm telling the truth. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. The truth? Lu Hai laughed angrily. Fine. You say they're full of flaws, then tell me, where are the flaws? He was about to test Gu Ping'an on the spot. If Gu Ping'an can't give a coherent explanation, then he'll definitely lose face today. Everyone pricked up their ears, waiting to see how Gu Ping'an would respond. Li Yaoyao also turned her head and looked at Gu Ping'an with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She also wanted to know what Gu Ping'an had figured out. Gu Ping'an yawned and pointed to the student named Zhao Hu on the stage. He practices Tiger Fist, which is characterized by its wide, sweeping movements and emphasizes powerful, heavy strikes. But his lower body is unstable. Every time he throws a punch, his right heel will unconsciously lift up slightly by 0.5 centimeters. That is the fulcrum for him to generate power, and also his biggest weakness. As long as you attack his right ankle the moment he throws a punch, he will immediately lose his balance and fall to the ground. He then pointed to another student named Sun Yu. He is agile, but his breathing is uneven. Every time he dodges or moves, he only uses 7/10 of his strength, saving 3/10 to prepare for a change of move. He seems to be in complete control, but in reality, he is timid and afraid of trouble, and dares not go all out. His biggest weakness is his breathing. After every 3 quick dodges, he will inevitably pause briefly to catch his breath, and that pause will last for about 0.2 seconds. That's enough time to kill him 3 times. Gu Ping'an spoke slowly and casually. But every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's hearts hard. The details he mentioned, such as lifting the heels by 0.5 centimeters and pausing for breathing for 0.22 seconds. Is this something that humans can observe? This is even more terrifying than the most precise instruments. Zhao Hu and Sun Yu on the stage turned deathly pale instantly. Because what Gu Ping'an said was exactly the same. Those were all habitual little actions that they themselves were unaware of, developed over many years. How could he have seen through everything with just one glance? Is this even human? On the judges' panel, Lu Hai's face alternated between pale and flushed. As the head instructor of combat sports, he naturally noticed some problems with the 2 students. But he could never analyze a problem as precisely and meticulously as Gu Ping'an. This is no longer a matter of perspective. This is an absolute crushing defeat in terms of skill level. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that he couldn't utter a single word. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at the boy with the expression of "I told you so," as if he were a monster. Gu Ping'an looked at the completely silent scene and felt a little bored. He waved his hand. All right, stop wasting time. You can all come at me together. His gaze swept over all the contestants waiting to take the stage below the ring. All of you, come at me together and take me down. Whoever touches the corner of my clothes wins, and those 3 spots will be given to them directly. Boom! This sentence is 100 times more explosive than the previous chicken fight. The entire training ground erupted instantly. What? Did I hear that right? He wants to take on all of us by himself? That's way too arrogant. Who does he think he is? King Wu? Keep in mind that there were at least 40 or 50 people waiting to compete in the audience. Although most of them were at the 3rd rank of the mortal realm, there were also quite a few experts at the 4th rank of the meridian opening realm. With so many people attacking together, even a 6th grade or 7th grade instructor in the mortal realm would have to temporarily retreat. He actually said that whoever could touch the corner of his clothes would win? What arrogance! What audacity! This is no longer confidence, it's blatant contempt for all the contestants present. Fine. You said it. Among the crowd, a burly young man with a calm demeanor was the first to step forward. He is Chen Feng, the class monitor of Class 1, Grade 12. He has a cultivation level of the peak of the 4th rank of the mortal realm and is one of the favorites to win this selection competition. He had long disliked Gu Ping'an. Gu, we respect your strength, but you can't humiliate us like this. Today, we're going to ask you for your advice and see if you're really that amazing. Yes. Let's fight him. With so many of us, why are we afraid of just one guy? Chen Feng's words instantly ignited everyone's anger and fighting spirit. What young people can't stand the most is being looked down upon. 40 or 50 contestants suddenly stood up, glaring angrily, and surrounded Gu Ping'an. A chaotic battle is about to break out. Zhang Jingguo was terrified and was about to speak up to stop them. Gu Ping'an had already stood up. He cracked his neck, making a snapping sound, and a hint of impatience appeared on his face. What a hassle. Let's finish this quickly, I need to go back to sleep after this. With that, he took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the judges' panel in an instant. The next second, he was already in the center of the ring. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking around at the opponents who had surrounded him, a playful smile playing on his lips. Come on, let me see what you bunch of pretty faces really are capable of. The word vase comes up again. When Li Yaoyao, sitting on the judges' panel, heard those two words, her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Is this bastard obsessed with being a pretty vase? Superior. Chen Feng roared and launched the first attack. A fierce tiger descends the mountain. He threw a punch, carrying a fierce gust of wind, aiming straight for Gu Ping'an's face. With him leading the way, the other dozens of students, like a powder keg that had been lit, attacked the lone figure in the center of the arena from all directions, using their best skills. Blade flashes, sword shadows, fist gusts, like strikes. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed by the raging true energy. Faced with this overwhelming attack, like a raging storm, Gu Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply lifted his foot slightly. Then, take a step. The drunken immortal stroll under the moon. Chapter 16 handed over? Old man, are you trying to get something for nothing? The moment Gu Ping'an took that step, the whole world seemed to have changed in everyone's perception. His figure left a clear afterimage in the spot. His true form, however, seemed to merge into the wind, transforming into an invisible and intangible wisp of green smoke, effortlessly traversing between dozens of violent attacks. What? Chen Feng's pupils contracted sharply after his punch missed its mark. He felt as if he had hit a ball of air. The feeling of having nowhere to land made him want to vomit blood. Where are they? He clearly locked onto the opponent's aura, so why did he miss? It wasn't just him. All of their attacks missed at the same time. They were like a group of blind men swinging their fists, all their attacks hitting empty air. Several of them even nearly collided because they couldn't control their force. But their target, Gu Ping'an, had already appeared on the other side of the crowd. He still had his hands behind his back, with that lazy, infuriating smile on his face. Too slow. Your speed is like that of a tortoise crawling. He shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation. Everyone, don't panic. Hold your ground. Compress his space. Chen Feng, being a leader among the students, quickly realized what was happening. He roared and reorganized the offensive. Form ranks. Use combined attack techniques. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and quickly changed positions. A dozen or so students skilled in close combat immediately formed an impenetrable encirclement, blocking all of Gu Ping'an's escape routes. Meanwhile, the students on the periphery who were skilled in ranged attacks all focused their true energy. Gale blade. Ice spikes. Earthquake wave. A barrage of multicolored true energy attacks, like cannonballs, indiscriminately bombarded the center of the encirclement. This is a blanket bombardment. Let's see how you hide now. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Gu Pingan smiled. His body suddenly leaned backward at an angle that was incomprehensible to ordinary people. He slid out, as if he had no bones, skimming along the ground. Those ranged attacks, powerful enough to shatter stone tablets, grazed his nose and slammed into the arena, creating huge craters. But as he glided, he lightly touched the ground with his toes. His entire body, like a sharp arrow soaring into the sky, instantly rose high and leaped into the air. He's in the sky. Attack him. Someone shouted. However, it was too late. In mid-air, Gu Pingan took an unbelievable turn, his body falling like a willow catkin. The landing point was none other than behind the dozen or so students who had formed a circle around them. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Chen Feng's mind. He turned around abruptly, only to see an enlarged hand. That hand looked light and airy, without generating the slightest bit of wind. But Chen Feng felt as if he were locked in by a mountain, unable to even muster the thought of dodging. Smack. A soft sound. Gu Pingan gently patted Chen Feng's back. A gentle yet irresistible force surged in instantly. Chen Feng felt his body go limp, and his internal energy was instantly shattered. He was thrown forward uncontrollably and fell face first into the dirt. One move. With just one move, Chen Feng, a peak 4th grade mortal realm cultivator, was defeated. He didn't even understand how he lost. And this is just the beginning. Gu Pingan's figure came to life on the arena. He was like a ghost, moving freely through the crowd. Every step he took was exquisitely perfect. Every move he makes is extremely simple. There were no fancy moves, nor any powerful internal energy. It's just a simple pat, a push, a flick, a touch. But everyone he encountered met the same fate as Chen Feng. His internal energy dissipated instantly, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, losing his fighting ability. The entire arena had become a one-sided performance. Smack. Slap. Slap. Clap, clap, clap. The sounds of people falling to the ground rose and fell, one after another, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. In less than a minute. On the arena, only Gu Pingan remained standing. The 40 or 50 fierce contestants were now lying sprawled on the ground, their faces filled with bewilderment and terror. They lost. The loss was inexplicable. We lost completely. From beginning to end, they didn't even touch the corner of Gu Pingan's clothes. The entire training ground was deathly silent. All the students watching seemed to be frozen in place, their mouths agape, their eyes glazed over, as if they had witnessed some kind of miracle. If the previous sword strike that opened the gates of heaven brought them shock and awe, then. So now, Gu Pingan's unpredictable and supernatural movement techniques brought them nothing but pure fear. That's not martial arts at all. That's sorcery. On the judges' panel, the instructors who had been so indignant just moments before were now frozen in their seats, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They asked themselves, even if they went up there, facing Gu Pingan's ghostly movements, their fate would probably not be much better than those students. Lu Hai's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. He now understood how modest Gu Pingan was when he said full of flaws. Faced with absolute power, aren't their proud moves full of flaws? An unprecedented glint appeared in Principal Zhang Jinghua's eyes. He stared intently at Gu Pingan's footsteps, his breathing becoming heavy. What kind of movement technique is this? Shrinking the earth to an inch, walking on the moon. Could this be the legendary heavenly rank movement technique? He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. A heaven rank martial skill. That's a legend that can only exist in the top families and the highest universities in the core of the Federation. Just who exactly is this Gu Pingan? How many secrets is he still hiding? Of all the people, the most shocked was Li Yao Yao. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the figure in the center of the arena. This is the movement technique. Last night in the dormitory, he used this set of movements to completely fool himself. At the time, she only felt that the movement technique was strange and incredibly fast. Now, seeing him demonstrate it again in front of so many people, she finally understood how terrifying this movement technique was. That's no longer just about speed. It is an ultimate understanding and application of space, timing, and human biomechanics. Every step he took seemed to land on some mysterious point, like a gazelle hanging its horns, leaving no trace. Is this really a martial arts skill that a high school student could master? She suddenly remembered what Gu Pingan had said to her last night. You're too weak. If you want to be my woman, Gu Pingan, you can't just be a pretty face. Previously, she felt it was humiliating. Now she understands that it wasn't a humiliation. That's the truth. Compared to him, my own prized talent and strength really amounted to nothing. A strong, unprecedented sense of frustration welled up inside me. But then, an even stronger, defiant flame ignited in her heart. Gu Pingan. One day, I will catch up with you. I will definitely make you take back the word vase. On the arena. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Gu Pingan yawned listlessly. Ugh, this is so boring. You don't even have the right to make me make a second move. He shook his head, turned around, and prepared to step off the ring and go back to sleep. Just then. Wait a moment. Principal Zhang Jinghua suddenly stood up from the judges' panel and shouted excitedly. Gu. Does your movement technique have a name? Gu Pingan paused, thinking about the name the system had given him. The drunken immortal gazing at the moon. He answered casually. Drunken immortal gazing at the moon steps. Zhang Jinghua murmured the name, feeling it was increasingly poetic and mysterious with each recitation. Great name. Excellent footwork. He stared at Gu Pingan with a burning gaze that seemed to want to devour him. Gu. You're willing to hand over this movement technique to the school? No. To the Federation. Don't worry. The Federation will definitely not treat you unfairly. If you're willing, I can immediately apply to the higher-ups to give you a Federation Special Contribution Medal. And give you endless resources and status. He said excitedly. A set of movement techniques that appears to be at the heavenly rank is so valuable that its worth cannot be measured in money. This is enough to change the entire battlefield between the human race and all other races. However, this proposal is enough to drive anyone crazy. Gu Pingan simply turned his head and looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Hand it over? Have you lost your mind too? These are my things, why should I hand them over? Chapter 17 Departure. Destination, the Black Mist Forest Secret Realm. Gu Pingan's question left Zhang Jinghua completely dumbfounded. Yes. This belongs to someone else, why should we hand it over? Zhang Jinghua was speechless for a long time after being choked by his self-righteous question. He was used to thinking about problems from the perspective of the collective and the greater good of humanity, and for a moment, he forgot the most basic and simple truth. Private property is sacred and inviolable. In particular, this is the private property of a powerful figure who can open the gates of heaven with a single sword strike. Zhang Jinghua's face turned red instantly. He realized that he had been too excited and had said the wrong thing. If he upsets this little tyrant, and he just leaves without a care in the world, then he'll have nowhere to turn for help. Ahem. Gu, don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. The old principal quickly tried to cover it up, forcing an awkward smile. What I mean is, your movement technique is just too amazing. If it could be popularized, it would be a huge contribution to our entire human race. What does this have to do with me? Gu Pingan interrupted him rudely. I only care about when I can set off for the secret realm and when I can get my wine. He has absolutely no interest in any grand principles concerning humanity now. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. He just wanted to drink quietly, level up, and live his carefree, laid-back life. This Zhang Jinghua was speechless again. He discovered that lecturing Gu Pingan with grand principles was completely ineffective. This guy is completely unyielding, he only cares about tangible benefits. The other instructors who knew Gu Pingan's strength watched as their principal was humiliated like a grandson in front of a student. They all lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything. There's nothing we can do if we're not as strong as others, we have to accept it. Alright, the selection is over. Gu Pingan glanced at the group of students lying on the ground and waved his hand. The first one to rush up, what's his name, Feng? And two others, well, the ones who are a bit better looking, that's the three of them. He randomly pointed to three people. The three people who were called out, including Qin Feng who had just gotten up from the ground and looked completely bewildered, were all stunned. So, he got elected? Just because he's pleasing to the eye? This selection process is far too hasty. Gu Pingan didn't care what they thought his criteria for choosing people were that simple and straightforward. They're all just pretty faces anyway, so what difference does it make who I bring? Choose a few that don't look too bad, so you don't get annoyed. Alright, the selection is complete, I'm going back now. After Gu Ping'an finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. That dashing figure left everyone speechless. Wait! Zhang Jinghua hurriedly chased after him. Gu, 3 days from now. Meet at the school gate at 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days from now. Don't forget. Okay, stop nagging. Gu Ping'an waved his hand impatiently, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the martial arts arena. All that was left was a mess and a group of teachers and students who were questioning the meaning of life. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Ping'an had a very comfortable time during those 3 days. He ate and slept all day long, occasionally being dragged out by Fatty Wang for a big meal. The rest of the time was spent holding that pot of fire cloud brew and sipping it little by little. With each sip, he could feel the true energy within his body becoming more condensed and purer under the influence of the god of wine technique. His cultivation level is also steadily approaching the bottleneck of the mid-stage of the 5th rank of the mortal realm. But Li Yaoyao seemed like a completely different person in these 3 days. She never came to see Gu Ping'an again. Instead, he locked himself in the school's gravity training room and began a frenzied, self-torturing training regimen. She replayed Gu Ping'an's unpredictable movements during the selection competition in her mind over and over again. She wanted to imitate and learn. But she soon discovered in despair that the essence of that movement technique was not the moves at all, but a kind of intention. A kind of carefree, elegant, and seemingly carefree drunkenness as if playing in the world. That's something that a genius like her, who is meticulous and follows the rules, could never imitate. This discovery was a huge blow to her. But this only fueled her competitive spirit. 3 days later. Early morning. The entrance to Jiangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School. A black, extended off-road hovercar is quietly suspended in mid-air. The emblem of the Jiangcheng City Lord's Mansion was printed on the vehicle. Principal Zhang Jinghua stood beside the car, giving a final speech to the 4 students in front of him with a serious expression. These 4 students are Li Yaoyao, Chen Feng, and 2 other lucky ones hand-picked by Gu Ping'an. Li Yaoyao changed into a smart black combat uniform, which perfectly accentuated her shapely figure. She carried an ancient-looking longsword on her back, looking heroic and spirited, but her expression remained aloof. Chen Feng and his 2 companions were also fully armed, their faces showing excitement and tension. Remember, once inside the secret realm, follow orders at all times. Absolutely no unauthorized actions are permitted. Your team leader this time is Li Yaoyao. The vice captain is Gu, Chen Feng. Your primary task is not treasure hunting, but ensuring your own safety. Understand? Zhang Jinghua said sternly. Understood. Chen Feng and the other 2 immediately stood at attention and answered loudly. Only Li Yaoyao frowned, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with the arrangement. Zhang Jinghua looked at the 4 energetic young men in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he checked the time and frowned again. What's going on? It's already 8:10, where is Gu Ping'an? He was late again. This thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Li Yaoyao's face instantly turned cold. This guy, he's a leopard that can't change its spots. He actually dared to be late for something so important. Just as Zhang Jinghua was about to have Wang Pangzi go to the dormitory to drag people away again, a lazy figure finally appeared on the street corner. Gu Ping'an yawned and swayed as he walked over. He finally didn't wear pajamas today and changed into ordinary casual clothes, but he still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept. He offered a half-hearted apology, then walked straight to the hovercar, opened the door, and got in. He seemed so skilled, as if he owned the car. Zhang Jinghua was speechless for a moment, but could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, everyone get on the bus. Let's go. Li Yaoyao glared at Gu Ping'an in the car with a cold face, and then got into the car as well. Chen Feng and his 2 companions sat in the back row with a mixture of awe and curiosity. The hovercar slowly rose into the air, transforming into a streak of light as it flew towards the black mist forest outside the city. The atmosphere inside the carriage was somewhat somber. As soon as Gu Ping'an got in the car, he found a comfortable corner, closed his eyes, and started to catch up on sleep. Li Yaoyao sat opposite him, looking at his harmless sleeping face, and felt a burning hatred in her heart. Does this guy really feel so at ease? Chen Feng and the other 2 sat upright, not daring to even breathe loudly. They secretly sized up Gu Ping'an, this legendary figure, who was so close to them, making them feel somewhat unreal. About half an hour later, the hovercar slowly descended. The car door opened, and a damp, cold air, mixed with the smell of decaying leaves and earth, rushed in. We've arrived at the Black Mist Forest. What appeared before them was a primeval forest shrouded in thick black fog. In the forest, towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, making the light dim, and the occasional roars of unknown monsters could be heard, sending chills down one's spine. At the entrance to the forest, a temporary military camp has been set up. Many soldiers in federal uniforms, along with some martial artists who had also come to train, were gathered there. At the very center of the camp, there is a spatial vortex about 10 meters in diameter, emitting a ghostly blue light, which is slowly rotating. That is the entrance to the secret realm. Let's go register. Li Yaoyao got out of the car first and led the group towards the camp. Gu Ping'an stretched and got out of the car. He looked at the vortex emanating spatial fluctuations, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Is this the secret realm? It looks quite interesting. Just as they finished the formalities and were about to enter the secret realm, suddenly, a strange, sarcastic voice came from the side. Hey, aren't these the geniuses from the top 3 high schools? What, you've come to join the fun too? Everyone turned to look. A group of students dressed in identical school uniforms walked over. The leader was a handsome young man with an arrogant look in his eyes. Upon seeing this young man, Li Yaoyao's brows furrowed instantly. Someone from Jiangchang No. 1 High School? Lin Fan, Xiao Tianzi's lackey? The young man named Lin Fan's face darkened when he heard the words lackey, but he immediately laughed again. Li, the school beauty, you're still so rude. His gaze swept unabashedly over Li Yaoyao, and then landed on Gu Ping'an behind her. When he saw Gu Ping'an's ordinary, somewhat lazy face, his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This must be the Gu Ping'an who's been making headlines lately, the one who opened the gate to heaven with a single sword, right? Heh, it doesn't look like much. I really don't know what tricks you used to deceive our school beauty, Yao Yao. His words were full of provocation. Chen Feng and his 2 companions glared at each other angrily. Li Yaoyao's expression also turned cold. However, Gu Ping'an seemed not to hear it. He simply looked up, glanced in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm, and then yawned. Are you done talking? Once you've finished speaking, get out of here and don't block the way. I'm going inside to find some wine. Chapter 18. What the heck? Is there a cult in the secret realm? What did you say? Lin Fan's smile froze instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. The seemingly ordinary guy actually dared to tell me to get lost? He was one of the top students at Jiangchang No. 1 High School, with a cultivation level at the peak of the 4th rank of the mortal realm, and was Xiao Tianzi's right-hand man. In the entire high school student community in Jiangcheng, who would dare to speak to him like that? You're asking for it. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. A powerful aura erupted from him, heading straight for Gu Ping'an. What? You want to make a move? Gu Ping'an finally looked at him properly, his gaze as if he were looking at a clown. I advise you not to. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to enter the secret realm. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Lin Fan felt a jolt in his heart when he saw that look, and subconsciously took a half step back. But he immediately realized that he had been intimidated by a high-achieving but useless person. If word gets out, will he still be able to work? Great. Excellent. Lin Fan laughed angrily. I'd like to see what you're capable of. His internal energy was circulating wildly, and he was about to make a move. Lin Fan! Stop! Just then, a stern shout came from the camp. A middle-aged man wearing a high school instructor's uniform walked over quickly and grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder. What do you want? This is a military control zone. You dare to cause trouble here? Do you want your qualifications revoked? The middle-aged mentor shouted sternly. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and finally swallowed his anger. He glared at Gu Ping'an with resentment and snorted coldly. Kid, you're lucky. I hope you don't run into me once we enter the secret realm. Let's go. After saying that, he led the group from the high school towards the entrance of the secret realm without looking back. Let's go in too. Li Yaoyao said coldly and led the way towards the spatial vortex. She didn't even glance at Gu Ping'an, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. But Chen Feng noticed that her ears had quietly turned red. Gu Pingan shrugged and followed at the back of the group. As he stepped into that dark blue spatial vortex, a slight feeling of dizziness came over me. The scene before my eyes twisted and changed. The next second, beneath my feet, I was already standing on soft earth. A surge of spiritual energy, several times more concentrated than that outside, rushed towards us. Looking around, this is a vast primeval forest. The sky was an eerie dark red, with no sun or moon, only some strange, luminous plants emitting a faint glow. A dangerous atmosphere permeated the air. From the nearby jungle, the roars and sounds of fighting of monsters could be heard from time to time. Is this the Class C secret realm? Chen Feng and his two companions were entering the secret realm for the first time, their faces filled with curiosity and nervousness. Li Yaoyao quickly adapted to her role as team leader. She took out a high-tech wristwatch style detector and glanced at the map and data on it. We are now in the southeast corner of the secret realm, which is the outer area. Most of the monsters here are only at the first or second tier, so they don't pose much of a threat to us. Our goal is to advance towards the central area, search for medicinal herbs, and at the same time hunt down monsters and collect the materials from their bodies. She calmly analyzed the situation and assigned tasks. Chen Feng, you're in charge of left flank security. Wang Lei, you're in charge of the right flank. Zheng Xian, you're in charge of the rear. I'll lead the way. We will maintain this formation and move forward steadily. She allocated the tasks meticulously, clearly having done her homework. Chen Feng and his two companions immediately nodded in acceptance. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the only person in the team who had not been assigned a task. Gu Pingan. He was squatting on the ground, studying a glowing mushroom with great interest. I even picked it off and smelled it under my nose. It tastes like mushroom, so it should be edible. Li Yaoyao, Chen Feng and the other two. Sister, we're here to risk our lives, not for a picnic. Li Yaoyao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slash with her sword, and spoke coldly. Gu Pingan. Ha? Gu Pingan looked up, his face full of innocence. You, follow behind me. Li Yaoyao squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. She finally understood that it was impossible to rely on this guy for help. Just let him follow behind you, at least so he doesn't run around and cause any trouble. Oh. Gu Pingan nodded, put the mushroom in his pocket, and slowly followed. The 5-person team thus officially began their adventure in the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered many monsters. There are packs of black wind wolves that resemble wild wolves. There are ghost-faced spiders that lurk in the trees and can spray venom. But these low-level demonic beasts didn't require Gu Pingan to intervene at all. The long sword in Li Yaoyao's hand was like a white lightning bolt. With a flash of swordlight, several demonic beasts would often perish. Her swordsmanship was sharp, precise, and full of killing intent. Clearly, the legacy of the Li family of the Heavenly Sword sect is extraordinary. Chen Feng and his two companions were all elites selected from the top 3 universities. They worked together seamlessly and handled these monsters with ease. Gu Pingan acted as if nothing had happened, following behind the group, looking around. Every now and then, he would pick up some strange plants from the ground and stuff them into his pocket. They looked so relaxed, as if they were really there for a picnic. This left Li Yaoyao, Chen Feng, and the others who were risking their lives to clear the way in front of them feeling both angry and helpless. But they dared not say anything. After all, they had witnessed this man's strength firsthand. Their greatest fortune was that he didn't intervene. And so they advanced towards the central area for about 10 kilometers. The sky grew darker and darker. It's getting dark, let's find a place to set up camp. Li Yaoyao glanced at the detector and pointed to a small cave not far away. Let's rest there for the night and continue tomorrow. No one objected, and soon a campfire was lit inside the cave. Chen Feng and Wang Lei were responsible for processing the meat of the monsters they had hunted that day. Zheng Xian then took out some bottles and jars and sprinkled medicinal powder around the area to repel snakes, insects, and monsters. Li Yaoyao sat by the campfire, wiping her longsword while reviewing the day's battle. Only Gu Pingan sat the furthest away from the campfire, leaning against the stone wall of the cave, and took out a green gourd from his pocket. Qiankuan wine gourd. He uncorked the bottle and took a satisfying sip. The wine in your own gourd tastes the best. That warm energy flowed throughout his body, making him feel that much of the day's fatigue had dissipated. Just then, his ears suddenly twitched. His hearing, amplified countless times by his slightly tipsy state, caught an extremely faint sound that didn't belong to this forest. That is, the sound of a person speaking? Moreover, they weren't even members of their team. The sound came from deeper inside the cave. Through the thick rock wall, the image was fragmented and very blurry. Are the offerings ready? Blood moon, ritual, immediately. God descended. Gu Ping'an's brows furrowed instantly. Offerings? Ceremony? A god has descended? What kind of nonsense is this? Doesn't that sound like the secret code used by cult members in movies? A bad feeling rose in his heart. He stood up and casually said something to Li Yaoyao and the others who were busy. I'm going out to take a piss. After saying that, without waiting for their reaction, he walked into the depths of the cave on his own. He didn't make a sound. When he unleashed the drunken immortal gazing at the moonstep, he became like a fleeting ghost, silently merging into the darkness. Chapter 19. How did the promised sacrifice turn into a sting operation? Deep inside the cave, it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A faint smell of blood permeated the damp air. Gu Ping'an's figure moved like a ghost through the rugged cave without making a sound. His five senses, enhanced by his slightly tipsy state, were amplified to an unbelievable degree. The darkness could not obstruct his vision. Even the rock face couldn't block out his keen hearing. The intermittent conversation grew clearer and clearer. This time, the offerings are of very high quality. They are all geniuses from various high schools, with vigorous blood and pure souls. The Lord will surely be very satisfied. Humph, those good-for-nothings in Jiangqing think this is just an ordinary Class C secret realm. Little do they know, this is an altar that our Blood Moon sect has meticulously prepared for 10 years to welcome the descent of the Blood God. As long as the Blood Moon rises at midnight tonight, and we offer the essence, blood, and souls of these geniuses as a sacrifice, we can open a passage and allow the great Blood God to project a wisp of his divine will into this world. At that time, all of us will receive divine grace, our cultivation will greatly improve, and we may even achieve immortality. A cold yet fanatical voice rang out not far ahead. Gu Ping'an stopped in his tracks. He hid behind a huge stalactite, poked his head out, and looked toward the source of the sound. Ahead was a huge underground cavern. The cave's dome is inlaid with countless crystals that emit a blood-red light, casting an eerie dark red hue over the entire space. In the center of the cave, there is a huge altar built with blood and bones. The altar was inscribed with countless twisted and evil runes. A thick, bloody aura emanated from the altar, making one want to vomit. Around the altar stood a dozen or so men in black, dressed in blood-red robes and wearing ferocious masks. The auras emanating from them were all extremely powerful, even the weakest among them possessed the cultivation of the 5th rank of the mortal realm. The leader had an aura as deep as the sea, clearly a master of the 7th rank of the mortal realm. Beside the altar were several cages made of a special metal. Inside the cage were 7 or 8 unconscious young people. They were all wearing school uniforms from different schools. Gu Ping'an spotted one of them immediately, Lin Fan from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, who had spoken rudely to him at the entrance to the secret realm during the day. At this moment, he was no longer arrogant as before. He lay limp in the cage like a dead dog, unconscious. The Blood Moon Cult? Gu Ping'an's eyes turned cold. He vaguely remembered the name. It appears to be a cult organization ranked very high on the federal wanted list. They worship a so-called blood god, and are cruel in their methods, specifically hunting down martial artists and using their blood and souls for various evil sacrifices. Unexpectedly, we ran into each other here. Judging from their posture, they intend to capture all the students who entered the secret realm this time and use them as sacrifices. What a bunch of lunatics. Gu Ping'an pursed his lips, feeling a bit troubled. It's not that I'm afraid of these people. He didn't take a mere 7th grade mortal with a bunch of lackeys seriously. He just found it troublesome. I came in looking for a drink, but I ran into this mess. He now has 2 choices. One option is to pretend you didn't see it, slip away, go back and tell Li Yaoyao and the others, and then everyone runs away together. This is the easiest way. Second, eliminate all these cult members. This choice is rather complicated. Just as he was hesitating, the leader of the blood-robed men suddenly spoke. It's almost time, bring up the offerings. Yes. 2 men in blood-red robes immediately stepped forward, opened the cage, and dragged out the unconscious Lin Fan and the others one by one like dead dogs, throwing them onto the altar. Then, they took out daggers that gleamed with a cold light. Let's get started. The leader, a man in a blood-red robe, spoke in a cold voice. Use the blood of these geniuses to awaken the altar. The blood-robed men raised their daggers high, aiming them at Lin Fan and the others' hearts, ready to stab them. Gu Ping'an's brows furrowed even more deeply. Although he didn't get along with Lin Fan, he still felt a little uneasy watching him and those innocent students being slaughtered as sacrifices. Never mind. Consider it a good deed done each day. He sighed inwardly, already preparing to make his move. However, at that moment, a sudden change has occurred. Lin Fan, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes just before the dagger was about to pierce his chest. There was no fear or confusion in his eyes, only a cold, calculating glint. Let's do it! He roared. A terrifying aura, completely unlike that of a 4th-grade mortal, and even surpassing that of a 7th-grade mortal, erupted from his body. Put! With a swift movement, he snatched the dagger from the blood-robed man's hand and, without hesitation, plunged it into the man's heart. At the same time, those sacrifices locked in other cages also opened their eyes. Their auras surged, and they no longer showed any signs of being unconscious. They were clearly a group of highly skilled martial artists disguised as students. Oh no! An ambush! The Blood Moon cult members reacted instantly. The 7th-rank expert in the lead was both shocked and furious. Who are you people? Ha! Lin Fan, or rather, the person impersonating Lin Fan, sneered. He ripped off his disguise, revealing a handsome yet cold young man's face. Federation, Demon Suppression Division, 7th Action Team Leader, Long Yi. By order, wipe out the remnants of the Blood Moon cult. His voice was icy cold and filled with murderous intent. The Demon Suppression Division? Upon hearing these 3 words, all the men in blood robes showed expressions of extreme terror. Demon Suppression Division. That is the Federation's most mysterious and powerful violent institution. They are specifically responsible for dealing with all kinds of cults, as well as human traitors who collude with all races. Every member is an elite selected from the Federal Army and top universities. They are true killing machines. How did they get here? This is no coincidence at all. This is a trap. A meticulously planned trap targeting their Blood Moon cult. Charge out. The leader of the blood-robed men acted decisively and let out a roar. He knew that today, a peaceful resolution was impossible. Only by fighting to the death can we have a glimmer of hope. Moment. The entire cave was transformed into a bloody battlefield. The members of the Demon Suppression Division and the followers of the Blood Moon cult were locked in a fierce battle. Swords flashed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Gu Ping'an, who was hiding in the distance, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What kind of incredible plot twist is this? After all that, it turns out it wasn't a cult sacrificing geniuses. Or were they federal agents conducting a sting operation? That Lin Fan was actually someone from the Demon Suppression Division in disguise? These guys are really good at having fun. Looking at the fierce battle in the arena, he was momentarily unsure whether he should leave. It seems, there's nothing left for me to do? He stroked his chin, thinking that the best option now was to slip away quietly, as if he had never been there. However, he was just about to turn around. The situation on the field has changed once again. The 7th rank leader of the Blood Moon cult was being besieged by Long Yi and 2 other members of the Demon Suppression Division, and was on the verge of defeat. A glint of madness and resentment flashed in his eyes. You, all must die. He roared and bit his tongue hard, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the altar in front of him. With my blood, I respectfully welcome the blood god. Buzz. The entire altar, after absorbing his essence and blood, instantly erupted with dazzling bloodlight. A terrifying pressure, filled with evil, chaos, and tyranny, descended from the center of the altar. Chapter 20. Want to know my name? Beat me and I'll tell you. That oppressive aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if an evil god from the primordial era had traversed endless time and space, casting his gaze upon this small cavern. Everyone who was fighting stopped in that instant. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were all pale-faced, as if facing a formidable enemy. They could feel their souls trembling uncontrollably under this oppressive force. The Blood Moon cult members knelt on the ground, their faces showing fanatical and devout expressions, shouting loudly. Welcome to the Blood God's arrival. Welcome to the Blood God's arrival. At the center of the altar, the blinding blood-red light began to twist and converge. Gradually, it coalesced into a blurry human-shaped outline. It was a blood-red phantom several meters tall, its face obscured, but merely standing there, it exuded a terrifying aura that could change the very fabric of the world. Humble, Ant. A grand and cold voice seemed to resound directly from the depths of everyone's soul. Offer your flesh and souls to please me. The phantom of the blood god slowly raised his hand and gently pointed at Long Yi, who was closest to him. A crimson beam of light, formed purely from the aura of bloodlust, shot out instantly. The beam of light looked ordinary, but wherever it passed, even the space itself cracked under the strain. Oh no! Retreat quickly! Long Yi's face turned deathly pale instantly. He could sense that this finger strike contained a death crisis that he could not resist at all. He tried to dodge, but the terrifying pressure was like countless chains, binding his body firmly in place, making him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the beam of death grew larger and larger in his pupils. It's over. This time, I'm really going to die. He felt utterly hopeless. At this critical moment. Ugh, this is such a hassle. A lazy, impatient voice suddenly rang out in the silent cave. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of Long Yi without warning. It was Gu Ping'an. He had emerged from his hiding place without anyone noticing. He still looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and even yawned. He looked at the crimson beam of light shooting towards him, powerful enough to instantly kill a 7th-grade mortal expert, and casually extended 2 fingers. Index finger and middle finger. Just like last night, when I caught Li Yaoyao's boundless sword energy. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone. With his 2 clean-looking, seemingly weak fingers, he casually pinched the crimson beam of light. Bite. Another soft sound. That terrifying pillar of light, imbued with divine power, was trapped by him. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The entire cave was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths, intently watching the unbelievable scene. The blood god's finger, which the elite team of the Demon Suppression Division regarded as a monstrous threat and whom they could not even resist. And that's it. He was pinched between 2 fingers by a boy dressed casually, who looked like he was on a picnic. Is this a dream? Long Yi's heart was pounding in his throat. He was closest to the scene and felt it most clearly. He could clearly sense the earth-shattering power contained within that crimson pillar of light. But this power vanished without a trace the moment it touched the boy's fingertips, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. It was as if those 2 fingers were the most indestructible artifact in the world. On the altar, the phantom of the blood god seemed to be stunned as well. For the first time, his grand and cold voice showed a slight fluctuation. Who are you? Gu Ping'an did not answer him. He simply tilted his head, examined the wisp of crimson energy he was holding between his fingertips, and then pursed his lips. That's it? I thought it was something really amazing. The energy is mixed and impure, full of negative emotions, just like gutter oil, the quality is too poor. He shook his head, looking disgusted. Then, he gently rubbed 2 fingers together. Smack! That crimson beam of light shattered like fragile glass, turning into countless specks of light that vanished without a trace. Blood God Phantom. Blood Moon cult members. The members of the Demon Suppression Division. Everyone was stunned. Brother, that was a strike from a god. It's not a cabbage growing by the roadside. What's with that scrubbing motion you're making? Also, what the heck is gutter oil? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The leader of the Blood Moon cult let out a hysterical scream. What kind of monster are you? Gu Ping'an ignored him. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the huge, blood-red phantom on the altar. He looked him up and down, then, very seriously, asked the bewildered Blood Moon cult leader. Hello. The god you're talking about, is it him? So what if it is, the Blood Moon cult leader roared, his face fierce but his heart weak. Oh. Gu Ping'an nodded, then looked at him with a very sympathetic gaze. Your god doesn't seem to be doing so well. He doesn't seem very bright. Puff. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the Blood Moon cult could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't angry. He was terrified. How could anyone in this world dare to say that God is not very capable in front of God? And you even say God isn't smart? What blasphemy! What arrogance! You dare blaspheme the gods. You're dead. God will punish you, casting your soul into a sea of blood, to be burned for eternity. He roared wildly. Divine punishment? Gu Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'll wait. You. On the altar, the phantom of the blood god finally recovered from its shock. A fury 10 times more terrifying than before erupted from his body. The entire cave began to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Ants! You, successfully, enraged me. A deafening sound echoed through the cave, filled with boundless killing intent. Really? Gu Pingyan picked at his ear, looking completely indifferent. So what? Anyway, you can't come over. He pointed to the altar. With this piece of junk and a drop of your subordinate's life essence, at most you can only project a shadow over here to scare people. You don't even have 1/10,000th of the power of your true self, yet you try to act like a god or a ghost. Aren't you a little bit smart? Gu Pingyan's words completely exposed the true nature of the blood god's phantom. The phantom of the blood god visibly paused. His body, composed of blood red light, began to flicker erratically. Clearly, Gu Pingyan had hit the nail on the head, and he was furious. Long Yi and the others were dumbfounded. They are now completely unable to describe their feelings in words. This boy. His strength is unfathomable. His mouth is just too sharp. This is like talking to an evil god. It feels like you're arguing with someone in a market. Moreover, judging from this situation, it seems that he still has the upper hand. Very good, very good. The voice of the blood god phantom grew increasingly cold and filled with resentment. Insect, state your name. The day my true form descends, the first thing I will do is devour you. Want to know my name? Gu Pingyan smiled. He shook his neck, and then slowly extended a finger toward the phantom of the blood god. Beat me. I'll tell you. Chapter 21 Sword Intent reaches the heavens, evil god falls. The voice of the blood god's phantom, filled with endless resentment and coldness, echoed throughout the entire cave. Beat me, and I'll tell you? It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His enormous body, made of blood red light, twisted violently, and the pressure he exuded was several times more terrifying than before. Very good, very good. Since I descended upon this land, I have never seen such an arrogant ant as you. Since you're so eager to die, then this god will grant your wish. The words fell. Boom! The entire cave began to tremble violently, huge rocks fell from the ceiling, and the ground cracked open with jagged gashes. At this moment, the blood red light on the altar shone brightest. The phantom of the blood god seemed to be infused with boundless power, and its originally blurry outline began to become clear. Around his body, countless wailing vengeful spirits appeared, a terrifying scene of surging blood. An aura more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly erupted. Oh no! His power is increasing. Long Yi's face was beyond pale. He felt as if his heart was about to be crushed by this terrifying pressure. Is this the true wrath of the gods? The projection of a mere wisp of divine thought was enough to trigger extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. How can we fight like this? Forget about fighting, they can't even stand still right now. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were all staggering and falling. Those who were weaker had blood seeping from their mouths and noses and were kneeling on the ground, not even having the courage to raise their heads. Insects, feel despair. The blood god's phantom voice was like a divine judgment from the heavens. He raised his hand again. This time, it's not just one finger. Instead, it was a gigantic hand formed from pure bloodthirsty energy and divine power, capable of blotting out the sky and the sun. Runes flowed across that giant hand, and vengeful spirits roared, as if it held a blood-red hell within its palm. It slowly descended upon Gu Pingyan, crashing down upon him. Before the giant hand even landed, the terrifying pressure had already caused the space below to crack inch by inch, emitting a piercing shriek. Long Yi and the others were filled with nothing but endless despair. It's over. This time, it's really over. Just now, this mysterious young man was able to pinch it with 2 fingers. But how is he supposed to block this earth-shattering palm strike? Should we use our whole body to resist it? They'd probably be crushed into mincemeat in an instant. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. However, Gu Pingyan, the sole target of that giant hand, remained as lazy as ever. He even had time to pick his ears. He raised his head, looked at the slowly descending crimson giant hand, and curled his lip. Who are you trying to scare with such a big show? The more force is exerted, the more impurities are contained within, like a pot of gutter oil that has been simmering for several days. It looks scary, but it's actually very weak. He shook his head, his face full of disdain. Then, to everyone's disbelief, he slowly raised his right hand. It's still those two fingers. Index finger and middle finger. It was clean and white, and looked completely powerless. He flicked the enormous, blood-red hand that blotted out the sky, with just a light touch. It's like flicking a speck of dust off your clothes. The movements were extremely casual. Bite. Another soft sound. Crisp and melodious. It was like a thunderclap, exploding deep within everyone's soul. Because, at the very instant his finger flicked out, a thin, golden sword aura, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed past his fingertips. The next second, time seemed to stand still. The giant, blood-red hand, imbued with the wrath of a god and powerful enough to crush mountains, abruptly stopped in mid-air. Not moving at all. Immediately afterwards. Crack. An extremely faint cracking sound came from the center of the giant hand. Then, it was like a chain reaction. Click, click, click. Dense cracks, like a spider web, instantly covered the entire giant hand. Under the gaze of Long Yi, the Blood Moon cult members, and even the Blood God Phantom itself, none of them could comprehend it. That arrogant giant hand, just like that. It broke. It transformed into countless crimson specks of light, like a grand rain of blood, before dissipating into the air. A gentle breeze blows. There's nothing left. It was as if that cataclysmic scene had never happened. The entire cave was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their minds blank. What did they see? Snap your fingers. It was just a casual shot. So it shattered the god's attack? This is no longer a dream. This is like a myth coming to life. Ryuichi's heart has stopped beating. He stared blankly at the boy who still had his hands behind his back and looked nonchalant, feeling his worldview, built up over decades, crumbling and shattering inch by inch, and then being crushed into dust. Is this even human? Is this really a power that humans can possess? No. It's impossible. On the altar, the phantom of the blood god let out a roar of disbelief. His body, composed of blood-red light, began to flicker more violently than ever before, as if it were about to go out at any moment. Who are you? What kind of power did you use? He could sense that in that instant, a supreme and incomparably sharp will, surpassing his divine power, had directly erased his attack from its very source. That's not a battle at the energy level. That was a crushing defeat at the level of laws. Who I am is not for you to know. Gu Pingan lowered his hand and said calmly. He looked at the blood god's phantom, which was on the verge of collapse, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. As for defeating me? You dare to challenge me? Puff. The Blood Moon cult leader, who had been kneeling on the ground and worshipping the blood god as his sole faith, could no longer bear the shock upon hearing these words. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Blasphemy. What a blatant desecration. It's one thing to say that gods aren't smart. Now, they actually say that gods are not worthy to be their opponents? How can there be such arrogant and lawless people in this world? The blood god phantom has gone completely mad. He no longer cared about the majesty of the gods. His only thought now was to destroy this ant before him. Even if it means this wisp of divine thought completely dissipates, we must destroy him. Die. He roared, and the entire phantom exploded, transforming into the purest blood essence. Like a blood-red lightning bolt, it ignored the distance in space and shot directly towards Gu Pingan's brow. This is his self-destruction of divine thought, sacrificing everything. Its power was enough to level the entire cave, along with everything within a radius of several miles. Good timing. Gu Pingan's eyes finally showed a slight change. It's no longer about laziness and disdain. Instead, it was a chilling killing intent. I was hoping to let you live a little longer, but since you're courting death, don't blame me. He was too lazy to even move a finger. He just stood there quietly. Just a split second before the crimson lightning struck his brow. An invisible sword intent surged into the sky from his body. That sword intent had no color and no shape. But the moment it appears, throughout the entire cave, everyone's mind was filled with a hallucination. A divine sword that pierced through heaven and earth slowly descended from the ninth heaven. Wherever the sword points, all things submit, and gods and demons retreat. The fierce, blood-red lightning bolt was like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun in the face of that invisible sword intent. He couldn't even let out a scream. Just like that, it was evaporated, purified, and wiped clean without a sound. The blood god, the supreme evil god in the hearts of the blood moon cult. A wisp of divine thought descended upon him. It seems, he's a little dead? Chapter 22 Destroying Gods with a Flick of the Finger. You call this a high school student? The phantom of the blood god vanished. The suffocating, terrifying pressure that had enveloped everyone also vanished. Inside the cave, tranquility returned. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation, and a group of people standing motionless like statues. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were panting heavily, as if they had just escaped death. They looked at the boy who was still standing there, as if he hadn't done anything, their eyes filled with awe and a hint of fear. That's incredible. They are so powerful that they have exceeded their comprehension. That's a god. Although it was only a projection of divine thought, it was still a god. As a result, it was reduced to ashes with a flick of his finger. What level of existence is this exactly? King Wu? Emperor Wu? No, Long Yi felt that even a legendary martial emperor who could guard a city would probably not be able to do it so casually. Could it be a saint-level expert above the martial emperor? A living saint? The moment this thought crossed Long Yi's mind, he was startled. Saints are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, the true pillars of humanity, legendary figures whose appearances are rarely seen. How did we end up in such a godforsaken, Class C secret realm? Still so young? He looks like an ordinary high school student. This is not scientific. Meanwhile, the surviving Blood Moon cult members were completely devastated. Their god is dead. He was wiped out by a teenager in the blink of an eye. Their supreme faith collapsed right before their eyes. No. God is immortal. God is eternal. A believer muttered to himself, looking utterly lost. It's an illusion. This must be an illusion. It's an illusion created by this demon. Another believer pointed at Gu Pingyan and let out a hysterical scream. However, his scream soon stopped abruptly. Because Gu Pingyan's gaze fell upon them. That gaze was very indifferent. There was no murderous intent, nor any anger. It's like watching a bunch of trash. It's so noisy. Gu Pingyan frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed. He originally came in looking for a drink, but this mess ruined his enjoyment of drinking. Now, all he wants to do is clean this place up quickly and then go find his wine. Hello. He raised his chin at Long Yi, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division, who was still in a daze. Should you handle these guys, or should I? Long Yi jolted awake and snapped back to reality. He looked at Gu Pingyan, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to address him. Should I call him classmate? What a joke. Calling someone who seems like a saint classmate? He's probably asking for trouble. Should I call him senior? But the other person is so old. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed deeply in the most respectful tone. Sir, according to federal law, these cultists should be apprehended and brought to trial by our Demon Suppression Division. He phrased it tactfully, but his meaning was very clear. These people are our mission targets, and it is our duty to take them away. Of course, his deeper thought was that he couldn't let this guy make a move again. He was afraid that if this lord became unhappy, he would wipe out all these cultists, along with the people of their Demon Suppression Division. Trial? Gu Pingyan pursed his lips, finding it troublesome. We should take them back, lock them up, and waste food. It would be easier to just solve it here. Upon hearing this, Long Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Brother, we are a federal law enforcement agency that deals with violent acts, and we uphold procedural justice. If you keep killing everyone like this, how are we supposed to write a report when we get back? Sir, this is against the rules. Long Yi said, forcing himself to speak. Just then. Mutation and regeneration. The Blood Moon cult leader, who had been frightened unconscious by Gu Pingyan's words, had somehow woken up. He witnessed the entire process of the blood god being obliterated. His faith and his spirit have been completely destroyed. All that remains is endless madness and resentment. Demon! You blasphemous demon! He let out a beastly roar, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a madman. I want you dead. I want to die with you. He suddenly pulled out a fist-sized crystal covered with blood-red runes from his pocket. Blood god explosion. He roared and poured all his true energy into the crystal. Buzz. The crystal instantly erupted with a blinding blood-red light, and a violent, chaotic energy filled with destructive power emanated from it. Not good. It's blood fiend divine lightning. Retreat quickly. Long Yi's expression changed drastically in an instant. This blood fiend divine thunder is the most notorious suicide attack weapon of the Blood Moon cult. It is extremely powerful, and once detonated, it is enough to turn everything within a radius of 100 meters into ashes. Without a second thought, he immediately roared and led his team in a frantic retreat. The Blood Moon cult leader, clutching the about to explode blood fiend divine thunder, charged towards Gu Ping'an like a cannonball. His face wore a crazed smile, as if he wanted to take everyone down with him. Die. Let's all go to hell together. Faced with this fatal blow, enough to kill even an 8th grade mortal realm expert, Gu Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply stood there, quietly watching the madman rush towards him. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes. Sigh, why bother? He sighed softly. Just as the Blood Moon cult leader was about to rush in front of him and detonate the divine lightning, Gu Ping'an moved. He didn't use sword energy or movement techniques. He simply extended one finger. He pointed lightly at the Blood Moon cult leader from mid-air. Certainly. He uttered a single word softly. Words become law. The leader of the Blood Moon cult, along with the blood fiend divine lightning in his arms whose energy had already reached its extreme, was abruptly frozen in mid-air. The maniacal smile on his face froze. The resentment and pleasure in his eyes also froze. Time and space seemed to be completely imprisoned under this single finger. He can still think, and he can still feel fear. But he couldn't move even a single finger. He could only watch helplessly as he remained suspended in mid-air, like a fool, stuck in a forward-leaning posture. You. He tried to speak, but found that he couldn't even make a sound. I told you, it's too noisy. Gu Ping'an said calmly. Then, he gently rubbed the finger he had extended. It's like rubbing off a tiny, insignificant stain. Puff. A soft sound. The Blood Moon cult leader, along with the blood fiend thunder in his arms, was like a punctured balloon. In an instant, it turned into dust filling the sky. There was no explosion, no roar. Just like that, it vanished. Not even a trace of blood was left. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Long Yi and the others, who were in the distance, had just steadied themselves when they turned around and saw this scene. Everyone froze in their tracks. They looked at the dust drifting in the wind, then at the boy who slowly withdrew his finger. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. What kind of tactic is this? Words become law? Spatial confinement? Annihilation out of thin air? This is completely beyond their understanding of martial arts. This is simply divine intervention. Okay, now it's quiet. Gu Ping'an clapped his hands, as if he had really just brushed off the dust. He turned his head and looked at the remaining dozen or so Blood Moon cult members who were already terrified. The believers all knelt down with a thud. They kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down their faces. My lord, spare me. Spare me. We were all forced into this. We are victims too. Please, Your Excellency, give us a chance to reform. They had lost their previous fervor and piety, leaving only the most primal fear of death. Gu Ping'an looked at them and frowned. Kill? It seems a bit troublesome. Not kill? It's annoying to look at. He thought for a moment, then raised his chin again towards Long Yi. Alright, you can have this trash. I'm too lazy to do it, I think it's dirty. After saying that, he ignored Long Yi and the others' reactions and turned to walk towards the huge altar. He has no interest in anything else right now. He is only interested in one thing. Just now, when the phantom of the blood god appeared, his senses, amplified countless times by his slightly tipsy state, detected a scent deep within the altar. Extremely tempting, rich and full-bodied. The aroma of wine. Chapter 23. The divine power of the Qianquan wine gourd is displayed. The spirit wine transforms into a dragon and enters my arms. Long Yi was still immersed in the immense shock brought about by the godlike skill just now. His mind was blank. When Gu Ping'an said, "These trash are yours to deal with," he suddenly snapped back to reality. He looked at the Blood Moon cultists kneeling on the ground, who had completely lost their will to resist, and then at the figure walking towards the altar. He felt a mix of emotions. Too dirty? Long Yi gave a wry smile. Yes, in this lord's eyes, these cultists who are not even at the 7th rank of the mortal realm are probably no different from roadside garbage. Killing them would certainly dirty our hands. He took a deep breath and waved to his teammates behind him. What are you all standing there for? Get to work. Yes, Captain. The members of the Demon Suppression Division finally recovered from their shock. They watched Gu Pingan's retreating figure, their eyes filled with fervent adoration. That's incredible. This is a true master. Following such a powerful figure, I feel incredibly safe. They were all like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They took out specially made shackles and rushed forward, quickly handcuffing all the terrified cult members. There was no resistance throughout the entire process. Gu Pingan had already arrived at the huge altar built of blood and bones. The closer you get, the clearer the rich aroma of the wine becomes. This fragrance is quite unique. It's not as explosive as Firecloud Brew nor as refreshing as Bamboo Leaf Green. It carries a sense of the passage of time and a natural, refreshing spirituality. This is good stuff. Gu Pingan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He could feel that the god of wine technique within his body was beginning to accelerate uncontrollably under the influence of the wine aroma. This is absolutely a rare and precious spirit wine. He walked around the altar and found its structure to be very strange. All the blood and bones seemed to be bound together by an invisible force, forming a huge, funnel-like structure. The center of the funnel faces a bottomless hole below. The blood essence of the Blood Moon cult leader was sprayed here and then flowed down through this hole. The aroma of the wine also emanates from this cave entrance. Without hesitation, Gu Pingan kicked the altar. Boom! A loud bang. The altar, which seemed indestructible and could even withstand the descent of divine thoughts, was as fragile as paper. He kicked it into pieces with a single, casual kick. Countless white bones and congealed blood splattered in all directions. The members of the Demon Suppression Division, who were binding the prisoners, were startled by the sudden commotion and looked up. When they saw the horrific state of the altar, their eyes twitched again. Oh my god. This guy really doesn't understand what protecting the scene means at all. This is a key stronghold that the Blood Moon cult has been operating for 10 years. There must be many clues and runes on it worth studying. Just like that, he got kicked? Long Yi also looked helpless, but what could he say? He dared not. He can only think to himself that the report he was going to give back would be another headache. Gu Pingan didn't care what they were thinking. After he kicked the altar to pieces, the deep hole was completely exposed to him. An even stronger aroma of wine, mixed with a heavy stench of blood, gushed out from the cave entrance. He frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. These bastards are really wasting a lot of resources. Using such fine wine to engage in this smoky and unpleasant activity is utterly despicable. He muttered something, then leaped into the hole. Grown-ups. Upon seeing this, Long Yi was greatly surprised and rushed over. The situation inside this cave is unknown. What if there are other traps? However, by the time he rushed to the cave entrance and looked down, Gu Pingan's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Captain, what should we do? A team member asked anxiously as he approached. Long Yi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Leave 2 people to guard the prisoners. The rest of you, come with me down to take a look. This sir absolutely cannot be harmed." Yes. At the same time, below the cave, Gu Pingan's figure landed lightly on a slippery rock. This is an even larger underground space. In the center of the space, there is a natural stone pool, several tens of meters in circumference. The pool water had an eerie dark red color and emitted a strong smell of blood. Clearly, the blood essence of the martial artists and geniuses hunted by the Blood Moon cult over the years has been channeled into this blood pool. Above the blood pool, on the dome of the cave, the stalactites, hanging upside down like crystals, are emitting a faint fluorescence. Drops of milky white liquid, imbued with pure spiritual energy, are slowly dripping from the tips of those stalactites. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Liquid dripped down and fell into the pool of blood below, splashing up ripples. That enticing aroma of wine emanates from these milky white liquids. Stalactites. Moreover, it is a stalactite formed over 10,000 years that has already become a spiritual wine. Gu Pingan's breathing became somewhat rapid. This is truly an incredible surprise. He originally thought that the stone stalactite wine the principal mentioned was just a legend, or just a spiritual object of mediocre quality. Unexpectedly, I found such a high quality and pure specimen here. However, looking at the polluted pool of blood below, his expression darkened again. A single drop of this ancient stalactite wine is enough to transform an ordinary martial artist and greatly improve their cultivation. Now, however, everything is contaminated by this filthy blood. These lunatics from the Blood Moon cult actually want to use these rare and precious treasures of heaven and earth to nourish their evil god. That's absolutely unforgivable. A bunch of spendthrifts. Gu Ping'an cursed under his breath, feeling immense regret in his heart. However, he quickly raised an eyebrow. Is it contaminated? Does this even matter to me? He smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and made a grasping motion in midair towards the huge pool of blood below. He uttered a single word. The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The enormous pool of blood began to churn violently. Immediately afterwards, wisps of milky white light were forcibly extracted from the dark red blood. It's as if countless invisible hands are performing the most precise sifting and purification in the blood. Completely separate the essence of the stalactite wine from the filthy blood. This move demonstrates an unbelievable level of control over power. Soon, all the milky white radiance gathered in the air into a ball, the size of a water vat, emitting a shimmering, precious light. The incredibly rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the entire underground space. The pool of blood below had completely turned into a stagnant pool, emitting a nauseating stench. Done. Gu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. He took off the cyan Qiankuan wine gourd, uncorked it, and pointed it at the huge cloud of spiritual wine in the air. Receive. The ancient stalactite wine instantly transformed into a white water dragon, rushing to enter the small gourd's mouth. The Qiankuan wine gourd contains a universe within a universe. It can hold not just this small amount, but 10 times that amount. Until the last drop of the spirit wine was collected into the gourd. Gu Ping'an couldn't wait any longer, so he brought the gourd to his mouth and took a big, satisfying sip. Boom! A warm, mellow, yet incredibly powerful pure energy exploded in his mouth in an instant. That energy flowed down his throat and through his entire body. Every cell was cheering and jumping for joy. He felt as if his soul had been cleansed, becoming incredibly clear and ethereal. Cool. That was fucking awesome. This is truly divine brew. Bite. Host detected drinking a 10,000-year-old spiritual treasure, 9 aperture stone stalactite wine. Entering a state of enjoyment. Intoxication status bonus, increases 5 senses acuity by 800%, nerve reaction speed by 600%, true qi circulation efficiency by 400%, and temporarily raises cultivation level to the great perfection of the 9th grade of the mortal realm. The god of wine technique is operating automatically, frantically absorbing the innate spiritual energy from the stalactite wine, and its cultivation level is rapidly increasing. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has broken through, and you have advanced to the mid-stage of the 5th rank of the mortal realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has broken through, and you have advanced to the late stage of the 5th rank of the mortal realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has broken through, and you have advanced to the peak of the 5th rank of the mortal realm. Ding! The host's internal energy is detected to be too large, and it is automatically condensing to break through the bottleneck of the 6th rank of the mortal realm. A series of system notifications rang wildly in Gu Ping'an's mind. His cultivation level skyrocketed, as if he had taken off on a rocket. Just one sip of wine propelled him from the early stage of the 5th rank of the mortal realm to the peak of the 5th rank. Moreover, judging from this momentum, there is even hope that they can break through the barrier of the 6th rank in one go. We've hit the jackpot. This is a huge windfall. Gu Ping'an was overjoyed. Just then. Thump! Thump! Several figures jumped down from the hole above. It was Long Yi and his teammates. As soon as they landed, they smelled the rich, almost overwhelming aroma of wine, and they all felt their spirits lifted, and their internal energy became much more active. What a fragrant wine, one of the team members exclaimed. Then, they saw Gu Ping'an holding a gourd, looking completely absorbed in the moment. And below, in the pool of dead blood, reeking of a foul stench. Sir, are you all right? Long asked cautiously. Looking at Gu Ping'an, he felt that this man's current state was a bit off. Those eyes, which were originally languid, now seemed to be twinkling with stars. Her entire demeanor became ethereal and otherworldly. Gu Ping'an slowly turned his head and glanced at them. Then, he grinned. Fine. Very good. Just as he was speaking, the special communicator on Long Yi's waist suddenly emitted a rapid beep-beep sound. His expression changed, and he quickly answered the call. A frantic, terrified voice came from the communicator. Captain. Something's wrong. We're under attack. It's an abyssal monster. Ah! After a scream, communication came to an abrupt end. Long Yi's face turned deathly pale instantly. Chapter 24. If it's too much trouble, then let's just kill him with one sword. All that could be heard from the communicator was a buzzing sound of electricity. That final, piercing scream, along with the words abyssal demon, echoed like a demonic murmur in the silent underground space. Long Yi's hand, which was holding the communicator, was trembling uncontrollably. His face was ashen. It's the third squad. One of his teammates behind him said in a trembling voice. Something happened to them too. The Demon Suppression Division's 7th Operations Squad split into 3 teams to enter the Black Mist Forest secret realm. The first squad, led by Long Yi, was tasked with fishing to lure out the main force of the cultists. The second squad is responsible for providing support and sealing off the perimeter. The third squad was responsible for clearing out any other scattered strongholds of the Blood Moon cult that might exist within the secret realm. That communication we just heard was from the captain of the third squad. They were also attacked. Moreover, it's an abyssal monster. For the members of the Demon Suppression Division, these 4 words represent absolute terror and death. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived, the spatial barriers thinned, and Tianyuan, a connection between different dimensions, appeared. The myriad races invaded through the heavenly abyss, ushering in an era of universal martial arts prowess for humanity, where martial arts became the mainstream. Among all races, the abyss race is one of the most evil and chaotic. They are pure chaotic aggregates that revel in devouring and destruction. Any adult abyssal monster possesses power comparable to, or even greater than, that of a human martial emperor. How could a monster of this caliber appear in a mere Class C secret realm? This is completely illogical. Captain, what should we do? The faces of the team members were filled with panic and fear. Their mission is to wipe out the remnants of the Blood Moon cult. But now, a terrifying abyssal monster that I've never even heard of has appeared. This is completely beyond the scope of their mission and beyond their capabilities. Long Yi's mind was racing. He forced himself to calm down. This mission was shrouded in mystery from the very beginning. The Blood Moon cult has been meticulously preparing here for 10 years, building an altar to welcome the arrival of the Blood God. Now, abyssal monsters have appeared again. Is there any connection between these two things? A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Was this entire Class C secret realm a huge trap from the very beginning? A massive scheme orchestrated by the Blood Moon cult, and possibly even in alliance with the Abyss clan. Altar. What they wanted to sacrifice was not just the talented students who had been captured. What they wanted to sacrifice was all the living beings in the entire secret realm, including their Demon Suppression Division. This conjecture sent a chill down Long Yi's spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If that's the case, then the seriousness of the matter has far exceeded his imagination. This must be reported immediately. We must immediately request the highest level of federal support. He was just about to take out the highest level emergency communicator. A lazy voice suddenly came from the side. What's all the noise about? So what if a few people die? It's not a big deal. Gu Pingan shook the wine gourd in his hand and let out a burp. He is currently in a state of great enjoyment and feels incredibly good. His cultivation level was still steadily pushing towards the bottleneck of the 6th rank. All he wanted to do now was quietly enjoy this blissful feeling. As a result, we were disturbed by the wailing and howling of these guys. Long Yi and the others were all taken aback when they heard his words. A few deaths are no big deal? Those were their comrades. Comrades who fought side by side. One of the younger team members couldn't help but retort, those aren't just a few people. Those are our brothers. He was somewhat agitated. Long Yi was startled and quickly stopped him. Shut up. How dare you speak to an adult like that? He dared not offend this man now. The young team member, after being shouted at by the captain, realized what kind of person he was talking to. He turned pale with fright and dared not utter another sound. Gu Pingan wasn't angry. He glanced at the young player and found it somewhat amusing. Brother? He shook his head inwardly. Too young. When you're on the battlefield and see thousands of people being harvested like wheat, you won't think that way anymore. Life, sometimes, is as fragile as an ant. Of course, he was too lazy to say these things. He just felt that these guys were ruining his drinking mood, which was annoying. He stood up unsteadily, preparing to leave the place. Find a quiet corner and properly savor his ancient stalactite wine. That's the real thing to do. Sir, please wait. When Long Yi saw him about to leave, he panicked and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Gu Pingan squinted at him. His gaze was very indifferent. But Long Yi felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast from the primordial era. An invisible pressure made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word of nonsense, he would be reduced to ashes like that Blood Moon cult leader in the next second. But he still gritted his teeth and spoke. He knew that the person in front of him was their only and last hope. Grown-ups. With a thud, he knelt on one knee and gave Gu Pingan the most solemn military salute in the Federal Army. Long Yi, captain of the 7th Action Team of the Demon Suppression Division, begs Your Excellency to intervene and save my companions in this secret realm. This matter is beyond our control. But it concerns the safety of the entire Jiangcheng. If that abyssal demon or the Blood Moon cult's conspiracy succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. I, Long Yi, am willing to guarantee with my life. As long as you are willing to help, the Federation will reward you handsomely afterwards. Whatever you ask for, we, the Demon Suppression Division, will go through fire and water to fulfill your request. His voice was strong and resolute. The team members behind him also realized what was happening and knelt down on one knee in unison. I implore you, sir, to intervene. I implore you, sir, to intervene. The sound echoed endlessly in the underground space. They placed all their hopes on this mysterious boy. Gu Pingan frowned even more deeply as he looked at the row of people kneeling in front of him. Trouble. This is a huge problem. Rescue? Am I close to them? Save the world? What's it to me? When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. I just want to be a quiet, laid-back person, drink some wine, and level up. Isn't that nice? He was extremely unwilling. He was about to refuse. Sir. One of the team members kneeling behind Long Yi suddenly mustered up his courage, raised his head, and asked a question weakly. Do you enjoy drinking? Gu Pingan was taken aback and looked down at him. Nonsense. If I don't drink alcohol, will I drink water? He replied irritably. The team member was taken aback, but he still gritted his teeth and pulled out a palm-sized, flat wine jug made of some strange metal from his pocket. Sir, I have here a jar of my grandfather's treasured Millennium Snow Soul wine. My grandfather said that this wine is brewed from a rare flower called Snow Soul that grows under the glaciers at the top of Tianshan Mountain. Although it can't compare to the one you just drank, it is still a rare find in the world. If you don't mind, then, consider it our way of showing our respect to you. As he spoke, he raised the wine jug high above his head with both hands. Millennium Snow Soul wine? Gu Pingan's nose twitched. A faint, cool, and pure aroma of wine wafted into his nostrils. His eyes lit up instantly. This wine smells really good. It has a completely different flavor from the stalactite milk wine we just had. He looked at the teammate, then at the wine jug in his hand. The scales in my heart began to swing violently. Rescuing people is very troublesome. But there's alcohol to drink. It seems like it's worth considering? He hesitated for a moment, as if making an extremely difficult decision. Then, he reached out his hand to that teammate. Let me see it. The team member felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly handed over the wine jug. Gu Pingan took the wine pot, uncorked it, held it under his nose, and took a deep breath. A chilling, bone-chilling aroma of alcohol, yet carrying a hint of exotic floral fragrance, shot straight to my head. Cool. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked up at Long Yi and the others, who were filled with tension and anticipation. He cleared his throat and sighed in an extremely strained tone. Oh well, never mind. It's just that I'm a soft-hearted person. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly help you this once. Tell me, where are your people? Chapter 25. A close call. The man descends from the sky. Long Yi was completely stunned when he heard Gu Pingan's last words. Soft-hearted? Brother, when you killed someone without blinking an eye and wiped out a god in the blink of an eye, you didn't show any mercy at all. Are you still going to force yourself? You clearly only want that pot of wine. Long Yi was internally ranting and raving. But a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. No matter what reason this gentleman has for us, as long as he's willing to help, everything will be fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He was so excited that he thanked them repeatedly, and then quickly got up from the ground. My lord, the last place where my team members lost contact was in the northwest of the secret realm, in an area known as the Chaotic Stone Forest. As he spoke, he activated the detector on his wrist, pulled up a simple map, and pointed it out to Gu Pingan. It's about 20 kilometers from here, and the terrain is very complicated. More than 20 kilometers? Gu Pingan glanced at the map, then looked at the group of people. He's in a great mood right now. For him, even 200 kilometers would be nothing more than a matter of minutes, let alone 20 kilometers. But if we bring along these burdens? He shook his head, looking disgusted. Too slow. What? Long Yi didn't hear clearly. The next second, he felt a blur before his eyes. The boy who was just in front of him appeared behind him in a flash. Then, a hand was placed on his shoulder. I'm telling you, you're moving too slowly. Gu Pingan's voice seemed to ring directly in his ears. Long Yi's hair stood on end. Wow, so fast. He didn't even see how the other person moved. That movement technique, it's simply unpredictable. Hold on tight. Gu Pingan said it calmly. Then, he grabbed Long Yi's shoulder and took a step forward. Buzz. Long Yi felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. The scene before my eyes instantly became distorted and blurred. Countless lights and shadows flashed past him, turning into streaks of light. The wind howled wildly in his ears, making the flesh on his face tremble. He wanted to scream, but found he couldn't even open his mouth. He felt himself being carried by this man, transformed into a beam of light, a bolt of lightning, traversing through space at an incomprehensible speed. What kind of movement technique is this? Does it mean shrinking the earth to an inch? No. This is even more terrifying than shrinking the earth to an inch. That's practically teleportation. A tremendous storm raged in Long Yi's heart. He felt that his understanding of the world was being ruthlessly refreshed time and time again, and then repeatedly rubbed into the ground. The other members of the Demon Suppression Division who remained in place were completely dumbfounded. All they saw was Gu Pingan's figure, along with their captain, flash by. And then, that was it. Yes, it just vanished into thin air. Where's the team leader? A team member stammered. We're taken away by that person, another team member answered uncertainly. What kind of speed is this? Am I seeing things? They rubbed their eyes and realized that there really were only a few of them left in the cave. And the team member who contributed the Millennium Snow Soul wine was looking at his empty hands with a pained expression. At the same time, a forest of chaotic rocks. This is an extremely dangerous area within the Black Mist Forest. Countless oddly shaped boulders, like the fangs of monsters, stand on the black earth, forming a natural labyrinth. The air was thick with an aura of violence and bloodshed. In a relatively open space, a fierce battle has just ended. On the ground lay the corpses of 7 or 8 Blood Moon cult members. There was also a gigantic abyssal monster, shaped like a lizard and covered in black scales, whose head had been severed, and black blood flowed all over the ground. The 5 members of the 3rd Squad of the Demon Suppression Division stood back to back, forming a circle, and warily looked around. Each of them was seriously injured and covered in blood. The captain, who was leading the group, had one arm severed at the shoulder, and his face was as pale as paper. Captain, can we still break through? A young female team member asked, her voice trembling. Her face was filled with despair. They originally came to wipe out a Blood Moon cult stronghold. Unexpectedly, they stumbled into a trap. The cultists here are far stronger than they expected, and their leader is a protector who has reached the 8th rank of the mortal realm. They fought with all their might and barely managed to kill him. But that guardian, before his death, sacrificed his own flesh and soul to the abyss, summoning this terrifying abyssal monster. They paid a heavy price, sacrificing 2 team members, before finally killing the monster. But they had already reached a dead end. Each person's true energy was completely depleted, and they were also covered in the deadly poison of the abyss demons. Even more terrifying is? They could sense that there was another pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. A pair of eyes even more terrifying and colder than that abyssal monster. Everyone, don't give up. The one-armed captain gritted his teeth and hissed. We are the Demon Suppression Division. We are the shield of the Federation. Even if we die, we will die standing. I've already sent out a distress signal. Team Dragon and the others will definitely come to our rescue. His words did not offer much comfort to the team members. They all knew that this place was too far away from the dragon team. By the time they arrive, they'll probably only find their own corpses. Just then, a soft rustling sound of footsteps came slowly from behind a large rock not far away. A figure wearing a blood-red robe and a golden mask walked out. He did not exude any powerful aura. But the moment he appeared, everyone in the third squad felt as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand. A fear originating from the depths of their souls chilled them to the bone. He. The man in the gold mask let out a low, hoarse laugh. The Federation's shield? How laughable. You are nothing more than insignificant sacrifices in our grand plan. His gaze swept over the corpse of the abyss monster on the ground, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. What a bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even handle a young earth dragon so badly. It seems that I have no choice but to personally send you on your way. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. The members of the third squad all showed despair and resentment in their eyes. They wanted to resist, but found that they didn't even have the strength to move a finger. At this critical moment, whoosh! A whooshing sound descended from the sky. Two figures appeared in the center of the open space without warning. One of them was Long Yi, who was so terrified that his face turned pale. As soon as he landed, he grabbed a huge rock and vomited. That's too fast. That feeling is 10,000 times more thrilling than riding a roller coaster for 3 days and 3 nights. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be thrown out. The other figure was, of course, Gu Ping'an. He remained as calm and collected as ever, as if that extreme flight he had just experienced was nothing more than a leisurely stroll for him. He looked around and saw the corpses of the abyss monsters on the ground, as well as the several seriously injured members of the Demon Suppression Division. Finally, his gaze fell on the man in the golden mask. Oh, there's another one? He raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. It seems to be slightly stronger than the ones we just had? The golden masked man's pupils contracted the moment Gu Ping'an and Long Yi appeared. He had no idea how these two people had gotten there. Especially that boy. He sensed from this boy an aura that made his heart pound and was impossible to fathom. However, as one of the 12 great protectors of the Blood Moon cult, he held a prestigious position and was arrogant. He snorted coldly and said in an icy voice, 2 more people have come to their deaths. No matter who you are, you will all die here today. As he spoke, he raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, carrying a chilling black aura, and directly grabbed at Gu Ping'an, who was closest to him. This claw strike seems ordinary and unremarkable. But wherever it went, even the air seemed to freeze. Sir, be careful. Long Yi, who had just finished vomiting, changed his expression drastically upon seeing this scene and hurriedly spoke up to warn others. He could sense that this claw contained an extremely terrifying power of death. However, Gu Ping'an acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He looked at the claw reaching for him, and casually raised his hand. Then, he slapped her across the face. Smack! A crisp, loud slap. In the silent, rocky forest, it sounded particularly jarring. That arrogant golden-masked guardian was like a spinning top that had been whipped into the air. He spun 720 degrees in the air, and then crashed heavily into the stone wall in the distance with a loud bang. The stone wall collapsed with a crash, burying him completely. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Chapter 26. I'm your father, is there a problem? The forest of rocks was deathly silent. Only Long Yi's heavy breathing and the faint groans coming from the distant pile of stones could be heard. The members of the third squad of the Demon Suppression Division were all dumbfounded. They all stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, their eyes bulging like copper bells, dumbfounded as they watched the golden-faced guardian who had just been so arrogant, only to be slapped away and buried in a pile of stones in the blink of an eye. Then, he turned his gaze to the boy who slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had only swatted a mosquito. What's going on? What just happened? Their brains were completely unable to process this unbelievable scene before them. That golden-masked man is a protector of the Blood Moon cult. He is a top expert of the 8th rank in the mortal realm. Just now, it was that terrifying being who, with just their aura, overwhelmed them, leaving them no choice but to wait for death. Result. And that's it. They were slapped away by a boy who looked even younger than them? Is this reasonable? This is absolutely unreasonable. Team. Captain. The captain with the missing arm, his lips trembling, looked at Long Yi, who was leaning against a rock, his face still pale. This person is? Long Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his churning stomach and the equally churning shock in his heart. He looked at his companion's horrified expressions and gave a wry smile to himself. He can understand. Because when he first saw this guy make a move, his expression was even more exaggerated than theirs. He's gotten used to it now. This is the outside help we invited. After thinking for a long time, Longy could only come up with this relatively plausible explanation. Unfathomable senior master. A senior expert? The members of the third squad looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking at Gu Ping'an's excessively youthful face, they simply couldn't associate him with the words senior master. This looks like a student about the same age as them. Cough, cough. Just then, a violent coughing sound came from the pile of rubble in the distance. The golden-faced protector struggled and crawled out of the pile of stones. He looked extremely disheveled at that moment. The golden mask on his face had shattered into several pieces, revealing a pale and distorted face. A trickle of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and half of his cheek was swollen high, with a clear 5-finger mark on it. His eyes were filled with disbelief and endless humiliation. He was the golden serpent protector of the Blood Moon cult, a powerful figure who killed countless people. When have I ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Surprisingly, he was slapped away like a son being beaten. Who are you? The golden serpent guardian stared intently at Gu Ping'an, roaring in a hoarse voice. He could feel that the slap just now, though seemingly casual, contained a vast and boundless power that he could not resist at all. That force directly shattered the protective true energy within his body, and even his soul was shaken. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. He is at least a grandmaster. Even higher. Gu Ping'an picked at his ear and gave him a lazy glance. I am your father. Puff. Upon hearing these 3 words, the golden serpent protector, already suffering from internal injuries and with his blood surging, could no longer hold back and spat out another mouthful of blood. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. You're asking for it. The golden serpent guardian was completely enraged, and a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. I admit, I underestimated you. But do you think you can kill me like this? Today, I'll show you the true terror of my Blood Moon cult. He roared and clasped his hands together, forming a strange hand seal. Blood nerve, forbidden technique, demon god descends. Boom! A blood-red aura, several times more terrifying than before, erupted from his body. His body began to wither away at a visible rate. The shadow behind him twisted and stretched wildly, eventually transforming into a terrifying phantom of a demon god, several dozen feet tall, with 2 horns on its head, a blue face, and fangs. As soon as the phantom of the demon god appeared, the entire chaotic rock forest was shrouded in an evil and chaotic aura. Die! The golden serpent guardian, or rather, the phantom of that demon god, let out a deafening roar. He threw a punch, carrying enough power to tear space apart, and smashed it towards Gu Ping'an. Here we go again? Gu Ping'an pursed his lips, feeling somewhat bored. Why do these villains only use the same few tricks over and over again? They either summon a god or transform into a demon. There's nothing new about it. He was too lazy to even lift a finger. He simply took out the metal wine flask containing the Millennium Snow Soul wine that he had just acquired from his pocket. He pulled out the stopper, tilted his head back, and took a swig. Glug! A cool, pure liquid slid down my throat. In an instant, a completely different power spread throughout his body. Bite! Host detected drinking Millennium Spirit Wine, Snow Soul Flower Brew. Entering a state of slight tipsiness. The combined effect of a slightly tipsy state and a thoroughly enjoyable state is enhanced. Double intoxication status bonus, increases 5 senses acuity by 1200%, nerve reaction speed by 1000%, true chi circulation efficiency by 800%, and temporarily boosts cultivation to the first level of the Transcendent Grandmaster realm. The God of Wine technique is operating automatically, absorbing the icy spiritual energy from the Snow Soulflower wine. The sword intent is undergoing a transformation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered a new sword intent, Ice Heart Sword Intent. A series of system notification sounds made Gu Ping'an squint his eyes comfortably. This feeling is amazing. A world of extremes. The richness of the stalactite wine and the icy chill of the snow spirit wine, 2 completely different forces, did not clash within him. Instead, they formed a wondrous balance. This allowed him to enter a completely new realm of perception of power. At that moment, the enormous demonic iron fist was already within reach. The violent force of the punches made his clothes flutter loudly. Everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was on tenterhooks. However, Gu Pingon simply raised his eyelids slowly. The previous laziness was gone from his eyes. Instead, there was an extreme coldness and indifference. It was as if a high and mighty god was looking down on the lowly mortals. He extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a sword-like gesture. He lightly slashed at the incoming punch. There was no earth-shattering sword energy. It also lacks the power to destroy the world. Only a thin, almost transparent ice crystal flashed past his fingertip. The ice crystal looked incredibly fragile, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. But the moment it made contact with that enormous demonic iron fist, crack! Time seemed to have been slowed down. The ferocious iron fist was quickly covered by a layer of icy blue frost, starting from the point of contact. In the blink of an eye, the entire phantom of the demon god, along with the golden snake guardian behind it, transformed into a crystal-clear, lifelike ice sculpture. The ferocious, crazed expression on his face was forever frozen in that moment. This. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power is this? With a single finger, everything can be frozen solid? Gu Pingon looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. This ice heart sword intent is quite useful. Then, he stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly at the huge ice sculpture. Smack! A soft sound. The enormous ice sculpture shattered like fragile glass. It turned into countless ice crystal powders, which refracted brilliant light in the air before dissipating with the wind. The golden serpent protector of the Blood Moon cult, a top expert at the 8th rank of the mortal realm. Both body and soul perished. Not even a trace was left. Gu Pingon withdrew his hand, took another sip of wine, and then yawned. He turned his head and looked at the corpse of the so-called Earth Dragon on the ground, its head severed. He walked over and kicked it. You're having such a hard time fighting this little lizard? He looked at the few Demon Suppression Division members who were still petrified with disgust. Your Demon Suppression Division is really incompetent. The members of the 3rd squad. Long E. Are we bad at cooking? Brother, you call this a little lizard? This is a damn abyssal monster that can withstand missiles. Furthermore, with your ability to slap a protector away and freeze someone instantly with a finger, how can we compare to you? This is not even a fighting level from the same dimension. Everyone's heart was screaming wildly. But they didn't dare utter a single word. They could only silently endure this man's contempt. All right, this is settled too. Gu Pingon clapped his hands, feeling that things were almost done. You guys take care of your wounds yourselves, I'll go first. He was just about to say, I'm leaving now. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he frowned. He turned his head, looked at Long E, and asked, by the way, have you seen any other students here? There was a woman, she was alright looking, but a bit fierce. And 3 men, her henchmen. They are my teammates. Chapter 27. You lost her? A bunch of useless trash. Teammate? Upon hearing these 2 words, Longy and the members of the 3rd squad were all stunned. That's when they remembered. This unfathomable, godlike youth seems to have entered this secret realm as a student as well. He actually has teammates? What kind of teammates are worthy of being his teammates? Long Yi's mind raced. He immediately thought of the group of people who had registered with Gu Pingon at the camp entrance. Especially that woman, with a cool and aloof demeanor, stunning beauty, and carrying an ancient longsword on her back. Li Yao Yao. The daughter of the Li family of Tianjin. Long Yi's heart skipped a beat. Broken. They were so focused on carrying out their mission and dealing with the Blood Moon cult that they completely forgot about these real students. This secret realm has now been proven to be a huge trap for everyone. Even their elite squads from the Demon Suppression Division suffered heavy casualties. Wouldn't ordinary students face a near certain death rate inside? In particular, Li Yao Yao's identity is extraordinary. If she dies here, the wrath of the Tianjin Li family will be enough to make the entire Jiangqing tremble. Long Yi's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Sir. He looked at Gu Pingon, his voice trembling slightly. We've been tracking the Blood Moon cult ever since we came in, but we haven't noticed any other students. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. Because he saw that Gu Pingon's expression had changed. Those eyes, which had always carried a hint of laziness and casualness, turned completely cold at this moment. An invisible, icy chill emanated from him. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spine. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing the golden serpent protector, or even facing the blood god phantom. It was a kind of pure, emotionless, absolute killing intent. In other words, Gu Ping'an's voice was very calm, revealing no emotion. You lost them? We. Long Yi's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't utter a single word. He could sense that if he uttered even one wrong word, he would turn into a sky full of ice crystals, just like that golden snake protector. Waste. Gu Ping'an uttered 2 words calmly. Then, he closed his eyes. In the state of double intoxication, his 5 senses and his mental capacity had been elevated to an unbelievable level. Buzz. An invisible, boundless divine thought, centered on him, swept outwards in all directions like a tidal wave. In an instant, everything within the Black Mist Forest's secret realm, spanning hundreds of miles, was clearly reflected in his mind. Every stone, every tree, every running monster. Even the movement of the wind and the trajectory of spiritual energy cannot be hidden. Is this the power of a grandmaster? No, this has already surpassed that of an ordinary grandmaster. This is divine thought transforming into a vast ocean, surveying the entire world. Although Long Yi and the others could not see this divine thought, but they could feel a supreme will descending from the sky, sweeping over their bodies and across the land. Faced with this will, they felt as insignificant and humble as dust. They all stopped breathing. A few seconds later, Gu Ping'an opened his eyes. His brows furrowed even deeper. No. I scanned the entire secret realm, but found no trace of them. How could this be? Long Yi's heart sank to the bottom. Even this important person can't be found. Could it be that they have truly? Wrong. Gu Ping'an's gaze suddenly turned to the deepest part of the secret realm. That direction was shrouded in a thick black mist that even his divine sense could not completely penetrate. There's something strange there. As he spoke, his figure blurred, and he was about to fly in that direction. Sir, please wait a moment. Long Yi hurriedly shouted. That place is the core forbidden zone of the secret realm. Our map shows that there are unknown and immense dangers there. We absolutely cannot approach it lightly. Danger? Gu Ping'an turned around and glanced at him. That look was like he was looking at an idiot. The thing in this world that can make me, Gu Ping'an, feel threatened has not yet been born. After he finished speaking, he ignored Long Yi. His entire body transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon in an instant. Only Long Yi and the members of the 3rd squad were left, bewildered in the wind. Captain, what do we do now? A team member asked in a low voice. Long Yi looked in the direction where Gu Ping'an had disappeared, then looked at his remaining troops. He gave a bitter smile, a resolute look on his face. What else can we do? Follow them. This sir went to save someone. We, the Demon Suppression Division, have no cowards who desert their posts. Even if it means death, I'll follow behind you. At least, being able to cheer for you is an honor. Yes. The Black Mist Forest is a secret realm, a forbidden zone. This is the most spiritually rich and also the most dangerous place in the entire secret realm. The sky was an eerie dark purple. The earth was scorched black, barren of all vegetation. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur and decay. At the entrance to a huge, volcano-like valley, Li Yaoyao, Chen Feng, Wan Lei, and Zhang Qian were leaning against a huge black rock, panting heavily. They all looked disheveled and miserable. Li Yaoyao's white combat uniform was tattered and covered in blood and mud. Her cool and pretty face was also filled with fatigue and solemnity. Chen Feng and his 2 companions were all injured. Sister Yaoyao, should we go any further? Zhang Qian's lips were somewhat pale, and her voice carried a hint of fear. This place is terrifying. They were originally proceeding towards the central area according to plan. Unexpectedly, the further they went in, the higher the level of the monsters became, and the more bizarre they were. They had just narrowly escaped death from an attack by a group of peak-level 3rd-tier demonized cave spiders. Chen Feng's arm was also scratched by the venom, and now half of his body is numb. Li Yaoyao glanced at the detector. Above, there was already a blood-red warning. The signal also became intermittent. She gritted her teeth and said, if we still can't find any valuable medicinal herbs after going a little further, we'll retreat immediately. She also felt somewhat uneasy. This secret place felt increasingly unsettling to her. Most importantly, where did that guy go? After entering that cave, Gu Ping'an never returned. Could something have happened to him? The thought flashed through her mind, but she forcibly suppressed it. Impossible. That bastard's strength is unfathomable. How could anything possibly happen to him? He must have found it too much trouble, so he went off to drink and sleep somewhere by himself. Li Yao cursed inwardly. Just then. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the valley in front of them. That roar was filled with tyranny and majesty. A terrifying dragon's might, like a tangible shockwave, swept over. Li Yao and the other three's expressions changed drastically. They felt their very souls trembling uncontrollably under the roar. What is it? Wang Lei's voice changed with fright. The next second, a huge, all-encompassing shadow rose from the valley. That was a real dragon, over 100 meters long. Its body was covered with jet-black scales, it had 2 ferocious horns on its head, and a pair of eyes like lava, filled with a tyrannical desire to destroy everything. Abyss Dragon. A fully grown abyssal dragon, whose strength is at least comparable to a human martial king. How could it be here? Li Yao and her 3 companions were completely terrified. Their minds were blank, they couldn't even muster the thought of escaping. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. It's over. This time, I'm really going to die. A flicker of despair and resentment flashed in Li Yao's eyes. She hasn't been able to catch up with that person yet, and hasn't been able to make him take back the word vase. Am I going to die here? Just then, a lazy voice, seemingly tinged with impatience, suddenly rang out above them. I was saying, why can't I find you anywhere? So you came to a place like this to see lizards? Li Yao suddenly looked up. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above them. He was dressed casually, with his hands behind his back, looking down at them. That familiar, perpetually sleepy face held a hint of disdain. It's Gu Ping'an. He actually came. Li Yao's nose suddenly stung, and her eyes instantly reddened. The abyssal dragon had obviously also noticed him, this tiny insect hovering in front of it. It let out an angry roar, opened its blood-red maw, and spewed a black dragon breath containing destructive power towards Gu Ping'an. Careful! Li Yao screamed in despair. However, Gu Ping'an didn't even glance at the dragon's breath. He simply extended one hand, pointing fingers together to form a sword. With a gentle stroke, he faced the arrogant abyss dragon. Noisy! A thin, almost invisible, icy blue sword aura flashed by. The black dragon breath, powerful enough to melt gold and iron, was frozen the moment it came into contact with the sword energy, turning into countless black ice crystals. The sword energy continued its relentless advance. It sliced right through the massive head of the abyss dragon. Time seemed to stand still for a second. Then, the 4 of them, including Li Yao, were utterly shocked, their gazes filled with a shock that defied description. The enormous head of the abyssal dragon slid silently off its neck. Boom! The enormous dragon head crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. The earth was trembling. Gu Ping'an slowly withdrew his hand and yawned. He glanced at his 4 teammates below, who were frozen in place, and curled his lip. All right, the lizard is taken care of. We should go home. Chapter 28 The School Beauty Speaks, and a jar of divine wine settles the world. Go, home? Li Yao, Chen Feng, and the other 2 remained gazing at the sky, their minds buzzing. What did they just see? A deep-sea demonic dragon comparable to a martial king. Just like that, he was killed instantly by a single sword strike? Moreover, it was sword energy emitted from his fingertips? The movement was so casual, like shooing away an annoying fly. This is no longer considered powerful. This is a miracle. Li Yao stared blankly at the figure that floated down from the sky. She felt her heart pounding and her cheeks burning. Turn out to be. Is this his true strength? So, what I saw before, the so-called opening of the heavens with a single sword, the so-called crushing of the entire field, were all just things he did casually? I am like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, thinking I can see the sky, but in reality, all I see is a small patch of sky, about the size of the well opening. A huge, indescribable sense of frustration welled up inside me. But then, an even stronger, inexplicable emotion completely overwhelmed this sense of defeat. That's a kind of peace of mind. An unprecedented, immense sense of security. It was as if, as long as this man was there was nothing to fear, even if the sky were to fall. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Gu Pingan landed in front of them, frowned as he looked at the four people who seemed like idiots. You're practically drooling, aren't you ashamed? Li Yaoyao was instantly brought back to reality by his words. She subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth and found there was no saliva. Her face flushed red instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? She glared at Gu Pingan, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Can't this guy just talk properly? The slight goodwill that had just begun to rise was instantly wiped out by his anger. Chen Feng and the other two finally came to their senses. The way they looked at Gu Pingan had completely changed. It was no longer the awe and curiosity of before. Rather, it was pure, fanatical worship, like that of a deity. Brother Gu. Brother Gu. Chen Feng stammered as he spoke, even changing his form of address. You're so awesome. Wang Lei and Zhang Chen nodded excitedly, wanting to say something, but found that their vocabulary was so limited that they couldn't even describe 1/10,000th of the man in front of them. All right, stop flattering me. Gu Pingan waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up, pack your things, we're getting ready to go out. I don't want to stay in this lousy place for even a second longer. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to lead the way. Just then. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures flew rapidly from a distance. It was Long Yi and his teammates who arrived late. When they arrived, they saw the dragon head on the ground, which was bigger than a house, and the enormous headless dragon corpse. Everyone stumbled and almost lost their footing. Another one, yet another one? Moreover, look at its size, look at its dragon might. This one seems to be several times stronger than the one in the rocky forest. This was also solved by that guy all by himself? Looking at the impatient-looking boy, Long Yi felt his throat go dry. He is now completely numb. Sir. Long Yi quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Gu Pingan. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Gu Pingan glanced at him. The one who's in trouble is that ugly lizard. Long Yi. He glanced at the dragon head, its eyes wide open in death, and nodded in deep agreement. Then, his gaze fell on Li Yaoyao and the others. Seeing that they were all alive despite their disheveled state, Long Yi finally felt relieved. Thank goodness. If the eldest daughter of the Tianjianli family really dies here, he can forget about being the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. All right, we found them. Gu Pingan looked at them and said, Your Demon Suppression Division is responsible for getting them out safely. I'm going home to sleep. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Sir, please wait. Once again, Long Yi gritted his teeth and stopped him. Gu Pingan's brows furrowed into a deep knot. Are you ever going to stop? His tone now carried a hint of genuine anger. If you dare to stop me again, believe me, I'll chop you up too. Long Yi was so frightened by his imposing aura that his legs went weak. But he gritted his teeth and said, Sir, it's not that I want to stop you. Yes, this secret realm is probably not as simple as it seems. We suspect that this entire secret realm is part of a massive conspiracy by the Blood Moon cult. They may have more than just these two strongholds. Oh? Gu Pingan raised an eyebrow. So what? Does it have anything to do with your Demon Suppression Division, or with me? You guys get paid by the federal government, but I do, right? You're responsible for protecting our country, but am I? I'm just an ordinary student who wants to drink and sleep in peace and quiet. Why should I have to clean up your messes? His series of questions left Long Yi speechless and sweating profusely. Yes. On what grounds? Why should they risk their lives to help them clean up this mess when they have no relation to them? Based on that so-called human righteousness? It might be useful to others, but to this gentleman in front of me, it's clearly of no use at all. Long Yi's mind was racing. He knew that to get this man to take action, he had to offer tangible benefits. However, he no longer had any decent bottles of wine on him. What to do? Just as he was sweating profusely with anxiety, Li Yaoyao, who was standing next to her, suddenly spoke up. Gu Pingan. Her voice remained cool and clear, but carried a strange emotion. Didn't you want to get some drinks? Gu Pingan was taken aback and looked at her. Meeting his gaze, Li Yaoyao revealed a very faint smile on her pretty face, which was covered in a little mud. Our Tianjianli family has a wine cellar that has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Inside, there are various kinds of spiritual wines and immortal brews that have been passed down from ancient times. Among them, the most precious is a jar of divine wine known as drunken life, dreamlike death. It is said that it was brewed by a true sword immortal back then. As long as you can completely resolve the matter of this secret realm. When I go back, I will beg my grandfather to give you that jar of drunken life, dreamy death. Her words caused everyone present to gasp in shock. The Lee family's 1,000-year-old wine cellar. Legend has it that this is a wine personally brewed by a sword immortal, a wine that brings a life of intoxication and death. This is an enormous gesture. Long Yi looked at Li Yaoyao, his eyes filled with gratitude. As expected of a young lady from a top-tier family, her courage is truly exceptional. Gu Ping'an's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words brewed by the sword immortal. An unprecedented glint flashed in his lazy eyes. The drunken sword immortal system. Divine wine brewed by the sword immortal himself. Is there any connection between these two things? What kind of reward will the system give him after he drinks that wine? His heart instantly burned with passion. Sleep? Sleep my ass. Compared to the sword immortal's divine wine, everything else is insignificant. He looked at Li Yaoyao, and the impatient expression on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there was an unprecedented seriousness and earnestness. He cleared his throat and said to Long Yi in a tone of disappointment and frustration. Tell me, what kind of work is your demon suppression division doing? Such a huge conspiracy, and they haven't found a single clue? That's incredibly inefficient. Alright, stop talking nonsense. He waved his hand and said, taking full responsibility. How many Blood Moon cult hideouts are left in this secret realm? Report their locations all at once. I'll bring them all for you. His complete 360-degree change in attitude left everyone stunned. Long Yi was completely dumbfounded. Brother, you just said it wasn't your business. How come you became even more enthusiastic than us after just one sentence from Miss Lee? Your change of expression is too fast. He was internally ranting and raving, but outwardly he dared not show the slightest negligence. Reporting to my lord, according to our intelligence, there may be one or two more strongholds. Possible? Gu Ping'an frowned again. Is this how your demon suppression division operates? You can't even figure out the exact number? Are you from the demon suppression division, or am I? He looked at Long Yi, who had an embarrassed expression, and shook his head. Forget it, it's too late to rely on you guys now. I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he closed his eyes again. That boundless and majestic divine thought, which made heaven and earth pale in comparison, swept out once again. This time, his goal was no longer to find Li Yaoyao. Instead, we seek those hidden deep within the secret realm. Mouse. A few seconds later. He opened his eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and pointed in 3 different directions. Not just 1 or 2. There are 3. 1 in the swamp to the east. 1 under the volcano in the south. There's another one, hidden the deepest, in the valley behind this dragon corpse. You all stay here and wait, don't go anywhere. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Yaoyao and added a sentence. Especially you, stop running around. A vase should know its place. Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. Li Yaoyao was left standing there, her pretty face flushed red and pale with anger. That bastard. I was just starting to like him, and he started being sarcastic again. Who's the pretty face now? Chapter 29 Mission complete. Come on, let's settle the bill for the drinks. Gu Ping'an is gone. They left decisively and cleanly, without taking a single cloud with them. Only a group of people were left behind, bewildered in the wind. Li Yaoyao stood there, biting her lip, her pretty face flushing red and then turning pale. That bastard. It's always the same. Every time I start to have a slightly better impression of him, he can instantly ruin that goodwill with just one sentence. Vase? I, the proud daughter of the prestigious Li family of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a genius of the 5th rank in the mortal realm, am reduced to a mere ornament in your mouth? She was so angry that her chest heaved, and she wished she could draw her sword, chase after him, and fight him for 300 rounds. But then, thinking about what happened to that abyssal dragon, she silently nipped that thought in the bud. Never mind. We can't beat them. If you can't afford to offend them, can't you at least avoid them? She made up her mind that once she left the secret realm and obtained the divine wine, she would never have anything to do with this guy again. On the other side, Long Yi and his teammates were completely stunned. They were still reeling from the profound shock of Gu Ping'an's words. 3 dens? This gentleman only closed his eyes for a few seconds and explored the entire secret realm. They even pinpointed 3 cult strongholds that even their Demon Suppression Division's intelligence network couldn't identify. What kind of divine enemy summoning technique is this? This is no longer radar, it's a humanoid satellite. Team Captain. The one-armed captain of the 3rd squad looked at Long Yi with a dazed expression. We're really here, waiting? Long Yi snapped out of his daze and glanced at his group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. Then he thought about Gu Ping'an's unpredictable speed and strength just now. He gave a wry smile and nodded. Otherwise what? Can we keep up? Everyone. I can't keep up. Forget about following him, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of that man. So, are we just going to wait here like this? One of the team members said, somewhat unwillingly. They are the Demon Suppression Division, the elite of the Federation. Now, however, we have to watch the show here like a group of spectators. This feeling is just too frustrating. Waiting is also part of the mission. Long Yi's expression turned serious. Our task now is to protect the safety of Liao Yao and the others, and ensure that they can wait for that person to return safely. This is the only thing we can do to help that person. His words silenced everyone. Yes. Given their current state, rushing in would only cause more trouble. Protecting these students and preventing that adult from being distracted is already the greatest help we can give him. Once everyone understood this, they all calmed down. They began treating the wounds on the spot to restore their inner energy, while simultaneously protecting Liao Yao and the other 3 firmly in the center. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat quiet. Only the wind howled through the valley. Time passed, second by second. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. For those who have teetered on the brink of life and death, those 15 minutes felt both long and short. The long wait is agonizing. Briefly, they hadn't even stopped the bleeding from the wound. Where do you think that sir is now? One of the younger team members couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I don't know, maybe, we've just arrived at the first place, another team member guessed. The swamp to the east has complex terrain, numerous demonic beasts, and the Blood Moon cult's ambush. Taking down a stronghold won't be easy, the one-armed captain analyzed in a deep voice. Long Yi nodded, the Golden Serpent Protector is at the 8th rank of the mortal realm, and the leaders of the other strongholds should be about the same strength. Even if you, sir, possess extraordinary strength, it would still be difficult to take down one of them within 15 minutes. He hadn't finished speaking. Whoosh! A whooshing sound came from afar, growing louder as it approached. A familiar figure appeared before everyone again without warning. It was Gu Ping'an. He remained as lazy as ever, as if he hadn't just gone to fight, but rather to take a walk. Everyone was stunned. Sir? Long Yi stammered, you're back? Could it be that we've run into some trouble? In his mind, Gu Ping'an must have encountered some tricky situation and needed their intelligence support to return so quickly. However, Gu Ping'an simply yawned. Then, he casually threw 3 things on the ground. Clatter. There were 3 grotesque, blood-red masks stained with fresh blood. Each mask is made of a different material and has a different pattern. One is a venomous snake, one is a fierce tiger, and one is a hawk. It is the Blood Moon cult, and the status symbol of a Dharma protector. Look, it's solved. Gu Ping'an clapped his hands and said casually, in a tone that suggested, the weather is nice today. All 3 dens, along with the people and the jars, were destroyed. This secret realm should be clean now. My mission is complete. Dead silence. A deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. The entire valley seemed to have stopped moving, even the wind. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the 3 blood-smelling masks on the ground. Then, he looked at the boy with the eyes of someone looking at a monster, who had a "I'm done and I can go home" expression on his face. Big brother? What did you say? Is it resolved? All 3 hideouts have been taken care of? How long has it been? 15 minutes. From the time you left until you came back, it only took a total of 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, you traversed the entire secret realm and wiped out 3 cult strongholds that had been guarded by powerful Dharma protectors and had been operating for many years. Are you going to kill someone or go wholesale cabbages? This efficiency is absolutely outrageous. Long Yi felt that his brain was completely overwhelmed. He looked at Gu Ping'an, opened his mouth as if to ask something, but found that he couldn't utter a single word. What else could he ask? Ask, how did you do that? Isn't that obvious? Of course we'll go and kill them. Ask, are you injured? Look at how lively and energetic he is, does he look injured? In the end, all those words were summed up in one sentence. Master, you're awesome. Besides those two words, he couldn't think of any other words that could describe his feelings at that moment. Li Yaoyao stared blankly at the three masks. She knew that Gu Ping'an was very strong. But she never expected that he would be this strong. This is no longer the power of an ordinary person. This is the power of gods and demons. She suddenly realized how ridiculous it was that she had previously thought about catching up with him. This is a gap that cannot be bridged by hard work alone. This is the difference between heaven and earth. Alright, everything's taken care of. Gu Ping'an found their naive and unworldly demeanor rather boring. He walked up to Li Yaoyao and extended his hand. Where is my wine? Li Yaoyao was taken aback by his sudden action. What kind of wine? Living a life of debauchery, Gu Ping'an said matter-of-factly. You promised me that as long as I resolved this matter, you would give me the jar of wine brewed by the sword immortal. Now that the matter is resolved, what about the wine? Li Yaoyao's face turned red instantly. That wine is at my house. How can I give it to you now? Oh, that's true. Gu Ping'an thought for a moment and nodded. Then you can't go back on your word. When have I ever reneged on a debt? Li Yaoyao was both angry and anxious. That's good. Gu Ping'an was satisfied. He turned around, ready to go home and sleep. This time, no one should stop him, right? However, he stopped after taking only 2 steps. He turned around and looked at Li Yaoyao. Oh, right, there's one more thing. What is it? Li Yaoyao looked at him warily. Gu Ping'an scratched his head, seemingly a little embarrassed. In your wine cellar, besides Drunken Life, Dreamy Death, do you have any other, older vintages? What do you mean? Li Yaoyao didn't understand. Gu Ping'an cleared his throat and said in a consultative tone. Look, this time, I've not only killed a god of war and slain a dragon, but I've also helped your demon suppression division clean house. After putting in so much effort, all we get is a jar of wine? Isn't that a bit unfair? How about, you go back and talk to your grandfather and ask him to permanently open your family's wine cellar to me. Chapter 30 School Beauty, you can't go back on your promise. Permanently open? When Gu Ping'an uttered those 4 words, the entire valley fell into an eerie silence once again. Li Yaoyao was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This guy. What did he just say? He wants his family's 1,000-year-old wine cellar to be permanently open to him? How dare he? What place is that? That is one of the most important assets of their heavenly swordly family. It is a forbidden area that has been passed down for thousands of years, and even the core members of the family cannot easily enter. Every jar of wine in the collection is priceless. They are truly invaluable treasures. He actually wanted to turn that place into his own private convenience store? Go whenever you want? Drink whatever you want? This is no longer just asking for an exorbitant amount. This is practically like wanting to bring the entire lion enclosure home. You're dreaming. Li Yaoyao was so angry that she trembled all over. Without thinking, she refused outright. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She had never heard of such an outrageous request in her entire life. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the others standing nearby also twitched their eyes in disbelief. They now have a completely new understanding of how shameless this guy is. That's too ruthless. That's really too cruel. The first thing they asked for was someone else's wine cellar, which had been passed down for thousands of years. That appetite is even bigger than that abyssal dragon. Why is it impossible? Gu Ping'an looked at Li Yaoyao, who was excited and felt a little strange. I saved your life and, incidentally, solved such a big problem. Is it too much to ask for the permanent use of one of your wine cellars? Li Yaoyao was speechless, choked by his self-righteous question. Yes. Logically speaking, it doesn't seem like it's really not that excessive. After all, the combined value of a life, and the lives of everyone in a Class C secret realm, is definitely higher than that of a wine cellar. But these are completely different things. Anyway, it just won't work. Li Yaoyao was too lazy to reason with him anymore, so she resorted to being a rogue. Drunkenness and decadence, I can find a way to get you that. But a wine cellar? Don't even think about it. TCH, stingy. Gu Pingon curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Then, his eyes darted around, and he put on a grinning expression again. Then, it's fine if it's not permanently open. Give me a discount, let me in, and I can pick out 10 or 8 jars of wine, is that alright? Li Yaoyao. Right now, all she wants is to stab this shameless scoundrel in front of her to death with a single sword stroke. 1 jar. She squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Besides drunken life, dreamlike death, I'll give you 1 more jar at most. That's the most I can give you. This was the biggest concession she could make. 2 jars? Gu Pingon frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. Isn't that a bit too little? You're supposed to be the eldest daughter of the Tianjianli family, is this all the authority you have? You! Li Yaoyao was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Alright, 2 jars it is. Gu Pingon waved his hand quickly when he saw that she was about to explode. Even a mosquito bite is still neat. You wait. Once we're out of the secret realm, I will absolutely not let you go. Li Yaoyao uttered a harsh remark, then turned away, never wanting to see his hateful face again. She was afraid that if she looked at him any longer, she wouldn't be able to hold back and would actually rush up and fight him to the death. A negotiation concerning the family's millennia-old heritage came to a close in an extremely eerie atmosphere. Long Yi, standing to the side, watched in awe. He felt that this man was not only incredibly powerful, but also had top-notch business acumen. With just a few words, they extorted another jar of ancient divine wine from the eldest daughter of the Tianjianli family. If this were to go into business, even a business genius like Fatty Wang would have to admit defeat. Alright, everything's resolved. Gu Pingon stretched, feeling that he had gained a lot from this trip to the secret realm. Not only did his cultivation level increase significantly, but he also obtained several jugs of fine wine, plus 2 jars of future divine wine futures. Feeling great. Captain Long, right? He looked at Long Yi. I'm leaving this place to you. I'm going back to sleep. Yes. Please take care, sir. Long Yi immediately bowed and greeted them with utmost respect. Oh, right, Gu Pingon took a couple of steps, then stopped and turned back to Li Yaoyao. Remember to contact me after you get out, school beauty. Don't try to renege on your debt. After saying that, he whistled and walked with an arrogant, unsteady gait toward the exit of the secret realm. They looked so relaxed, as if they were really on a picnic and were now getting ready to head home. Li Yaoyao watched his retreating figure, her teeth practically grinding to powder. That bastard. Shameless. Rogue. In her mind, she used every curse word she could think of. Half an hour later. Black Mist Forest, entrance to the secret realm. The dark blue spatial vortex was still slowly rotating. The surrounding area was a mess. The temporary camp set up by the federal military has been mostly destroyed. Many soldiers were injured and are receiving treatment. Clearly, a fierce battle had just taken place here. When Gu Pingon's figure staggered out of the spatial vortex, all eyes instantly turned to him. The officer in charge of guarding this place is a senior colonel in the military. When he saw Gu Pingon, he was taken aback at first, and then a solemn expression appeared on his face. He had just received a call from Long Yi and learned everything that had happened inside. Although Ryuichi's words were vague and full of unbelievable and incomprehensible statements. But the colonel did understand one thing. The seemingly ordinary young man before you was actually an unparalleled powerhouse who single-handedly quelled the turmoil in the entire secret realm. This, classmate. The colonel strode forward and gave Gu Pingon a standard military salute. On behalf of the Eastern Theater Command, I thank you for your tremendous contributions to the Federation. Gu Pingon waved his hand, looking completely indifferent. It's nothing, don't mention it. By the way, where's my car? He looked around, searching for the hovercar he had come from. Here. Principal Zhang Jinghua suddenly appeared from some corner. He rushed up to Gu Pingon, looking him up and down, his face a mixture of excitement and lingering fear. Gu! Are you all right? I heard something terrible happened inside. What could have happened? Gu Pingon curled his lip. Just a few flies and 2 ugly lizards, and we took care of them. Zhang Jinghua. He listened to this understated description, and then recalled Long Yi's almost collapsing tone in the communication. He felt that he might need to relearn the definitions of the words fly and lizard. It's good that you're alright, it's good that you're alright. Zhang Jingguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The car is ready and we can head back to the city anytime. Then let's go. Too lazy to waste any more words, Gu Pingyan opened the car door and got in. All he wanted to do now was get back to his soft, big bed and get a good night's sleep. Then, he waited for Li Yaoyao to deliver his divine wine to his door. The hovercar slowly ascended into the air. Looking out the car window, Gu Pingyan gazed at the forest below, still shrouded in black mist. He yawned, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This trip to the secret realm was a bit troublesome. But it seems quite interesting. In particular, the 1,000-year-old wine cellar of the Li family of the Heavenly Sword. He closed his eyes and began to look forward to it. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, looking at the enormous dragon head and the mess on the ground, Li Yaoyao's eyes were filled with an unprecedented determination. Gu Pingyan, I admit that I am far from being your match right now. But I will absolutely not give up. Vase? One day, I will make you take those 2 words back with your own mouth. I, Li Yaoyao, am not your pretty face. Rather, it's someone who can stand beside you. She gripped the long sword tightly, and a fierce flame ignited in her clear, cold eyes. Chapter 31 Martial Emperor's Spirit Wine? I'm definitely participating in this competition. The hovercar came to a steady stop in front of the dormitory building of the 3rd high school. Gu Pingyan yawned, opened the car door first, jumped out, and waved without looking back. Alright, that's enough. You can all leave now. His tone made it sound as if he were the commander-in-chief of this operation, dismissing his subordinates. Inside the car, Principal Zhang Jinghua and the military colonel looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness. This guy really he has no airs at all, and he doesn't follow any rules. Li Yaoyao watched his swaying figure as he hurried back to his dormitory to sleep, biting her lip lightly, feeling a surge of anger in her heart. Does this guy have absolutely no sense of self-awareness as an unparalleled expert? Li, thank you so much this time. Zhang Jinghua, standing next to Li Yaoyao, sincerely expressed his gratitude. He had already learned the whole story from the military colonel. He knew that it was Li Yaoyao who had managed to get this little devil to come by using a jar of drunken life, dreamy death. You're too kind, Principal. I was just trying to save myself. Li Yaoyao shook her head, her cold face revealing no emotion. She got out of the car, bowed slightly to Zhang Jinghua and the military colonel, and then led Qin Feng and the other 2 towards the dormitory area. A massive crisis, capable of upending the entire Jiangchang and even shaking the Federation, quietly came to an end in a strange atmosphere. Humming a little tune, Gu Pingyan strode back to his familiar dormitory with an air of indifference. Pushing open the door, a familiar aroma, a mixture of instant noodle smell and sugary soda, wafted out. Pingyan, you're back. A chubby figure sprang up from in front of the computer. It was Fatty Wang. When he saw Gu Pingyan, he was overjoyed at first, and then rushed over with an exaggerated expression, looking him up and down. Holy crap! Pingyan, you're finally back. I heard something big happened in the secret realm. The military sealed off that area, I thought you. What did you think? Gu Pingyan rolled her eyes at him. You thought I was stuck inside? Pa. Children say the darndest things, let the wind blow them away. Fatty Wang quickly said, I was just worried about you. Are you alright? What could possibly happen? Gu Pingyan was too lazy to talk to him anymore, so he threw himself onto the soft bed and let out a comfortable groan. My own bed is still the most comfortable. Fighting to the death outside, killing gods and slaying dragons, is nothing compared to lying in bed like a lazy bum. He closed his eyes and began to calculate his gains from this trip. After taking a big gulp of the 10,000-year stone stalactite wine, his cultivation level soared from the early stage of the 5th rank of the mortal realm to the peak of the 5th rank. The immense energy within my body is still condensing and breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th rank. I estimate that after a good night's sleep, I'll be able to break through naturally. There was also a pot of Millennium Snow Soul wine. After taking a sip, I comprehended a new Ice Heart Sword intent, and its power seemed quite impressive. Most importantly, they also reserved 2 jars of divine wine from the Li family of Tianjin as futures. One jar is Drunken Life, Dreamlike Death, brewed by the Sword Immortal himself, while the other can be chosen freely from the Li family's 1,000-year-old wine cellar. The thought of living a life of debauchery filled Gu Pingyan with a surge of excitement. Wine brewed by the Sword Immortal himself. Will the system directly give him a heaven rank sword technique? Or perhaps it will simply allow his cultivation level to jump 1 or 2 ranks? Feeling great. He felt like an old farmer who had worked hard and was now waiting for a good harvest, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. By the way, Pinyin, Fatty Wang leaned over and asked with a gossipy look on his face. I heard that the Blood Moon cult was behind this turmoil in the secret realm? And they even summoned some abyss dragon? Is that true? Clearly, he had also obtained some information through his family's connections. Gu Pingan replied lazily. Holy crap! Really? Fatty Wang gasped. Then, you weren't in any danger, were you? I heard even several members of the Demon Suppression Division were killed. I ran into him. Gu Pingan rolled over, finding a more comfortable position. And then, everything was taken care of. Solved? Fatty Wang blinked, not quite understanding. It means exactly what it says, scatter those cultists and that ugly lizard. Gu Pingan's tone was so calm, as if he were just talking about what he had for dinner. Wang Pengzi's brain went blank for a good 10 seconds. Looking at Gu Pingan's innocent-looking sleeping face, he felt like he was listening to a foreign language. Yang. Those are the Blood Moon cult and the Abyss Dragon. Although he was weak in skill, he was quite knowledgeable. He knew very well the weight those 2 words carried. As a result, in his own brother's words, it was as easy as swatting a few flies? He swallowed hard and decided not to ask any more questions. He was afraid his heart wouldn't be able to handle too many questions. His brother is no longer human, he's a deity. What I need to do is hold on tight to this powerful figure, whose influence is stronger than gold. Alright, stop arguing, I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up even if the sky falls. Gu Pingan waved his hand impatiently. Okay. You go to sleep. Fatty Wang nodded and bowed hurriedly, tiptoed to the side, and even turned the volume down to the lowest setting when playing games. Gu Pingan closed his eyes with satisfaction, his consciousness sinking into his body, feeling the god of wine technique automatically operating and refining the powerful wine energy. Soon, he entered a state of half dream and half awake. However, he wanted to get a peaceful sleep, but some people wouldn't let him have that wish. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Who is it? Didn't I tell you not to bother me? Gu Pingan's brows furrowed instantly. Fatty Wang was startled and quickly ran to open the door. He thought it was some clueless classmate who was about to start swearing. As a result, when the door opened and he saw the person standing outside, Fatty Wang was completely dumbfounded. The principal? Principal Zhang Jingguo was standing at the door, his forehead covered in sweat, his face showing a hint of anxiety and a fawning smile. Wang, Gu, is she inside? Yes, Fatty Wang stammered in response. I need to speak with him urgently, please let me in for a moment, Zhang Jingguo said as he squeezed inside. Unable to sleep due to the noise, Gu Pingan could only sit up in bed in frustration. Old Zhang, what are you up to now? He asked Zhang Jingguo, looking at him with annoyance. Hey, Gu, you're awake. Zhang Jingguo rubbed his hands together and approached him with a fawning expression. First of all, congratulations on your safe return. Secondly, on behalf of the school in Jiangcheng, I thank you for your tremendous contributions to the Federation. He immediately showered him with compliments. Alright, spit it out. Gu Pingan interrupted him impatiently. Stop with all this nonsense, it annoys me. Zhang Jingguo's smile froze for a moment. He discovered that all the polite words he had prepared along the way seemed to be of no use in front of this man. He took a deep breath and decided to get straight to the point. Gu, it's like this. As you know, the annual Jiangcheng 5 Schools Joint Competition is about to begin. The Jiangcheng Grand Competition? Gu Pingan raised an eyebrow, vaguely remembering it. It's a competition held annually between the 5 martial arts high schools in Jiangcheng. It's supposedly to promote student exchange, but it's really just a platform for the schools to compete with each other, vying for resources and reputation. In previous years, their blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol levels were consistently among the lowest. What does this have to do with me? Gu Pingan asked directly. Yes. Of course. Zhang Jingguo quickly replied, I would like to ask you to represent our 3rd high school in this competition. Upon hearing this, Gu Pingan immediately laughed. He looked at Zhang Jingguo with the same look he had toward an idiot. Old Zhang, are you still half asleep? You want me to participate in those childish games? Do you think I have the time or inclination for that? I. Zhang Jingguo was choked and speechless. Yes, it's ridiculous to have a powerful figure like him, who can easily kill a martial king-level demonic dragon, fight against a group of students who are at most at the 5th or 6th rank of the mortal realm. That is indeed a bit insulting. Gu, let me finish. Zhang Jingguo said urgently. This competition is different. Completely different from previous years. Oh? How is it different? Gu Pingyan became interested. The final champion's reward this time was personally presented by the city lord. Zhang Jingguo's voice trembled slightly. That was a jar of wine, personally brewed by our Jiangqing's first city lord, that legendary figure who once reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, and nurtured for 300 years in the underground fire veins. Dragon's Breath Brew. Dragon's Breath Brew? Gu Pingyan's eyes lit up instantly. 300-year-old spirit wine? Or was it brewed by a martial emperor himself? This sounds really exciting. He could feel a slight fluctuation in the drunken sword immortal system within his body when it heard this name. This proves that this wine is definitely a good product. Seeing the change in Gu Pingyan's expression, Zhang Jingguo was immediately delighted. There's hope. He knew that the only way to get this man to cooperate was with alcohol. So, Gu, are you interested? He asked, pressing his advantage. Gu Pingyan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Going to participate in the competition is a lot of trouble. However, there is a 300-year-old spirit wine to drink. It seems like it's worth considering. After all, Li Yaoyao's 2 jars of wine were still futures contracts, who knows when they would be available? This one in front of you is in stock. He looked at Zhang Jingguo's expectant expression, his eyes darted around, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 1 jar of wine doesn't seem quite enough. Chapter 32. The True Sword God never seeks personal gain. Gu Pingyan's words were spoken lightly, with a hint of mischievous laughter at the end, but to Principal Zhang Jingguo, they were like a bolt from the blue. Still, not enough? Zhang Jingguo's smile froze instantly, the feeling even more agonizing than when he was waiting for news at the entrance to the secret realm. My little darling. That's Dragon's Breath Brew. It's a 300-year-old spirit wine. It's a treasure personally brewed by a martial emperor. In the entire Jiangcheng, there is only this 1 jar. It is a precious gift that the city lord specially took out from his own collection for this competition. You still think it's not enough? Is your appetite on par with that abyssal dragon? Zhang Jingguo was screaming inwardly, but he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Gu, what do you mean by this? This dragon breath wine is a truly priceless treasure. It has immense benefits for even martial arts grandmasters' cultivation. He wanted to explain how precious the wine was, but he swallowed his words halfway through. Talking about value with this guy? They easily obtained the 10,000-year-old stone stalactite wine in the secret realm, so why do I need to explain to them that it's a 300-year-old wine? This isn't just showing off your limited skills before an expert, it's like trying to solve a kindergarten math problem by asking a university professor. I know it's good stuff. Gu Pingyan stretched, sat up in bed, and glanced at Zhang Jingguo, who was covered in sweat. Only good stuff deserves my fee, doesn't it? As he spoke, he slowly walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. That relaxed demeanor made Zhang Jingguo even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Yes. Of course she deserves it. Zhang Jingguo nodded repeatedly, his mind racing as he began to rack his brains for any other bargaining chips he could offer. The school's funds? He had already applied to use them to improve the meals and training environment for these special students. Now the school's account is cleaner than his face. A private collection? His stuff is probably no different from trash in front of this guy. Do we really have to swallow our pride and beg the city lord again? Zhang Jingguo felt that his old face was about to give way. After Gu Pingyan finished drinking the water, he looked at Zhang Jingguo's constipated expression and found it somewhat amusing. He certainly knew the value of Dragon's Breath Brew, and he also knew that Zhang Jingguo was at his wit's end. He said that not because he really wanted to extort anything more. The main thing is, since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well tease this old man, it's quite amusing. Besides, if I represent the 3 high schools and win the championship, it's a sure thing. That would be a huge honor. I can't just work for nothing, can I? Old Zhang. Gu Pingyan crushed the disposable cup, threw it into the trash can, and slowly began to speak. You see, I'm actually very easy to talk to. I don't care about money or fame. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingguo's eyes lit up immediately, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, yes, yes. Gu is a man of noble character, who regards money as dirt. Stop. Gu Pingyan raised his hand to interrupt his flattery. I haven't finished speaking. I don't care about these things, but I care about whether the people around me care. Zhang Jingguo was stunned. Huh? Gu, what are you saying? Gu Pingyan pointed to the side, to the fat Wang who was pricking up his ears and looking at him with admiration. He, Fatty Wang, is my brother. Hello, Wang. You are a man of exceptional talent and appearance, a true dragon among men. Zhang Jingguo immediately gave Wang Pangzi a kind and friendly smile. When the principal praised him like that, Fatty Wang immediately puffed out his chest, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. My brother's family is in business, they sell alcohol, Gu Pingyan continued. Our number 3 high school has never done very well in the annual competitions, and we can't even get sponsorships. Other schools, like Jinlong Group and Tianfeng Pharmaceutical, are all vying to give us money. What do? All we get is a banner that says community warmth. Zhang Jingguo's face flushed red instantly. This matter is indeed a source of deep concern for him. Every year during the 5-school competition, the principals of other schools sit in the VIP seats, receiving praise from major companies. He sat in the corner like an unwanted child, ignored by everyone. What Gu means is Zhang Jingguo seemed to understand something. My meaning is very simple. A slight smile curved Gu Pingyan's lips. This time, with my involvement, the champion is definitely Sangao. When Sangao becomes famous, many companies will surely want to cooperate with us, right? Of course. Of course. Zhang Jingguo said excitedly. Well, I think my brother's liquor company has a lot of potential. Gu Pingyan patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder. When the time comes, could you give US priority consideration for the school's celebration banquet, or for the receptions we host in collaboration with other companies? Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang's eyes instantly gleamed with an unprecedented sharpness. Holy crap! Pingyan isn't extorting me, they're paving the way for me. Make his family's wine the designated wine for Jiangqing's number 1 martial arts high school. If this gets out, the company's reputation will skyrocket. At that time, companies like Jinlong Group and Tianfeng Pharmaceutical will all have to line up to cooperate with his father. This isn't just sucking up to someone's leg, it's like that leg is feeding you directly. Pingyan. You're my own brother. Fatty Wang exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes. Zhang Jingguo finally understood. Looking at Gu Pingyan, he felt nothing but shock and admiration. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This man, instead of seeking personal gain, paved the way for his brother's success. His vision and loyalty are truly remarkable. Moreover, this is no big deal for him at all. If the 3 high schools win the championship, his status as the principal will also rise accordingly. At that time, let alone just designating a beverage supplier, even if he wants to open a branch school, the city lord will have to approve it. This is a win-win situation, a win-win-win situation. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Zhang Jingguo, having figured things out, immediately patted his chest and assured him. Don't worry, Gu. I'll handle this personally. From now on, I'll find a way to have Wang's family serve the official liquor for our number 3 high school, for the entire Jiangqing education system. He's figured it out now, clinging to Gu Pingyan is more important than anything else. And pleasing Gu Pingyan's brothers is pleasing Gu Pingyan himself. Fine. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Gu Pingyan was too lazy to say anything more and waved his hand impatiently. Then it's settled. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave, don't disturb my sleep. All right. Gu, you should get some rest. I promise, no one will bother you before the competition. Zhang Jingguo felt as if he had been granted a pardon and left the dormitory with a bow and scrape. As he reached the door, he gave Fatty Wang a friendly smile that said, from now on, we're on the same side, which made Fatty Wang feel a little smug. After Zhang Jingguo left, Fatty Wang could no longer hold back and pounced on Gu Pingyan like a hungry tiger, trying to grab his leg. Pingyan. You've been so good to me. I, Wang Defa, will serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. Get lost. Gu Pingyan kicked him away. You're covered in grease, don't get on my sheets. He threw himself back onto the bed and pulled the blanket over his head. Don't call me even if the sky falls, you hear me? Roger that. Mission accomplished. Fatty Wang stood at attention and gave a rather awkward military salute. Then, he tiptoed back to his computer, looked at the logo of his liquor company on the screen, and began to fantasize about the glorious future of becoming the king of liquor in Jiangcheng. Gu Ping'an, lying on the bed, also had a slight smile on his lips. Helping a brother out was just a small thing I did. Right now, the most important thing is to sleep, and then, wait to drink the 300-year-old Dragon's Breath brew. What rewards will the system give for the wine brewed by the martial emperor? A low-rank sword technique? Or a divine pill that can directly break through to the 7th rank? His heart was filled with anticipation. His consciousness sank into his body, feeling the powerful wine that was still being slowly refined. Gradually, his consciousness drifted into a dream. This time, I should be able to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 33, Meeting the Parents So Soon? The next day, Gu Ping'an woke up because he was hungry. He fought tooth and nail in the secret realm, and then got tormented by the principal upon his return. He felt like all the energy in his body was almost gone. He got out of bed. He was the only one in the dormitory. That guy, Fatty Wang, was probably too excited to sleep all night and had run off somewhere early in the morning. Gu Ping'an quickly washed up, changed into clean clothes, and strolled towards the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, he sensed that something was off. Countless gazes shot towards him. In those gazes, there was curiosity, surprise, doubt, and a trace of awe. Holy crap, look! It's him! Who is it? You don't know yet? The news that came from the principal's office yesterday is that our number 3 high school's ace in this year's 5-school competition is this guy. Really? Him? To me, he only seems to have the aura of a 5th-grade mortal. Sending him to participate in the competition is like sending him to his death. You don't know anything. This is called a true master keeps a low profile. I heard that this guy is the ruthless one who made Xiao Tianzi lose face with just one sentence on the playground last time. Hiss. I remember now. It's that guy who said he'd take responsibility for school beauty Li Yaoyao, the brave warrior? Although the students were speaking in hushed tones, Gu Ping'an's hearing was still sharp enough to hear every single word. He frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed. He just wanted to eat breakfast in peace, but why was he being stared at like a gorilla in a zoo? He ignored the gossip, went straight to the food window, ordered 10 large meat buns, 5 fried dough sticks, and 2 large bowls of soy milk. He found a quiet corner and started eating by himself. Just as he finished his 3rd meat bun, a cool, aloof figure, carrying a plate, sat down opposite him. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over. Gu Ping'an looked up and saw that familiar, icy pretty face. Li Yaoyao. She looks much better today. She must have recovered quite a bit from the injuries and exhaustion she suffered in the secret realm. However, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Gu Ping'an was still filled with complexity. Are you really going to participate in the 5 schools competition? She asked bluntly, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion. In her opinion, for someone of Gu Ping'an's caliber to participate in a high school students' competition was like a dragon wrestling with an ant, completely lowering his status. Mum. Gu Ping'an mumbled a response with half a bun stuffed in his mouth. Why? Li Yaoyao pressed. For the sake of the wine. Gu Ping'an swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth, took a sip of soy milk, and answered with a matter-of-fact confidence. Li Yaoyao was speechless once again. This answer was completely unexpected. She even felt that it would be abnormal if Gu Ping'an said something like for the honor of the school or to challenge himself. This guy is a pure alcoholic who would do anything for alcohol. She remained silent for a moment, biting her lip lightly, as if she had made up her mind. I'll participate too. Puff. Gu Ping'an almost spat out the mouthful of soy milk he had just taken a sip of. He looked at Li Yaoyao with a strange expression. Where are you going? Li Yaoyao's pretty face turned cold under his gaze, which made him look at her like she was an idiot. She said coldly, I'm going to win the championship. Oh? Gu Ping'an chuckled. He put down the fried dough stick in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and looked her up and down. You? A 5th-grade mortal? I remember, that guy from number 1 high school, oh right, Wang Tong, isn't he already a 6th grade? Come on, aren't you just going to be someone's background prop? You. Li Yaoyao's chest began to heave violently again. This guy has such a sharp tongue. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, and said, word by word. I'm not going to be a background character. I'm going to defeat him, defeat everyone. I'll show you with your own eyes that I, Li Yao Yao, am definitely not the pretty face you've described. As she spoke the last 4 words, her voice carried a hint of resolve and grievance. The word vase was a huge blow to her. Gu Pingyan looked at her, who was clearly furious but still trying to put on a brave face and refused to admit defeat, and suddenly found it rather amusing. This girl may not be very skilled, but her competitive spirit is quite endearing. Sure. He shrugged and picked up another steamed bun. I'll wait and see. If you really win the championship, I'll stop calling you a pretty face. You said it yourself. Li Yao Yao's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. I said it. Gu Pingyan nodded. Anyway, the championship is definitely mine. You can forget about taking this title off for the rest of your life. He silently added a sentence in his mind. Seeing that Gu Pingyan agreed, Li Yao Yao's mood inexplicably improved. She looked at Gu Pingyan and remembered another important matter. All right, about the drunken life and dreamlike death you asked for before. Gu Pingyan's attention immediately focused upon hearing the word alcohol. What? Your grandfather won't give it to you? No. Li Yao Yao shook her head. My grandfather has already agreed. But that jar of wine is not in Zhangcheng. Not in Zhangcheng? Gu Pingyan frowned. Then where are you? It's in the ancestral home of my Heavenly Swordly family, at Heavenly Sword Manor, Li Yao Yao explained. Those kinds of divine wines are stored in the family's most important forbidden wine cellar, and it is impossible to carry them with you. Tianjian Manor. Gu Pingyan stroked his chin. It sounded like a very far away place. So, Li Yao Yao looked at him, a barely perceptible hint of nervousness flashing in her cool eyes. After this competition is over, you need to come back to the Li family with me so that I can personally hand you the wine. Go home with you? Gu Pingyan's expression became somewhat subtle. Why does this sound so ambiguous? Looking at Li Yao Yao's cheeks, which were slightly flushed from nervousness, he suddenly felt like teasing her. Going back to your place? Meeting your parents? Isn't it a bit too fast? Although we've been intimate, we don't have an emotional foundation yet. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yao Yao's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. How could she forget that the guy in front of her was not only a terrifyingly powerful monster, but also a shameless rogue with a skin thicker than a city wall? Where did I lie? Gu Pingyan looked completely innocent. You asked me to go home with you, didn't you mean that? That's not what I meant. Li Yao Yao was both ashamed and angry, wishing she could disappear into the ground. I told you to get the wine. Get the wine. Can't you think of anything else besides this nonsense? Sure, Gu Pingyan nodded seriously. For example, in your 1,000-year-old wine cellar, besides drunken life, dreamy death, do you have any other divine wines? Last time we agreed that besides drunken life, dreamy death, I could pick any jar, so you can't go back on your word. Li Yao Yao. She felt like she was about to have a heart attack. There's simply no way to have a normal conversation with this guy. She abruptly stood up from her seat and picked up her almost untouched plate. You wait. I absolutely won't renege on my promise. After the competition, you'll come with me. After saying that, she turned and left as if fleeing, not wanting to look at Gu Pingyan again. Gu Pingyan watched her flee in panic, and the smile on his lips deepened. TSK, this little one is so shy, she blushes easily when teased, it's quite amusing. In high spirits, he quickly devoured the rest of his breakfast. Go back to the Li family to get some wine, and while you're at it, go raid their 1,000-year-old wine cellar. This deal doesn't seem to be a loss. Chapter 34. The grand competition opens, the focus of the entire city. The Zhangcheng 5 Schools Joint Competition is an annual martial arts event in Zhangcheng. On this day, the entire city of Zhangcheng was engulfed in a frenzied atmosphere. The Zhangcheng Gymnasium, located in the city center, was newly decorated, with colorful flags fluttering and a huge crowd of people. Teachers and students from 5 martial arts high schools in Zhangcheng, along with representatives from major media outlets and businesses, celebrities from the martial arts world, and countless citizens who came after hearing the news, packed the entire stadium to capacity. At the outermost perimeter of the stadium, heavily armed federal troops set up multiple checkpoints to maintain order. High in the sky, aerial patrol vehicles shuttle back and forth, alert to any possible emergencies. The competition officially began at 9 a.m. The student contingents from Zhangcheng No. 1 High School, No. 2 High School, No. 3 High School, No. 4 High School, and No. 5 High School entered the venue in turn, led by their respective principals. Leading the way, without a doubt, is Zhengqing's #1 martial arts high school. They were dressed in matching gold martial arts uniforms, each standing tall and imposing. Leading the group is Wang Tong, the top genius of Zhengqing #1 high school. Today, he specially styled his hair and wore a custom-made gold martial arts uniform, making him look heroic and extraordinary, like a god descending to earth. His appearance immediately drew screams from the audience, especially the female students. Wang Tong. Wang Tong. #1 in Zhengqing. So cool. Senior Wang will definitely defend his championship title this year. Hearing the cheers around him, Wang Tong wore a smug smile, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. His gaze, like radar, quickly locked onto the figure he had been longing for in the crowd. Li Yao Yao. She was standing in the sparsely populated line of people at the three high schools. The three highs, a term that has been synonymous with the worst health conditions in Wuhan for a long time. Their formation consisted of fewer than 20 people, dressed in faded blue school uniforms, following behind Principal Zhang Jinghua. They all looked rather listless, a stark contrast to the imposing and energetic contingent of #1 high school. In previous years, the arrival of the three high-risk individuals would always elicit a burst of good-natured laughter. But today is different. Because Li Yao Yao transferred to #3 high school. Her presence was like a dazzling diamond set into this dilapidated team, making her impossible for anyone to ignore. Wang Tang's brows furrowed slightly. He straightened his collar, took long strides, and walked straight toward the group of people from the three high schools. Yao Yao. His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. However, Li Yao Yao merely glanced at him indifferently, not even bothering to say a word, and turned her head to the other side. Wang Tang's smile froze for a moment. His gaze followed Li Yao Yao's line of sight, and then his expression instantly darkened. He saw that next to Li Yao Yao stood a boy dressed in casual clothes, yawning and looking like he hadn't woken up yet. It was Gu Ping'an. Wang Tang had also heard about the three highs, but all he knew was that a good-for-nothing had broken into Li Yao Yao's room. This guy actually came to participate in the competition too? And to dress so casually. This is contempt for the competition. It's disrespectful to all the participants. An unnamed anger suddenly flared up from the depths of Wang Tang's heart. Li, how could you stand with such a useless person with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar on such an important occasion? He suppressed his anger, his voice carrying a hint of superiority. Be careful not to lower your standards. He deliberately emphasized the word waste. The students from the high school behind him also let out a burst of sneers. However, Gu Ping'an acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and then lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at Wang Tong. That look was like looking at a noisy fly on the roadside. Who are you? Why is the dog barking here so early in the morning? You're disturbing my sleep, you know that? Gu Ping'an's voice wasn't loud, but in this noisy environment, it was clearly heard by everyone around him. The entire room fell silent instantly. All eyes were focused on this place. A dog barking? He actually said that Wang Tong, the son of the city lord and the #1 genius in Zhengqing, was barking like a dog? Holy crap! Who is this guy? Is he that good? Wang Tang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that before. You're asking for it. A powerful and terrifying aura, belonging to the 6th rank of the mortal realm, suddenly erupted from his body and pressed down on Gu Ping'an. The surrounding students were all overwhelmed by this aura, and they retreated one after another, their faces turning pale. However, Gu Ping'an, who was at the center of the imposing aura, didn't even frown. He even picked at his ear. What? You're still not happy after I said a few words to you? He curled his lip. Want to fight? Fine, I'll give you a handicap, don't say I'm bullying you. You. Wang Tang was trembling with rage, his internal energy was already circulating wildly, and he was about to make a move on the spot. Tian Su. Stop. Just then, a majestic voice came from the VIP seats. Zhengqing City Lord, Xiaozhan, was looking at him with a serious expression. What kind of behavior is this? The competition hasn't even started yet, and they're already fighting amongst themselves? Upon hearing the city lord's voice, Wang Tong, though unwilling, forcibly suppressed the urge to attack. He glared at Gu Ping'an intently, his eyes seeming to say, "You just wait, once we get to the arena, I'll make you wish you were dead." Then, he snorted coldly and turned back to his own group. The conflict was thus resolved. But everyone knew that this feud had been formed. This year's 5-school competition is going to be a good show. Just then, a calm voice entered Gu Ping'an's mind without warning, shutting out all the surrounding noise. Young friend Gu, I am Xiao Zhan. It was the voice of the middle-aged man in the VIP section. My son, Xiao Tianzi, is blind and doesn't recognize your greatness. He accidentally offended you the other day, which is my fault as his father. I hope you will consider my old face and not hold it against him for now. What do you say? This was a secret transmission, delivered in a polite tone. An apology? He never cared about such a trivial matter. Gu Ping'an was feeling sleepy and was annoyed by the sudden sound. He lifted his eyelids and lazily glanced towards the VIP section. He was facing the face of Xiao Zhan, the city lord of Jiangcheng, which held a mixture of inquiry and seriousness. Gu Ping'an didn't say anything. He didn't even nod, he just felt uncomfortable in his previous standing position, so he shifted to a more comfortable one, leaned back, yawned widely, and continued to rest with his eyes closed. In the VIP section, Xiao Zhan looked at Gu Ping'an's stubborn and unyielding demeanor, and his eye twitched involuntarily. This kid. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and look away. Soon, the opening ceremony officially began. Jiangcheng City Lord Xiao Zhan stepped onto the platform and delivered a passionate speech. Finally, he addressed the entire audience and announced loudly. To inspire the younger generation of Jiangcheng to strive for excellence, I have decided to give one of my privately treasured items as the prize for the final champion of this competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a box made of a special alloy, escorted by federal soldiers, was brought up. Xiao Zhan opened the box himself. A scorching heat, mixed with an overwhelmingly powerful aroma of alcohol, instantly swept through the entire stadium. Everyone who smelled this aura felt their blood surge and their spirits lift. Inside the box lay a wine jar carved from warm, crimson jade. On the wine jar, it seemed as if a dragon's shadow was hovering. This item is called Dragon's Breath Brew. It was brewed by the first city lord of Jiangcheng 300 years ago, a legendary figure at the peak of the martial emperor realm. He killed a fire-type subdragon, took its dragon blood, and combined it with 100 kinds of rare and precious materials. He then nurtured it in the underground fire vein for 300 years. This wine can help martial artists temper their bodies, cleanse their meridians, and even allow grandmasters to glimpse a trace of the true meaning of the imperial path. I hope that the ultimate victor will live up to this toast and become a pillar of Jiangcheng and a guardian of our human race in the future. Boom! The city lord's words were like a bombshell, exploding completely in the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned red. Dragon's Breath Brew. The divine wine brewed by Emperor Wu himself. At this moment, all the contestants' breathing became heavy, and their eyes burned with an unprecedented flame called ambition. Only Gu Ping'an licked his lips when he smelled the aroma of the wine. It smells really good. This trip was worthwhile. Chapter 35, Round 1, solved in a second. With the opening ceremony concluded, the first round of elimination matches in the 5-school competition officially commenced. Inside the stadium, 10 huge arenas were temporarily set up. Nearly 300 students from 5 schools will compete in a one-on-one elimination tournament by drawing lots. 300 to 150, 150 to 75. The competition was brutal and intense. On the arena, swords flashed and true energy surged. Every battle drew gasps of amazement from the audience. In particular, the students from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School demonstrated overwhelming strength. Wang Teng didn't even have to play himself, almost every one of his players could easily defeat their opponents and advance to the next round. As for the students at the 3 high schools, well, it's hard to describe. Apart from Li Yao Yao, who, with her 5th grade mortal realm strength, cleanly and decisively defeated a 4th grade opponent. The other students who went on stage were almost all defeated in one move and slunk off the stage. This made Zhang Zhenghua, the principal of the 3 high schools, sigh repeatedly, his old face almost too embarrassed to show. He now places all his hopes on the boy who is still fast asleep in the stands. Next match, Arena number 7. Sun Hao from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School versus Gu Ping'an from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. When the referee's voice was amplified and carried throughout the stadium, all eyes turned to the 3 high school players' seats. It's here. The tough guy who dared to provoke Wang Teng in public is finally about to take the stage. Peace, peace. Wake up. It's your turn. Fatty Wang, sweating profusely, pushed Gu Ping'an forcefully from the side. Gu Ping'an was woken up by the noise and looked annoyed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and slowly stood up. Is it my turn? Yes. Brother. You're finally awake. Come on stage. Fatty One was almost crying. Gu Pingon glanced at arena number 7. On the ring, a tall, muscular boy who looked like an iron tower stood with his arms crossed, looking at him with disdain. Sun Hao, one of the top contenders from the second high school, is known for his strength and has reached the peak of the 5th rank of the mortal realm. Oomph, you good for nothing San Gao, you finally decided to come up? Sun Hao sneered. I thought you were too scared to move. Gu Pingon ignored him and strolled leisurely onto the arena. His sleepy look drew laughter from the audience. Haha, is this guy any good? He's wobbling as he walks, did he not sleep last night? I think he's all show and no substance. He must have something wrong with his head to have dared to mess with Wang Tang before. Sun Hao is a tough guy from number 2 high school. He can kill a bull with one punch. This guy probably can't even withstand one punch. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Sun Hao's expression became even more smug. He moved his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and admit defeat now, and maybe I can go easy on you. He spoke to Gu Pingon in a condescending tone. Otherwise, if you end up with a broken arm or a broken leg, don't blame me for not warning you. Gu Pingon finally raised his eyelids and looked at him directly. Then, in front of tens of thousands of people, he made a move that left everyone speechless. He took out his signature blue Qiankuan wine gourd from his pocket. He uncorked the bottle, tilted his head back, and took a slow, deliberate sip right in front of the referee and his opponents. Gulp! A faint, refreshing aroma of wine filled the air. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Before the match, shall we have a drink? Is this disrespecting the opponent, or disrespecting the rules of the entire competition? The referee was stunned in all his years of refereeing. This was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. What are you doing? Taking any banned substances is prohibited during the competition, the referee shouted sternly. Medicine? Gu Pingon put down the wine gourd and glanced at him. Who told you this was medicine? This is wine, a kind of water, to quench thirst, is that not allowed? Referee. He was so rebuked that he couldn't say a word. Yes, the rules only say no medication, not no alcohol. Who the hell would have thought that someone would drink before a game? Sun Hao, on the other side of the ring, was so angry that his face turned green. This is a blatant insult. He felt that he had been subjected to unprecedented contempt. You bastard! You're asking for it! He roared and, without waiting for the referee to announce the start, charged towards Gu Pingon like a runaway heavy truck. Tiger descending the mountain fist. He threw a punch, which made the air explode with a loud bang, and even the phantom of a fierce tiger condensed on his fist. He used all his strength in this punch, determined to kill this arrogant guy in front of him with one blow. The audience gasped in surprise. Zhang Jingguo's heart was in his throat. Li Yaoyao's brows furrowed slightly. However, faced with this earth-shattering punch, Gu Pingon didn't even change his posture. He simply exhaled the slight intoxication from the sip of wine he had just drunk. It was a wisp of faint white vapor, almost invisible to the naked eye. The white mist drifted gently towards the raging iron fist. The two met in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering collision. There was no loud explosion of true energy. Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone present, Sun Hao's wildly charging body just came to a stop. He froze on the spot, still in the punching stance, motionless, like a statue. His face was filled with terror and bewilderment. He felt that just now, something invisible and intangible, yet extremely sharp, instantly shattered his protective aura, pierced his mind, and severed all connection between him and his body. He can see, hear, and think. But he could no longer control his body. He couldn't even move a single finger. What's going on? Why did Sun Hao stop? Is he possessed? The audience below the stage was in an uproar, completely unable to understand the bizarre scene before them. Gu Pingon looked at Sun Hao, who was frozen in place, and curled his lip. Too weak. As he spoke, he extended a finger and gently tapped Sun Hao's forehead. Thump. Sun Hao's towering body fell straight backward with a loud thud, and he completely lost consciousness. From the moment he made his move to the moment he fell, the entire process was so fast it was dazzling. The referee was stunned for a good 10 seconds before he reacted and quickly ran over to check on Sun Hao's condition. Sun Hao is incapacitated. In this match, Gu Pingon from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School wins. He raised Gu Ping'an's hand and announced loudly. Then, he glanced at the timer, his voice trembling slightly. Time elapsed in the match, 1 second. Boom! After 3 seconds of silence, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. 1 second. It only took 1 second. They didn't even see how he made his move, and a peak 5th grade mortal realm expert fell down. What an incredible feat! Holy crap! Awesome! That's a truly ruthless person. Did they strike gold this year for high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar? On the players' bench, Wang Tang from number 1 high school completely lost his smile. He stared intently at the boy on the stage who was yawning again, his eyes filled with seriousness. It's not luck, there's something fishy about this guy. Li Yaoyao, meanwhile, watched Gu Ping'an's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She knew it. This guy is shocking everyone again in his unique way. Although, it's still infuriating. But why do I feel a little bit of pride inside? Chapter 36 Enraging the School Beauty? You vase, you come up here too. Gu Ping'an's first match was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar throughout the 5 schools competition. The nickname 1 second guy quickly spread. Everyone began to re-evaluate this seemingly lazy young man from the number 3 high school. In the following rounds of the competition, Gu Ping'an became the focus of attention. Regardless of who his opponent is, whether they are a 4th rank or a 5th rank fighter, a speed-type player or a defensive expert, there is only one outcome. 1 second. Sometimes, he just yawns. Sometimes, he just stretches. On one occasion, he even stumbled because he lost his balance. His opponent would inexplicably fall to the ground and lose the ability to fight in an extremely bizarre way. The whole process was full of mystery and wonder. No one could understand his attack methods, and no one could comprehend his strength. He is like a ghost shrouded in mist, leaving behind a trail of amazement and speculation with every appearance. This doesn't conform to the common sense of martial arts at all. What kind of technique is he using? I suspect he uses sorcery. Mental attack. It must be a mental attack. Who cares what it is, as long as it's awesome? I declare that from today onwards, I am a die-hard fan of 1 second bro. A small fan club has spontaneously formed in the audience, and every time Gu Ping'an takes the stage, enthusiastic cheers erupt. Zhang Jinghua, the principal of the 3rd high school, was grinning from ear to ear. He now looks at Gu Ping'an as if he were looking at a walking treasure that could lay golden eggs. San Gao. The San Gao he founded. It's finally going to rise again under his leadership. This feeling of triumph swept away all the grievances he had suffered over the decades. The game progressed at breakneck speed under Gu Ping'an's unreasonable push. Soon, the round of 16-8 was approaching. Those who have made it this far are basically elites from major universities. There is not a single weakling among them. Wang Tang, Li Yaoyao, and others all advanced without any doubt. Gu Ping'an's opponent was a vice-captain of number 1 high school, whose strength had reached the early stage of the 6th rank of the mortal realm. This was also the first 6th rank opponent he had encountered. Everyone thought that this time, the myth of 1 second brother should come to an end. After all, there is a huge dividing line between the 5th and 6th ranks. However, the result remained unchanged. 1 second. That 6th rank expert from number 1 high school didn't even have time to gather his true energy before his eyes rolled back, he foamed at the mouth, and he fell straight down. This time, the entire audience was completely numb. Previously, they had thought that Gu Ping'an was using some kind of strange trick to get ahead. Now, they finally realize it. This is not taking shortcuts. This is absolute, overwhelming, and incomprehensible power. The organizing committee of the competition is also starting to have a headache. Gu Ping'an's presence severely undermined the entertainment value of the match. The audience is now mostly focused on Gu Ping'an's entrance, no longer paying attention to the other arenas. After a moment of gasps, they fall into a long wait. This greatly displeased the sponsors. Therefore, before the quarterfinals began, the organizing committee temporarily changed the competition rules. Given the outstanding strength of some contestants in this competition, in order to increase the suspense and entertainment value of the competition, the organizing committee has decided that the quarterfinals will be held in a challenge match format. 8 contestants will be selected by drawing lots to determine 1 champion and 7 challengers. 7 challengers are free to choose whether to challenge individually or team up. After the referee announced the new rule, the entire stadium erupted in uproar. A joint challenge? Isn't this blatantly obvious that a gang fight is possible? These rules are practically tailor-made for 1-second guy. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Gu Ping'an. The lottery results came out quickly. Unsurprisingly. Or rather, it was due to the behind-the-scenes manipulation of certain individuals. Gu Ping'an drew the only champion spot. Wang Tang, Li Yaoyao, and 5 other top students from various universities became the challengers. This is going to be good. 7 against 1? And 7 of the top experts in this competition? Surely 1-second bro won't be able to hold on this time? These rules are so unfair. It's simply bullying. Some of Gu Ping'an's fans were also speaking out in his defense. On the contestants' bench, Wang Tang's lips curled into a cold smile. Gu Ping'an, let's see how arrogant you are this time. He stood up and addressed the other challengers. Everyone, this Gu Ping'an possesses unpredictable strength and is extremely arrogant. For the sake of fairness in the competition and the honor of our respective schools, I propose that the 7 of us join forces to challenge him. Let's eliminate this biggest destabilizing factor first. Then, we can have a fair and square showdown. How about that? The other contestants were somewhat tempted upon hearing this. Although they were arrogant, they had also witnessed firsthand how terrifying Gu Ping'an was. They lacked confidence when fighting alone. But 7 against 1, that would be a completely different outcome. Only Li Yaoyao frowned and said coldly, I disagree. I, Li Yaoyao, disdain being ganged up on. Wang Tang's face darkened. Li, this isn't a personal grudge, it's for the greater good. My overall strategy is to use the sword in my hand to defeat every opponent honorably. Li Yaoyao's attitude was very firm. Just as they were arguing, Gu Ping'an, the person everyone was targeting, finally stood up unsteadily from his seat. He yawned and walked onto the largest main stage, located in the center of the stadium. He picked up the microphone and tested the sound. Hello, hello? Then, his lazy yet incredibly clear voice echoed throughout the entire stadium. Stop arguing, it's so annoying. Whether they come up one by one or all 7 at once, it makes no difference to me. Anyway, it's all over in a second. He paused, then looked around at the 7 geniuses below the stage, representing the highest fighting force of Jiangqing's younger generation. Finally, a wildly arrogant smile appeared on his lips. Okay, I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep. All 7 of you, come at me together. I'm going to fight them all. Boom! One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire stadium erupted in chaos. Mad. That's insane. This is not confidence, this is blatant contempt for all other geniuses. Damn it. That's too arrogant. This cannot be tolerated. Absolutely cannot be tolerated. Get him. Let's all go and get him. The challengers who were initially hesitant were instantly enraged. Even Li Yaoyao, who had been keeping her composure, turned pale with anger at Gu Ping'an's words. Can't this guy just have one day when he's not this infuriating? Fine. Gu Ping'an. You asked for this. Wang Tang roared and was the first to leap onto the arena. Following that, the other 5 provoked geniuses also took to the stage. 7 figures surrounded Gu Ping'an firmly in the middle. Only Li Yaoyao remained standing below the stage, biting her lip, her face filled with conflict. Hey, you, the one in the white dress who's like a vase, Gu Ping'an suddenly called out to her from the stage. Why aren't you coming up yet? Are you scared, or are you waiting for me to beat them all down before you come and take advantage? You. Li Yaoyao's rationality was finally crushed. With a delicate shout, she leaped onto the arena. Gu Ping'an. Today, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance. Thus, the 8 most outstanding young talents of Jiangqing have gathered together. It resulted in an unprecedented and spectacular scene, 7 against 1. Battle is imminent. Gu Ping'an looked at the 7 angry faces around him and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it, it saves time. As he spoke, he took out his wine gourd, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. This time, he drank a strong liquor from the north, specially obtained for him by Fatty Wang, a blend of ice and fire. The liquor, upon entering the throat, feels half like fire and half like ice. Ding! Detected that the host is drinking high-grade spiritual wine, ice and fire dual delight. Entering a state of enjoyment. Exhilarating status bonus, increases 5 senses acuity by 1000%, nerve reaction speed by 800%, true qi circulation efficiency by 600%, and temporarily boosts cultivation to the peak of the 8th rank of the mortal realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered a new sword intent, ice and fire sword intent. An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted within him. Let's do it! Wang Tang roared and launched the first attack. 7 geniuses attacked simultaneously from 7 different directions, unleashing a barrage of powerful martial arts techniques that transformed into a sky full of light and shadow, completely engulfing Gu Pingyan. However, just as all the attacks were about to hit him, Gu Pingyan simply stomped his foot lightly. Buzz! A visible, half-black, half-white circular wave of energy emanated from the center of his feet and spread out with a roar. Ice and fire sword intent. Those 7 arrogant geniuses were like being hit head-on by a high-speed train. One by one, they coughed up blood, flew backward, and crashed heavily off the stage, instantly losing consciousness. Once again, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Only Gu Pingyan stood in the center of the arena, slowly retracting his foot and yawning. I already said, it's a waste of time. Chapter 37. A young man's kick shocks the world, murderous intent rises in the underground demon cave. Dead silence. The entire stadium seemed to have been drained of all sound, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. The boy who had just stomped his foot and sent all 7 of Jiangqing's top young geniuses flying was now lazily yawning, as if he had done something insignificant. Below the arena, 7 figures lay sprawled out, unconscious. Wang Tang, Li Yaoyao, before today, each of these names represented the hope and pride of Jiangcheng martial arts for the future. Now, they are like 7 tattered dolls carelessly discarded, not even worthy of being glanced at by that person. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, the sound particularly jarring in the silent venue. Immediately afterwards, as if a flood had burst its banks, emotions of shock, bewilderment, and disbelief exploded among the crowd. It's over? It's over just like that? What did I just see? Those 7 people, they were all 6th rank, and even Wang Tang and Li Yaoyao were close to 7th rank. 7 against 1, and he was instantly killed with 1 kick? This isn't martial arts. This is divine intervention. This is absolutely divine beings descending to earth. In the audience, the 1 Second Brother fan club that had previously been formed for Gu Pingyan was now gaping in disbelief, their minds blank. They thought they had overestimated their idol's abilities, but now they realized that what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg, no, just a snowflake on the top of the iceberg. In the VIP section, the presidents of various universities were ashen-faced. Their prize top talents couldn't even last a single move against this opponent. This wasn't a competition anymore, it was a crushing defeat. Zhang Jinghua, the principal of the 3rd high school, had his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and the muscles in his face were twitching wildly with extreme ecstasy. He wanted to laugh, but found that he didn't even have the strength to laugh. They've risen. The history of martial arts in Jiangcheng, and indeed the entire federation, may be rewritten because of this young man. The referee stood by the ring, holding a stopwatch, but his fingers were too stiff to press the button. 1 second? It didn't even last a second. From the moment 7 people made their move to the moment 7 people were lying down, the entire process was so fast that even a person's nerves couldn't keep up. Hello. Gu Pingyan on the stage frowned and looked at the referee, who was dumbfounded. Can we announce the results now? I'm still waiting to go back to sleep. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Ah. Oh. Yes. Yes. The referee snapped out of his daze, nearly falling off the ring. He quickly raised his hand and, with all his might, roared at the top of his lungs. The match is over. The ultimate winner is Gu Pingyan, who has 3 high blood pressures. The entire stadium erupted in cheers at the announcement. Champion. Gu Pingyan is the champion. 1 second guy is awesome, voice cracks. Cheers, screams, and applause merged into a wave of sound that almost lifted the roof off the stadium. However, Gu Pingyan, who was the focus of everyone's attention, had no interest in any of this. He waved his hand, walked off the stage on his own, walked through the crowd, and headed towards the contestants' tunnel. That languid silhouette seemed to have nothing to do with the thunderous cheers behind him. The match ended abruptly. Or rather, after Gu Pingyan's decisive kick, there was no need to continue the competition. The organizing committee convened an emergency meeting, where all the judges and school leaders, including City Lord Xiaozhan, sat in the conference room with solemn expressions. No one spoke. The atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. In the end, it was Xiaozhan, the Lord of Jiangcheng, who sighed and broke the silence. There's nothing more to discuss. The champion is Gu Pingyan. As for the runner-up and third place, let's decide based on the previous points rankings from those 7 children. His voice was filled with helplessness and a hint of excitement. Yes, I'm excited. As the city lord of Jiangcheng, he knew better than anyone what such an unfathomable genius meant to the city. I agree. The principal of number 1 high school was the first to speak up. He had lost all his previous arrogance and said bitterly, "We are inferior in skill, and we accept it wholeheartedly. We have no objection." The principals of other schools echoed this sentiment. Thus, this highly anticipated competition among the 5 schools came to an end in a way that no one expected. The awards ceremony was scheduled for the following morning and would be held in the same venue. At the same time, Jiangcheng, the old city area. Beneath an abandoned textile factory lies a massive secret base constructed of steel and runes. In a secluded room deep within the base, the light was dim, with only a dozen or so huge light screens emitting a faint glow. On the screen, the live broadcast of the 5-school competition inside the Jiangcheng Gymnasium was being shown. When Gu Ping'an sent the 7 geniuses flying with a single kick, he stood alone in the center of the arena. Several cold, mocking laughs echoed from inside the secret room. "Ha! Human geniuses are as fragile as ever." A figure dressed in a silver robe with a moon pattern and wearing a silver mask sat in the main seat and spoke in a hoarse voice. He was the highest-ranking official of the Blood Moon cult in the Jiangcheng region, the Silver Moon Envoy. He was also the superior of the Golden Serpent Protector and others who suffered heavy losses because Gu Ping'an disrupted their plans in the Black Mist Forest secret realm. "The envoy is right," a cultist, also dressed in a blood-red robe, said obsequiously below him. "These so-called geniuses are nothing but lambs to the slaughter in the face of our grand plan." The Silver Moon Messenger's gaze fell on the lazy-looking boy on the light screen. "This young man named Gu Ping'an is quite interesting." His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. That good-for-nothing golden serpent fell to him in this secret realm. According to the scattered intelligence that came back, this kid's strength is unfathomable. He is suspected of having mastered some kind of spatial ability and extremely powerful divine sense detection methods. "Your Excellency, should we send someone to deal with him now?" another believer asked. "No need," the Silver Moon Envoy waved his hand. "Taking action now would only alert him. He is not our main target." His gaze swept across the figures in the VIP section on the light screen. Jiangcheng City Lord Xiaozhan, university presidents, high-ranking officials of the federal military, and wealthy and influential figures from various corporations. "Our target is them." The Silver Moon Messenger's voice was filled with madness and greed. "Is everything ready?" he asked. "Reporting to Your Excellency," a cult member in charge of technology stood up and reported. "The boundary-breaking blood crystal is fully charged and ready to be activated at any time. The coordinates have been locked 300 meters above the stadium, with an error of no more than 1 meter. Our bloods planted inside the stadium have all been activated and are ready to work together from the inside to create chaos at any time." "Very good." The Silver Moon Envoy nodded in satisfaction. His gaze fell upon the few silent figures in the corner of the secret room, who stood out from the surrounding Blood Moon cultists. Those figures were all different in appearance. Yes, some have 6 arms and dark skin, like demons. Yes, it has the lower body of a giant spider, but the upper body of a seductive woman. There was another one, its entire body shrouded in black mist, with only 2 points of scarlet light visible. They all exuded an aura of chaos and evil that did not belong to this world. They come from the heavens and the abyss. Chapter 38, Things Went Wrong. Entering a blackout state. Night fell. The 3 high schools arranged a luxurious single dormitory for Gu Ping'an. Gu Ping'an lay on the soft bed, but tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It wasn't because of what happened today that he was excited. That small scene wasn't enough to get him excited. His agitation stemmed from the constant stream of notifications popping up in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to obtain a Martial Emperor level spirit wine, Dragon's Breath Brew. Warning! This item contains an extremely large amount of energy. It is recommended that the host acquire it immediately. Okay, how annoying. Gu Ping'an muttered impatiently. He knew, of course, that Dragon's Breath wine was a good thing. His sole purpose in participating in the competition was for this jar of wine. The problem is, the awards ceremony is tomorrow morning. In other words, he has to wait more than 10 hours to get the wine. This was pure torture for an alcoholic. I can't wait any longer. Gu Ping'an jumped out of bed. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Redeeming the prize early shouldn't be a problem, right? With that thought in his mind, his divine sense instantly spread out, enveloping the entire Jiangcheng. Soon, he found Xiaozhan's presence in the city lord's mansion in the city center. The next second, his figure disappeared from the room. The city lord's mansion, study. City Lord Xiaozhan was looking at a document and had a headache. The document was about Gu Pingyan. The federal military, the martial arts bureau, the highest academy, almost all the top forces sent inquiries immediately after the competition, wanting to know everything about Gu Pingyan. How to respond, how to maximize the benefits for Jiangcheng and Gu Pingyan himself without offending these important figures, is a huge problem. Just as he was frowning in worry, a figure appeared in his study without warning. Who? Xiaozhan felt his hair stand on end, and his martial king-level aura erupted instantly. However, when he saw the face of the person who came, that aura vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of astonishment and tension. Gu classmate? What brings you here? He even used the honorific you. There was no way around it that kick he received during the day had shocked him too much. That was no longer the power of the mortal realm, it was a domain he couldn't comprehend. I've come to get something. Gu Pingyan got straight to the point, not bothering with beating around the bush. Take something? Xiaozhan was taken aback. The champion's reward is Dragon's Breath Brew, Gu Pingyan said matter-of-factly. The award ceremony is too much trouble, I don't want to go tomorrow, so I'm picking it up now. Xiaozhan's mouth opened slightly. To collect the prize in advance? Just because. I don't want to go tomorrow? What an incredibly capricious reason. But ironically, he dared not utter a single rebuttal. The boy in front of me has the right to be willful. No. No problem. Xiaozhan immediately reacted, forcing a warm smile onto his face. Of course, no problem. Please wait a moment, Gu, I'll go get it for you right away. This is a golden opportunity. Others want to curry favor with this guy but can't find a way, and he comes to them on his own. Xiaozhan quickly opened a hidden compartment in the study and carefully took out an antique black wine jar covered with strange patterns. The moment the wine jar appeared, the temperature in the entire study seemed to rise a few degrees, and a domineering and fiery aroma of wine filled the air. Gu Pingyan's eyes lit up immediately. Fine wine. He took the wine jar and eagerly broke the clay seal. A stronger aroma, as if carrying the roar of a dragon, wafted out. Good. Gu Pingyan nodded in satisfaction and put the lid on. Seeing his satisfaction, Xiaozhan felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He tentatively asked. Gu, regarding the misunderstandings between you and my son Xiao Tianzi. Oh, that one. Gu Pingyan was about to leave when he heard this, so he stopped, turned around and glanced at Xiaozhan, then casually waved his hand. Tell him that I forgive him. He paused, then added. Someone who isn't even worthy of my attention isn't worth getting angry over. Just tell him to leave me alone in the future. After saying that, he disappeared again. In the study, only Xiaozhan remained, standing there in a daze. After a long while, he finally let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. It's not worth getting angry about. How nonchalant, yet how domineering. But at the same time, a surge of joy welled up in Xiaozhan's heart. This means that Gu Pingyan will no longer pursue Xiao Tianzi's mistakes. His son's life is saved. This man, though eccentric in his actions, doesn't seem to be the kind of unreasonable, bloodthirsty person. Thinking of this, Xiaozhan's awe of Gu Pingyan deepened even further. Back in his dormitory, Gu Pingyan locked the door behind him and excitedly placed the jar of Dragon's Breath Brew on the table. Take out the bowl and pour it in immediately. He picked up his bowl and took a small sip. Rich, sweet, domineering, and fiery. Countless sensations explode on the tip of the tongue. That immense energy, containing the aura of the imperial dragon, surged down his throat and into his limbs and bones. He felt that every cell in his body was cheering and transforming. The bottleneck of the 6th rank of the mortal realm that had been so difficult to break through crumbled instantly under the impact of this domineering energy. Warning! The host has been detected drinking an ultra-high-grade spiritual wine containing Imperial Dragon Energy Dragon Breath Brew. The energy is too immense and is impacting the host's soul. Entering a state of intoxication. Warning! Energy surge too strong, state unstable. Unable to maintain the drunken state. Forcibly entering final state of intoxication. Fragment. A series of urgent, even warning, system notifications rang frantically in Gu Pingyan's mind. He felt his consciousness being forcibly stripped away by an irresistible force. The world before my eyes began to spin. Countless fragments of memories, not his own, flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He saw an endless starry sky. A dashing and unrestrained man dressed in white was carrying a gourd of wine and walking around drunk. Before him were countless hideous and terrifying, enormous black shadows that blotted out the sky. Those who offend our human race, no matter how far away, will be punished. The man laughed loudly, drew his sword, and slashed at Xinghe. With a single sword strike, the Milky Way reverses, and all paths crumble. The scene was both incredibly grand and incredibly terrifying. Gu Ping'an felt as if his soul was about to be completely torn apart by that sword. Holy crap, this is too much. This was his last thought before he lost consciousness. Then, everything went black, and he fell straight backward, crashing heavily onto the bed, completely losing consciousness. It has fallen into the deepest, completely unconscious state. Fragmentation state. Chapter 39. The abyss descends, Zhangcheng is in danger. The next day, early morning. The Jiangqing gymnasium was packed with people, with every seat filled. Countless media reporters, armed with cameras and microphones, filled the best spots. After a night of fermentation, the story of one-second brother Gu Ping'an sweeping aside 7 geniuses single-handedly has spread throughout Jiangcheng and even begun to stir up waves on the Federation's network. Everyone came here with a sense of pilgrimage, wanting to witness the coronation of this legendary young man. The award ceremony officially began amidst great anticipation. Amidst rousing music, the host announced the names of the winners in a passionate voice. Jiangcheng No. 2 Martial Arts High School ranks third in the overall team score in this 5-school competition. Second place in the overall team score, Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts High School. Now, I am honored to announce that the overall team champion of this competition is Jiangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School. Boom! The students in the No. 3 high school area erupted in thunderous cheers. Principal Zhang Jinghua, dressed in a brand new suit, walked confidently onto the stage with his head held high and a radiant smile on his face. He felt that he had never been so honored in his life. He accepted the trophy, spoke into the microphone, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. But everyone was distracted. Everyone's eyes were scanning the players' seats, searching for that lazy figure. Strange, where are they? The individual competition awards are given out one by one, starting with the 10th place finisher. Soon, it was the turn of the top 3. In this competition, the individual bronze medalist is Wang Tang from Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts High School. When the host announced the name, the entire audience burst into laughter with an ambiguous meaning. Wang Tang's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He was wrapped in bandages, his face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water, and he limped onto the stage. Once upon a time, he was the most dazzling genius in Jiangcheng and the only choice for the championship. But now, he has become a joke, a backdrop used to highlight that man. He accepted the bronze medal without saying a word, the resentment in his eyes almost tangible. The runner-up in the individual competition of this grand competition is Li Yaoyao from Jiangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School. Li Yaoyao went on stage. She changed into a pure white martial arts uniform. Her beautiful face didn't reveal much expression, but her cool eyes held a hint of complexity. She glanced at the empty spot beside her, the champion's seat, and gently bit her lip, lost in thought. Finally, the most exciting moment has arrived. The host took a deep breath and roared at the highest decibel he could muster. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to the undisputed champion of this 5-school competition, the individual champion who created the 1-second legend. Gu Ping'an, a student from No. 3 High School, please come up to the stage to receive your award. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Applause, cheers, and whistles thundered through the sky. All the spotlights were turned on the 3 high school players' seats. However, it was completely empty there. The applause gradually subsided. The cheers gradually faded away. Everyone was stunned. Where are they? Where did the champion go? The host's smile froze. Somewhat awkwardly, he called out again, "Please welcome, Gu Ping'an." It remained deathly silent. Now everyone realized something was wrong. What happened? Where is 1-second guy? No way? He's not coming to such an important award ceremony? That's incredibly arrogant. Who are they looking down on? A murmur of discussion arose, and the scene began to descend into chaos. On the platform, City Lord Xiaozhan's brows furrowed. He glanced at Zhang Jinghua beside him. Zhang Jinghua was now sweating profusely with anxiety. Where is he? Where is Gu Ping'an? He lowered his voice and shouted at the vice principal behind him. No. I don't know, principal. As soon as the competition ended yesterday, he said he was going back to sleep, and then he disappeared. The vice principal was almost in tears. Quick! Send men to find him. Go to his dorm. Ask Fatty Wang. Even if you have to tie him up, bring him here. Zhang Jinghua felt his blood pressure soaring. The most glorious moment of his life, and the main character just disappeared. What kind of situation is this? On the contestants' bench, Fatty Wang also looked completely bewildered. How would I know? The boss came back yesterday and went into his room, and hasn't come out since. He hurriedly dialed Gu Ping'an's number, but all he heard was a message saying the user you dialed is currently unavailable. It's over. Zhang Jinghua and Fatty Wang both felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Several school teachers scrambled and stumbled towards the backstage area, then raced towards the dormitory area. The atmosphere on the podium was extremely awkward. Li Yaoyao stood there, looking at the empty champion's throne, feeling both angry and anxious. That bastard. What on earth is he doing? Could it be that he really only cared about that jar of wine? He won the championship, but couldn't even be bothered to accept the prize? The idea struck her as absurd, even to herself. But for some reason, she felt that the guy, who was lazy to the core, was actually capable of doing something like that. Just as the whole place was in chaos, and the organizers were at their wits' end, not knowing how to end the situation. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The entire city of Jiangcheng seemed to tremble violently. The dome above the stadium, made of a special alloy and strong enough to withstand missile bombardment, suddenly emitted a teeth-grinding crack sound. Then, to everyone's horror, huge cracks spread wildly across the dome. The sky darkened. It wasn't the kind of darkness that comes from dark clouds obscuring the sun. Instead, it was a pure, chilling darkness, as if even light had been swallowed up. What is that? Someone pointed to the sky and let out a terrified scream. Above the stadium, in the pitch-black sky, a gigantic vortex, radiating an ominous crimson light, was slowly taking shape. That vortex seemed to connect to another world. A world filled with chaos, evil, and death. Streams of nauseating energy, filled with the stench of sulfur and decay, poured wildly down from the vortex. It's the heavenly abyss. It's the heavenly abyss rift. In the VIP section, a well-known martial arts master screamed, his face filled with fear. Heaven and earth. This word, which represents a century of nightmares for humanity, plunged everyone present into a state of immense panic. Chapter 40 The Sword Immortal's Essence Infused, the King Returns. He. A series of crazy and ear-piercing laughs rang out from all directions. From every corner of the stadium, Blood Moon cultists dressed in crimson robes appeared out of nowhere. Their faces were adorned with fervent smiles. The Silver Moon Messenger, at the head of the group, hovered in mid-air with his arms outstretched, as if embracing his own miracle. Humans of Jiangcheng, tremble. Cry out. Today is your end. Use your blood and souls to welcome the arrival of my god, the great god of blood. He hadn't finished speaking. The crimson vortex in the sky suddenly expanded. Roar. Hiss. Roars, not belonging to this world, filled with violence and madness, emanated from the vortex. Immediately afterwards, one after another, bizarre and terrifying monsters poured out of the Tianyuan crack like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A demon with 6 arms, a blue face, and fangs. The lower body is that of a giant spider, a spider demon that constantly spews venom. There are also all sorts of unnamed abyssal creations pieced together from flesh and bones. They are the demon spider clan from Tianyuan. Panic has completely erupted. The entire stadium instantly descended into chaos. The audience screamed, cried, scattered and ran, trampling each other, and the scene was out of control for a time. All troops, open fire immediately. Activate the highest level of city defense plan. City Lord Xiao Zhan was the first to react. He let out a roar that echoed throughout the city. He transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky to meet the endless army of monsters. All warriors, follow me and defend Jiangcheng. The presidents and teachers of various universities, as well as the martial arts masters, roared and unleashed their true energy, rushing towards the battlefield. A fierce and tragic battle to defend the city broke out hastily and heroically in the heart of Jiangcheng. However, the number of enemies was simply too great. New monsters continue to emerge from the heavenly abyss rift. The Federation Army's artillery fire was effective against those low-level monsters. However, it had little effect on powerful demons and spider demons. From the very beginning of the battle, the human side was at a complete disadvantage. A demon general, tens of meters tall and wielding a giant axe, locked onto the city lord, Xiaozhan. That demon general's strength had actually reached the martial king level. The two engaged in an earth-shattering battle in the air, and with each collision, large sections of the buildings below collapsed. The other powerful individuals were also tightly entangled by their respective opponents. The entire city of Jiangcheng was engulfed in war and wailing. This place has become a real hell on earth. Countless monsters descended from the sky, wantonly slaughtering the unarmed civilians. Blood stained the ground red. The wailing echoed through the sky. Form ranks. Protect the students. Teachers from the 3 high schools and 1 high school spontaneously organized themselves and used their own flesh and blood to build fragile lines of defense against the monster army. However, their power seemed so insignificant in the face of the endless monsters. One teacher after another fought to the death, torn to pieces by the monster. The defense line is being eroded little by little, and is collapsing. Heavenly sword technique. Li Yaoyao held a long sword, her pretty face stained with blood, some from her enemies and some from herself. She was no longer the aloof, icy school beauty, but a female warrior covered in blood, with a determined gaze. Streaks of azure sword energy erupted from her hand, cleaving a low-level demon that lunged at the students in two. However, her internal energy had already been almost completely depleted. Her face was as pale as paper. Beside her, Wang Tang was also fighting a bloody battle. He set aside all his pride and arrogance, and like an angry lion, he used all his strength to protect the people behind him. But, in the end, they are still just students. Compared to these true monsters who had endured countless bloody battles in the heavenly abyss, their strength was still too weak. He. What a sweet scent of blood. Just then, a spider demon of exceptionally large size, exuding the aura of a peak 9th grade mortal realm, set its sights on Li Yaoyao. Its 8 compound eyes gleamed with greed. Descendant of the heavenly sword Li family. If I devour you, I might be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm. The spider demon let out a shriek, and its 8 sharp limbs, like 8 deadly sides, stabbed at Li Yaoyao from all directions. Li Yaoyao's expression changed drastically. She could sense that the spider demon's strength was far beyond what she could contend with. She wanted to dodge, but her body felt incredibly heavy because her inner energy was depleted. She could only watch helplessly as those 8 deadly beams of light magnified in her pupils. Am I going to die? Her mind was blank. Despair, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed her. She was unwilling to accept it. She hasn't caught up with that person yet, and she hasn't made him personally retract the word vase. She hasn't gone back to the Li family with him yet. At this critical moment, a golden figure blocked her way. It's Wang Teng. Wang Teng! Li Yaoyao exclaimed in shock. Run! Wang Teng roared and poured all his true energy into the spear in his hand to meet the 8 deadly attacks. Golden Dragon breaks. Put! The spear clashed with the spider demon's segmented limbs. However, the gap in strength cannot be bridged. Wang Teng's spear shattered into pieces. His protective aura was instantly torn apart. 8 streaks of blood-red light exploded on his body. Wang Teng's body flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood instantly stained his golden martial arts uniform. No! Li Yaoyao let out a desperate scream. He, another one who doesn't know his own mortality. The spider demon sneered disdainfully, moving its limbs step by step toward Li Yaoyao and Wang Teng, who were already powerless to resist. Now, it's your turn. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. In the distance, City Lord Xiaozhan witnessed this scene, his eyes wide with fury. He tried to save them, but the Demon King held him tightly, making it impossible for him to break free. Principal Zhang Jinghua also witnessed this scene. The blade in his hand was already chipped, and his body was covered with deep wounds that exposed the bone. Tears of despair streamed down his face. It's over. Everything is over. Jiangcheng is finished. The future of humanity, and the future of these young geniuses, will all be lost here. Who? Who can save them? Who can save this city that is sinking into ruin? As the ferocious spider demon drew ever closer, Li Yaoyao slowly closed her eyes. Uncontrollably, the image of that lazy, annoying, yet always godlike figure appeared in her mind. Gu Pingan. Where are you? Will you come again this time? Just as the spider demon's ferocious maw was about to bite Li Yaoyao's neck, time seemed to have been paused. The dormitory building of the three high schools. Inside that luxurious dormitory shrouded in terrifying pressure. Gu Pingan, who lay motionless on the bed as if he were already dead, twitched his finger slightly. The barely visible sword-shaped mark between his brows, automatically formed by the Dionysian technique, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. The blue Qianquan wine gourd on the table seemed to be sensing something and began to vibrate violently. Buzz! A stream of golden wine, 1,000 times purer, more ancient, and more powerful than dragon breath wine, carrying a faint bamboo fragrance, flew out of the gourd's mouth on its own, transforming into a stream of light that entered Gu Pingan's brow. That was a wisp of primordial sword intent left deep within the Qianquan wine gourd by the sword immortal of wine. Jiangcheng Gymnasium. Clang! A clear, melodious sword cry, seemingly emanating from beyond the heavens, resounded across the entire battlefield without warning. Chapter 41. A sword comes from the west, a celestial being descends from the heavens. In an instant, the Jiangcheng Gymnasium, which had been filled with fighting and wailing, fell into an eerie silence. The low-level monster, which was frantically slaughtering civilians, froze, as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed its throat. The demon warriors, who were engaged in a bloody battle with human warriors, paused their offensive, their bloodthirsty fanaticism replaced by an instinctive terror. In the sky, the martial king-level demon general who was fighting the city Lord Xiaozhan to the point of earth-shattering destruction, and whose giant axe was about to cleave through Xiaozhan's protective golden light, also abruptly stopped in mid-air. Everything seemed to have been paused. Whether human or monster, at this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing uncontrollably, searching for the source of the sound in bewilderment and fear. Especially that 9th-rank mortal spider demon that was about to devour Li Yaoyao. It felt it most keenly. That sword cry did not come from the outside world, but exploded directly in the deepest part of its soul. It was an absolute suppression originating from the level of life itself, an instinctive tremor like an ant looking up at a dragon. The surging demonic energy within its body was instantly shattered, and its proudly sturdy physical body became more fragile than tofu under the sound of this sword's cry. In those 8 compound eyes, greed and tyranny vanished in an instant, leaving only endless fear, enough to engulf the entire soul. The sharp mouthpiece that was about to pierce Li Yaoyao's neck froze in mid-air, less than a centimeter away from her snow-white skin. But that 1 centimeter seems to have become an insurmountable chasm. It can't move. Its body, its soul, everything about it was completely nailed down by that sword cry. It was at this moment that a ray of light. A faint, golden light flashed by from the direction of the dormitory building for students admitted through the special admissions program at the 3rd high school. The speed of that light was so fast that it surpassed sound, thought, and even the understanding of the word fast by all martial artists. High above, the city Lord Xiaozhan, who was confronting the demon general, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a golden afterimage. Before he could even make any judgment, the light had already reached its destination. 1 second ago, it was still in the dormitory area several kilometers away. The next second, it had silently crossed the entire battlefield and arrived in front of Li Yaoyao. It did not cause a devastating explosion, nor did it unleash a blast wave. It passed right through the body of that enormous spider demon with such lightness. Then, it vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. Time seemed to have resumed its flow. The sounds of fighting, screams, and cries from afar reached my ears once again. Li Yaoyao kept her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes still trembling slightly, waiting for the anticipated tearing pain. She had given up resisting her body, having exhausted her inner energy, couldn't even move a finger. However, a second passed. 2 seconds passed. Death did not come. She opened her eyes slowly, somewhat puzzled. Then, she witnessed the most shocking and absurd scene of her life. The hideous and terrifying spider demon that had brought her endless despair remained poised in front of her. However, starting from the very tip of its mucus-covered mouthparts, a straight, hair-thin golden crack is slowly emerging. The crack ran down its body along its central axis, through its head, through its massive body, and through its steel-like shell. The next moment. Put. A soft sound. That arrogant 9th-rank mortal spider demon was like a watermelon that had been precisely cut, neatly split in 2 from the middle. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. There wasn't a trace of blood, not a single piece of flesh. It was so smooth that it reflected Li Yaoyao's pretty face, which was covered in blood and filled with astonishment. She could even clearly see the indescribable shock in her own pupils. No blood gushed out, because the moment it was cut open, all the blood and tissues in its body were completely annihilated and turned into nothingness from the most basic level by an incomprehensible and domineering force. Boom! Boom! The two massive pieces of wreckage, having lost their support, crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, raising a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure was revealed behind it. Gu Pingan. He didn't know when he had gotten there. He stood right in front of Li Yao Yao, in the middle of the spider demon's corpse. He was still wearing that simple casual outfit, his posture still languid. However, his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. No longer looking lazy and sleepy. His back was ramrod straight, like a peerless divine sword about to be unsheathed. His eyes changed. Those eyes, which always carried a hint of drowsiness and indifference, were now incredibly deep and clear, with a detached indifference that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of time. It was the gaze of a god looking down upon the mortal world. He stood there quietly, as if he were out of place in the world, yet also as if he were the center of it all. Gu Pingan? Li Yao Yao's lips moved slightly, and she subconsciously called out softly. Her voice carried a tremor and bewilderment that she herself was unaware of. It's him, but it doesn't seem like it's him. It was that face she knew all too well, yet it possessed a divine aura she had never seen before. This extreme sense of contradiction left her thoughts in complete disarray. Gu Pingan's gaze slowly shifted from the two spider demon corpses to Li Yao Yao. He saw her pale face, the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes, which looked somewhat empty with despair and shock. He frowned slightly. He seemed somewhat displeased. Then, he turned his gaze to Wang Tong, who was lying not far away, covered in blood and in a semi-conscious state. His brows furrowed even deeper. Finally, his gaze slowly rose, sweeping across the battlefield that resembled purgatory, over the wailing civilians, over the warriors fighting bloody battles, over the endless army of monsters in the sky, and over the blood-red vortex that exuded an ominous aura. The whole world, all the sounds, all the images, were reflected in his calm, still eyes. Finally, he slowly spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. I didn't sleep well this time. He paused, his tone calm yet carrying a hint of suppressed anger. So it was you bunch of ignorant insects making noise. Chapter 42, he woke up, but not fully awake. The voice was flat, cold, and devoid of any emotion. It was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's hearts. Insect? Who is he talking about? Those terrifying monsters that poured out of the chasm of the heavens, plunging the entire Jiancheng into despair? Everyone present, whether they were warriors fighting fiercely or civilians trembling in a corner, felt like their brains were not quite working. Especially Li Yao Yao. She stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar back view before her, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. Is this still the same Gu Pingan who is lazy to the core and finds it tiring to say even one more word? Is this still the same jerk who would infuriate people, act shamelessly, and call her a pretty face? Gu Pingan, you. She couldn't help but speak again, wanting to confirm something. However, Gu Pingan did not turn around. His gaze swept across the entire room indifferently, as if he were sizing up a group of ants who had nothing to do with him. He simply raised his hand casually and pointed lightly at Wang Tong, who was lying to the side. Buzz. The blue gourd at his waist flew up on its own and hovered in mid-air. A drop of crystal clear, golden liquid, exuding a faint bamboo fragrance, flew out of the gourd's mouth, tracing a graceful arc before landing precisely in Wang Tang's lips, which were chapped from blood loss. An unbelievable scene unfolded. As soon as the drop of golden liquid entered his body, a soft golden light shone from under Wang Tang's golden martial arts uniform. The horrific wounds on his body, pierced by the spider demon's limbs and so deep that the bone was visible, began to heal, scab over, and fall off at a speed visibly fast. It only took a few breaths. Wang Tang's body was completely restored, without even a single scar remaining. His face, which had been as pale as paper due to excessive blood loss, quickly regained its rosy color. Although he was still unconscious, his steady and powerful breathing indicated that he was out of danger. This is... Li Yao Yao's pupils suddenly contracted. What an incredible feat! To bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bones? This is beyond the reach of elixirs, it's a miracle. Not only her, but also the city lord Xiao Zhan, Principal Zhang Jinghua and others who had just recovered from the shock of being instantly killed by the spider demon also saw this scene. Their eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. What is that? A miraculous elixir? No. That aura, ancient, powerful, and extremely pure. It's definitely a divine object that surpasses even the level of rare and precious herbs. Xiao Zhan exclaimed in surprise. As a martial king with extensive knowledge, he had never seen anything so amazing. It's that gourd. That gourd is a spatial treasure. What kind of celestial wine is inside? Zhang Jingguo was so excited that he trembled all over. He remembered that Gu Ping'an's purpose in participating in the competition was to obtain the Dragon's Breath brew. But now it seems that the wine Gu Ping'an owns is probably 1,000 times more precious than the Dragon Breath brew brewed by the martial emperor himself. Just as everyone was shocked by Gu Ping'an's miraculous methods, the Silver Moon Messenger, who had always been high above, looking down on all living beings like a god, finally let out an angry roar. Who is it? Who on earth is it? How dare they interfere in the affairs of my Blood Moon cult and ruin my grand plan for the descent of the gods? His voice, like rolling thunder, exploded in the sky. He stared intently at the young man who had suddenly appeared below and instantly killed one of his most capable subordinates, his eyes filled with violence and killing intent. Although that sword strike made his heart tremble, as the messenger of the blood god, he had his own pride. He didn't believe that a mere mortal could stand against a god. All demons. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. Use his flesh and blood to fill the altar of my god. The Silver Moon Messenger let out a sharp roar and issued the order. Roar. Hiss. Having received the order, the monsters, who had been briefly gripped by fear after their companions were instantly killed, were once again consumed by fervor. Hundreds and thousands of low-level demons and spider demons closest to Gu Ping'an roared deafeningly, surging towards Gu Ping'an and Li Yaoyao's location from all directions like a black tide. That scene was enough to make any person with trypophobia faint on the spot. Careful! Li Yaoyao's expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously tried to muster her remaining true energy to make a final stand. However, the figure in front of her remained motionless. Gu Ping'an didn't even glance at the charging monsters. He seemed completely unconcerned about the horde of monsters behind him, a horde capable of tearing steel apart. He simply raised his head slowly, his indifferent eyes piercing through all obstacles, gazing at the crimson vortex that was constantly twisting and expanding above the stadium dome. So that's why it was so noisy, there was a hole in it. He muttered to himself as if he were recounting a trivial matter. Then, as if remembering something, he casually waved behind him. It's like shooing away a few annoying flies. There was no sword energy, no light, nothing at all. But, in the very instant he waved his hand, an invisible barrier, unseen by the naked eye, suddenly opened up around him. Those blue-faced, fanged demons that charged at the front crashed headfirst into that invisible barrier. Strange things happened. They were not bounced away, nor did they make any collision sound. The moment their bodies touched the barrier, they were as if thrown into a high-speed shredder, instantly cut into countless tiny pieces. Blood, internal organs, bones, flesh. Flying everywhere. Then came the second batch, the third batch. Hundreds and thousands of monsters crashed into the invisible wall of sword energy one after another. Then, it was mercilessly cut and pulverized. The entire process was extremely quiet. Apart from the roars of the monsters themselves and the faint splatter sound of their bodies being cut, there were no other sounds. In just a few breaths, the black demonic tide that could drive any army to despair was completely wiped out. The stadium floor was covered with a thick, nauseating red carpet made of flesh and bone fragments. But that invisible barrier remained spotless. Not even a single drop of blood splattered on Gu Ping'an and Li Yaoyao. The whole world fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene. If the previous sword strike that instantly killed the spider demon was shocking, so now, this effortless slaughter of thousands of demons is a miracle. These are miracles that mortals simply cannot comprehend or imagine. This is not martial arts, this is absolutely not martial arts. The voice of City Lord Xiao Zhan trembled. He felt that the martial arts philosophy he had built up over the past century had been completely shattered at this moment, and then trampled into the ground. In the sky, the demon general, a martial king, revealed the emotion called fear for the first time in his copper bell-like eyes. Its master, the arrogant Silver Moon Messenger, froze completely, his face contorted with fervor and rage. He looked down at the still calm and collected young man, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A word that made his soul tremble surged up wildly from the depths of his mind. This is the power of laws. It's the law of swordsmanship. Who are you? Chapter 43. Do you also want to dance? The power of laws. When these 4 words were uttered by the Silver Moon Envoy in an almost screaming voice, all the powerful warriors who had reached a certain level on the entire battlefield trembled violently. Law. That is the most fundamental power in this world, which only the strongest beings who have surpassed the martial emperor and entered the sainthood realm can initially come into contact with and comprehend. In Jiangchang, no, in the entire eastern war zone of the Human Federation, martial emperors are already extremely rare, pillars of strength in their respective regions. As for Saint Realm experts, they are figures who only exist in legends and historical records. They are the guardians of the human race and rarely appear in the world. The boy in front of me. He actually mastered the power of laws? City Lord Xiaozhan's mind went completely blank. He recalled the scene from earlier that day when Gu Ping'an had sent the 7 geniuses flying with a single kick. At the time, he thought it was an extremely sophisticated power-generating technique that he couldn't understand. But now that I think about it, it wasn't a skill at all. That was clearly the purest form of dimensional reduction attack from the level of laws. Zhang Jinghua, the principal of the 3rd high school, was so excited that he almost fainted. Holy land! His school actually produced a Saint Realm expert? No, judging from his every move, he wields the power of the laws with such ease that he is probably extraordinary even in the Saint Realm. Oh no, my high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar are not just rising, they're going to fly to the sky. Compared to the ecstasy and shock of the human powerhouses, the Tianyuan demons were completely plunged into an abyss of fear. The power of laws is an absolute nemesis to these creatures who fight using chaotic energy and primal instincts. That was an overwhelming crushing force from a higher level of life, leaving no possibility of resistance whatsoever. Just then, the boy, who was like a god or demon in everyone's eyes, finally slowly lowered his gaze from the blood-red sky. His gaze swept past the countless trembling demons below and locked onto the Silver Moon Messenger, who was suspended in mid-air. That gaze, still indifferent, made the Silver Moon Envoy feel as if an invisible, peerless divine sword was pressed against his brow. A chilling coldness shot from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. You're the noisiest one? Gu Ping'an spoke, his tone indifferent, as if he were asking about a trivial matter. I. The Silver Moon Messenger opened his mouth, only to find that his throat was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and he couldn't utter a single word. He wanted to escape, but his body wouldn't obey him. Locked down by the opponent's power of law, even moving a single finger became a luxury for him. He could only watch helplessly as the boy stared at him with the look of someone staring at a dead man. The Blood Moon Cult? Gu Ping'an seemed to discern something from his blood-red robe, tilting his head slightly as if in thought. I think we killed a few in that little secret realm before. His words caused the Silver Moon Messenger's pupils to shrink sharply. The Black Mist Forest Secret Realm. Golden Serpent Guardian. So, that good-for-nothing golden snake really did die at this person's hands. The intelligence that came back at the time only said that it was a young man with unfathomable strength, which he scoffed at, thinking that Jinshi was incompetent and exaggerating. Now it seems that the golden serpent was not only not exaggerating, he actually made the opponent's strength seem far too weak. Who are you? I am the Silver Moon Messenger under the Blood God. If you kill me, on the day my god descends, I will grind you to dust and condemn you to eternal damnation. Driven by extreme fear, the Silver Moon Messenger finally unleashed its potential, roaring at the top of its lungs and bringing out its greatest backer. However, all he received in return was an even more puzzled look from the other party. Blood God? Gu Ping'an's brows furrowed slightly, as if he was trying hard to recall something. After a moment, he shook his head. Never heard of it. His tone was so matter-of-fact. Can it be used to brew wine, or as a side dish? This sentence carries a hint of Gu Ping'an's own unique passion for alcohol. But the words that came out of his indifferent face at that moment revealed a chilling contempt. It seems that in his eyes, the so-called god is nothing more than something that can be associated with alcohol. You dare to blaspheme my god. The Silver Moon Messenger trembled with rage to him. This was an insult worse than death. Roar! Just then, a roar filled with savagery and rage interrupted their conversation. It's that demon general at the martial king level. It finally broke free from the fear brought by Gu Ping'an. As a battle-hardened general among the Tianyuan demon clan, its will was far more resolute than that of the Silver Moon Envoy. Although it was fearful, it was even more furious that its dignity as a strong person had been challenged. It abandoned the city Lord Xiaozhan, with whom it had been locked in combat for half a day. Its massive body transformed into a black streak of light, and the giant axe in its hand blazed with raging demonic flames. With a world-destroying force, it cleaved down towards Gu Ping'an. Die! This axe strike concentrated all its power, causing even the space around it to groan in despair. Not good. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically as he tried to stop them, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the massive axe, powerful enough to split mountains and cleave peaks, slashed down at that frail figure. However, faced with this earth-shattering blow, Gu Pingyan didn't even turn his head. He simply raised his right hand, somewhat impatiently. "Extend your index finger gently." "Noisy." He uttered 2 words. A thin, golden sword thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed past his fingertips. The sword thread made no sound and did not generate any energy fluctuations. It pierced through the demon general's indestructible protective demonic flames with ease, through its ferocious armor that could withstand missile bombardment, and finally, precisely through the center of its massive forehead. Time seemed to stand still once again. The martial king-level demon general, with its enormous body and the giant axe burning with demonic flames, stopped abruptly less than a meter above Gu Pingyan's head. In its enormous, bell-like eyes, the savagery and madness were rapidly fading, replaced by endless bewilderment and liberation. The next second. Splash! Starting from the small hole in its forehead pierced by the sword wire, its entire body resembles a sand sculpture that has been weathered for millions of years. From the head, to the armor, to the body, and finally to the giant axe in his hand. It shattered into pieces, turning into a sky full of black ash. A gentle breeze blew by. The ashes scattered. A powerful martial king-level demon general, whose strength was so immense that it plunged the entire Jiangchun leadership into despair, simply vanished. Both body and soul perished. Not even a trace of its existence was left. Dead silence. The entire city of Jiangchun once again fell into a complete, deathly silence. City Lord Xiao Zhan, still in his forward-charging posture, froze in mid-air, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Below, all the humans and all the monsters seemed to have been collectively petrified. Their minds were completely blank. In the blink of an eye, King Wu vanished into thin air. Is this a god? Li Yaoyao stood behind Gu Pingyan, covering her mouth tightly with her hand to prevent herself from screaming. Her body was trembling violently. It wasn't out of fear, but because of an indescribable, extreme excitement and worship. Is this his true strength? Is this the true face that the always lazy guy is hiding? Gu Pingyan slowly withdrew his finger. It was as if I had only done a trivial little thing. His gaze once again fell upon the Silver Moon envoy, who was completely terrified. Okay, now it's quiet. Now you. Chapter 44. One person is a city. Now you. These 4 words were like a death knell from the deepest hell, causing the Silver Moon messenger's already stretched nerves to completely break down. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. He let out a shrill scream that was so distorted it was almost unrecognizable. His face was devoid of any pride or fanaticism. As a divine messenger, only the most primal fear of death remained. Driven by his survival instinct, the crimson energy within him erupted with a deafening roar. He actually broke free from Gu Pingyan's initial lock-on of the law power, and his whole body transformed into a streak of bloodlight, fleeing madly towards the heavenly abyss rift in the sky without looking back. He wants to go home. He wants to return to the abyss. To return to his god. This world is terrifying. This man is a devil. A devil a billion times more terrifying than the ancient demons of the deepest abyss. Seeing the streak of blood fleeing in panic, City Lord Xiao Zhan and the others instinctively tensed up. We can't let him get away. This leader of the Blood Moon cult knows too many secrets. If he escapes back to Tianyuan, the consequences will be dire. However, before they could make a move, the boy standing in the center of the battlefield simply shook his head gently. A hint of pity even appeared on his face. Did I let you leave? He said softly. Then, he slowly raised his hand towards the blood-red light that was about to plunge into the heavenly abyss crack. With fingers spread wide, in mid-air, a fist is clenched. It's such a simple action. The space around the Silver Moon messenger seemed to instantly transform from flowing air into a solidified, transparent piece of amber. His incredibly fast figure came to an abrupt stop. His entire body was frozen in mid-air in an extremely disheveled posture, unable to move. His face was filled with horror and despair. He could feel that the space around him had become an indestructible cage. This is the law of space. He not only mastered the supreme swordsmanship laws, but also the most mysterious and unpredictable spatial laws. This is unbearable. An endless sorrow welled up in the heart of the Silver Moon messenger. Gu Ping'an slowly pulled his hand back. Return. The blood-red figure, which had been imprisoned in mid-air, was uncontrollably dragged back from the edge of the chasm by an irresistible force. Ah! The Silver Moon Messenger let out a desperate scream. He was like a flying insect stuck in a spider's web, struggling but unable to break free from the invisible restraints, forced to watch helplessly as he drew ever closer to that devil. Finally, he was dragged in front of Gu Ping'an and hung in mid-air like a dead dog. Gu Ping'an didn't even glance at him again. His gaze swept across the ground, where the remaining Blood Moon cultists were thrown into chaos by the capture of their leader. Some of the believers were still fanatically clamoring for revenge for the messenger. Some were so terrified that they turned around and tried to blend into the crowd to escape. So noisy. Gu Ping'an frowned again. He lifted his foot and gently stomped it on the ground. Buzz. An invisible ripple, centered on the soles of his feet, spread out along the ground with a roar. The next moment. Puff. 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 In every corner of the stadium, those figures in blood-red robes, whether shouting or fleeing, all froze at the same moment. Immediately afterwards, their hearts burst open in a cloud of blood mist without warning. One after another, invisible swords formed from sword intent burst forth from their bodies and chests. In just a moment, hundreds of Blood Moon cult members, who had been lurking throughout Jiangchang and causing headaches for the Federal Army, were wiped out in a single blow. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary movement. At that moment, everyone in Jiangchang, whether they were watching through various screens or witnessing the scene in person, was completely speechless. If everything he had done before was due to God, so now, he is the ruler. Dominate life, dominate death. One person is a city. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or quantity seems so pale and powerless. After dealing with the small fry, Gu Ping'an turned his attention back to the Silver Moon envoy, who was now imprisoned in front of him and was completely terrified. Now, we can have a proper talk. His voice remained calm. Tell me, where is the true form of your so-called God? I don't know, I really don't know. The Silver Moon Messenger trembled violently, speaking incoherently. Oh? A barely perceptible golden light flashed in Gu Ping'an's eyes. Soul search is quite convenient. He extended his finger and touched the Silver Moon Messenger's brow. No. Don't. I'll talk. Feeling the terrifying power contained in those fingers, enough to completely crush his soul, the Silver Moon Messenger utterly collapsed. My God's true form resides deep within the coordinates of this celestial rift, in a mobile divine kingdom called the Blood God Temple. That is where he slumbers and accumulates his power. Our mission this time is to sacrifice all the living beings of Jiangchang, to use their blood and souls to awaken my God ahead of time. That's all I know. Please, spare my life. I'm willing to be your dog. I'll do anything for you. In order to save his life, the Silver Moon Messenger told everything he knew, pouring out all the information he had. The Blood God Temple, a mobile divine kingdom. A knowing glint flashed in Gu Ping'an's eyes. Turns out he was just a false god who hadn't woken up yet. He got the information he wanted and then lost all interest. He looked at the disgraceful Silver Moon envoy before him, his eyes filled with nothing but disgust. Be my dog? You dare to challenge me? The words fell. His hand, which was gripping the invisible space, suddenly tightened. No! A scream so piercing it was almost unbearable. The Silver Moon Messenger's body, along with his soul, was instantly compressed and kneaded by that terrifying spatial power, and finally, he was forcibly crushed into a fist-sized, bloody, mangled sphere. Puff! A soft sound. The blood sphere exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Yet another one, utterly destroyed, body and soul. After doing all this, Gu Ping'an slowly raised his head. His gaze pierced through layers of clouds, finally landing on the enormous, blood-red vortex that still swirled and twisted wildly in the sky, radiating endless evil and chaos. Abyss crack. That is the root of all this disaster. Chapter 45. Using wine as a weapon, I slashed down this broken door. With the annihilation of the Silver Moon Messenger and all the Blood Moon cultists, the pressure on the battlefield suddenly eased. The monsters that poured out of the chasm seemed to have lost the support of command and faith, and their offensive became noticeably chaotic and sluggish. We won! We won! Long live Hero Gu! Jiangchang is saved! We are saved! Inside and outside the stadium, the deathly silence was shattered as the survivors erupted in cheers that nearly lifted the sky. A boy wearing glasses threw away a self-defense knife he had never used and burst into tears while hugging a classmate he didn't know. The city guard, who had lost an arm, pounded his chest with his remaining left hand, looked up to the sky and roared, his tears and blood mingling together. Countless people embraced and wept, excitedly shouting the name that had given them a new life, over and over again. Gu Ping'an! Gu Ping'an! City Lord Xiaozhan's tense body finally relaxed. He exhaled a long breath, feeling that his whole body was soaked in sweat. He grabbed Principal Zhang Jingguo's shoulder and shook him violently, his face filled with barely suppressed elation. Old Zhang! Your 3 highs have produced a true dragon. Zhang Jingguo was equally excited, his face flushed red, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word, only able to nod repeatedly. The crisis seems to have truly passed. However, just as everyone was basking in the joy of victory, the boy, who was suspended in mid-air, slowly shook his head. Li Yaoyao, who was standing behind him, was immersed in great shock and joy. When she saw his action, she was taken aback. Gu Ping'an, what's wrong? It's not over yet. Gu Ping'an spoke softly, his voice not loud, but it made Li Yaoyao's heart tighten suddenly. Not over yet? What's the meaning? Gu Ping'an's figure slowly rose into the air, flying straight towards the sky shrouded in a blood-red vortex. What is he going to do? All eyes followed his figure as he moved. Guing Xiong. City Lord Xiaozhan was the first to react. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and awe, and hurriedly led Zhang Jinghua and other high-ranking officials of Jiangcheng into the sky, wanting to catch up and find out what was going on. Or perhaps, they simply wanted to express their deepest gratitude to the boy who had saved the entire city in person. However, when they approached within 100 meters of Gu Ping'an, it was as if they had bumped into an invisible wall, gently blocked by a soft yet indestructible force. This. Xiaozhan channeled all his true energy, unleashing the full power of a martial king, yet he couldn't even cause the slightest ripple in the barrier. His face was filled with horror. What kind of power is this? How can mere emanations be enough to manipulate a martial king like the back of one's hand? They could only watch helplessly as the figure flew higher and higher, eventually arriving before the enormous, blood-red vortex that seemed poised to devour the entire world. In the face of that terrifying vortex with a diameter of over a kilometer, Gu Ping'an's figure was as small as a speck of dust. It seemed to have sensed the provocation from this dust. Or perhaps, the being on the other side of the rift was thoroughly enraged by the successive deaths of its followers and generals. Roar! A roar, 1,000,000 times more terrifying than any previous roar, filled with boundless rage and divine power, suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the heavenly abyss rift. That single roar was enough to make the cheering crowd below feel as if their souls were about to be shattered. Countless weak martial artists and ordinary people bled from all 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. Even a martial king like Xiaozhan felt a surge of blood and qi, and his face instantly turned pale. Immediately afterwards, under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone, a terrifying giant claw, so enormous it defies description, covered in blood-red scales and bizarre runes, slowly emerged from the blood-red vortex. The giant claw, with only a small portion extended, already covered half the sky. The gymnasium at Jiangcheng University looks as small as a toy in front of this giant claw. The oppressive feeling it brought was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, stronger than that of the previous martial king-level demon general. Is this the god of the blood moon? Is this the unknown, terrifying existence on the other side of the abyss? Despair, once again, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed everyone's hearts. Their newly nascent hope was shattered in that instant by this colossal, world-destroying claw. However, faced with this scene that seemed like divine punishment, the tiny figure hovering before the giant claw remained expressionless. He stared at the giant claw slowly slapping towards him, his eyes completely unmoved. As if remembering something, he habitually reached behind his back, as if there should be a long sword there. But at this moment, the place is empty. He paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, seemingly puzzled. The next second, the cyan Xinkuan wine gourd at his waist seemed to sense its master's call and flew automatically into his hand. Gu Ping'an looked down at the wine gourd in his hand. The lines on his otherwise cold and aloof face softened slightly, revealing a familiar fondness for alcohol. He uncorked the gourd, tilted his head back, and gulped down the golden liquor, which emitted a faint bamboo fragrance. Glug, glug. With his movement, a terrifying aura, more powerful and vast than ever before, erupted from his thin body. That aura transcended the mortal realm, surpassed the Grandmaster realm, surpassed the Martial King realm, and surpassed the Martial Emperor realm. It even surpasses the legendary Sacred Realm. The entire city of Jiangcheng, the entire world, trembled violently and wailed under this aura. Everyone below, regardless of strength, was forced to kneel uncontrollably under this oppressive force, looking up at the figure in the sky with an attitude as if gazing up at a god. "I'll lend you my sword." Gu Pingon put down the wine gourd and muttered to himself, as if he were talking to someone or declaring something to himself. "Cut this door down, break down the door." The words fell. He slowly raised his right hand, then raised his index and middle fingers, forming a sword-like gesture. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, nor any dazzling light effects. Only a single wisp of pure, golden light, seemingly capable of severing all things in the world, quietly condensed at his fingertips. The light was very small and faint. But even that terrifying, sky-covering giant claw paused for a moment. On the other side of the rift, that great being seemed to sense a deadly danger that posed a significant threat to itself. Gu Pingon's gaze calmly fell upon the blood-red crack that pierced through the heavens and earth. Then, with his sword finger pointing towards the crack, he gently slashed downwards. A single word was uttered clearly from his mouth. Cut. Chapter 46. The deed done, he left without a trace, reaping a bountiful reward. That pure, golden sword light seemed to be the only one in the world. Cut. Gu Pingon's voice was very soft as a dream, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone in Jiangcheng. The next instant, the sword light moved. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic fluctuations. The wisp of sword light merely grazed across the sky, extending from the root of the crimson crack that pierced the heavens and earth all the way to the edge of sight. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed, held their breath, and intently gazed at the sky. Then, they witnessed the most unforgettable moment of their lives. The terrifying, monstrous rift that seemed poised to devour the entire world began to crumble inch by inch from the spot where the sword's edge had struck, transforming into countless scattered specks of crimson light, like fireflies on a summer night, beautiful yet ethereal. The colossal claw that blotted out the sky was reduced to dust without a sound. The terrifying divine pressure, which even made Saint Realm experts tremble, vanished without a trace. The sky has returned to its azure blue. The sunlight shone down, dispelling the gloom and warming the hearts of everyone who survived the ordeal. You won? The heavenly abyss rift has been shattered? My God! What am I seeing? A miracle! This is absolutely a miracle! After a brief moment of deathly silence, Jiangcheng erupted in cheers louder and more fervent than ever before. Countless people wept with joy, knelt on the ground, and bowed in worship to the lone figure in the sky. God Gu! It was God Gu who saved us. Heroes of Jiangcheng. No. Heroes of the human race. However, Gu Pingon in the sky paid no heed to any of this. After unleashing that sword strike, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and the terrifying aura that surpassed the Saint Realm and dominated the world receded like a tide. His body swayed, like a drunkard, and he plummeted straight down from a height of 10,000 meters. Not good. City Lord Xiaozhan's expression changed drastically, and he was about to rush forward. Li Yaoyao's heart tightened even more. Gu Pingon. She lightly touched the ground with her toes, transforming into a streak of light, and flew towards the falling figure before everyone else could. She moved with incredible speed, leaving a blur in the air, and finally caught Gu Pingon safely in her arms just before he hit the ground. It felt very heavy in my hand. Gu Pingon had completely lost consciousness, his breathing was steady, and there was even a satisfied snore on the corner of his mouth, as if he had just fallen asleep. Li Yaoyao held him, feeling his steady heartbeat, and her heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally settled down. She looked down at the handsome yet languid face in her arms, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This guy is always like this, he's incredibly lazy and acts like nothing can happen to him. But when the sky really did collapse, it was he alone who silently held it up. How is he? City Lord Xiaozhan and Principal Zhang Jinghua, among others, hurriedly gathered around, their faces filled with concern and tension. He is just asleep. Li Yaoyao's voice was somewhat complicated. Are you asleep? The group looked at each other, unsure of what to say. He caused such a commotion, cleaved Tianyuan in two with a single sword, and saved the entire city, only to find out it was all because he was drunk. Now he's asleep right after the fight? What's this? He displayed his supernatural powers after drinking, then left without a trace, concealing his merits and fame. This is outrageous. But the facts are right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe it. Quickly! Invite Mr. Gu, no, invite God Gu to rest in the best room in the City Lord's mansion. Treat him with the highest level of care. No, even higher than the highest level. Xiao Zhen snapped out of his daze and immediately issued the order. His voice trembled, half with excitement and half with awe. Everything that happened today has completely overturned his understanding. He knew that from this day forward, the history of Jiangcheng, no, the history of all humankind, would be rewritten because of this boy who loved to drink. Gu Pingan had a very, very long dream. In his dream, he saw that white-clad figure again, and witnessed his unparalleled prowess as he cleaved through the Milky Way with a single sword stroke and shattered the heavens and earth with another. Those grand and profound principles of swordsmanship flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Unlike before, this time he was no longer a mere bystander, but rather as if he had personally experienced it. Every detail, every change in sword intent, was clearly imprinted deep within his soul. Ding! Detected that the host has entered a deep disappearance state, perfectly controlling the sword intent of the drunken sword immortal, successfully severing the heavenly abyss rift, protecting the lives of a city, and triggering a major causal shift. Reward settlement begins. Ding! Reward 1, Cultivation Enhancement. The host's cultivation level will directly increase from the 6th rank of the mortal realm to the 1st rank of the transcendent grandmaster realm. Boom! A mighty torrent of energy exploded within Gu Pingan's body, washing over his limbs and bones, and reshaping his meridians and bones. The mortal realm has 9 ranks, each step a step towards heaven. From the 6th rank to the peak of the 9th rank, the barrier in between is as thin as paper and can be easily broken through. Immediately afterwards, the energy did not stop, but condensed into a single force, and crashed into the insurmountable chasm between the mortal realm and the transcendent realm. Click! It was as if something had shattered. Gu Pingan felt that his body and soul had undergone an unprecedented sublimation. If ordinary martial artists cultivate qi within their bodies, then extraordinary grandmasters integrate qi with spiritual power and the power of heaven and earth to condense their own unique momentum. A single thought can crush mountains and freeze rivers. This is what a grandmaster is. Ding! Reward 2, Technique Upgrade. The God of Wine technique has automatically evolved and successfully advanced to God of Wine Technique, Grandmaster Edition. New passive abilities added, Wine Aura Protection, and Drunken Clarity. Alcohol Aura Protection. An invisible layer of alcohol aura will permanently surround the host, automatically resisting any attack below the Grandmaster level and significantly reducing the power of attacks from Grandmasters. Enlightened by intoxication. In any state of intoxication, the host's comprehension will be increased 100-fold, making the cultivation of any martial arts technique twice as effective. Ding! Reward 3, Sword Technique Comprehension. Congratulations, host, you have successfully comprehended 2 heavenly rank sword techniques from the Drunken Sword Immortal's original sword intent, 1 sword's light chills 19 provinces, and 2 sleeves of green serpents. A single sword strike chills 19 continents, a supreme grade heavenly rank killing sword technique. With a single strike, the light chills heaven and earth, freezes time and space, and cuts through nothing. 2 green serpents in sleeves, a top-tier heavenly rank sword control technique that transforms sword energy into green serpents, concealed within the sleeves, allowing for a surprise attack from 1,000 miles away to take a person's head. Ding! Reward 4, Magic Item Upgrade. The Jiankuan Wine Gourd has absorbed the spatial essence power after the Tianyuan shattered, expanding its internal space 100-fold and unlocking a brand new function, brewing. Brewing, the host can incorporate various rare and precious materials, using their own sword intent as a catalyst, to brew a unique spiritual wine within the Jiankuan Wine Gourd. Ding! Reward 5, Special Reward. In recognition of the host's extraordinary feat, a special item is awarded, Sword God Trial Card Fake. Sword God Experience Card Fake. After use, you can temporarily borrow 1/10,000th of the Sword Immortal's power for 3 minutes, ignoring realm barriers and unleashing combat power surpassing that of a Saint King. Note, this card's power is too great after use, the host will be in a weakened state for at least 1 month. Please use with caution. A series of system notification sounds, like heavenly music, echoed continuously in Gu Pingan's mind. Even with his laid-back attitude, he couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Grandmaster Realm. He rose to the top in 1 step and became a Grandmaster. There are also 2 heaven rank sword techniques, and the Jiankuan Wine Gourd has been upgraded, now it can even brew its own wine. The most outrageous thing is that Sword God Trial Card, which supposedly surpasses the Saint King level. What does that even mean? A martial god? It's out. This time we've really struck it rich. Gu Pingan felt like he had won the lottery for hundreds of billions of dollars. He was so happy he almost fainted. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was an antique sandalwood ceiling, with a faint fragrance in the air. Where am I? He shook his still somewhat dizzy head and sat up. You're awake? A cool voice, tinged with concern, came from the side. Gu Pingan turned his head and saw Li Yaoyao sitting on the edge of the bed, peeling an apple. Today, instead of wearing her dashing martial arts uniform, she changed into an elegant white dress, which made her look less aloof and more gentle. Under the light, her stunning profile appeared exceptionally soft. How long have I been asleep? Gu Pingan rubbed his temples, feeling that his mind was still a bit of a mess. 3 days and 3 nights, Li Yaoyao said casually, handing him the peeled apple. So long? Gu Pingan took the apple, took a big bite without any hesitation, and asked indistinctly, Zhang Chang, is he all right now? Although he blacked out, he probably guessed that after getting drunk, he must have done something. Looking at his carefree attitude, Li Yaoyao felt both annoyed and amused, and the slight worry and fear in her heart quietly dissipated. She didn't answer, she just looked at him quietly. Gu Pingan felt a little uneasy under her gaze and touched his face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Yaoyao shook her head, then suddenly leaned closer, her stunningly beautiful face magnifying in front of him. Gu Pingan could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. Holy crap! What are you doing? Gu Pingan was startled and instinctively shrank back. Is this girl out of her mind because of some shock? Li Yaoyao didn't speak, but simply reached out her slender hand and gently stroked his cheek, her eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. There was gratitude, awe, curiosity, and a hint of an obsession that she herself was unaware of. The atmosphere in the room instantly became somewhat ambiguous. Gu Pingan's heartbeat quickened for no apparent reason. He wasn't stupid, he could naturally sense the change in Li Yaoyao's emotions. This girl seems to be a little interested in me? Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yaoyao's red lips gently pressed against his forehead. Soft and warm. Gu Pingan froze completely. Consider this your reward. Li Yaoyao's voice was very soft, with a hint of shyness. After speaking, she ran out of the room like a frightened little rabbit. Gu Pingan was left alone, sitting blankly on the bed, touching his forehead, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. I was forcibly kissed? Chapter 47 School Beauty, You're Playing with Fire. After running out of the room, Li Yaoyao leaned against the wall outside the door, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She raised her hand to cover her burning cheeks, her mind a complete mess. What did I just do? She actually kissed him. Even though it's just a forehead, it's still a kiss. Li Yaoyao, oh Li Yaoyao, where has your modesty gone? Where has your pride gone? Did the dogs eat them all? She stomped her foot in frustration, but when she thought of Gu Pingan's dazed and silly look just now, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. That guy, who usually acts like he's fearless and always challenges everyone, actually has such an adorable side. For the past 3 days, she has stayed by Gu Pingan's bedside almost every step of the way. Looking at his peaceful sleeping face and listening to his even snoring, her heart, which had been tense from the battle, was finally able to calm down. She replayed the scene from that day in her mind over and over again. That golden sword light descending from the sky, that indifferent figure who slaughtered thousands of demons with a single wave of his hand, and that final, breathtakingly brilliant sword strike that shattered the heavens. Every image is deeply imprinted on her soul. She knew that she had probably fallen completely for him. This boy named Gu Pingan was like a bottomless whirlpool, drawing her deeper and deeper without her realizing it, until she couldn't extricate herself. Well. Li Yaoyao sighed softly and left with mixed feelings. Inside the room, Gu Pingan was still in a daze. He touched his forehead, feeling the lingering warmth, and couldn't help but grin. TSK, is this considered hero treatment? Excellent, this sword immortal is very satisfied. He took a satisfying bite of the apple, feeling great. Although he had no memory of what happened, judging from Li Yaoyao's attitude and the system's incredibly generous rewards, his display of arrogance this time was definitely epic. Grandmaster level. He felt a power within his body that was completely different from before, and with a thought, an invisible force emanated from his body. The air in the room instantly became thick and sticky, and the teacup on the table silently turned into dust. Is this the power of a grandmaster? It's truly formidable. Gu Pingan nodded in satisfaction. In the past, although he could kill a martial king instantly, that was mostly due to the sword intent and law power enhanced by the system, which was a skill-based approach. Now, his own hard skills have finally caught up. With his grandmaster level cultivation alone, he was confident he could go toe-to-toe with a martial king-level expert. Not to mention the 2 heavily ranked sword techniques and the insane sword god experience card. Now he truly has the means to live a carefree life in this dangerous world. Gurgle. Just then, his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, I was starving. Gu Pingon jumped off the bed, pushed open the door, and went out. This appears to be the backyard of the city lord's mansion, with pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, creating a tranquil and elegant environment. He randomly chose a direction and followed the aroma of food. Soon, he arrived at a magnificent hall. In the hall, a huge round table was laden with delicacies. City Lord Xiaozhan, Principal Zhang Jinghua, and some other important figures he didn't recognize but who seemed to be of high status were sitting around the table, seemingly discussing something. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Oh, everyone's here. Gu Pinyin walked in casually, pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. His sudden appearance startled everyone in the hall. The next second, everyone stood up abruptly, their faces showing extreme excitement and respect. Gu Shun. You're awake. Xiao Zhan's voice was stammering. He rushed to Gu Pinyin in 3 steps, his face flushed with excitement. Yes, I'm awake and hungry. I'll eat something first. Gu Pinyin didn't even look up, stuffing a roast suckling pig into his mouth while speaking indistinctly. Looking at his appearance, which resembled a reincarnated starving ghost, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. This gentleman really is not at all pretentious. Quickly serve Pinyin the best tea. Zhang Jinghua reacted the fastest and immediately gave instructions to the servants beside him. No need, do you have any alcohol? Gu Pingon waved his hand. Something strong, please. Yes. Of course. Xiao Zhan nodded repeatedly and went to the wine cellar himself. Before long, he returned carrying a jar of aged wine that looked to be quite old. He personally filled a bowl for Gu Pinyin and respectfully handed it to him. Gu Pingon took the wine bowl, drank it all in one gulp, and exhaled a refreshing breath of alcohol. Good wine. Seeing that Gu Pinyin was satisfied, Xiao Zhan, Zhang Jinghua, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, their eyes both questioning. Zhang Jinghua cleared his throat and cautiously asked. Pinyin, did you experience a lot of exertion this time? Do you feel unwell? Their biggest concern was what serious aftereffects Gu Pinyin might suffer after unleashing that earth-shattering sword strike. After all, such power is simply beyond imagination. Consumption? Gu Pinyin was taken aback for a moment, then understood what they meant, waved his hand, and said nonchalantly. It's nothing, I just blacked out. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. By the way, I didn't do anything outrageous while I was drunk, did I? He was still a little uneasy. After all, in a state of blackout, he truly knew nothing. If I get drunk and cause a scene, and demolish Jiangcheng, that would be a real mess. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall became strange. Didn't you do anything outrageous? You simply wiped out thousands of demons with a wave of your hand, and then effortlessly severed the heavenly abyss rift with a single sword stroke. Is this what they call not doing anything outrageous? What would be considered outrageous? Would it be splitting this planet in 2 with a single sword strike? Xiao Zhan's lips twitched, and he forced a dry laugh. No, Brother Gu's divine might save the entire city. We are more than grateful. Oh, that's good. Gu Pingon felt relieved and continued to eat. Seeing him wolf down his food, Zhang Jinghua and Xiao Zhan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness and relief in each other's eyes. This guy's personality is really hard to describe. However, this is for the best. This at least shows that he has no ill intentions towards his own people. In a whirlwind, Gu Pingon devoured most of the food on the table. He let out a satisfied burp, leaned back in his chair, and felt completely revived. All right, I'm full and have had my fill. I should head back now. He stood up, ready to return to his dormitory to continue his life of being a couch potato. Brother Gu Pinyin, please wait. Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua quickly stopped him. Is there anything else? Gu Pingon frowned impatiently. Yes. I have some very exciting news to tell you. Zhang Jinghua rubbed his hands together, looking excited. Oh? What's the good news? It's about your future prospects. Xiao Zhan interjected, his expression serious. With the talent and strength you have shown, Jiangchang, a small place, can no longer contain a true dragon like you. So? Gu Pingan raised an eyebrow. Therefore, the two of us jointly recommended you to the highest levels of the Federation. Zhang Jinghua said excitedly. Just now, the special admission notice from the Federal First Martial Arts Academy has been issued. The Federation's #1 martial arts academy? Gu Pingan was taken aback. He had heard of that name before. That is the highest level academy in the entire human federation, gathering the top geniuses from all over the federation, and possessing the strongest teaching staff and the richest cultivation resources. Those who can enter that place are all exceptional individuals with limitless potential. That's right. Xiao Zhan's tone was full of pride. That is the land of humanity's hope, the cradle for cultivating the strong. Only there is a place worthy of your status. Upon hearing this, Gu Pingan pursed his lips listlessly. I'm not going. Ah? The smiles on Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua's faces froze instantly. Why? Zhang Jinghua asked anxiously. That's the Federation's top martial arts academy. So many people would kill to get in. How could you? It's too much trouble. Gu Pingan gave a reason they couldn't refute. I just want to stay in Jiangcheng, drink some wine, sleep some wine, it's fine. Go to Beijing? Being in an unfamiliar place is so troublesome. Besides, with his current abilities, does he still need to go to school? Isn't it better to cultivate yourself? Seeing Gu Pingan's expression that said, don't even think about bothering me while I'm being lazy, Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua were almost in tears. My goodness! You are a formidable figure capable of cleaving the heavens and the abyss with a single sword strike. Is that all you can aspire to? Just as the two were scratching their heads in frustration, unsure of how to persuade her, a timid voice came from the doorway. Gu Pingan, are you really not going? When everyone turned around, they saw Li Yaoyao, who had returned. She stood gracefully at the door, holding a steaming bowl of ginseng soup, seemingly preparing to deliver it to Gu Pingan. I'm not going, Gu Pingan replied decisively. Li Yaoyao bit her lip and mustered her courage to say, but I was accepted too. Oh? Gu Pingan looked at her with some surprise. Me too. Boss. A chubby figure tumbled in, stumbling and crawling. It was Fatty Wang. He clung to Gu Pingan's leg, tears streaming down his face. Big brother, you can't abandon me. I'm going to study in the capital too. My dad used all his money to get me in. Gu Pingan kicked him away with disdain. What are you doing here, kid? I just wanted to follow you, boss. Fatty Wang said, sounding aggrieved. Seeing these three lively characters, Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua had a sudden inspiration. Zhang Jinghua quickly said, Mr. Gu, you see, all your friends have gone. It's so boring for you to stay in Jiangcheng alone. Xiao Zhan quickly added, yes. Moreover, the capital is the center of the Federation, a place where good things from all over the country gather, especially wine. 1,000-year-old monkey wine, 10,000-year-old ice soul brew, and even legendary divine wine passed down from ancient times. You can't even find these in a small place like Jiangcheng. Sacred wine? Gu Pingan's ears perked up immediately. Listening to Xiao Zhan's eloquent description, Gu Pingan's heart wavered. Monkey wine that's been around for 1,000 years. A brew of ice essence aged for 10,000 years. That sounds really impressive. If I could just have a sip, what amazing rewards would I get? He licked his lips, looked at Li Yaoyao, and asked, Is your home in the capital? Li Yaoyao paused for a moment, then nodded, Yes, the Li family of Tianjian is located in the capital. Then that jar of drunken life, dreamlike death, that you promised me before. Also at home in the capital. Li Yaoyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Okay. Gu Pingan slapped his thigh and instantly changed his mind. I'm going to the Federation's #1 martial arts academy. For the sake of wine, I'm not ashamed. Chapter 48. The capital, Gu Pingan, have arrived. Very good. When Gu Pingan finally relented, Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua were so excited they almost jumped up on the spot. We finally managed to persuade this guy. It wasn't easy. Then we'll make the arrangements right away. A private jet. It has to be the highest level private jet in the Federation. We'll depart first thing tomorrow morning. Xiao Zhan waved his hand and immediately began making arrangements. Wait a minute. Gu Pingan waved his hand. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Gu? Xiao Zhan's heart jumped again, fearing that he might change his mind. Gu Pingan pointed at Fatty Wang, then at Li Yaoyao, and said matter-of-factly, "The two of them, come with me." This. Xiao Zhan hesitated. The special admissions program at the Federal First Martial Arts Academy is exclusively for Gu Pingan. Although Li Yaoyao and Wang Pangzi both received their admission notices, they did so through normal channels, their start dates were different, and they couldn't enjoy the special plane treatment. What? Is there a problem? Gu Pingan narrowed his eyes. No. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Sensing the fate aura of a grandmaster emanating from Gu Pingan, Xiao Zhan shivered and shook his head vigorously. Joke. Let alone bringing two people, even if this guy wanted to take the entire Jiangcheng No. 3 high school with him, he would have to find a way to satisfy him. That's good then. Gu Pingan nodded in satisfaction. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Remember to pick me up tomorrow morning. After saying that, he ignored everyone, turned around, and swayed as he walked towards his dormitory. Watching his departing figure, all the bigwigs in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had seen off a great god. Lord Xiao, Zhang Jinghua, your Jiangcheng has truly produced an extraordinary figure this time. A senior military official remarked. Indeed, a single sword strike cleaves the heavens and the abyss. Such magnificence is unprecedented throughout history. Our human race shall rise again. I'll have to rely on you both in the future. Everyone cast envious and friendly glances at Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua. They knew that because of Gu Pingan's existence, Jiangcheng, this originally insignificant third-tier city, would see its status in the Federation rise significantly in the future. As for Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua, as the first people to establish a good relationship with Gu Pingan, their future prospects are limitless. The next morning, a sleek, silver-white aircraft with a futuristic design slowly landed on the playground of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. This is the Federation's latest model of the Tinglong 1 aerospace fighter jet, which is normally only used by the highest-ranking members of the Federation's legislature. Now, however, they have been sent to pick up 3 students who are going to school. Almost all the prominent figures in Jiangcheng were present. City Lord Xiao Zhan, Principal Zhang Jinghua, Military Representative, Martial Arts Association President. They stood in front of the aircraft, craning their necks in anticipation. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang arrived early. Li Yaoyao was still wearing a white dress, her cool and aloof demeanor carrying a hint of longing and anticipation for the future. Fatty Wang, dressed in designer clothes with a thick gold chain around his neck and sunglasses, was excitedly taking selfies with his phone, looking every bit the nouveau riche. Why hasn't the boss arrived yet? Fatty Wang looked at the time, somewhat anxious. Let's wait a little longer, he might be held up by something, Li Yaoyao said softly, but her eyes kept glancing towards the dormitory. After waiting for another half hour, just when everyone was about to lose patience, a yawning, sleepy-eyed figure slowly swayed over. It was Gu Pingan. He carried his precious wine gourd in one hand and rubbed his eyes with the other, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Sorry, I was studying the new cultivation technique last night and overslept, Gu Pingan apologized insincerely. Everyone. You have such a big heart. Alright, everyone's here, can we go now? Gu Pingan yawned and walked straight toward the aircraft. Mr. Gu, on behalf of millions of people in Jiangcheng, we bid you farewell. Xiao Zhan and Zhang Jinghua took the lead and bowed 90 degrees to Gu Pingan's back. Wishing Mr. Gu a bright future and a long and successful career in martial arts. Behind them came a deafening roar of shouts. Gu Pingan paused, turned around to look at the familiar faces, and then at the city where he had lived for a short time, yet which had left behind countless legends. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Why all the sentimentality? It's not like I'm not coming back." After saying that, he boarded the aircraft without looking back. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang followed closely behind. The hatch slowly closed, and the aircraft silently ascended vertically, transforming into a silver streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. The interior of Tinglong No. 1 is extremely spacious and decorated in a very luxurious manner. Soft carpets, comfortable sofas, a huge holographic screen, and a bar filled with all kinds of rare wines and spirits. As soon as Fatty Wang entered, he was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, touching and looking at everything, constantly exclaiming "Holy crap!" Gu Pingan walked to the bar without any hesitation, picked up a bottle of blue liquid that looked expensive, and poured himself a glass. The taste is alright, but it's a bit weak, he commented after taking a sip. Li Yaoyao sat quietly on the sofa, watching the clouds rushing past the window, lost in thought. Hey, vase. Gu Pingan sat down opposite her, holding a wine glass. What are you trying to do now? Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him. Couldn't this guy just call himself by his own name properly? When we get to the capital, you'll have to look after me, right? Gu Ping'an said with a grin. I'm only going there for your jar of drunken life, dreamy death. Who's going to protect you? Li Yaoyao blushed, but stubbornly retorted. Once we get to the capital, it will be the territory of the Li family of the Heavenly Sword sect. You'd better behave yourself and not cause any trouble. Don't worry, I'm the kind of person who hates causing trouble the most, Gu Ping'an assured him, patting his chest. Li Yaoyao looked incredulous. You don't like causing trouble? From the first day of school until now, haven't you caused enough trouble? However, she also knew in her heart that most of those troubles were caused by others coming to her on their own initiative. This guy simply solved the problem in the simplest, most direct, and most brutal way. Oh, right, Li Yaoyao said, her expression turning serious as if she had just remembered something. I have to remind you that the Federation's No. 1 Martial Arts Academy is not the same as Jiangcheng's No. 3 High School. That place gathers the most outstanding geniuses in the entire Federation, including many heirs from ancient families and reclusive sections. They are all proud and have powerful backgrounds. Are you afraid I can't beat them? Gu Ping'an interrupted her, asking with a smile. That's not what I meant. Li Yaoyao said anxiously. I meant, could you tone it down a little? Don't be like you were in Jiangcheng, always. You just beat people up all the time? That's roughly the idea. Li Yaoyao nodded. She was genuinely worried. Gu Ping'an's strength is indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. But in her opinion, Gu Ping'an's personality was too flamboyant and he didn't know how to be patient. In a small place like Jiangcheng, it's alright, no one can control him. But if you go to the capital, a place full of hidden talents, and continue to act so willfully, you'll easily suffer a great loss. Gu Ping'an couldn't help but smile when he saw her adorable, worried expression. He put down his wine glass, leaned forward, and whispered in Li Yaoyao's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, as long as they don't mess with me, I can't be bothered with them. But if they insist on coming forward and asking to be beaten, then I have no choice but to beat them all down. The warm breath sprayed onto her earlobe, causing Li Yaoyao's body to stiffen instantly, and a strange tingling sensation spread from the base of her ear to her entire body. Her face flushed bright red in an instant, like a ripe apple. You stay away from me. She pushed Gu Ping'an away and, like a frightened deer, shrank into the corner of the sofa, covering her burning face with her hands, not daring to look at him anymore. Seeing her shy and bashful appearance, Gu Ping'an burst into laughter. Teasing this girl is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Wang Pengzi, who was standing to the side, watched the two flirting and teasing each other. He wisely put on his headphones and pretended that he hadn't seen or heard anything. Sigh, the boss is the boss. They never forget to show off their love wherever they go. The aircraft traveled smoothly. Hours later, an incredibly magnificent, futuristic megacity appeared on the horizon. Towering skyscrapers, hovercars shuttling between buildings, and a massive energy shield enveloping the city. This is the center of the Human Federation, the imperial capital. Wow! Is this the capital? It's so magnificent. Fatty Wang exclaimed, leaning against the window, his voice filled with awe and wonder at the sight of the world. Even Li Yaoyao felt a sense of shock when she saw this familiar city again. Only Gu Ping'an remained lazy, only glancing at him a couple more times. In his view, no matter how impressive the city is, it's nothing more than a pile of steel and cement. Does it have the aroma of the fine wine from his Jiankuan wine gourd? Instead of landing at the city's airport, the aircraft flew directly to a vast mountain range in the eastern suburbs of the capital. This is the location of the Federation's first martial arts academy. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a powerful array, with spiritual energy so dense it was almost tangible. Looking into the distance, one can see countless magnificent palaces, flying cranes, and waterfalls cascading down, resembling a fairyland on Earth. We've arrived, Li Yaoyao said softly. The aircraft slowly landed in a huge square. In the square, a middle-aged instructor dressed in an academic uniform and exuding a capable demeanor was already waiting. As the three stepped off the aircraft, the middle-aged instructor approached them, his gaze sweeping over them. When he saw Li Yaoyao, a look of amazement and admiration flashed in his eyes. When he saw Fatty Wang, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. But when his gaze fell on Gu Ping'an, he was completely stunned. This young man looked ordinary, his aura was extremely restrained, like an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Moreover, what's with his lazy, sleepy look? You three are the specially admitted students from Jiangcheng, right? The middle-aged tutor asked, his tone somewhat formulaic. Yes, hello mentor, my name is Li Yaoyao, Li Yaoyao replied politely. My name is Wang Defa, hello mentor. Fatty Wang quickly said. The middle-aged mentor nodded, then turned his gaze back to Gu Pingan. So you are Gu Pingan? Gu Pingan yawned and nodded. The middle-aged mentor's brows furrowed even deeper. This is the peerless genius who was jointly recommended by the city lord and the principal and praised as a once-in-10,000 years prodigy of the human race. He looks like a little brother next door who hasn't been weaned yet. Could the intelligence be wrong? Is Chapter 49 the first academy? The middle-aged instructor was named Zhou Hai, the director of instruction at the Outer Academy of the Federation's first martial arts academy. He had reached the level of a martial king and was considered a prominent figure in the academy. I thought being sent to welcome the new students would be an easy task. Seeing Gu Pingan's behavior, he immediately felt a little annoyed. What kind of place is the Federal First Martial Arts Academy? It is the holy land of martial arts for the entire Federation of Humanity. Who among those who have left here isn't a prominent figure? Those who can be specially recruited are the geniuses among geniuses, the prodigies among prodigies. But this boy named Gu Pingan in front of me, apart from being a bit handsome, doesn't look like a genius at all. Lazy, casual, and even with a hint of frivolity? Especially the way he looked at me, it was as indifferent as if he were looking at a stone on the side of the road. This made Zhou Hai, who was always respected, feel very uncomfortable. Come with me, I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures first. Zhou Hai suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke in a cold tone before turning to lead the way. He wanted to see what real skills this boy, who was being touted as amazing, actually possessed. Gu Pingan didn't care about his attitude and followed behind in his usual lazy manner. Fatty Wang sidled up to him and whispered, "Boss, this guy seems to dislike us." "What's it to me?" Gu Pingan curled his lip. After finishing the formalities, finding a place to drink is the most important thing. Fatty Wang. Boss, you're really too carefree. Li Yaoyao glanced at Gu Pingan with some concern, then looked at Zhou Hai who was leading the way, and sighed softly. She knew that, given Gu Pingan's personality, something would definitely go wrong here. The square was enormous. The three of them followed Zhou Hai through a series of martial arts training grounds and teaching buildings. Along the way, they saw many students wearing academy uniforms. Without exception, these students all possessed powerful auras, sharp eyes, and an arrogance unique to elites. When they see Zhou Hai, they will respectfully bow and call him Director Zhou. When they saw Gu Pingan and the other two behind Zhou Hai, their eyes revealed curiosity and scrutiny. Hey, isn't that Director Zhou? Who are those three people behind him? New trainees? It seems so. But aren't the freshmen supposed to start school next month? Why are they here now? Probably a special admission student who got in through connections, a blonde youth said dismissively, curling his lip. That girl is so pretty. And she has such a cool and aloof air about her, she's my type. That fat guy next to him looks like a nouveau riche. What's wrong with the one in the very middle? He looks like he hasn't woken up yet. Is he a student too? Who knows? Probably just some scion of a powerful family, here to coast along. Although the surrounding chatter was quiet, Gu Pingan and the others could hear it clearly. Wang Pengzi was so angry that his face turned green. If Li Yaoyao hadn't held him back, he would have rushed up to argue with those people long ago. Gu Pingan remained calm and composed, as if he hadn't heard anything. In his view, these so-called geniuses were nothing more than a bunch of immature kids, and it would be beneath him to argue with them. Li Yaoyao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. She was naturally proud and couldn't stand being pointed at and talked about like that. Zhou Hai naturally heard these discussions, but he did not stop them. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He wanted to show this boy named Gu Pingan that the Federation's first martial arts academy was not a place where just anyone could enter. This is a gathering place for geniuses. If you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Soon, Zhou Hai led the three of them to a magnificent administrative building. This is the Academic Affairs Office. Go in, fill out the forms, and collect your student badges and dormitory keys, Zhou Hai said, pointing to the main gate, his tone still indifferent. Thank you for your trouble, Director Zhou. Li Yaoyao nodded politely. After saying that, she pulled the still indignant Fatty Wang and the indifferent Gu Pingan into the Academic Affairs Office. Inside the academic affairs office, the person in charge of processing the paperwork was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked somewhat rigid. She saw the three enter, merely raised her eyelids, and coldly asked, "Names, backgrounds." Li Yaoyao comes from Jiangcheng. Wine Defa is from Jiangcheng. Gu Ping'an, Jiangcheng. Upon hearing the first two names, the middle-aged woman showed little reaction, only making a few movements on the personal computer. But when she heard the name Gu Ping'an, her fingers, which were operating the device, suddenly stopped. She raised her head and looked at the boy in front of her with an extremely surprised gaze. "You are Gu Ping'an?" Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. "It's me, is there a problem?" Gu Ping'an was getting a little impatient. "Why does everyone have that expression? Do I look strange?" The middle-aged woman's attitude suddenly changed completely. The rigidity and indifference on her face vanished, replaced by an almost fawning smile. "No problem. Of course, no problem. So you're Gu Ping'an. I've heard so much about you. I've heard so much about you." As she spoke, she hurriedly took 3 gold-embossed forms from the drawer and respectfully handed them over. "Gu, Li, and Wang, please fill out this. This is the highest level S-class student file in our academy." This sudden change stunned both Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang. Even Zhou Hai, who was outside the door ready to watch the show, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? This woman named Lu Fang is known for being incorruptible and never smiling. Why is she acting like a completely different person today? Also, what about the S-level student files? Isn't it only students who have made special contributions to the Federation, or whose talents are so extraordinary that they are personally selected by the dean, that are qualified to establish such a school? What makes Gu Ping'an so special? Gu Ping'an didn't think too much about it. He took the form, glanced at it casually, and found that there was quite a lot to fill in, such as family background, lineage of teachers, cultivation techniques. He frowned and threw the pen down. "Too much trouble, I'm not filling it out." "Ha?" Lu Fang's smile froze. "Boss, no." Fatty Wang cried out, quickly grabbing a pen. "I'll fill it out for you. I'll fill it out for you." "You fill it in?" Gu Ping'an glanced at him sideways. "Do you know what kind of cultivation technique I practice?" Fatty Wang choked. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, an old yet loud voice came from outside the hall. Since young friend Ping'an finds it troublesome, then we won't fill it out. Our Federation's #1 martial arts academy doesn't have so many formalities." Amidst laughter, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a white robe and exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom, strode in. Upon seeing the old man, everyone present, including Zhou Hai outside the door, changed their expressions drastically and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Dean." "Dean?" Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow and sized up the old man. "He seems to have the air of a master, and his strength is unfathomable, at least at the Saint Realm." "You are Gu Ping'an?" The white-haired dean walked up to Gu Ping'an, smiling as he looked him up and down, his eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. "It's me." Gu Ping'an nodded. "Excellent, excellent. Younger than I imagined, and even more unique." The dean stroked his long beard and exclaimed in admiration. He could tell at a glance that Gu Ping'an's cultivation had reached the Grandmaster realm. An 18-year-old master. This is unprecedented and unheard of in the entire history of the Federation of Humanity. Not to mention, he also accomplished the astonishing feat of splitting the heavens with a single sword. Evildoer. This can't be described as genius anymore, this is simply monstrous. "My name is Lin Weidong, and I am the dean of this academy." Lin Weidong introduced himself, his attitude amiable and approachable, without the slightest airs. "Hello." Gu Ping'an's response was still very simple. Lin Weidong didn't care. He turned to look at Lu Fang and Zhou Hai beside him, his face darkening. "What's going on with you two? You've neglected my distinguished guest. Do you want to spend a few days in solitary confinement? Dean, spare us. We didn't know he was." Zhou Hai and Lu Fang were so frightened that they immediately knelt down, sweating profusely. They never imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man would be such a distinguished guest that even the dean personally came out to greet him. Zhou Hai, in particular, was filled with deep regret. "Just now, I actually wanted to give him a hard time. Isn't this like an old man hanging himself, tired of living? Alright, stop scaring them." Gu Ping'an waved his hand, somewhat impatiently. "When will the paperwork be completed? I'm waiting to go for a drink." Upon hearing the word drinking, Lin Weidong's eyes lit up. He burst into laughter. Drinking is good. Drinking is good. In my treasured collection, there happens to be a jar of Fire Dragon's Roar that has been stored for 800 years. I was just worried about not finding a kindred spirit to drink with. If my young friend Pingyan doesn't mind, would you like to come with me and have a taste? The roar of a fire dragon that has lasted for 800 years? Gu Pingyan's eyes lit up as well. Ding! Keyword Fire Dragon's Roar detected. System analysis in progress. Fire Dragon's Roar, an ancient and wondrous wine, made primarily from the heart of a 1,000-year-old earth fire lotus, supplemented with 81 kinds of fire attribute spiritual herbs. It is brewed in an active volcano, nurtured by the earth's dragon fire for 800 years. Drinking it can greatly enhance the power of fire-based techniques, temper the body, and has a chance to comprehend the law of fire. Holy crap! This is great stuff. Gu Pingyan's mouth was practically watering. He nodded without hesitation. Go. Go now. Ah, that's great. Lin Weidong was overjoyed and grabbed Gu Pingyan's hand, ready to leave. Dean, what about our paperwork? Li Yaoyao couldn't help but ask. Oh, you two little ones, let Zhou Hai take you to stay in the best heavenly courtyard. All the treatment will be to the highest standard. With a wave of his hand, Lin Weidong grabbed Gu Pingyan and they transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot. Only Li Yaoyao, Fatty Wang, Zhou Hai, and Lu Feng, kneeling on the ground with blank expressions, were left, bewildered in the wind. The heavenly courtyard? Zhou Hai felt like his brain wasn't working properly. That's a place only the dean and a few vice deans are qualified to live in. Just who exactly is this Gu Pingyan? How could the dean treat him with such courtesy, even going so far as to bring out a divine wine that had been treasured for 800 years to entertain him? He no longer dared to underestimate them, and quickly got up from the ground, giving Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang a smile that looked more like a grimace. Li, Wang, shall we go? Chapter 50 Dean, your wine is no good. The Heavenly Courtyard is located at the deepest part of the Federal First Martial Arts Academy, and it is also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. This place is less like a dormitory and more like a secluded paradise. Artificial hills, flowing water, spiritual springs, medicinal herb gardens. Each courtyard occupies a vast area and is decorated like a celestial abode. Zhou Hai led Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang to a courtyard called Tingjiachuan. Li, Wang, this will be your residence from now on. Zhou Hai's attitude was extremely respectful, even bordering on obsequious. He now understands that these three people, especially Gu Pingyan, are definitely not people he can afford to offend. Can someone who can be on friendly terms with the dean and chat with him in a relaxed manner be an ordinary person? This place, is it for us to stay? Fatty Wang stared wide-eyed at the incredibly luxurious courtyard before him. His family is considered a prominent and wealthy family in the capital, but compared to this place, it's practically a thatched hut. Li Yaoyao also looked surprised. Although she came from the Li family of Tianjian and was used to all kinds of grand occasions, she was still shocked by the academy's grand gesture. Yes, this is the dean's intention, Zhou Hai said, bowing and scraping. There are separate cultivation rooms, alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, and a spirit gathering array that leads directly to the main spiritual vein of the academy in the courtyard. If you two need anything, please feel free to ask me. Then, what about Gu Pingyan? Does he live here too? Li Yaoyao couldn't help but ask. Mr. Gu, he was invited for tea by the dean, Zhou Hai said vaguely. Want some tea? They clearly went drinking. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. This guy never forgets his drink, no matter where he goes. At the same time, inside the private courtyard of Dean Lin Weidong, known as Wendaoju, Gu Pingyan and Lin Weidong were sitting opposite each other. On the stone table in front of the two men was an ancient, crimson wine jar. As soon as the wine jar was opened, a hot and mellow aroma of wine instantly filled the entire courtyard. The temperature in the air seemed to rise a few degrees. Good wine. Gu Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after just one sniff. Ha ha, young friend Pingyan certainly knows his stuff. Lin Weidong stroked his beard smugly. This jar of Fire Dragon's Roar was something I obtained from an ancient ruin after risking my life countless times, and I've never been willing to drink it. Today, I'll take advantage of your kindness, young friend, to indulge myself. As he spoke, he reached out to pour wine for Gu Pingyan. Wait a minute, Gu Pingyan stopped him. What? Young friend, do you think there's something wrong with this wine? Lin Weidong was taken aback. The wine is good, Gu Ping'an shook his head, then took out his treasured Qiankuan wine gourd. However, when it comes to drinking, it's more enjoyable to use my own tools. After saying that, he ignored Lin Weidong and poured the entire jar of Fire Dragon's Roar into his wine gourd. Lin Weidong's eyes twitched as he watched. What a waste! This is divine wine. You just casually poured it into your broken gourd? However, the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because he saw Gu Ping'an pick up the gourd of wine, tilt his head back, and gulp down several large mouthfuls. The way they were acting didn't look like they were savoring divine wine, they were clearly drinking cold water. Hiccup. Gu Ping'an let out a burp, and a burst of hot breath emanated from his mouth, distorting the air in front of him. He smacked his lips, frowned, and gave an evaluation that almost made Lin Weidong vomit blood on the spot. The taste is good, but it seems to be a bit old and not cooked enough, so it's a bit bland. Bland? Lin Weidong felt like he was about to have a heart attack. This is the Fire Dragon's Roar that has been around for 800 years. The fire energy contained within is enough to cause a martial king to explode and die on the spot. You actually said it's bland? You little brat, are you drinking lava like it's water? Ding! The host has consumed the 800-year-old spirit wine, Fire Dragon's Roar, and entered the intoxicated state. Ding! In the intoxicated state, the host's fire resistance increases by 1000%. The power of fire-type techniques increases by 300%. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully grasped a sliver of the law of fire from the Fire Dragon's Roar. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your cultivation has slightly improved, bringing you one step closer to the second rank of the Grandmaster realm. A series of system notification sounds put Gu Ping'an in a great mood. Although the wine tasted bland to him, the reward given by the system was still quite generous. In particular, that sliver of the law of fire instantly elevated his understanding of fire-based power to a whole new level. He even felt that he could now unleash a flame containing the power of laws with a casual wave of his hand. Old man Lin, Gu Ping'an shook the wine gourd in his hand, looked at the dazed Lin Weidong, and grinned, "Your wine is no good." Lin Weidong. He had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time anyone had dared to tell him to his face that his treasured divine wine was inferior. Moreover, the other party was just an 18-year-old boy. This left him momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. How about trying mine? Gu Ping'an said with a grin, handing over his wine gourd. Yours? Lin Weidong was taken aback, then subconsciously took it. He wanted to see what this kid was really up to. He uncorked the bottle, and a richer, more potent aroma than Fire Dragon's Roar instantly filled his nostrils. This aroma of wine not only carries the heat of Fire Dragon's Roar, but also a incomparably sharp sword intent. What kind of wine is this? Lin Weidong's expression changed drastically. He could feel that the wine in the gourd had been processed by Gu Ping'an's broken gourd, and its quality had improved by more than one level. He took a small sip carefully. Boom! A violent surge of energy exploded within his body in an instant. That energy was extremely pure and extremely domineering. Lin Weidong felt as if he had swallowed a live volcano, and his whole body was about to burst into flames. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, focusing all his efforts on refining this energy. Half an hour passed before he opened his eyes, covered in sweat, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. Just that small sip of wine actually caused his bottleneck, which had been stagnant for decades, to show signs of loosening. If someone were to take a big gulp of that, what would happen? The way he looked at Gu Ping'an had completely changed. His eyes were like those of a wolf that hadn't eaten for 800 years, now seeing a piece of tender, juicy pork belly. Young friend Ping'an. Lin Weidong's voice trembled slightly. Could I have just one more sip of your wine? Just one sip. He, a dignified Saint Realm expert and the dean of the Federation's #1 martial arts academy, was now looking at Gu Ping'an with longing eyes, like a child begging for candy. Want a drink? Gu Ping'an grinned, revealing a sly smile. Yes. I dream about it. Lin Weidong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It's not impossible, Gu Ping'an said slowly, stroking his chin. However, I'm the kind of person who never does a losing business. What do you want? Cultivation techniques? Martial arts skills? Or rare and precious materials? As long as I have them, just name your name. Lin Weidong patted his chest and guaranteed. He was willing to risk everything for this divine wine. I'm not interested in those. Gu Pingan shook his head and then held up one finger. I have only one condition. From now on, I can drink any wine in your college's wine cellar. Upon hearing this, Lin Weidong was first taken aback, then overjoyed. That's it? Such simple conditions? He had thought Gu Pingan would ask for an exorbitant amount. No problem. Not only can you drink whatever you want, you can even take a bath in it if you want. Lin Weidong agreed without hesitation. A mere amount of spirit wine is nothing compared to the hope of breaking through. Make a deal. Gu Pingan smiled with satisfaction. Coming to the Federation's first martial arts academy was indeed a wise decision. On his very first day here, he's already found himself a long-term drinking ticket. It looks like the days ahead won't be boring. He tossed the gourd of wine to Lin Weidong and said generously, "Here, drink as much as you want, all you can eat." "Thank you very much, young friend." "Thank you very much, young friend." Lin Weidong was overjoyed, clutching the wine gourd and laughing like a 300-pound child. He looked at Gu Pingan and found that the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he became. Chapter 51. So, it's time to meet the parents? After enjoying a bland meal of Fire Dragon's Roar at Dean Lin Weidong's place and also getting an unlimited drinking card for the entire Academy's wine cellar, Gu Pingan returned to listening to the Rain Pavilion satisfied. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard, I sensed that something was off. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang were sitting on either side of the stone table, neither of them speaking, just staring at each other, an awkward silence filling the air. "Hey, everyone's here? Playing cockfighting?" Gu Pingan yawned, lazily walked over, and plopped down on the floor. "Boss. You're finally back." When Fatty Wang saw him, it was as if he had found his pillar of support. His fat face scrunched up, and he almost pounced on him. "Where did you go with the dean? Why did you take so long? What could I have done?" "We had a few drinks and made a small business deal on the side." Gu Pingan picked at his ear, speaking casually. "Business?" Fatty Wang asked curiously. "What kind of business?" Gu Pingan held up a finger and waved it in front of the two of them. "From now on, I can drink any wine in the wine cellar of the Federation's first martial arts academy." Fatty Wang. Li Yaoyao. The two looked at each other, both seeing a deep sense of speechlessness in each other's eyes. "Is there anything else in this guy's head besides alcohol?" "Oh, right," Gu Pingan said, as if remembering something, glancing at Li Yaoyao. "When are you going to give me that jar of drunken life, dreamy death, that you promised me?" He's been thinking about it for a long time. It must be something extraordinary to be listed separately by the system and described so miraculously by Li Yaoyao. When the phrase "living a life of debauchery" was mentioned, Li Yaoyao's expression became somewhat unnatural. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "That jar of wine is in my family's ancestral land." "Your ancestral home?" Gu Pingan was taken aback. "Isn't that still in the capital? Just take me there to get it, won't you?" "It's not that simple." Li Yaoyao shook her head, her expression somewhat complicated. "Our ancestral land of the Tianjianli family is a forbidden area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission except for the core members of the family." "Then what should we do?" Gu Pingan frowned. "You're not planning to renege on your debt, are you?" "I didn't." Li Yaoyao said hastily, "To enter the ancestral land, one must obtain the consent of the family elders." "Then let us go and get them to agree," Gu Pingan said matter-of-factly. Li Yaoyao was speechless for a moment after hearing his words, and smiled bitterly. "Do you think our family elders are so easy to talk to? They are all ancient relics who have lived for hundreds of years and are very stubborn. Especially, they have always been very resistant to outsiders." "I see." Gu Pingan stroked his chin, lost in thought. "It seems that getting this jar of wine will be quite troublesome. How about I take you to meet my grandfather first?" Li Yaoyao suggested after thinking for a moment. "My grandfather is the supreme elder of the family, and his words carry a lot of weight in the Elders' Council. If he is willing to speak up for you, there might still be a chance for things to turn around." "To see your grandfather?" Gu Pingan's expression turned somewhat strange. He looked Li Yaoyao up and down, then down and up again, carefully examining her. Finally, he had a look of sudden realization on his face and slapped his thigh. "I understand. What do you know?" Li Yaoyao felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her heart pounding with unease. "Meeting the parents so soon?" Gu Pingan grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Wow, Li Yaoyao, I didn't realize you were so impatient." But I have to make it clear first, I'm quite poor. I don't have any dowry or anything like that for meeting the parents. At most, I'll offer myself in marriage. Cough, cough, cough. Wine, who was standing next to him, had just taken a sip of water when he immediately spat it all over the ground. He choked so hard his face turned red, and while coughing violently, he secretly made a cool gesture in Gu Pingyan's direction. Li Yaoyao's face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, went from being as cold and aloof as snow to instantly turning red to the roots of her ears. A surge of heat shot straight to the top of his head. Gu Ping. She spoke slowly and deliberately, through gritted teeth, her voice filled with shame and indignation, and a tremor she herself didn't even realize. What nonsense are you spouting? She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. What does it mean to meet the parents? What does it mean to be impatient? Return the bride price? Or repay it with sex? That bastard. That son of a bitch. What kind of nonsense is going on in his head? All I wanted to do was get him the wine and fulfill my promise. How did it turn into this in his mouth? Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Seeing that she was about to explode, Gu Pingyan quickly raised his hands in surrender. Just kidding, don't take it seriously, you're so easily amused. Who's joking with you? Li Yaoyao was so angry that she trembled all over, her chest heaving violently. Alright, I was wrong, okay? Gu Pingyan raised his hands in surrender, looking completely innocent. Then tell me, is your grandfather easy to talk to? What does he like? This is my first time visiting, shouldn't I bring a gift? Li Yaoyao. She felt like she was about to suffer internal injuries from anger at this guy. How did we end up circling back to the same point again? Who asked you to come to our door? My grandfather, he lacks nothing. Li Yaoyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The best gift you could give me is just to stop talking nonsense. That won't do, Gu Pingyan shook his head and said seriously. We must not neglect etiquette. How about this, I still have some Fire Dragon's Roar wine that the dean gave me in this gourd. Although the flavor is a bit weak, it is still an 800-year-old vintage. It shouldn't be too stingy as a greeting gift, right? Upon hearing the words Fire Dragon's Roar, both Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang were startled. That's the legendary ancient divine wine. Priceless, but unavailable. He actually, just casually gave it as a gift? And judging from his disdainful tone, the flavor was a bit bland? Not enough power? Is this even human language? Li Yaoyao looked at Gu Pingyan, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Is this guy really stupid, or is he pretending to be stupid? Alright, it's settled then. Gu Pingyan completely ignored their shock, slapped his thigh, and made the decision. When are we going? I need to prepare. It's my first time meeting my father-in-law, and I want to make a good impression. Tomorrow, Li Yaoyao answered almost instinctively. She regretted it as soon as she said it. What's wrong with me? How did I get led astray again? Okay, then tomorrow. Gu Pingyan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and went back to his room. I'm going to meet my father-in-law tomorrow, so I need to get a good night's sleep and be well rested. He muttered to himself as he walked. The sound wasn't loud, but it was just enough for the two people in the yard to hear. Li Yaoyao's body swayed, and she felt a dizzying sensation. She held her forehead and said weakly to Fatty Wang. Fatty, I feel a little dizzy, I'll go back to my room to rest first. After saying that, she ran away as if fleeing. Only Fatty Wang was left, bewildered in the wind. He looked at Gu Pingyan's door, then at Li Yaoyao's door, and a lewd smile that said I understand appeared on his face. The boss is the boss, his methods are textbook level. He was all show-off, all manipulative, and he even got things done. Looks like I'll be having a sister-in-law soon. The Li family's son-in-law, TSK, the eldest son's level of shameless exploitation is something I, Fatty Wang, can't even match. Chapter 52 First Visit to the Li family of Heavenly Sword. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Gu Pingyan was still dreaming when he was woken up by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, can't a person get some sleep? With his hair a messy, bird's nest-like frizz, he impatiently opened the door. Standing at the door was Li Yaoyao, who had already washed and dressed, and was now wearing a light blue outfit. Today, she looked dashing and spirited, less aloof than usual, and more capable, like a daughter of a prominent family. What time is it? Are you still sleeping? Li Yaoyao frowned when she saw his disheveled appearance. What time is it? Gu Pingan yawned and asked sleepily. It's already Chinchur 9 a.m. My grandfather hates people who aren't punctual. Hurry up and get ready, we're leaving right away. Li Yaoyao urged. Okay, this is such a hassle. Gu Pingan muttered something to himself and slowly strolled back to his room. He came out again after about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. She was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and her hair was just casually tousled. The only difference was that there were 2 water streaks on her face, so it looked like she had washed her face. Li Yaoyao's eyes twitched as she watched. Forget it, expecting this guy to care about his appearance is like expecting a sow to fly. Let's go. She sighed and turned to lead the way. The two left the Federal First Martial Arts Academy one after the other. The Li family of Tianjin, as one of the most prestigious martial arts families in the capital, naturally possesses an extraordinary and magnificent residence. Located in the most bustling central area of the capital, it is a quiet oasis amidst the hustle and bustle. Spanning hundreds of acres, it features pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted rafters, resembling an ancient royal palace. At the entrance of the mansion, 2 lifelike stone sculptures of Qilin, each 10 meters tall, exude an invisible pressure. 2 rows of guards dressed in black, exuding a fierce aura, stood at the entrance. Each of these guards possessed strength that reached the 9th rank of the mortal realm. In Jiangchang, a 9th-grade mortal is already considered a master in their own right. But here, he's just a gatekeeper. This is your home? It's quite spacious, Gu Ping'an whistled and commented. Stop joking. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him and walked forward. Young miss, you're back. Upon seeing Li Yaoyao, the guards immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. Li Yaoyao nodded and pointed to Gu Ping'an behind her. This is my friend. I brought him to pay his respects to the Supreme Elder. The guards' eyes all fell on Gu Ping'an. Their eyes were filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Li Yaoyao is the jewel of the Tianjin Li family and the goddess in the hearts of countless scions of noble families. Over the years, countless talented young men have tried to get close to her under various pretexts. But no one has ever been personally led into her home. The boy in front of me looks ordinary, dressed plainly, and has a lazy demeanor. What makes him so special? Young miss, according to the rules, outsiders entering the mansion need to undergo identity verification and strength testing, said the head guard captain, neither humble nor arrogant. How dare you? Li Yaoyao's face instantly turned cold. He is a distinguished guest I brought, how dare you stop him? Please calm down, Mississippi. The captain of the guards bowed and said, this is a rule set by the head of the family. We are just following orders. Please do not make things difficult for us. You. Li Yaoyao was speechless with anger. She knew that the guards were deliberately making things difficult for her. Never mind, Gu Ping'an tugged at her sleeve and said with a smile, it's just a test, let them do it, it's not like I'll lose a piece of my flesh. He wanted to see what tricks the Li family of Heavenly Sword were up to. Seeing Gu Ping'an say this, Li Yaoyao could no longer make a scene, so she could only snort coldly and step aside. A hint of smugness flashed in the captain of the guard's eyes. He walked up to Gu Ping'an and took out a crystal ball-shaped device. Please put your hand up here. Gu Ping'an did as instructed and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball did not react. Ha! The guard captain was taken aback. This instrument is specifically designed to detect a martial artist's cultivation level. As long as there is a fluctuation of true energy, it will light up with different colored lights. But now, it's not reacting at all. There are only 2 possibilities. Or perhaps the other party is an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. Either the opponent's strength is so great that they can completely conceal their aura, making it undetectable by instruments. The captain of the guard naturally preferred the former. His gaze toward Gu Ping'an was instantly filled with contempt and disdain. So he's just a piece of trash. He sneered inwardly. Captain, how is it? The guard next to him asked. Nothing much, just an ordinary person. The guard captain curled his lip and put away the equipment. Since your identity is fine, then go in. He waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. That contemptuous attitude was palpable. Gu Ping'an wasn't angry, he just smiled and glanced at him. That look, though calm, sent a chill down the guard captain's spine for no apparent reason, as if he were being stared at by some monstrous beast. Let's go. Gu Pingan pulled Li Yaoyao along and walked straight into the Li family's gate. Only after the two figures disappeared from sight did the captain of the guard breathe a sigh of relief, only to find that his back was soaked with cold sweat. Strange, that kid's eyes just now, he thought with lingering fear. Inside the Li family mansion, there was an even more hidden world. The winding path leads to a secluded spot, with a new view at every step. The air was filled with a rich spiritual energy and a faint medicinal fragrance. Along the way, they encountered many members of the Li family. These young men and women all possessed extraordinary qualities and an innate arrogance. When they see Li Yaoyao, they greet her warmly and call her Sister Yaoyao. When they saw Gu Pingyan next to Li Yaoyao, their expressions became quite interesting. There was curiosity, jealousy, disdain, and hostility. Sister Yaoyao, who is this? A handsome young man who looked to be about the same age as Li Yaoyao blocked their way. His name is Li Tianyu. He is the grandson of the eldest elder of the Li family and the most difficult of Li Yaoyao's many suitors. Li Tianyu, I don't know you well, please call me Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao frowned when she saw him and said in a cold tone. Also, this is my friend. I need to take him to see the Supreme Elder. Please step aside. Friend? Li Tianyu's gaze scraped across Gu Pingyan like a knife. How come I didn't know you had such an ordinary friend? He deliberately emphasized the word ordinary. Clearly, news of what happened at the door had reached his ears. My affairs are none of your business. Li Yaoyao's expression grew even colder. I have nothing to do with your business. I'm just upholding the honor of the heavenly sword Li family. Li Tianyu said righteously, how can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry enter our Li family? You dare call him a nobody? Li Yaoyao retorted angrily. Isn't that right? Li Tianyu sneered. What else is a piece of trash without even cultivation but a nobody? You. All right. Just as Li Yaoyao was about to explode, Gu Pingyan pulled her back again. He stepped forward, stood in front of Li Tianyu, and asked with a smile. Brother, it seems you have a lot of opinions about me? So what if I am? Li Tianyu raised his head, his face full of arrogance. I just look down on pretty boys like you who want to climb the social ladder. Oh. Gu Pingyan nodded, then suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Do you want to dance? What? Li Tianyu was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. The next second, he understood. Gu Pingyan lifted his foot and gently stomped it on the ground. Bang! An invisible, terrifying force erupted from the soles of his feet. The arrogance on Li Tianyu's face froze instantly, replaced by endless terror. He felt as if he had been struck head-on by an ancient divine mountain. His protective aura shattered instantly, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, flying dozens of meters away before crashing into the lotus pond next to him with a plop. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Gu Pingyan in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. One kick. Just such a casual kick. He actually managed to kill Li Tianyu, who was at the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm and had 1 foot in the Grandmaster realm, instantly. This is impossible. Isn't he a useless person with no cultivation? Li Yaoyao was also stunned. She knew Gu Pingyan was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Moreover, his reason for taking action was bizarre. Do you also want to dance? Is this guy a devil? Gu Pingyan withdrew his foot, patted off non-existent dust from his trouser leg, and then gave the dumbfoundedly family members around him a friendly smile. Anyone else want to come up and dance? Chapter 53 The Supreme Elder's Test. Silence. A deathly silence. Apart from the splashing sounds of Li Tianyu struggling in the lotus pond, there was no other sound in the entire courtyard. All the members of the Li family were frozen in place as if they had been frozen in place, staring at Gu Pingyan in horror. The question they had just heard was still echoing in their minds. Anyone else want to come up and dance? Dance? Screw your dancing. Is that what you call dancing? So they want to send him away. With a single kick, they sent Li Tianyu, a half-step grandmaster, flying. If it were them, they would probably be meeting the king of hell on the spot. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Gu Pingyan changed. What began as disdain and contempt has transformed into deep fear and awe. This seemingly harmless, lazy boy is not a good-for-nothing at all, but a prehistoric crocodile in sheep's clothing. Cough cough. Who exactly are you? Li Tianyu finally managed to climb out of the lotus pond, soaking wet and in a sorry state. He looked at Gu Ping'an, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Me? Gu Ping'an pointed to his nose, thought for a moment, and said, I'm your sister Yao Yao's friend. Li Tianyu. What kind of answer is that? Alright, now that no one's bothering us, can we go? Gu Ping'an tugged at Li Yao Yao, who was still in a daze, and said. Ha? Oh. Li Yao Yao seemed to wake from a dream, nodded hurriedly, and mechanically followed behind Gu Ping'an. Her heart is still pounding wildly. That's too domineering. So cool. If we disagree, we'll just start fighting. And it was done by crushing it. She discovered that her understanding of this guy had been refreshed once again. Amidst countless awe-inspiring gazes, the two strode away. Only after their figures had completely disappeared did a collective gasp erupt in the courtyard. My God! Who was that person just now? That was incredible. Li Tianyu couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Is he really Sister Yao Yao's friend? Where did Sister Yao Yao get to know this monster? No wonder Sister Yao Yao brought him back, she's a real hidden talent. After passing through several corridors, Li Yao Yao led Gu Ping'an to a very ancient-looking pavilion. In front of the attic stands an ancient pine tree, its branches gnarled and its leaves lush and verdant. An old man with white hair and beard, dressed in hemp clothing, was sitting under a pine tree, resting with his eyes closed. He looked like an ordinary old man next door, with no aura whatsoever. But Gu Ping'an could sense that within his body lay a terrifying power as deep as the ocean. This force is even stronger than that of Dean Lin Weidong. Holy Land! Moreover, he is definitely a powerful figure in the Holy Realm. Grandpa, I'm back. Li Yao Yao walked up to the old man and bowed respectfully. The old man slowly opened his eyes, a trace of kindness flashing in his cloudy eyes. He glanced at Li Yao Yao, then his gaze fell on Gu Ping'an behind her. In that instant, Gu Ping'an felt as if he were being watched by a sleeping dragon, an invisible pressure coming from all directions, threatening to crush him into powder. Ding! The pressure of a Saint Realm expert has been detected. Aura of alcohol protection has been automatically activated. An invisible aura of alcohol emanated from Gu Ping'an's body, easily dispelling the terrifying pressure. Gu Ping'an remained as lazy as ever, and even yawned. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Although he didn't use his full strength, his move still contained a trace of the pressure of the holy path. Ordinary Grandmaster-level experts wouldn't even be able to stand steadily in front of him. But the young man in front of me remained completely calm and composed. Interesting. Are you Gu Ping'an? The old man asked, his voice hoarse and aged. It's me, sir. Gu Ping'an nodded in greeting. Was it you who did it outside just now? The old man asked again. Yes, Gu Ping'an readily admitted, that kid had such a foul mouth, I couldn't help but loosen up his muscles for him. Upon hearing this, Li Yao Yao's heart jumped into her throat. She was afraid that her grandfather would blame Gu Ping'an for this. However, the old man's reaction was beyond her expectations. Well done. The old man wasn't angry at all, instead, he laughed. Tianyu is too arrogant. Someone should curb his arrogance. However, the old man changed the subject, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Ping'an. Young man, being too hot-tempered is not a good thing. The old man is right. Gu Ping'an nodded obediently, then took out his precious wine gourd from his pocket. I'm not usually short-tempered, but sometimes I have a strong craving for alcohol. As he spoke, he tilted his head back and took a swig. Upon seeing this, the old man's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Is this kid trying to provoke me? Yao Yao said you want to obtain my Li family's divine wine, drunken life, dreamlike death? The old man's smile faded, and his expression became serious. It's not asking, it's taking, Gu Ping'an corrected. That's the reward she promised me. Reward? The old man raised an eyebrow. Li Yao Yao quickly stepped forward and recounted in detail what had happened in the secret realm, how Gu Ping'an saved her, how he killed the demonic dragon, and how he purged the remnants of the Blood Moon cult. Of course, she cleverly omitted the part about Gu Ping'an taking advantage of the situation. After listening to her story, the old man's face showed emotion. He looked at Gu Ping'an again, his eyes now showing a hint of seriousness and scrutiny. I see. He nodded. In that case, you have indeed done a great favor for my Li family. However, drunken life and dreamy death is a treasure passed down through my Li family for thousands of years. It is of utmost importance. Even I cannot easily give it away to outsiders. What do you want in return? Gu Ping'an asked directly. It's very simple. The old man held up one finger. If you can withstand one of my moves, I will agree to personally persuade the elders to hand over that jar of wine to you. Take a move from you? Gu Ping'an was taken aback. What? Are you scared? The old man looked at him with a half smile. I'm not afraid, Gu Ping'an shook his head. I just feel that it's a bit unethical for a Saint Realm expert like you to bully a Grandmaster Realm Junior like me. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the old man laughed instead of getting angry. You little rascal, you're quite the cunning one. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. I will only suppress my strength to the same level as you, Grandmaster Rank 1. Moreover, I will only use one sword strike. As long as you can stand under my sword. That jar of drunken life, dreamy death is yours. The old man's voice was filled with absolute confidence. He was the supreme elder of the heavenly swordly family, renowned for hundreds of years, with unparalleled swordsmanship. Even if he suppressed his strength to the same level, he was confident that he could defeat any opponent of the same level with a single sword strike. This is his pride as a master swordsman. Li Yaoyao's face turned deathly pale instantly. Grandpa! No, she cried out urgently, Gu Ping'an is still just a child. Yaoyao, step back. The old man interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. But. There's no but about it. Gu Ping'an patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Then, he looked at the old man and grinned. Okay, I'll take it. However, I also have a condition. Oh? Tell me. The old man looked at him with great interest. If I not only parry your sword, but also defeat you. Gu Ping'an paused, then said, word by word. I want 2 jars of that drunken life, dreamy death wine. Chapter 54. I'll take both jars of wine. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Li Yaoyao frowned, reached out and grabbed Gu Ping'an's sleeve, shook her head at him, signaling him not to make a move. She wasn't entirely sure of Gu Ping'an's true strength, but she did understand her own grandfather. He is a genuine early-stage martial saint, one of the top experts in the entire Federation. Yaoyao, let him speak. Unexpectedly, Li Wenjian was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Gu Ping'an with great interest, a glint of light that no one could understand flashing in his cloudy old eyes. He had lived for hundreds of years and seen countless geniuses and madmen, but he had never seen a young man as fresh and unconventional as the one before him, so confident and self-assured. Grandmaster level expert, challenging a Saint Realm expert of the same realm? Want to win again? Is this kid truly fearless, or is he simply not very bright? Old man, did you hear me clearly? Gu Ping'an pried Li Yaoyao's hands off, took a step forward, looked directly into those weathered eyes that seemed to see right through people, and repeated, word by word. I said, if I win this sword strike, I want 2 jars of drunken life, dream-like death. Ha ha ha. Li Wenjian finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. His laughter was so powerful that it made the leaves on the ancient pine tree rustle. Good. What an arrogant brat. I've lived for 300 years and haven't seen such a bold young man as you. His laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp as swords. I promise you. As long as you can defeat me with this sword strike, I'll give you not just 2 jars, but 3. However, his voice deepened, and an invisible pressure from a sword began to gather around him. If you lose, not only will you not get a single drop of drunken life, but you will also have to weed and water this ancient pine tree in front of my pavilion for a whole year. Li Yaoyao's face instantly darkened. Oh no, this is a complete disaster. Gu Ping'an, that guy, sold himself out in just a few words, turning from a distinguished guest who was supposed to fetch wine into a laborer who might have to stay and work as a gardener for a year. However, Gu Ping'an seemed oblivious to the danger in the conversation, and his eyes lit up instead. Does it include food and lodging? Li Wenjian. Li Yaoyao. She held her forehead, feeling a sudden dizziness. What's wrong with this guy's thought process? Is this the time to be worrying about food and lodging? But the serious expression on his face, as if to say, I'm not kidding, stirred a ridiculous sense of anticipation within her. That's enough, that's enough. Let's gamble. Li Yaoyao gritted her teeth, preparing herself for the worst. This guy may be a bit cheeky, but he should be strong enough. If I really lose, I can just whine to the old man and everything should be fine. Okay, it's settled then. Gu Ping'an slapped his thigh as if he had gained a great advantage, then took a few steps back and assumed a fighting stance. He beckoned to Li Wenjian with his finger. Come on, old man, don't say I'm bullying you, let you make the first move. Li Wenjian's eye twitched again. You little rascal, you're acting all innocent after getting the benefit, you even stole my lines. He said no more, took a deep breath, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. If he seemed like a friendly old man just now, at this moment, he is like a peerless divine weapon hidden in its sheath, ready to drink blood. Buzz. A powerful aura of sainthood surged into the sky, stirring up the atmosphere above the entire Li family mansion. But that oppressive force, at its peak, receded like the tide and plummeted. Martial Emperor, Martial King, Grandmaster. Ultimately, he steadily remained at the first rank of the Grandmaster realm. Not a penny more, not a penny less. This precise control over power made Li Yaoyao, who was watching from the side, feel her heart pound with fear. As expected of Grandpa, his effortless control alone is enough to leave 99% of martial artists in the world in the dust. Kid, watch closely. Li Wenjian slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a sword finger. He did not use any weapons. Because at his level, grass, trees, bamboo, and rocks can all be used as swords. Moreover, the core of the swordsmanship of the Li family of the heavenly sword lies in intention rather than form. As he raised his sword finger, the surrounding air seemed to be sucked away. An extremely sharp and fierce aura, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and the earth, began to condense at his fingertips. Even standing just tens of meters away, Li Yaoyao could feel her skin being cut painfully by that invisible sword energy, making it difficult to breathe. She had to use all her inner energy to resist it. She stared in horror at her grandfather. Is this Grandpa's sword intent after suppressing his strength to the first rank of Grandmaster? That's terrifying. This is power that no Grandmaster could possibly possess. She was certain that even if 10 other Grandmaster-level experts stood here, they would be instantly torn to shreds by the aftershocks of this sword. Gu Ping'an, can he really take this on? However, Gu Ping'an, who was at the center of the sword intent, still maintained his lazy demeanor. He even had the leisure to pull out his precious wine gourd from his pocket. Gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back, looked into the gourd's mouth, and took 2 large gulps. A rich aroma of wine, mixed with the unique fiery scent of fire dragon's roar, instantly filled the air. Hiccup. Gu Ping'an let out a satisfying burp. Ding. The host has consumed spirit wine imbued with sword intent and entered a state of slight intoxication. Slightly tipsy status bonus, increases sensory acuity by 200%, sword move power by 50%, and slightly increases affinity for sword principles. Who? Gu Ping'an exhaled a breath of alcohol with a faint smell of sparks, feeling every pore on his body relax. He grinned as he looked at Li Wenjian, whose aura had reached its peak and who seemed poised to unleash a devastating attack at any moment. Grandpa, isn't this preparation time a bit too long? I've finished my drink, and you're still not done? Li Wenjian's face darkened. Is this kid deliberately trying to disturb my peace of mind? He snorted coldly and stopped gathering his strength. Boy, take this sword. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. There were no fancy moves or earth-shattering phenomena. It was that simple a single sword thrust out into the air. This sword strike was very slow. So slow that Li Yaoyao could clearly see the trajectory of the closed fingers as they traced through the air. But at the same time, this sword strike was also very fast. It was so fast that she had the illusion that the sword had ignored the distance and space and had already pierced Gu Ping'an the moment she had the thought. Fast and slow, 2 completely opposite concepts, were perfectly merged together by this one sword strike. What's even more terrifying is the intention contained within this sword strike. That was the true essence of swordsmanship that Li Wenjian of the heavenly sword Li family had condensed after cultivating swordsmanship for hundreds of years. Overbearing. Sharp. Undeterred and invincible. In Li Yaoyao's perception, the world before her eyes disappeared as soon as the sword was thrust out. Only that one sword light remained, a peerless sword light that seemed capable of severing eternity and splitting the universe. Before this sword, any resistance or evasion seemed so pale and powerless. The only outcome is that this sword light will cleave your body and soul into nothingness. Gu Ping'an. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her fingers tightened involuntarily. Chapter 55. A sword strike in the same realm, who reigns supreme? Faced with this earth-shattering sword strike, which seemed to embody the lifelong sword comprehension of a Saint Realm expert, we were struck by its power. Gu Ping'an's reaction was extremely simple. He didn't even change his posture, maintaining that lazy standing position. He simply and slowly raised his right hand. Similarly, bring your index and middle fingers together to form a sword finger. Then, facing the oncoming sword light that could make any grandmaster despair, he gently touched it. There was no fluctuation of true chi. There was no sword energy crisscrossing. It didn't even have the slightest bit of imposing presence. The movements were light and soft, like playful children frolicking or gentle touches between lovers. So it really won't work in the end? Li Yaoyao shook her head. She thought Gu Ping'an would have some earth-shattering response. Unexpectedly, he used this weak and feeble posture to forcefully confront his grandfather's domineering and unparalleled heavenly sword true intent. Although she believed in Gu Ping'an's abilities, Li Yaoyao still thought he shouldn't be so arrogant. However, there was no hint of disdain on Li Wenjian's face. On the contrary, when he saw Gu Ping'an casually point out a finger, for the first time, a huge wave surged in his usually calm eyes. Others might not understand it, but how could he, as the master of this sword, not understand it? The moment Gu Ping'an pointed his finger, he felt that his domineering sword intent, which had gathered all his life's strength and was unstoppable, seemed to have crashed into an invisible yet vast wall. No, that's not a wall. That was a vast ocean. His own sword intent was like a stream flowing into the ocean, instantly embraced and assimilated by the vast and boundless realm of thought. How is that possible? What kind of sword intent is this? Li Wenjian's mind was violently shaken. His sword intent is domineering sword, which emphasizes unstoppable advance and destruction of everything. But the opponent's sword intent seemed to not exist. It is formless and intangible, boundless and limitless, yet omnipresent. It doesn't compete with you, it doesn't clash with you. It's just there, telling you in a way you can't understand. In this world, I am the rule. Bite. A soft sound. It was so crisp, like jade beads falling onto a plate. Under Li Yaoyao's incredulous gaze. Two fingers, just like that, touched each other lightly. There was no dramatic explosion as expected. There were also no terrifying scenes of rampant energy. The peerless sword light, powerful enough to cleave mountains, melted away silently the moment it touched Gu Ping'an's fingers, just like ice and snow under the blazing sun. Immediately afterwards. Thump! 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 Li Wenjian's rock-solid body was unexpectedly forced to take 3 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the hard bluestone slab. When he regained his footing, his wrinkled old face was filled with horror and bewilderment. He looked down at his right hand, which was trembling slightly and pointing like a sword. He could feel a warm yet domineering aroma of alcohol seeping into his meridians through his fingertips, forcefully eroding the true energy within him that belonged to a grandmaster-level cultivator. The aroma of the wine carried a sense of carefree ease, yet also an air of arrogant disdain for the world. It was as if they were mocking his so-called overlord sword, calling it nothing more than the arrogance of a frog in a well. Quiet. A deathly silence. Li Yaoyao's mouth was wide open, and her usually clear and cold eyes were now filled with endless shock. What did she see? Grandpa, retired? Despite suppressing his strength to the same level and going all out, Grandpa was actually forced back 3 steps by Gu Ping'an's single finger. This. Gu Ping'an, did he really win? He defeated a Saint Realm expert with a single sword strike that suppressed someone of the same realm? She thought he was already very strong if he could only withstand one sword strike, but she didn't expect him to actually repel it. That face, which always carried a lazy and impatient air, suddenly became incredibly dazzling in Li Yaoyao's eyes. A surge of heat rushed uncontrollably from her chest to her head, instantly flushing her cheeks red, and even making her fair neck and earlobes feel hot. This guy. How many secrets is he still hiding? Old sir, you flatter me. Gu Ping'an slowly withdrew his finger, still speaking in that lazy tone. He shook the gourd in his hand, smacked his lips, and commented. Your swordsmanship is all right. But you're too hot-tempered and have too much of a killing intent. It's not free and easy enough. You see, drinking is all about being carefree and unrestrained. The same principle applies to sword practice. If you have so many rules and regulations in your mind, and you're thinking about winning and killing people, then your swordsmanship becomes inferior. He spoke these words so casually, as if he were instructing a junior who had just started learning. But to Li Wenjian, it was like the sound of a morning bell and evening drum, a wake-up call. Too much internal heat. Too much murderous intent. Not carefree enough. That was a poor choice. These words struck his mind like a heavy hammer. He practiced swordsmanship his whole life, pursuing the ultimate in killing and domineering power. He always believed that this was the ultimate way of the sword. But only today, after being defeated so easily by this young man in a way he could not comprehend at all, did he suddenly realize the truth. It turns out that I had gone astray. Or rather, I was only walking a small path. At the end of the road, there was a vaster world, one I had never seen before. Free and unrestrained. Li Wenjian pondered these 4 words absent-mindedly, his cloudy old eyes sometimes filled with confusion and sometimes with clarity, his whole being immersed in a strange state of enlightenment. His aura began to fluctuate uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao's heart was in her throat. She knew that her grandfather's state of mind had been greatly impacted, and there were even faint signs that he was about to break through. This is way too outrageous. Gu Ping'an not only beat Grandpa, but also made Grandpa almost have an epiphany on the spot with just a few words. What kind of monster is he? Cough cough. Gu Ping'an looked at the old man who was in a state of enlightenment and scratched his head helplessly. Old man, you should think about it first. He swaggered up to Li Wenjian, held up 2 fingers, and waved them in front of his eyes. Hey, don't forget those 2 jars of drunken life, dreamy death. I have a good memory. If you dare to renege on your debt, I'll come here for tea every day. Li Wenjian. He was abruptly pulled from his state of sudden enlightenment by this one sentence. He looked at the boy in front of him with a try to renege on your debt expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid really is unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. Li Wenjian's chest heaved a few times, forcibly suppressing the burst of energy that was about to erupt. Then, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the courtyard. Ha ha ha. Good. Good lad. He pointed at Gu Ping'an, his beard trembling with laughter. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Then he turned to Li Yaoyao and instructed her. Yaoyao, go to the sword tomb yourself and fetch the 2 oldest jars of drunken life, dreamy death, and give them to this young friend. He seemed a little awkward when he said the words little friend. Yes, Grandpa, Li Yaoyao replied respectfully, then turned to leave. However, just as Li Yaoyao was about to set off, 2 powerful auras approached the pavilion from afar. Father! Yaoyao! The person arrived before the voice. His voice was strong and resonant, carrying the authority of someone who had long held a high position, as well as a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Soon, 2 figures landed in the courtyard. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a black martial arts uniform. His face resembled Li Yaoyao's, but his features were more rugged, with sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples, giving him an imposing presence. He exuded the powerful aura of a grandmaster at the peak, clearly a pillar of the Li family. Beside him stood a beautiful woman who still possessed a graceful charm, with a gentle demeanor and a look of worry in her eyes. These were Li Yaoyao's parents, Li Changfeng, the current head of the Li family, and his wife Wen Wan. As soon as they landed, their eyes immediately locked onto the scene in the arena. When they saw their father, Li Wenjian, the pillar of the Li family, standing there with a complicated expression and 3 deep footprints on the ground, their pupils suddenly contracted. When they saw their beloved daughter, Li Yaoyao, standing next to a strange young man with a flushed face and evasive eyes, looking like a little girl, their expressions changed instantly. Li Changfeng's gaze, like a sharp sword, instantly pierced Gu Ping'an. Who are you? Why are you here, and why did you injure our ancestor? Chapter 56. The school beauty who protects her husband infuriates her future father-in-law. Li Changfeng's voice was cold and hard, like a drawn sword pointing directly at Gu Ping'an. His aura was that of a true peak martial king, just 1 step away from stepping into the realm of martial emperor. This overwhelming aura pressed down on Gu Ping'an without reservation, and the air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. He was handling family affairs in his study when he suddenly sensed an astonishing sword intent erupting from his ancestor's side. Although the sword intent was only fleeting and its power was quickly suppressed to the Grandmaster level, he would never mistake the domineering and sharpness it contained. That was his father's full-force attack from the Saint Realm. He thought something terrible had happened, so he and his wife Wen Wan rushed over, only to see this scene before them. The pillar of the Li family was actually forced back 3 steps. The 3 bottomless footprints on the ground are irrefutable proof. Meanwhile, his beloved daughter, Li Yaoyao, who was usually aloof and detached from worldly affairs, had her cheeks flushed and looked shy like a young girl. She even instinctively protected a strange young man. This is outrageous. My dad got beaten up. It seems like my precious cabbage is about to be eaten by a pig. Li Changfeng's anger flared up instantly. Father, mother, what brings you here? Startled by her father's angry roar, Li Yaoyao shrank back and quickly stepped forward to shield Gu Ping'an even more tightly. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Oh no, this is a huge misunderstanding. Yao Yao, get out of the way. Li Changfeng frowned deeply. I'm asking him a question. Who is this kid? Why is he here? And he even dares to lay a hand on the ancestor? When Wan tugged at her daughter's sleeve, her eyes full of worry. She was more perceptive than her husband and could tell at a glance that although the old man's breathing was slightly fluctuating, his foundation was solid and there were no signs of injury. On the contrary, his spirits seemed to be even better than before. But the 3 footprints on the ground were real, and so was the daughter's appearance. What exactly happened? Li Yaoyao was about to explain when Gu Ping'an behind her stretched out and yawned. I said, could you postpone your family meeting until later? He shook the gourd in his hand, then pointed at Li Wenjian and Li Yaoyao's parents without any politeness. Old man, these are your son and daughter-in-law, right? You need to make it clear to them that you promised me 2 jars of drunken life, dreamy death if I won. Now that we have witnesses and evidence, you can't go back on your word. All Gu Ping'an could think about right now were those 2 jars of legendary divine wine. As for the middle-aged man in front of him with a dark face and a menacing aura, he didn't take him seriously at all. Peak Martial King? Is that impressive? Instead of wasting time on this, you should think more about what kind of wine to drink tonight. The moment he uttered those words, the air in the entire courtyard instantly plummeted to freezing point. Li Yaoyao was stunned. Li Changfeng and Wen Wan were also dumbfounded. Li Yaoyao was so anxious she almost stomped her feet. My God, what on earth is going on in this guy's head? Is this the time to talk about alcohol? Can't you see my dad's face is almost as black as the bottom of a pot? You're just adding fuel to the fire. Li Changfeng and Wen Wan were amused by Gu Ping'an's words. What does it mean to you, Wan? You, a mere youth, have defeated the sea-stabilizing god of the Li family, a living Saint Realm expert? And they're even demanding repayment from our ancestors right in front of us? This kid must be crazy. Insolence! Li Changfeng trembled with rage, his finger pointing at Gu Ping'an shaking. Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense in front of the ancestor? I think you're tired of living. His inner energy had begun to surge, and the pressure of a peak martial king swept towards Gu Ping'an like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Li Yaoyao's face turned pale. She hurriedly circulated all her inner energy to resist, but she still felt short of breath and her body was about to collapse. Her father was truly enraged. However, despite being at the center of the pressure, Gu Ping'an acted as if nothing had happened. He even picked at his ear, looking impatient. It's so noisy. The overwhelming pressure of a grandmaster, capable of crushing a mountain, was like a gentle spring breeze in front of him, not even causing a ripple in his clothes. The alcohol aura protecting him he exudes is no mere decoration. The oppressive aura of Li Changfeng, a peak martial king, was no different from tickling him. Li Changfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. His full power of power had absolutely no effect on this kid. How could that be? Even if this kid is a grandmaster or even a great grandmaster, he couldn't possibly ignore my pressure so easily. Unless. An absurd thought arose in Li Changfeng's mind, but he immediately suppressed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How old is he? He looks about 18 or 19. He can't possibly be King Wu, can he? Just as Li Changfeng was filled with doubt and uncertainty, preparing to take direct action to capture this arrogant young man. Changfeng, stop. An old and calm voice rang out. It is Li Wenjian. He finally snapped out of his reverie and looked at the tense scene before him, feeling both amused and exasperated. Father. Li Changfeng quickly withdrew his imposing aura and bowed respectfully. This boy's origins are unknown, and he spoke rudely, showing great disrespect to you. All right. Li Wenjian waved his hand, interrupting him. He first glanced at his granddaughter, whose pretty face was flushed and who was about to cry, then at Gu Ping'an, who had been saying, "What do I care, I just want the wine," the whole time, before finally turning his gaze to his son. He sighed, his tone carrying a complex emotion that was hard to describe. He wasn't lying. What? Li Changfeng was stunned and didn't react. Li Wenjian pointed to the 3 footprints on the ground, then to Gu Ping'an, and slowly said, "Just now, I sparred with this, young friend Gu. I have suppressed my strength to the 1st rank of Grandmaster. And then, I lost." Li Wenjian spoke casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. But these words, when they fell into the ears of Li Changfeng and Wen Wan, were no less than a thunderclap from the heavens. Boom! Li Changfeng's mind went completely blank. What did he hear? My father said, he lost? How could someone of the same cultivation level lose to a boy who looks a few years younger than his daughter? How is this possible? He suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Gu Ping'an, his gaze seeming to bore two holes through him. The boy remained as lazy as ever, even grinning at him, revealing a set of white teeth, and then shaking the gourd in his hand. That expression seemed to say, see? I didn't lie to you. Your father admitted it himself. Li Changfeng felt his worldview shattered at that moment. Chapter 57 Old Master, you'd better explain yourself clearly. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Li Changfeng stood there blankly, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Gu Ping'an, then glancing at his father. He felt the muscles in his cheeks twitching uncontrollably, his expression turning from pale to flushed as if struck by lightning, a truly spectacular sight. We lost? My father actually said he lost? What a joke! Who is his father? Heavenly Sword Li Wenjian. Within the Federation, he is a Saint Realm expert who consistently ranks among the top 3 in swordsmanship. He has been obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. Within the same realm, who dares to say they can definitely beat him? Let alone a sure win, there are very few who can even last 10 moves against him. Every single one of them is a giant who is famous in his region. But now, the father himself admits that he has lost to the boy in front of him. He lost to the boy in front of him who looked like he hadn't woken up yet. It was still within one move. Li Changfeng felt his worldview collapsing, his mind buzzing and blank. If this gets out, the entire martial arts world of the Federation will be in an uproar. Father, you're not joking, are you? Li Changfeng's voice was extremely hoarse, he simply couldn't accept this fact. Wen Wan, standing beside him, also looked on in disbelief. She subconsciously reached out and gently tugged at her husband's stiff sleeve, signaling him to calm down. But in her own heart, wasn't it also a turbulent sea, with turbulent waves crashing? She looked at the lazy boy, then at her daughter whose face was flushed and whose eyes were darting away. A thought uncontrollably popped into her mind. Hey, the mysterious expert who saved Yao Yao's life when she went out this time, was he? Moreover, judging from their expressions. When Wan's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Ping'an and Li Yaoyao, and the more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. What kind of look was that in my daughter's eyes? Was that the look she gave an ordinary friend? It was clearly the look of a young girl in love looking at her sweetheart. That bit of shyness, that bit of pride, that little bit of complaint, it was impossible to hide. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Li Wenjian glared at his clueless son, annoyed. He raised his hand, pointed to the 3 clearly visible footprints on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "These 3 steps are where I retreated. Young friend Gu's sword intent has exceeded our imagination. His path is above mine. The Tao is above him?" Li Changfeng pondered these words, his shock beyond words. What kind of monster is this young man who can make his own father, a great master of the Saint Realm of swordsmanship, personally admit that his Tao is above his? Cough cough. Gu Ping'an cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. Well, old man, now that everything's clear, what about my wine? He rubbed his hands together, looking at Li Wenjian with anticipation. That kid. Li Wenjian's eyes twitched violently. The masterly demeanor and aura of a senior expert that he had painstakingly cultivated in his heart were instantly shattered by this guy's words. He finally understood that talking to this kid about the mysteries of swordsmanship where the different levels of skill was like casting pearls before swine. From beginning to end, there was only one thing on his mind: alcohol. Yao Yao, what are you still standing there for? Li Wenjian said to Li Yaoyao, who was still in a daze, with a hint of annoyance. Go and fetch the 2 oldest jars of drunken life, dreamy death, from the sword tomb and give them to young friend Gu. Ah? Oh. Yes, Grandpa. Li Yaoyao seemed to wake from a dream, her face flushed, and she responded with a sound before turning to leave. She felt a mix of shyness, sweetness, and an indescribable pride. See? This is the man I've set my sights on. Even Grandpa admitted defeat. She secretly glanced back at Gu Ping'an, only to find that he was staring longingly in the direction she had left, practically drooling. His greedy look instantly extinguished any pride she felt. This guy is such a clueless blockhead. Only after Li Yaoyao's figure disappeared at the courtyard gate did Li Wenjian look at his son and daughter-in-law again. Now, do you have any questions? Li Changfeng and Wen Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock and a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Li Changfeng took a deep breath, composed himself, and bowed respectfully to Li Wenjian. Father, your son, still can't quite believe it. He raised his head, his gaze passing over Li Wenjian, piercing Gu Ping'an like a drawn sword, and said, word by word. I do not doubt my father's words, but this matter is too unbelievable. A grandmaster of the first rank defeated you, who was of the same level, in one move. I, Li Changfeng, have practiced martial arts for 100 years and have never heard of such a thing. His tone was polite, but his meaning was quite clear. I don't believe it. Unless, let me see it with my own eyes. Li Wenjian saw through his son's thoughts. He wasn't angry, instead, he calmly nodded. He knew that this kind of thing was mind-blowing for any martial artist. Not to mention Li Changfeng, even he himself still feels like he's dreaming. That kind of sword intent that encompasses and assimilates everything, as if it were the rule of heaven and earth, is simply too unreasonable. Do you want to try it yourself? Li Wenjian asked casually. Li Changfeng didn't speak, but his ramrod straight posture and the burning fighting spirit in his eyes said it all. He, the current head of the Li family and a peak martial king, wanted to personally weigh the weight of this young man who even his father admitted was inferior to him. This was for the sake of the Li family's reputation, and even more so for his own daughter. If this kid really has that ability, then he has nothing to say about Yao Yao being with him. But what if this kid used some underhanded method and luckily won a move against the patriarch? Today, he must let this kid know that the Li family of Tianjin is not a place where just anyone can run wild. All right then. Li Wenjian glanced at Gu Ping'an, his eyes seeming to be seeking his opinion. Gu Ping'an was idly studying the growth rings of the ancient pine tree in the courtyard when he sensed Li Wenjian's gaze. He looked up and lazily asked, why are you looking at me? It's your family's business, you decide for yourselves. However, he changed the subject, beckoning to Li Changfeng with his finger. If you want to make a move, I'm happy to oblige. But I'm not one to act without a reason. What do you mean? Li Changfeng frowned. The meaning is simple. Gu Ping'an chuckled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. If I beat the old man, he'd give me 2 jars of wine. So, beating you, I should at least offer some kind of reward, right? I'm a very fair person. Considering you're Yao Yao's father, I won't ask for more. Gu Ping'an held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Li Changfeng. How about adding 3 more jars of drunken life, dreamy death? Li Changfeng's face instantly darkened. Chapter 58. Want to take action? You'll have to pay more. 3 jars of drunken life, dreamlike death? Li Changfeng almost thought he had misheard. What does this kid take him for? A walking wine cellar? Still not asking for more? Does he even know what living a life of debauchery means? That was a divine wine that the Li family had spent countless rare and precious materials to bury under the sword tomb and nurtured for hundreds of years with the sword intent of their ancestors. The entire Li family only had about a dozen jars in stock. Each jar is priceless, representing one of the core treasures of the Li family. The old man's promise to give him 2 jars was already a great favor, yet he still dared to ask for 3 jars. What gives him the right? Just because he defeated an old man of the same level in one move? Li Changfeng's anger flared up once again. Boy, you think too highly of yourself. Li Changfeng sneered. Do you think that just because you managed to win a move against the ancestor, you can do whatever you want in my Li family? I am not your father, and I will not suppress my strength to the same level as you. His meaning was very clear. I'm going to fight you with my peak grandmaster level strength. This is blatant bullying of the weak by the strong. However, Gu Ping'an just pursed his lips after hearing this. Oh, you don't suppress your cultivation level? He stroked his chin, looking like he was seriously considering something. Then you'll have to pay extra. Puff. Li Wenjian, who was standing to the side, had just picked up a teacup on the stone table to take a sip of tea when he heard this, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. He's lived for hundreds of years and has never seen such a refreshingly unconventional rogue. Is this kid truly fearless, or is he just incredibly arrogant? Even a gentle and virtuous woman like Wen couldn't help but twitch her lips at this moment. She realized that this boy couldn't be judged by common sense. His thought process is completely different from that of normal people. You're asking for it. Li Changfeng was completely enraged. He felt that all his cultivation and self-control were wasted in front of this kid. A few words were enough to send his blood pressure soaring. Changfeng. Li Wenjian shouted in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of authority. Li Changfeng's body trembled, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Gu Ping'an was still as if he wanted to devour him. Young friend Gu, Li Wenjian looked at Gu Ping'an helplessly. Couldn't you say less? No way. Gu Ping'an spread his hands innocently. I'm a very straightforward person, and I keep things separate. You want to test me? No problem, but you can't expect me to waste my energy for nothing, can you? My appearance fee is very high. Li Changfeng's chest heaved with anger. All right. Li Wenjian waved his hand, feeling exhausted. He realized that this matter couldn't be resolved without taking action. He said to Li Changfeng, here's what we'll do. But you can't use your full strength. Just use your Grandmaster level 1 strength to exchange a move with him. He also had his own selfish motives. On one hand, he wanted his son to personally experience Gu Ping'an's terrifying sword intent, so that he would completely give up on him. On the other hand, he also wanted to see it again. That finger strike just now had such a profound impact on him that he even felt his bottleneck in the Sate realm was loosening. If I could observe it again, maybe. Grandmaster, rank 1? Li Changfeng frowned. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he could not disobey his father. Moreover, he also wanted to see how this kid managed to beat his father. Although a Grandmaster of the first rank would still crush a Grandmaster of the first rank, at least one could discern some of the differences between them. How is it, young friend Gu? Li Wenjian then looked at Gu Ping'an. Gu Ping'an smacked his lips, somewhat reluctantly. Grandmaster, rank 1, shouldn't the prize money be reduced a bit? He started counting on his fingers. The old man is a Saint Realm cultivator, suppressed to the first rank of Grandmaster, worth 2 jars. You, a peak martial king, suppressed to the first rank of Grandmaster, well. I'll give you 1.5 jars. Li Changfeng. Thank you so much. You even gave me a discount. Just 1 jar. Li Wenjian slammed his hand on the table, his beard bristling and eyes wide. If you win, I'll give you another jar of drunken life, dreamlike death. If you try to bargain again, you won't get a single drop. He was genuinely angered by the kid's mercenary nature. 1 jar it is then. Gu Ping'an pouted, with an expression that said, I've been taken advantage of. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Li Changfeng's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He took a deep breath and said to Gu Ping'an in a deep voice, Kid, are you ready? He had made up his mind. With this move, he would use his strongest sword technique. Even if he couldn't hurt this kid, he would let him know that the majesty of the heavenly swordly family was not to be challenged. Any time is fine. Gu Ping'an straightened up, still looking lazy, not even bothering to strike a pose. Take this. Without further ado, Li Changfeng let out a low shout and vanished from his spot in an instant, becoming a blur. The next second, he was already standing in front of Gu Ping'an. He also pointed his fingers like a sword, but unlike Li Wenjian's simple and unadorned sword strike, Li Changfeng's sword fingers were covered with a layer of cyan sword energy that was visible to the naked eye and had been condensed to the extreme. The sword energy pulsed erratically, emitting a hissing sound as it cut through the air, shattering the surrounding air into fragments. This sword strike lacked the profound meaning of Li Wenjian's sword, but it was more direct and more violent. It was filled with the domineering power and might of a Grandmaster. Heavenly sword technique, wine sweeps away the clouds. This is a high-grade earth rank sword technique from the Li family, known for its speed and sharpness. When a sword is unleashed, it is like a whirlwind passing by, destroying everything in its path. Faced with this lightning-fast and domineering sword strike, Gu Ping'an's reaction was the same as before. It's extremely simple. He didn't even lift his eyelids, and casually raised his right hand to meet the blue sword energy that was powerful enough to pierce through steel plates, and slapped it across the face. Yes, it was a slap. The movement was like shooing away an annoying fly. It was described in a light and casual manner, extremely casual. Seeing this, Li Changfeng was so angry he almost vomited blood. Humiliation. This is a blatant insult. He roared, and the sword energy on his sword finger became even more ferocious. However, just as his sword finger was about to touch Gu Ping'an's palm, buzz! An invisible aura, almost invisible to the naked eye and carrying a faint scent of wine, flashed past Gu Ping'an. It's truly a case of the aroma of alcohol protecting the body. Li Changfeng's sword energy, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter monuments, was like a mud ox sinking into the sea when it collided with this layer of energy shield. Its power was instantly weakened by more than 90%. Immediately afterwards, smack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. Li Changfeng was sent flying backwards as if he had been hit by a speeding train. He spun 720 degrees in the air, and then with a plop, he plunged headfirst into the lotus pond not far away. A large splash of water appeared. He ended up in the same spot as that unlucky guy named Li Tianyu. Their postures were exactly the same. Quiet. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence once again. Her gentle mouth opened into an O shape. Li Wenjian's hand, which was holding the teacup, froze in mid-air. Gu Pingan withdrew his hand, clapped his hands as if they had been stained with something dirty, then turned his head and grinned at the dumbfounded Li Wenjian. "Old man, it's a jar, you promised a jar, you can't go back on your word." Chapter 59. Is the whole family trying to renege on their debt? Water splashes everywhere in the lotus pond. Li Changfeng struggled several times before finally standing up from the water, which was full of lotus leaves and silt. He, the dignified patriarch of the heavenly swordly family and a peak martial king, was now soaked to the bone, with a few green lotus leaves still clinging to his hair, looking utterly disheveled. But he couldn't care less about any of that. His mind was filled with what had just happened in that brief moment. That slap. What exactly was that light, seemingly effortless, and even casual slap? As the martial king, his understanding of power had already reached its pinnacle. Just before his sword fingers touched the other's palm, he felt a force that he could not understand at all. His wind sweep technique, which had gathered all his power, was like a 3-year-old child's fist in the face of that power, easily neutralized, and then a tremendous force that was impossible to resist rebounded back. Then, he flew away. He didn't even see how the other party made their move. No, he saw it clearly, it was just an ordinary slap. But this ordinary slap left him, a peak martial king although suppressed to the first rank of grandmaster, completely powerless to fight back. What kind of power is this? What kind of tactic is this? Li Changfeng stood in the pool, completely dumbfounded, forgetting all about getting out of the water. "My husband!" Wen Wan was the first to react. She exclaimed in surprise and rushed to the edge of the pool, her face full of worry. Li Wenjian also put down his teacup. Looking at his son's distraught appearance, he was not angry at all. Instead, a strange light, a mixture of fanaticism and excitement, flashed in his eyes. "Really? Just as I thought. This kind of unreasonable power that ignores all techniques and internal energy. This is the Tao. It is the Tao that these saint-level experts have been searching for so hard, yet they can't even get close to it. He himself has immersed himself in the way of the sword for 100 years, but he has only touched the surface of sword intent. He is still a long way from forming his own way. But this young man before us, in every gesture he made, contained such pure and terrifying Tao essence. The way he looked at Gu Pingan had completely changed. That was no longer admiration, no longer curiosity, it was the way one looks at one's fellow human beings, or even at one's seniors. Age is utterly insignificant in the face of true Tao. Those who are accomplished are my teachers. Ahem, old man. Gu Pingan's lazy voice rang out again, breaking the awkward situation. Look, your son has finished his treatment, isn't it time to keep your promise? He pointed to Li Changfeng in the lotus pond. His jar, plus the 2 jars you owed me before, makes a total of 3 jars of drunken life, dreamy death. I have a good memory, I wrote them all down. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjian's lips twitched again. This kid. He can't seem to stop talking about alcohol. Before he could speak, a sudden burst of noisy footsteps and commotion came from outside the courtyard. Sister Yao Yao. You can't stop us. Where is that outsider? What right did he have to hit Brother Tianyu and throw him into the lotus pond? He's showing no respect for the Li family. That's right. We must make him give the Li family an explanation today. With the patriarch and the supreme elder here, they can certainly stand up for us. The sound grew louder as it approached, and soon a large group of young men and women dressed in Li family martial arts uniforms stormed into the courtyard. Leading the group was Li Tianyu, who had just changed into clean clothes, but whose face was still ashen. Behind him followed a dozen or so young members of the Li family, each with an expression of anger and resentment on their face. They were stopped outside by Li Yao Yao, but upon hearing that the patriarch and the supreme elder had arrived, they suddenly became bolder and barged in. They wanted to demand justice from that arrogant outsider in front of all their elders. However, when they stormed into the courtyard and saw what was inside, everyone was stunned. What did they see? The patriarch. Li Changfeng, the patriarch they regarded as a godlike figure, actually. He was standing in the lotus pond completely soaked? And there were lotus leaves still clinging to his hair? That posture, that position. How come he looks exactly like Tianyu from before? The minds of all the young people went blank for a moment, as if they had suddenly crashed. What's going on? Could it be? An idea that they themselves found utterly absurd arose from the depths of their hearts. They all turned their gazes to the only outsider in the courtyard. The boy stood there lazily, looking impatient. Gu Ping'an was also annoyed by the group of people who had suddenly barged in. What happened? After beating the old ones, now the younger ones come along? Does your Li family own a wholesale market? And you offer buy one get one free deals? He frowned and shrugged at Li Wenjian. Grandpa, what's going on here? Why do all the people in your family like to jump into the pool? Is this some kind of special family tradition? Puff. Having just recovered from her shock, Wen couldn't help but laugh when she heard those words. But she quickly realized the situation was inappropriate and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, but her curved eyebrows and slightly trembling shoulders still betrayed her smile. Li Wenjian was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. He glared at the group of good-for-nothing young men, then glanced at his son who was still staring blankly in the pool, feeling that he had almost lost all face in his entire life today. Shut up, all of you! Li Wenjian shouted in a deep voice. The aura of a Saint Realm expert emanated from the crowd, and the group of young disciples immediately fell silent, bowing their heads and not daring to even breathe. Li Tianyu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He originally came to file a complaint, hoping that the patriarch and the supreme elder would stand up for him. But now, the head of the family is standing in the pool himself. What right does he have to complain? What kind of monster is this outsider? Young friend Gu. Li Wenjian turned his head and gave Gu Ping'an a smile that was more like a grimace. It's a misfortune for our family. I'm sorry to have to make you laugh. It's not that I'm making a fool of myself, Gu Ping'an waved his hand and said seriously, I just feel like your whole family is trying to renege on your debt. First it was you who lost the fight, and then your son and daughter-in-law came and refused to acknowledge it. Now your son has lost too, and a bunch of younger guys have come. Judging from their attitude, they don't seem like they're here to pay the bill. He sighed, shook his head, and his face was full of disappointment. Alas, people's hearts have changed. How could the prestigious Li family of Tianjian do such a thing? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at if word gets out? His words were sincere and heartfelt, and full of grief and indignation. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Li family, from Li Wenjian to the younger generation, turned a deep purplish red. Chapter 60. A bunch of brats, so annoying. Gu Ping'an spoke softly, but every word was like a resounding slap across the face of everyone in the Li family. Refusing to pay? Their heavenly sword Li family has a history of over 1,000 years and is one of the top martial arts families in the entire federation. When have they ever been accused of reneging on a debt? If word gets out, what will become of the Li family's reputation? Li Wenjian's old face turned bright red. He had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time he had ever been so embarrassed. He, a dignified Saint Realm expert, was told by a teenager that he would renege on his debt? What kind of nonsense is this? In the lotus pond, Li Changfeng finally came to his senses. Upon hearing Gu Ping'an's words, he stumbled and almost fell back into the water. He was filled with shame and indignation, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Not only did I lose, but I lost so badly, and now I have to bear the reputation of reneging on my debts? Who said they were going to renege on their debt? Li Changfeng leaped out of the pool and landed on the shore. Although he was dripping wet and looked disheveled, his voice was still full of energy. He stared intently at Gu Ping'an, gritting his teeth as he said, It's just a jar of drunken life, dreamy death, my Li family can afford it. Oh? You can afford it? Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. That's great. So, when are you going to give me my jar, which is one of yours, plus the 2 jars the old man had, making a total of 3? You? Li Changfeng was speechless. He now finally understood why his father was so angry with this kid. This guy is infuriating. Every sentence he utters is about alcohol, and every sentence he says can put you right in the wall. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Li Wenjian took a deep breath, forcefully regaining his composure. What I, Li Wenjian, say is as good as my word. When Yao Yao returns, you'll get 3 jars of wine, not a single one less. That's good, that's good. Gu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction, finally relieved. However, while he was relieved, Li Tianyu and his group of young men were dumbfounded. 3 altars? The Supreme Elder not only did not punish this outsider, but also wanted to give him another jar of drunken life, dreamy death? What exactly happened? Li Tianyu's mind was completely in chaos. He mustered his courage, stepped forward, bowed to Li Wenjian and Li Changfeng, then pointed at Gu Ping'an and asked unwillingly. Elder, Patriarch. This man beat me without cause and threw me into the lotus pond. Are we just going to let this go? The young men behind him echoed his sentiments. Yes. He's too arrogant. He doesn't take our Li family seriously at all. He must apologize. They still don't understand the situation. They thought that the patriarch falling into the pool was probably just an accident. In their hearts, the patriarch and the Supreme Elder were invincible. How could they possibly lose to an outsider? Looking at this group of ignorant juniors, Li Wenjian and Li Changfeng's expressions turned extremely ugly. What a misfortune for our family. How did we end up raising such a bunch of clueless idiots? Shut up, all of you. Li Changfeng roared. He was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger, so he took it out on these juniors. Are you all blind? Didn't you see me just now? Cough cough, didn't you see I was sparring with young friend Gu? He couldn't very well say that he had also been slapped, could he? A friendly spar? Li Tianyu was taken aback. That's right. Li Changfeng said, forcing himself to speak. Young friend Gu is Yao Yao's savior and a distinguished guest of the Li family. You bunch of scoundrels, you've offended our distinguished guest and still dare to shout and yell here. What kind of behavior is this? Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Distinguished guest? Savior? This left all the young people completely bewildered. The plot twists were so fast that they couldn't react at all. Gu Ping'an waved his hand impatiently at the comical scene. All right, stop acting. He pointed at Li Tianyu's group and said to Li Wenjian and Li Changfeng. Grandpa, Patriarch, I can't be bothered with your family's affairs. But these brats keep buzzing in my ear, giving me a headache. How about this, I'll discipline them for you. As he spoke, he took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over Li Tianyu and the dozen or so other young men, and lazily began to speak. Are you dissatisfied? When Gu Ping'an's gaze swept over Li Tianyu and the others, for some reason, a chill rose in their hearts. But young and hot-blooded, and outnumbered, Li Tianyu still stubbornly said, yes. We refuse to accept this. What right do you have to act so arrogantly in our Li family? Yes. We disagree. The others joined in the jeering. Fine, go ahead and disagree. Gu Ping'an nodded, then held up one finger. I'll stand here and not move. If any one of you manages to touch the corner of my clothes, I'll consider it a loss. I lost. I don't want any of the 3 jars of wine we agreed on. I'm turning around and leaving. But if you lose... Gu Ping'an grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. How about you take your master's place and go take a bath in the lotus pond to calm down? These words shocked everyone present. Both Li Wenjian and Wenwan had strange expressions on their faces. Li Changfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What do you mean by replacing your family head? This kid is deliberately reopening old wounds. The group of young men were both shocked and furious. What's astonishing is that this kid is incredibly arrogant. One person challenged more than a dozen elite members of the Li family, and even said that he would lose if he just touched the hem of their clothes. What's infuriating is that this is blatant humiliation. What did he take them for? 3-year-olds? Okay. You said it. Li Tianyu was the first to jump out, afraid that Gu Ping'an would go back on his word. Let's all attack together. Let's show him what the Li family's sons are capable of. Superior. A dozen or so young people roared and scattered instantly, surrounding Gu Ping'an from all directions. Various fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword finger techniques, accompanied by whistling winds, relentlessly attacked every vital point on Gu Ping'an's body. They were all elites of the Li family, the worst of whom was at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and Li Tianyu even had 1 foot in the Grandmaster realm. With more than a dozen people working together, even a true Grandmaster-level expert would have to temporarily avoid their sharp edge. However, faced with this storm of attacks, Gu Ping'an stood there, completely still. He even yawned. Just a moment before those fists, feet, and swords were about to land on him. He moved. No, he didn't move. However, he casually drew a circle in front of him with his right hand, which he held as a sword pointing. A ring of extremely faint, almost invisible golden ripples spread out from him. It lacked any earth-shattering momentum or world-destroying power. The ripples spread out like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Then, all the Lee family members who rushed forward felt as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were sent flying backward at an even greater speed than when they arrived. Splash! 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 A dozen or so splashes, perfectly synchronized, rose and fell in unison. In the blink of an eye, the dozen were so young people who had been so aggressive just moments before all fell into the lotus pond without missing a single spot. They were splashing around in the water like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The courtyard returned to silence once more. Gu Pingon withdrew his finger, blew away non-existent dust from his fingertip, then turned his head to look at the Lee family members who were completely petrified, and curled his lip. A bunch of brats, so annoying. Chapter 61: The Legendary Life of Debauchery. The lotus pond was packed with the young men of the Lee family, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Splash! Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and cries of agony rose and fell. They were all soaking wet, their hair disheveled, and their faces showed expressions of utter disbelief as they shivered in the icy pool water. What just happened? My mind was blank, and my body was cold. How did I end up in the water? A disciple asked, wiping the water off his face in confusion. He just drew a circle, another disciple stammered, his words barely coherent. All they remembered was the boy listlessly raising his hand and casually drawing a circle in front of him. Then, a terrifying force that was indescribable and completely irresistible enveloped them. That power was neither domineering nor fierce, but vast as an abyss, leaving them with no thought of resistance. And then, they held a meeting in the pool. From beginning to end, they didn't even touch the other's clothes, let alone see how the other made their move. What kind of strength is this? What the hell level of monster is this? Li Tianyu was also soaking in the water. He didn't shout like the others. He just stared blankly at the lazy figure on the shore. The last bit of resentment and bitterness in his heart completely disappeared. Instead, there was endless fear and awe. He finally understood why Sister Yao Yao treated him differently. Why did the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder have that attitude? It turns out that he was completely wrong from the very beginning. He and the other person were from completely different worlds. On the shore, Li Wenjian, Li Changfeng, and Wenwan remained silent for a long time. They saw it clearly. That circle just now wasn't a simple release of true energy. That was a kind of field. A unique field constructed from sword intent, belonging only to him. In this field, he is the absolute master. This is the rudimentary form of a domain that only Saint Realm experts can initially grasp. A Grandmaster of the first rank has already touched the threshold of the domain? Li Wenjian and Li Changfeng exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. This can no longer be described as genius. This is a monster. It is a peerless genius that appears only once every 10,000 years, or even once every 100,000 years. Father, Mother, Grandpa, I'm back. Just then, Li Yaoyao's clear voice came from the courtyard gate. She walked in with light steps, carrying 2 antique black wine jars in her arms. When she saw the spectacular dumpling feast in the lotus pond, she was completely stunned. What's going on? She glanced at her disheveled cousins in the pool, then at the 3 elders with strange expressions in the yard, and finally her gaze settled on Gu Pingon, who looked like he was saying, I did it all, but I'm annoyed. She seemed to understand something. Ahem. Li Wenjie coughed twice, breaking the awkward silence. Yao Yao, it's good that you're back. Quickly, give the wine to Gu Xiaoyu. Oh, okay. Li Yao Yao, carrying 2 wine jars, walked up to Gu Pingon, her pretty face slightly flushed, and handed him the wine jars with her head down. For you. Gu Pingon's eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the wine jars and, without caring about anything else, directly broke the mud seal on one of the jars. Pop. A soft sound. An indescribable, extremely rich aroma of wine instantly wafted from the mouth of the jar, filling the entire courtyard. The aroma of this wine is quite unique. It's not just a fragrance, it also contains an incomparably sharp sword intent. Just by taking a whiff, all the members of the Li family present felt a jolt of energy, and the sword energy within their bodies began to stir uncontrollably, as if they were paying homage to their king. Good wine. Gu Pingon's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He brought the wine jar to his lips, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful. Boom! The spicy, mellow, and domineering liquor slid down his throat and into his stomach, instantly transforming into a powerful surge of heat that exploded throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, streams of extremely pure sword intent surged through his meridians like a flood bursting its banks. These sword intents were left in the wine by the ancestors of the heavenly swordly family, and each one was full of domineering power and sharpness. Any grandmaster who drank this would likely have their meridians burst by the violent sword intent, dying on the spot. But Gu Ping'an was different. The god of wine technique within his body was operating wildly, and the sword intent that was as docile as a kitten to him was easily refined, absorbed, and integrated into his own sword intent. Ding! Host has consumed the heavenly grade supreme spirit wine, Drunken Life, Dreamlike Death. Drunken Life, Dreamlike Death, created by the Li family of heavenly sword using the essence of millennium-old cold iron, supplemented with 100 kinds of spiritual herbs, buried beneath the sword tomb, and nourished by the sword intent of 10,000 swords for 1,000 years. Ding! A massive amount of pure sword intent has been detected within the host's body. The drunken clarity effect has been triggered. Ding! The host is comprehending the heavenly sword true meaning. Comprehending successfully. Ding! Host's swordsmanship comprehension has greatly improved. Affinity for domineering type sword intent has increased by 500%. Ding! Host's proficiency in the Dionysian Manual Grandmaster Edition has increased. A series of system notifications rang in Gu Ping'an's mind. Hiccup. Gu Ping'an let out a satisfying burp, exhaling a breath of wine tinged with a faint cyan swordlight. He felt every cell in his body was cheering. Cool. That was awesome. This living a life of debauchery truly lives up to its name. Not only does it taste great, but its effects are also incredibly powerful. He felt that his understanding of swordsmanship had reached a new level. Many things that were previously unclear have now become clear and easy to understand. He covered the wine jars with satisfaction, and then put both jars into his Qiankuan wine gourd. Seeing his blissful expression, the Li family members felt extremely conflicted. Li Changfeng, in particular, felt his heart bleed. That was living in a drunken stupor. 3 jars. And this kid just drank them down like a cow chewing on a peony. What a waste. It's an absolute waste. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Fine wine for a hero. Li Wenjian clapped his hands and laughed. He looked at Gu Ping'an and became more and more satisfied. Young friend Gu, it's getting late. Why don't you stay at my Li family's house and let us show you some hospitality? He now truly regards Gu Ping'an as a fellow Daoist of equal standing. He even wanted to have a serious discussion with Gu Ping'an, hoping to break through his long-standing bottleneck through this opportunity. Gu Ping'an initially wanted to refuse, as he was afraid of causing trouble. But then I thought, I just took 3 jars of good wine from them, it seems a bit unethical to just leave like that. Moreover, Li Yaoyao was standing next to him, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Alright, Gu Ping'an nodded, but I have one condition. Please speak, young friend. Meals and lodging included, and drinks galore. Li Wenjian. Li Changfeng. The Li family members. Chapter 62. A parting finger, and the school beauty's heart is in turmoil. That evening, the Li family of Tianjian hosted a grand family banquet. The main character of the banquet was, of course, Gu Ping'an. All the core members of the Li family, including several elders who had been in seclusion for many years, attended the event. The atmosphere at the banquet was quite peculiar. The elders of the Li family all looked at Gu Ping'an with eyes that seemed to regard him as a monster, their enthusiasm bordering on excessive. Li Wenjian personally accompanied Gu Ping'an, constantly asking him questions about swordsmanship. Gu Ping'an, on the other hand, accepted all comers. Under the influence of alcohol, his clear mind and drunkenness effect was fully activated, boosting his comprehension 100-fold. He could often pinpoint the crux of the issues raised by Li Wenjian, offering insightful observations that even Li Wenjian found thought-provoking. Li Wenjian was captivated by the sayings, such as, "The sword is a gentleman, but also a weapon of destruction, it resides in the mind, and no moves are better than moves, the ultimate way of the sword is nature." He was so engrossed in these words that he almost had a sudden enlightenment several times. Li Changfeng and the other elders were stunned. Their gazes toward Gu Ping'an had changed from initial shock to complete admiration and respect. They finally understood why the patriarch said, "The Tao is above him." This young man's swordsmanship has indeed far surpassed theirs. The younger generation of the Li family, especially those who were thrown into the lotus pond during the day, were now as obedient as quails, sitting in the corner, not daring to even lift their heads. They looked at the boy who was surrounded by all the elders like a star, and all they could feel was endless admiration. As for Li Yaoyao, she sat next to Gu Ping'an with a blush on her face the whole time, constantly serving him food and pouring him wine. Her gentle, girlish demeanor brought a smile to her mother Wan's face. Wan is now like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, becoming more and more satisfied with him. He's powerful, has a mysterious background, and most importantly, my daughter likes him. What's there to complain about? The banquet was a great success, with both hosts and guests enjoying themselves. Gu Ping'an drank to his heart's content, Li Wenjian gained a lot, and the Li family members were completely impressed by Gu Ping'an's strength and knowledge. The next morning, Gu Ping'an stretched and walked out of the luxurious guest room arranged by the Li family. After drinking all night, he not only didn't have a hangover headache, but he also felt refreshed and his cultivation had improved considerably. He arrived in the courtyard and found that Li Yaoyao, her family of 3, and Li Wenjian were already waiting there. "Young friend Gu, how was your rest?" Li Wenjian asked with a smile. He looked energetic, and his aura seemed to have improved even more. Clearly, the discussion last night had benefited him greatly. "It's all right." Gu Ping'an nodded. "Young friend Gu, I apologize for my rudeness yesterday." Li Changfeng stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Gu Ping'an. After a night of processing, he had completely accepted reality and now only felt admiration for Gu Ping'an. It's nothing. Gu Ping'an waved his hand. "We became friends after our fight." He couldn't be bothered with such things. Ping'an. Wan also came over. Her eyes were full of love and tenderness as she looked at Gu Ping'an, just like she was looking at her own child. She handed over an exquisite storage ring. This contains some of the Li family's goodwill, including several jars of other spirit wines that we have treasured, as well as some pills and rare herbs for cultivation. Please don't find them too offensive. I can't accept this. Gu Ping'an said politely, but his hands honestly accepted it. He scanned it with his divine sense and his eyes immediately lit up. Goodness, the Li family truly lives up to their reputation as a top-tier family. They're incredibly generous. "Thank you, Auntie," he said sweetly. That one word, Auntie, made Wan overjoyed, and she couldn't stop smiling. "Oh, good boy." Li Changfeng, standing next to him, also smiled slightly upon hearing this address. It seems this kid can't escape. All right, let's get down to business. Li Wenjian cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. "Young friend Gu, are you going to report to the Federation's first martial arts academy next?" "Yes, that's right." Gu Ping'an nodded. "That's perfect," Li Wenjian said. "In a few days, it will be the Academy's once-in-a-decade freshman qualification battle, an important occasion for major forces to select their core disciples. With your strength, taking first place will be a piece of cake. However, you should be careful of one person." "Who?" "The capital, the Wang family, Wang Tang." A hint of seriousness flashed in Li Wenjian's eyes. "This person is the most outstanding genius of the Wang family in this generation. It is said that he was born with a sword physique and his strength is unfathomable. Moreover, the Wang family and our Li family have always been at odds." Gu Ping'an was taken aback when he heard the name Wang Tang. "Isn't this the unlucky guy who was beaten half to death by the spider demon in Zhongcheng? I never expected that he was also a member of the royal family in the capital." "I understand." Gu Ping'an nodded, not taking it to heart. He was just a defeated opponent. "There's one more thing." Li Wendian handed over an antique token engraved with the character sword. "This is the Supreme Elder's token of the Li family of Heavenly Sword. Seeing this token is like seeing me. If you encounter any trouble that you cannot solve in the capital, you can take this token to any shop or martial arts school with the Heavenly Sword sign, and they will help you unconditionally. This token is incredibly valuable. This is almost equivalent to handing over the entire Li family's power in the capital to Gu Ping'an." Neither Li Changfeng nor Wan had any objections. For a prodigy like Gu Ping'an, any investment is worthwhile. "All right, thanks, sir." Gu Ping'an accepted the token without hesitation. Having explained everything, it was time to part ways. "Yaoyao, why don't you see Gu Xiaoyu off?" When Wan winked at her daughter. "Mum." Li Yaoyao nodded, her face flushed. The two walked side by side down the long corridor of the Li family mansion. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Li Yaoyao broke the silence first. "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Gu Ping'an asked knowingly. "Thank you for giving face to my grandfather and father. Li Yaoyao lowered her head, her voice barely audible. She knew that with Gu Ping'an's strength, he could completely ignore those so-called tests. Oh, that? Gu Ping'an smiled. It's mainly because your wine is delicious. Li Yaoyao. Can't this guy say something nice? She looked up at him, somewhat annoyed. Looking at her adorable puffed-up face, Gu Ping'an suddenly found it amusing and couldn't resist reaching out and gently flicking her smooth forehead. I'm leaving now. See you at the academy. After saying that, without waiting for Li Yaoyao to react, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Li Yaoyao was left alone, covering her forehead, stunned in place. It took her a while to realize what had happened, and her face flushed bright red, as if it were about to bleed. That bastard. She stomped her foot, but a sweet smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Chapter 63. Is this the Heavenly Courtyard? The first martial arts academy of the Federation. Spanning an area as vast as a small town, the area is filled with towering peaks and a mystical atmosphere. Futuristic buildings and antique pavilions complement each other, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Following the address given by Dean Lin Weidong, Gu Ping'an quickly found his place. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. The number 1 courtyard. When Gu Ping'an saw the luxurious courtyard in front of him, which covered several thousand square meters and had its own spiritual spring waterfall, a small martial arts arena, an alchemy room, and even a private wine cellar, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow, this old man is quite generous. He pushed open the courtyard gate, and a rich spiritual energy rushed towards him, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. Boss! You finally arrived. A familiar voice rang out, and then a round figure rushed out from a pavilion in the courtyard, trying to grab Gu Ping'an's leg. It was Fatty Wang. Gu Ping'an kicked him away in disgust. What are you doing here? Hee, boss, you forgot? I'm also a student of the First Academy. Fatty Wang got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and said with a smug look, I'm an S-level special recruit. Of course, his S-class status was earned by his father spending a lot of money in donating a building. The dean said the three of us should stay together so we can look after each other. Fatty Wang pointed to another attic building next door, sister-in-law Yaoyao. Oh no, classmate Yaoyao, you live in that one. Gu Ping'an nodded. He had no objection to living with Fatty Wang. Although this guy isn't very strong, he's good at networking, and his family's liquor business spans the globe, so finding liquor will be convenient in the future. Alright, I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Don't bother me unless it's something important. Gu Ping'an waved his hand, randomly picked the largest attic, and went inside. All he wants now is a good night's sleep to process the insights he gained from yesterday's drunken revelry. Fatty Wang chuckled as he watched Gu Ping'an's retreating figure, then scurried off to Li Yaoyao's attic to curry favor. Gu Ping'an slept straight through to noon the next day. When he walked out of the attic feeling refreshed, he found Fatty Wang and Li Yaoyao sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, seemingly discussing something. What's going on? Why are you chatting so enthusiastically? Gu Ping'an walked over and poured himself a cup of tea. Boss, you're awake. Fatty Wang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Gu Ping'an. We were talking about the freshman qualification battle. Oh? What about that battle? Gu Ping'an took a sip of tea and asked casually. You wouldn't know this, would you? Fatty Wang immediately perked up and began showing off the information he had gathered. This freshman qualification battle is no simple matter. It's not only a competition that determines the freshman rankings, but also the key to how many resources we can obtain in the academy over the next 4 years. The top 10 in the competition will not only receive a massive amount of academic credits and rewards, but will also be accepted as personal disciples by the academy's mentors, or even powerful figures at the vice dean level, achieving instant success. Moreover, the major powers in the capital will also send people to watch the battle and select geniuses worth cultivating. It is said that the prize for the champion of this qualifying tournament is a drop of dragon marrow. Wang Pingzi's eyes lit up when he heard the words dragon marrow. Dragon marrow? Gu Ping'an also became interested. He had heard of this thing. It was the marrow of a true dragon, containing boundless life essence and the primordial power of the dragon race. It was a treasure for refining top-grade pills and tempering the physical body. Yes. It's dragon marrow. Fatty Wang exclaimed excitedly. That's a priceless treasure. Just one drop can bring about a dramatic change in a person's physique. Li Yaoyao added from the side. Not only that, my grandfather said that this qualifying battle seems to be related to a secret selection program of the military. He didn't say what it was, but those who are selected will have unlimited potential for future achievements. Oh. Gu Pingon nodded, still looking uninterested. Dragon marrow was good, but it didn't hold much appeal for him. His physical body, tempered by the god of wine technique, had become incredibly powerful. Ordinary dragon marrow had little effect on him. As for military selection, he had even less interest. He just wants to be a couch potato, drink some wine, bask in the sun. How comfortable. Boss, aren't you tempted? Fatty Wang asked anxiously, seeing his expression. Not tempted. Gu Pingon shook his head. Unless the championess prize is a jar of wine that tastes even better than drunken life, dreamy death. Fatty Wang. Li Yao Yao. The two looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. This guy is hopeless. Just then. Thump. 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 The courtyard gate was rudely knocked on from the outside. The force was so great that the entire courtyard gate vibrated and hummed. Who is it? How rude. Fatty Wang frowned and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, 7 or 8 young people wearing uniforms and student union badges were standing outside. The leader was a tall, arrogant young man. He didn't even glance at Fatty Wang, his gaze sweeping past him and across the courtyard. When he saw Li Yaoyao sitting at the stone table, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. Is this the listening to the rain pavilion where the newly arrived S-level special recruits live? The young man asked in a condescending tone. Yes, who are you? Fatty Wang was so overwhelmed by the other party's imposing aura that he could hardly breathe. The weakest of these people is only at the 7th rank of the mortal realm. The young man in the lead gave him a feeling of unfathomable depth. We're from the student council, the young man said calmly. My name is Lei Xian, and I'm the head of the student council's discipline inspection department. He stepped into the courtyard, followed by a stream of people. Lei Xian's gaze finally landed on Gu Pingon, who had been sitting there lazily the whole time without even turning his head, and his brows furrowed slightly. According to the college's rules, all newly admitted S-level special students must report to my discipline inspection department and undergo an entrance examination. Why didn't the 3 of you come? His voice carried a hint of accusation. Well, we just arrived yesterday, and... Fatty Wang hurriedly tried to explain. I don't care what your reasons are, Lei Xian interrupted him directly. Rules are rules. He looked at Gu Pingon's retreating figure and said coldly, now, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, come with me to the discipline inspection department immediately to accept punishment and assessment. Second. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. If you beat me, you won't have to go. However, I must remind you that I, Lei Xian, am a 9th grade grandmaster in the mortal realm, and I have never lost to a peer. Chapter 64. Who do you think you are, to dare to test me? Lei Xian's voice was cold, carrying an arrogance that came from someone who had long held a superior position, leaving no room for doubt. He is the Minister of Discipline Inspection of the Student Union of the Federal First Martial Arts Academy. With his strength at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, he was a top-tier figure among the senior students of the entire academy. Normally, not to mention the timid freshmen, even the upperclassmen of the same year would show some restraint when they saw him, and would politely call him Minister Lei. In his view, giving these 3 arrogant and ignorant special admission students 2 choices was already a huge favor given to them because of their special admission status. If it were any ordinary freshman who dared to disregard the student council rules like this, he would have had his men arrest him and put him in solitary confinement for 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the members behind him, dressed in student council uniforms, straightened their backs, raised their chins slightly, and stared menacingly at Gu Pingon and his 2 companions. Fatty Wang felt a bit uncomfortable under his imposing aura and cursed inwardly. What is that? So what if he's a minister in some lousy student council? You come here and start putting on airs with our eldest son. You've probably never been beaten down by the realities of life. You don't even know how many ways there are to write the word death. He opened his mouth, about to unleash his sarcastic talent to retort, when Li Yaoyao reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head almost imperceptibly. Li Yaoyao's face still wore that aloof expression, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of amusement. She knows Gu Pingon too well. This guy hates trouble the most, especially trouble that comes to him uninvited. This guy named Lei Xian is probably in big trouble. As expected, Gu Pingon, who was called out by Lei Xian, didn't even turn his head. He just lazily picked up the teacup on the stone table, took another sip, and then slowly uttered 2 words. It's so noisy. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. In an instant, the air in the entire courtyard seemed to freeze. The student council members that Lei Xian brought were all stunned. They wondered if they had misheard. Quarrel? Minister Lei was enforcing the student council rules, and you actually said he was noisy? Fatty Wang almost burst out laughing, quickly covering his mouth with his hand, his shoulders trembling. Boss is awesome. This display of arrogance is so subtle and understated. Lei Xian's face instantly darkened, and his eyes became as sharp as knives. He had been in the academy for 3 years, rising from an ordinary student to the position of head of the discipline inspection department. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such an attitude. What's your name? Lei Xian's voice was so cold it sounded like ice shards could fall out. Gu Pingan still didn't turn around. He put down his teacup, stretched, and then slowly stood up. He turned around, bleary-eyed, and looked at Lei Xian in front of him before picking his ear. What did you just say? The wind was too strong, I didn't hear you. Puff. Fatty Wang finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Lei Xian's face turned completely black. The student council members behind him were also blaring angrily. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you speak to Minister Lei like that? I think you don't want to stay in the academy anymore. Minister Lei, stop wasting time talking to him. Just take him down and show him what rules are. Lei Xian took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at Gu Pingan's lazy and irritating appearance, he sneered, it seems you've chosen the second path? What second way? Gu Pingan looked blank, as if he had just woken up and was completely confused. Defeat me. Lei Xian said, word by word, his aura as a peak 9th grade mortal realm cultivator erupting without reservation, sweeping across the entire courtyard like a whirlwind. The flowers, plants, and trees in the yard all bowed their heads under this overwhelming aura. Both Wang Pangzi and Li Yaoyao felt considerable pressure and each used their internal energy to resist it. Oh, fighting, huh? Gu Pingan nodded in sudden realization, then asked a question in a very serious tone that almost made everyone present collapse. So, do you have money? What? Lei Xian wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. I said, if I beat you, will I get paid? Gu Pingan repeated as if it were a matter of course. I'm a very lazy person, and I don't like to waste my energy. Your student council is such a big organization, you can't expect me to work for free, can you? My appearance fee is very high. Quiet. A deathly silence. Lei Xian and the group of people behind him were all petrified. They've seen arrogant people, but never anyone this arrogant. They've seen arrogant people before, but never anyone this arrogant. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Are we discussing money right now? These are the student council's rules. They represent discipline. They represent their reputation. You're asking for death. Lei Xian was trembling with rage, feeling like his lungs were about to explode from anger at this kid. Without another word, he stomped his foot and shot towards Gu Pingan like a cannonball. Thunderbolt fist. Lei Xian roared, and cyan true energy instantly condensed on his right fist, even mixed with a few silver arcs of electricity, making a sizzling sound. This is his signature move, a high-grade Xian-level fist technique. When he throws a punch, it has the force of a thunderbolt and is incredibly powerful. He wanted to knock this arrogant brat down with one punch. To teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Seeing the menacing punch coming at them, Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang showed no worry whatsoever. Fatty Wang even took 2 steps back, afraid that blood might splatter on him later. Gu Pingan, facing a punch powerful enough to shatter stone, merely yawned lazily. Ugh, I have to do it again. What a hassle. He muttered something to himself, and then, to everyone's astonishment, he stretched out his right hand to meet the fist crackling with electricity, without flinching or dodging. He didn't even clench his fist. He just casually opened his palm, as if swatting an annoying mosquito. Arrogant. Lei Xian was even more furious when he saw this. Use your palm to catch my thunder fist? You're asking for it. He poured all his inner energy into his right fist, and the lightning on his fist became even more intense. He could almost see that in the next second, this kid's entire arm would be smashed into a bloody mist by his punch. However, just a moment before his fist was about to touch Gu Pingan's palm, the sneer on his face suddenly froze. A terrifying sense of crisis that made his very soul tremble instantly enveloped his entire body. He tried to pull back his fist, but found it was too late. Chapter 65. A slap sends the discipline inspection minister flying. Lightning crackled on Lei Xian's fist as his true energy surged and condensed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling straight toward Gu Ping'an's face. He used all his strength in that punch. He wore a cruel yet confident smile. He could already picture this arrogant freshman, his arm broken, bones shattered, kneeling on the ground, weeping and wailing, in the next second. However, reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Smack! A crisp sound rang out in the courtyard. The sound was not loud, and even abrupt, as if someone had casually slapped the table. But this soft sound made everyone present's heart skip a beat. Time was forcibly slowed down in everyone's sight. Lei Xian's incomparably violent thunder fist stopped less than a centimeter away from Gu Ping'an's fair palm. It wasn't that he wanted to stop. All his power vanished into thin air. He felt as if his fist had struck an invisible and intangible abyss. The fist force, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone, and the violent lightning energy, were dissolved the moment they touched the opponent's palm by an aura carrying a faint scent of wine, without even causing a ripple. What the hell is this thing? Lei Xian's mind went blank for a moment. His prized thunderclap fist couldn't even touch a hair on his opponent's head? Immediately afterward, before he could even recover from this immense shock, he watched in disbelief as that seemingly refined and elegant hand, following a trajectory he could not comprehend, slowly bypassed his fist and then, without a trace of harshness, imprinted itself on his left cheek. The movements were very gentle. You could even call it gentle. But it was just a light slap. Boom! A terrifying force that defied all reason erupted from his cheek in an instant. That power did not belong to true qi, nor to the physical body. It was a higher level, completely overwhelming power. Lei Xian felt as if he had been run over head-on by a rampaging ancient beast. His resilient protective inner energy was more fragile than paper in the face of that slap, collapsing at the slightest touch. Snap! A sharp, teeth-grinding crack came clearly from his left cheek. The next second, his body completely lost control. Then, his body flew up uncontrollably. He was like a spinning top that had been flung away by a tremendous force, spinning 720 degrees in mid-air and tracing an exaggerated parabola. Before he could even scream, he crashed hard into the sturdy courtyard wall of Tinjiuquan. Boom! A loud bang. The courtyard wall, made of a special alloy and said to be able to withstand the full force of a grandmaster's attack, was smashed by him, leaving a huge human-shaped dent. The dense cracks, centered on the pit, spread wildly outwards, covering the entire wall. Lei Xian's body, like a torn painting, slid limply off the wall. He fell to the ground with a thud, his limbs twitched unnaturally a couple of times, his head lolled to the side, and he became completely still. Half of his face was swollen high and turned purplish red, with a trace of liquid mixed with saliva and blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Quiet. The entire Tinjiuquan pavilion fell into a deathly silence once again. The air seemed to freeze. The student council members who had come with Lei Xian were all frozen in place, their bodies stiff, their mouths agape, their faces filled with indescribable horror and fear. What did they see? Minister Lei, a peak 9th grade mortal realm cultivator, someone who ranks highly among the academy's senior students, actually. Was he slapped and sent flying? Moreover, the other party didn't even move a step from beginning to end. His nonchalant manner was as if he had casually swatted a fly. This is a freshman? Are you sure it's not some reclusive old monster who's just bored out of his mind and came to the school to experience life? Well. A sigh filled with deep disgust broke the suffocating silence. Gu Ping'an withdrew his hand, even taking out a tissue to carefully wipe his palm before throwing it on the ground in disgust. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself with a pained expression. What bad luck! I got my hands all dirty from a fight. They're so greasy. I'll have to wash them thoroughly with hand sanitizer when I get back. I already told you my appearance fee is very high. I've lost a lot of money this time. I need compensation for emotional distress, cleaning fees for my hands, lost wages. I have to go back and extort more from old man Lin. No, I need to get a few more jars of good wine to make up for it. These words nearly made the student council members kneel down on the spot. My goodness. You slapped the head of the discipline inspection department so hard he was practically dead, and now all you care about is getting your hands dirty? You're even thinking of asking the dean for compensation? Are you a devil? Cough cough. Fatty Wang finally snapped out of his petrified state. He looked at the few guys who were almost scared out of their wits and cleared his throat. He imitated the gangsters in Hong Kong movies, putting his hands on his hips, sticking out his belly, raising his chin almost to the sky, and shouting with all his might. How about that? Are you convinced? My boss's strength, isn't it? You bunch of scrawny bastards dare to cause trouble on my boss's turf? The student council members were so startled by his shout that they all jumped in fright, their souls nearly flying out of their bodies. The way they looked at Fatty Wang was tinged with awe. To be able to serve as a lackey to such a monster, running errands for him and still be so arrogant, this fat guy must be no ordinary person. Li Yaoyao stood to the side, gently covering her mouth with her hand. Her clear, cool eyes were filled with undisguised laughter and a hint of admiration. This guy is still the same as always. Despite being incredibly strong, they always resort to this most infuriating and speechless method to solve problems. But he really is handsome. Gu Ping'an ignored the guys who were practically pissing themselves in fear. He turned around, sat back down at the stone table, poured himself a cup of tea, and moistened his throat. Then, he raised his eyelids and lazily glanced at the student council members who were still frozen in place. And you? He spoke softly, his voice low, yet it struck those people like a heavy hammer. Want to give it a try too? Gulp. The sounds of swallowing saliva were particularly clear in the quiet courtyard. Upon hearing this, the student council members turned pale with fright, their legs went weak, and they almost knelt on the ground. Want to give it a try? Try it, your sister. Are we tired of living? Chapter 66 Student Council President, Chen Mo of the Chen family in the capital. No, no, no. We won't try. We dare not. The young man who seemed to be the leader was the quickest to react, shaking his head like a rattledrum in fright. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at Gu Ping'an, his voice trembling. This senior. No, this gentleman. We were blind to your greatness, we looked down on you and offended you. You're so generous, just ignore us and let us go. After saying that, he made a plop and tried to kneel down. All right. Gu Ping'an waved his hand impatiently. Don't whine in front of me, it's annoying to watch. He pointed to Lei Xian, who was already unconscious in the corner, and curled his lip. Drag that guy away, so he won't be an eyesore in my yard. Also, fix this wall. If I wake up tomorrow and see a crack in it, you'd better think twice before you act. Yes. We'll get it done right away. Right away. The student council members, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to the corner of the wall, hurriedly lifted Lei Xian, who was like a lump of mud, and then fled from Tin Jiuquan without looking back. That speed was more than twice as fast as when they came. Watching their disheveled retreating figures, Fatty Wang put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Awesome. So awesome. Boss, that slap you gave him just now was absolutely awesome. You should have seen that guy's face, it looked like he'd eaten shit. He ran to Gu Ping'an's side and massaged his shoulders with an admiring look on his face. Boss, are you thirsty? Hungry? Do you want me to get you some good wine and food? Get lost. Gu Ping'an slapped his hand away in disgust. Don't bother me, I want to sleep. After saying that, he stretched and prepared to go back to his attic. Gu Ping'an. Li Yaoyao called out to him. What now? Gu Ping'an turned around, somewhat impatiently. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble this time, Li Yaoyao said with a hint of worry on her face. Unlike Fatty Wang, she wasn't carefree, she thought things through more deeply. That Lei Xian is the head of the Discipline Inspection Department of the Student Union. Behind him is the entire Student Union. Student Council? Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Are they that powerful? Very impressive. Li Yaoyao nodded, explaining seriously. The Student Council of the Federal First Martial Arts Academy is different from those of other schools. The Student Council here has enormous power, and in some aspects, it can even rival the Academy's management. The Student Council president is named Chen Mo. He was the champion of the previous qualifying tournament and his strength has reached the half-step Grandmaster realm. He is the recognized number one in the Academy. Moreover, he is from the Chen family in the capital. The Chen family of the capital? Upon hearing this name, Fatty Wang's expression changed. Is that the Chen family, the so-called military family? They've produced several federal generals. That's right. Li Yaoyao nodded. Chen Mo is arrogant and extremely protective of his own. You beat up his head of the Discipline Inspection Department in front of so many people today, he will definitely not let it go. Oh. Gu Pingan simply responded with a faint oh, his face still showing his indifferent expression. Oh, what do you mean, boss? Fatty Wang exclaimed anxiously. That guy is a grandmaster. And the student council has a lot of people and influence. We're afraid our days in the academy won't be easy from now on. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Pingan curled his lip. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If he dares to cause trouble, we'll just take him down with us. Besides, he paused, looked at Li Yaoyao, and grinned. Even if the sky falls, you, the eldest daughter of the heavenly swordly family, will still hold it up, won't you? Didn't your patriarch give me the token? What's there to be afraid of? Li Yaoyao. She knew he would say that. She sighed helplessly, but a sweet feeling welled up inside her. This guy, though he talks a big game, has never actually been afraid of anyone. At the same time, the news that Gu Pingan slapped Lei Xian, the head of the Discipline Inspection Department, away spread like wildfire throughout the entire Federal First Martial Arts Academy at an alarming speed. The college's internal forum exploded. Shocking news. Lei Xian, the head of the Discipline Inspection Department, was slapped unconscious by a newly arrived special admission student in the prestigious Listening to the Rain Pavilion courtyard. Holy crap! Really? Lei Xian is at the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Which freshman is this powerful? Absolutely true. I was nearby and saw it with my own eyes. That freshman just casually waved his hand, and Lei Xian flew out like he was swatting a fly. I also have a video. But I only captured the moment Lei Xian flew out. It was too fast, I couldn't even see how the freshman made his move. Video link, click to view. A blurry video was attached to the post. In the video, only a tall figure can be seen flying backward like a cannonball and crashing hard into the wall. Although the faces were not clearly visible, the uniforms of the student union's discipline department were clearly discernible. The entire forum instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Are these freshmen devils? Tingyu Pavilion? Isn't that a place only S-level special recruits can live in? Could it be that guy named Gu Pingan? Gu Pingan? The guy who was personally greeted by the dean and even given a special place in the top-tier courtyard? I heard he got in through connections and doesn't have any real ability. How could he be so strong? Upstairs, your information is outdated. You think you can slap Lei Xian against a wall without the strength? You try it and see. This is going to be interesting. The student council has been humiliated like this. President Chun Mo certainly won't stand idly by, waiting for Chairman Chen to take action and teach this arrogant newcomer a lesson. Various discussions and speculations arose in every corner of the academy. On his second day at the academy, Gu Pingan's name became famous throughout the entire school in a way that no one could have imagined. Student Union Headquarters, President's Office. A handsome young man with a calm demeanor was quietly looking at forum posts on his personal computer. He is Chen Mo, the student council president. President Lei Xian, a student council member, stood in front of him, hesitant to speak. I understand. Chen Mo turned off his personal terminal, his voice flat, revealing no emotion. You don't need to worry about this. Let Lei Xian recover properly, and the medical expenses will be covered by the student union. Yes, Chairman. The cadre nodded, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, then, that Gu Pingan, are we just going to let it go like this? Forget it? Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. When did it become anyone else's place to lecture my people, Chen Mo's people? He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the entire college. He's just a newbie. Even if he has some talent, he's too arrogant. Since he likes to fight so much, let him have some fun in the newcomer qualifying battle. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Pass down my message, tell Wang Tang to make preparations. Tell him that his chance for revenge has come. Chapter 67. The Dean's Personal Instruction. You dare to touch him? Just when the entire college was in turmoil due to the conflict between Gu Pingan and the student council. As the main character in the incident, Gu Pingan didn't take it to heart at all. He returned to his attic and slept soundly. When he woke up again, it was already dusk. Gurgle. The rumbling in his stomach made him get out of bed. Fatty. Yao yao. Dinner's ready. He pushed open the door and shouted into the yard. Soon, Fatty Wang came running out of his attic. Boss, you're awake. The food is all ready, just waiting for you to say the word. Fatty Wang said with a fawning expression. Ever since witnessing Gu Ping'an's inhuman strength, he has now completely transformed into Gu Ping'an's #1 lackey. Li Yaoyao also came out of her attic. She had changed into an elegant white dress, and her beautiful face looked especially charming in the afterglow of the setting sun. You actually woke up? I thought you were going to sleep until tomorrow morning. She rolled her eyes at Gu Ping'an, her tone slightly reproachful. There's nothing I can do, I was too exhausted yesterday, Gu Ping'an said matter-of-factly. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang exchanged a glance, neither knowing what to say. High consumption? You only slapped me twice, kicked me once, and drew a circle. Is that what you call a lot of exertion? Lei Xian, who was beaten half to death, and Li Tianyu and the others, who had been soaking in the lotus pond for half a day, were they going to die on the spot? The three of them arrived at the stone table in the courtyard, where Fatty Wang had already arranged for a sumptuous dinner. The restaurant is filled with all kinds of delicacies, and in the center are several jars of fine vintage wines that look very valuable. Boss, Yao Yao, come and try this. This is drunken immortal brew that I specially sourced from my family's restaurant. Although it can't compare to the Li family's drunken life, dreamy death, it's still a rare delicacy. Fatty Wang greeted them warmly. Gu Ping'an didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a jar of wine, broke the mud seal, and filled a large bowl for himself. It tastes all right. He took a sip and nodded. Just as the three were about to enjoy their meal. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard gate was knocked on again. Who is it? Can't a person eat in peace? Fatty Wang muttered irritably as he got up to open the door. Standing at the entrance was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in an academy instructor's uniform, who looked like a wise and venerable immortal. When the old man saw Fatty Wang, he asked with a smile, "Excuse me, do you live here, Gu Ping'an? Who are you?" Fatty Wang looked at the unfathomable old man in front of him and dared not be negligent. I am Zhang Xian, one of the vice deans of the academy. The old man stroked his long beard and introduced himself. Vice dean? Wang Pengzi's heart skipped a beat. This is a real big shot in the academy. What's he doing here? Are they here to cause trouble for the boss? He was a little apprehensive, but still respectfully invited the old man in. Vice Dean Zhang, what brings you here? Li Yaoyao also stood up and politely bowed. She recognized Zhang Xian. He was one of the most senior vice deans in the academy, with unfathomable strength, and was said to have reached the Saint Realm. Yao Yao is here too. Zhang Xian nodded kindly, then his gaze fell on Gu Ping'an, who was still drinking and eating meat by himself. A hint of curiosity and admiration flashed in his eyes. You must be Gu Ping'an? It's me, what's up? Gu Ping'an looked up, his mouth still stuffed with a piece of roasted meat, and asked indistinctly. This old man is quite strong. He seems to be even stronger than that old man from the Li family. Zhang Xian looked at him like this, but instead of being angry, he laughed. Just as old man Lin said, he's an interesting little fellow. He walked to the stone table and, without any ceremony, sat down directly. I've come here on the behalf of the dean to deliver something to you. As he spoke, he took out a purple gold token from his pocket and handed it to Gu Ping'an. The token is engraved with 2 large characters in a flamboyant style, personally passed down. What is this? Gu Ping'an took the token and examined it from all angles. This is Dean Lin's personal disciple's order, Zhang Xian said. From today onwards, you are Dean Lin's last disciple. Ha! Gu Ping'an was stunned. Wang Pengzi and Li Yaoyao were also stunned. A disciple personally taught by the dean? This is impossible. You should know that Dean Lin Weidong hasn't taken on any disciples for over 100 years. Which of his disciples isn't now a big shot in the Federation, whose every move can shake the region? Now, he has actually taken Gu Ping'an, a freshman who just enrolled, as his last disciple? If this news gets out, the entire academy, no, the entire Federation, will be in an uproar. What's that old man up to? Gu Ping'an frowned and threw the token on the table. When did I agree to be his apprentice? He's taking advantage of me. No way, this isn't over. He has to compensate me with at least 10 more jars of Fire Dragon's Roar. Zhang Xian, Li Yaoyao, Fatty Wang. The three of them looked at Gu Ping'an, who had a "I've lost out big time" expression on his face, and didn't know what to say. My goodness. That's the personal disciple of the Dean of the Federation's #1 martial arts academy. This incredible opportunity is something that countless people would fight tooth and nail for, even if it meant going bankrupt. How did it become taking advantage of you? And you even expect them to compensate you for the drinks? Ahem. Zhang Xian coughed twice, forcibly bringing the topic back on track. This is the dean's idea. He said that with this token, you can do whatever you want in the academy. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, showing this token is equivalent to the dean's personal presence. He glanced meaningfully outside. Even the student council wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Clearly, what happened during the day had reached the ears of the college's higher-ups. Lin Weidong was indirectly supporting Gu Pingyan and warning those who wanted to cause trouble. Oh, so it's a talisman. Gu Pingyan understood. He picked up the token, weighed it in his hand, and then casually put it in his pocket. Alright then, I'll reluctantly become your apprentice. But you can't leave out a single one of those 10 jars of wine. Zhang Xian was both amused and exasperated by his appearance. He now understood why the dean had said the little guy was interesting. Just then, a sudden commotion arose outside the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, a cold yet authoritative voice rang out from outside the door. Student Council President Chen Mo has come to pay a visit. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure that reverberated throughout the entire courtyard. It's here. Wang Pengzi's heart tightened suddenly. Li Yaoyao's brows furrowed slightly. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao appears. The student council president, as expected, came knocking on our door. Chapter 68 Qualifying Battle, The Hunting Game. Chen Mo's voice, like a thunderclap, exploded in the quiet courtyard. Wang Pengzi and Li Yaoyao's expressions both turned serious. Student council president, the top student in the academy, a grandmaster-level powerhouse. This is definitely a formidable opponent. However, Gu Pingyan seemed not to hear, continuing to slowly gnaw on the chicken leg in his hand without even lifting his eyelids. On the contrary, Zhang Xian, the vice dean sitting opposite him, frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. This kid from the Chun family is getting more and more unruly. As the vice dean and a martial emperor realm expert, Chen Mo's meager pressure was naturally insignificant in his presence. But the other party knew he was inside, yet still dared to be so presumptuous, clearly showing they didn't take him seriously. Vice Dean Zhang, what do you think? Fatty Wan looked at Zhang Xian nervously. It's all right. Zhang Xian waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. He picked up his wine glass, took a slow sip, and then, in a calm yet incredibly clear voice, addressed the doorway. President Chen, what brings you here? Outside the door, Chen Mo heard Zhang Xian's voice, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Vice Dean Zhang Xian? What's he doing here? His original intention in coming here was to give that freshman named Gu Pingyan a hard time and let him know who was in charge at the first academy. But he never expected to run into the great master Zhang Xian here. Now, things are getting a bit complicated. Although Chen Mo was surprised, he remained expressionless. He straightened his robes and bowed respectfully towards the courtyard. Student Chen Mo, I was unaware that Vice Dean Zhang was here. I apologize for disturbing you. His voice was less authoritative and more respectful than before. Come in, Zhang Xian said calmly. The door was pushed open, and Chen Mo walked in with 2 student council members. As soon as he entered, his gaze immediately locked onto the group of people around the stone table. When he saw the lazy boy who was engrossed in eating, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This guy is Gu Pingyan, the one who slapped Lei Xian away. It doesn't look that great. However, when his gaze fell upon Vice Dean Zhang Xian and the purple gold personal disciple token in front of Gu Pingyan, his heart sank. The dean personally bestows a discipleship order? He's actually the dean's personal disciple? This news struck Chen Mo like a bolt from the blue. He instantly understood why Zhang Xian was here. Now I understand why this freshman named Gu Pingyan dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that behind them stood the biggest backer in the entire college. Chen Mo's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face, and his face burned with pain. They went to all this trouble to cause trouble, only to find out that the other party was no match for them at all. It's like an adult aggressively trying to teach a primary school student a lesson, only to discover that the student's father is a world boxing champion. How can we fight like this? President Chen, what brings you here so late at night? Zhang Xian put down his wine glass and looked at him with a half smile. Chen Mo opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know how to start speaking. He can't exactly say, I'm here to cause trouble for your newly accepted junior brother, can he? Oh, I remember now. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Gu Pingyan finally finished the chicken leg in his hand. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, then looked up at Chun Mo and said with a look of sudden realization. You're that student council leader, right? Are you here to fix my wall? That's quite efficient, not bad at all. Puff. Wang Pengzi spat out the mouthful of wine he had just taken a sip of. Boss, you're a god. That's like killing someone by breaking their spirit. Chen Mo's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He, the president of the student council and the pride of the Chun family in the capital, has never suffered such humiliation. The two student council officers behind him were trembling with anger, but dared not retaliate. Gu Ping'an. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and squeezed out these three words. He stared intently at Gu Ping'an, the anger in his eyes almost tangible. If looks could kill, Gu Ping'an would probably be torn to pieces by now. All right. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Zhang Xian quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Tiansu, Ping'an is new to the academy and doesn't know the rules, so please be more tolerant of him. His words were ostensibly a request for Chen Mo to take responsibility, but in reality, they were a warning to him not to act recklessly. Chen Mo took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that with Zhang Xuan's token, he wouldn't be able to touch Gu Ping'an today. Vice Dean Zhang is right. Chen Mo bowed to Zhang Xian, then turned to Gu Ping'an and said coldly. Junior brother Gu, today's events were due to the student council's abruptness. However, I hope you remember that at the Federation's first martial arts academy, strength is everything. I hope that in the new student qualification battle in a few days, I can see that you have the strength to be worthy of the title of Dean's personal disciple. After saying that, he didn't linger. He turned around and left quickly with his men. That figure, no matter how you look at it, exudes a sense of disheveled panic as it flees in disarray. Watching them leave, Fatty Wang slapped his thigh excitedly. Ha ha ha. He ran away. That guy was scared away by just one sentence from you, boss. Li Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of worry still lingered in her eyes. His last sentence was a threat, she said softly. He will definitely try to take action against you in the qualifying match. Qualifying matches? Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. What exactly are those? Zhang Xian, standing to the side, explained with a smile, the qualifying tournament is a tradition of our academy. Rather than a competition, it's more like a hunting game. A hunting game? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. The academy will open a secret realm called 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, and all new students will be thrown into it. Each new student will have a points tracker. You can earn points in two ways. First, hunt down the monsters in the secret realm. The higher the level of the monster, the more points you will get. Secondly, it's about hunting down other freshmen. As long as you defeat your opponent, you can take half of their points. Of course, killing is forbidden in the secret realm. Once the tracker detects that a student is in mortal danger, it will automatically teleport them out and eliminate them. This game will last for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, only the top 100 students in terms of points will be qualified to become official students of the academy. And the top 10 will receive unimaginably generous rewards. After hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, both Fatty Wang and Li Yaoyao's expressions became somewhat serious. This isn't a competition, it's clearly a brutal game of jungle law. The strong can plunder the points of the weak at will and rise to the top in one step. The weak, on the other hand, can only become stepping stones for others to rise to power. Interesting. Gu Ping'an stroked his chin, a hint of interest finally appearing on his face. So, are there bars in the secret realm? Zhang Xian. Chapter 69. 2 green snakes in 2 sleeves, first display of divine power. 3 days later, the freshman qualification battle officially began. In the central square of the college, thousands of freshmen from all over the Federation gathered. Each of them exudes youthful confidence and aspirations for the future. Those who can be admitted to the Federation's first martial arts academy are all the chosen ones, the cream of the crop. They are the future of the Federation, the hope of humanity. On the high platform in the square, Dean Lin Weidong personally appeared and delivered a passionate speech. It's nothing more than empty words of encouragement for new students, and fighting for the future of humanity. Gu Ping'an stood in the crowd, yawning, and was getting sleepy. Hey boss, pay attention. The dean is watching from upstairs. Fatty Wang whispered a reminder from the side. I know, you're so long-winded. Gu Ping'an waved his hand impatiently. All he wants to do right now is get started and find a place to sleep. Soon, the speech ended, and all the new students were given a black tracking device that looked like a watch. As a massive portal of light opened in the center of the plaza, the qualifying battle officially began. The new students surged into the portal with excitement and nervousness, like a tidal wave. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. This is a vast and boundless primeval forest, with ancient trees reaching for the sky, vines intertwined, and a wild and dangerous atmosphere permeating the air. Roars filled with savage fury echoed from the depths of the mountains, sending chills down one's spine. With a flash of light, Gu Ping'an, Li Yaoyao, and Fatty Wang appeared in a dense forest. Wow! The spiritual energy here is so rich. Fatty Wang took a deep breath, feeling every pore on his body open up. This is an independent secret realm controlled by the Academy. The concentration of spiritual energy here is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Moreover, there are many rare monsters and spiritual herbs that have long been extinct in the outside world, Li Yaoyao explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and hunt down monsters to earn points. Fatty Wang was already quite impatient. However, Gu Ping'an stretched and then plopped down on a smooth, large rock next to him. You guys go ahead, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep for a while. As he spoke, he took out his precious gourd from his pocket, uncorked it, and prepared to drink. Ha! Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. Boss, this is a competition. How come you're asleep? Yeah, right, Li Yaoyao said, somewhat amused. Aren't you going to compete for a higher ranking? You really don't want that drop of dragon marrow anymore? I don't want it. Gu Ping'an shook his head. It's too much trouble. Besides, he said, shaking the gourd in his hand and grinning, why bother earning points yourself? I'll just wait until others have made enough, then I'll just rob them, won't I? Wang Pingzi and Li Yaoyao exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. Yes. With the boss's strength, does he still need to fight monsters and level up himself? Why not just find the player ranked first on the leaderboard and steal their spot? This approach is simply, shameless yet highly efficient. Well, boss, shall we two go scout ahead? Fatty Wang asked tentatively. Go away, don't bother me. Gu Ping'an waved his hand impatiently. Then be careful, Li Yaoyao instructed before she and Fatty Wang cautiously made their way into the depths of the dense forest. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Gu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. Finally, it's quiet again. He found a comfortable position, leaned against the rock, basked in the sun, and happily sipped his wine. This is life. Just as Gu Ping'an was enjoying his carefree time. Not far from him, in a thicket of bushes, 5 or 6 young men dressed in matching clothes were quietly watching him. Captain, that's the kid. He's Gu Ping'an, a tall, thin young man said in a low voice. The leader was a young man with a scar on his face. He looked at Gu Ping'an, who was leisurely drinking in the distance, with a hint of greed and disdain in his eyes. Humph, I thought he was some kind of superhuman, but he's just a good-for-nothing who likes to drink. His 2 henchmen have left, now is the perfect opportunity for us to make our move. That's right. He's an S-level special recruit, so his initial score must be very high. As long as we eliminate him, we can directly break into the top 100. Let's do it. A ruthless glint flashed in the scarred youth's eyes. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. If the 5 of us go at him together, I don't believe we can't take him down. Superior. The 5 exchanged a glance, then burst forth from the bushes like 5 cheetahs, silently flanking Gu Ping'an from 5 different directions. Each of them drew their weapons, and the flashing of swords and blades disappeared into the forest. However, faced with this sudden sneak attack, Gu Ping'an, sitting on the rock, didn't even lift his eyelids. He just pursed his lips in slight annoyance. Ugh, really, they won't even let people get a good night's sleep. He sighed, took another swig of wine, and then, just before the 5 men's attacks were about to land on him, he casually flicked his sleeves lightly to his left and right. The movement was very light and casual, like shooing away 2 annoying flies. There was no fluctuation of true energy, no crisscrossing sword energy. However, in the instant he waved his sleeve. Call out. Call out. 2 barely audible whooshing sounds rang out. 2 streaks of cyan light, almost invisible to the naked eye and as thin as hair, flashed past his wide sleeves like 2 living serpents. It's the heavenly rank sword technique, 2 green snakes in the sleeves, that the system rewarded before. The 5 attackers only felt a blur before their eyes, as if something had flashed past them. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling coldness instantly spread from their necks. The sneer on their faces froze instantly. Looking down, I saw a thin bloodstain on my neck that I didn't know had appeared before. At the same time, the score trackers on their wrists turned gray with a beep. What happened? The same thought popped into all 5 of their minds at the same time. Then, before they could figure it out, an irresistible force of teleportation enveloped their entire bodies. With a flash of light, all 5 disappeared from their spots, eliminated from the competition. From the moment they made their move to their elimination, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Gu Ping'an, from beginning to end, didn't even change his posture once. He simply took another sip of wine, then shifted to a more comfortable position, leaned back against the rock, and closed his eyes. How annoying, you're interrupting my drinking. He was still muttering discontentedly to himself. This scene was clearly witnessed by another team of freshmen in the distance, who were preparing to stalk the cicada while unaware of the oriole behind. They were all terrified and fled from this place of turmoil that filled them with immense fear. A terrifying legend about a drunkard in Tinjiuquan who possesses an invisible killing technique begins to quietly circulate among the new students. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a valley, a young man dressed in a gold martial arts uniform with a gloomy face was listening to his subordinate's report. Brother Tang, we just received news that Gu Ping'an appeared alone at Sunset Slope in the east, and his 2 henchmen are not with him. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes instantly blazed with overwhelming hatred and murderous intent. He is none other than Wang Tang, the chosen one of the royal families in the capital. Gu Ping'an. He gritted his teeth and read out the name that had caused him so much humiliation, word by word. This time, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood. Chapter 70 Wang Tang's Revenge. That scene at Jiangqing Gymnasium is a nightmare that Wang Tang will never forget for the rest of his life. He was once the most dazzling genius in Jiangcheng, the undisputed champion, and a figure admired and revered by countless people. But because of that man named Gu Ping'an, everything he had was destroyed. First, he was defeated in a second under the spotlight and became a laughingstock. Then, in the desperate moment when the abyss descended, he fought with all his might, burning his life force, trying to protect the woman he loved, but he was still crushed like an ant by that damned spider demon. Finally, as he fell into a coma and his consciousness was about to fade, he felt it. It's that man. It was Gu Ping'an who, in a way he couldn't understand, pulled him back from the brink of death. That drop of golden liquid not only healed his injuries, but also allowed his cultivation to unexpectedly break through to the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. But for Wang Tang, this was not a blessing, but an even greater humiliation. He would rather die in battle than accept the charity from the enemy he hated most. After returning to the capital city and the Wang family, he locked himself in the cultivation room and cultivated frantically day and night. The family also poured all their resources into nurturing him, showering him with all sorts of rare and precious herbs and elixirs as if they were free. Finally, on the day before the qualifying battle began, he successfully awakened the legendary Golden Dragon battle body of the Wang family and broke through the shackles of the mortal realm, stepping into the extraordinary realm that countless martial artists dream of. Grandmaster. An 18-year-old master. Looking across the entire federation, this is an extremely rare existence. He, Wang Tang, has once again reached the pinnacle of genius. He believed that he now had enough power to wash away the shame of the past. He wanted to crush that guy named Gu Ping'an under his feet in this freshman qualification battle, right in front of everyone. He wanted to show Li Yaoyao who the real powerhouse was. And who was truly worthy of her. Gu Ping'an. Wang Tang's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his eyes burning with a fierce fire of revenge. This time, I won't give you any more chances. Brother Tang, one of his henchmen, cautiously reminded him. We just received news that Gu Ping'an seems to be acting strangely. Apparently, 5 people tried to ambush him just now, but they were eliminated instantly without even touching the hem of his clothes. Humph, a bunch of useless trash. Wang Tang scoffed disdainfully. They dare to compare themselves to me? My strength is vastly different now. I can easily suppress Gu Ping'an with a flick of my wrist. His voice was filled with absolute confidence. The Grandmaster realm and the mortal realm are 2 completely different concepts. A single step can make all the difference. He couldn't believe that Gu Ping'an could break through to the Grandmaster realm in such a short time. Everyone, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tang led the dozen or so equally skilled members of the Wang family behind him, charging aggressively towards Sunset Slope. Sunset Slope. Gu Ping'an was leaning against a large rock, dozing off. The warm sunshine felt wonderful on my skin. He felt himself falling asleep. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar, breaking the tranquility of the place. Gu Pingon opened his eyes somewhat annoyed. Why are you here again? Can't a person get a proper night's sleep? He looked up and saw a group of young people dressed in gold martial arts uniforms surrounding him with murderous intent. The one in the lead had a gloomy face and a venomous look in his eyes. Who else could it be but the unlucky guy he saved in Jiangcheng? Hey, isn't this, who was it again? Gu Pingon picked at his ear, looking like he was trying hard to remember. Oh, I remember now. He slapped his thigh. That guy in the gym who got beaten up like a dead dog by a giant spider. TSK, they're pretty tough, they didn't die after all? Gu Pingon's words were like poisoned knives, piercing deeply into Wang Tang's heart. You are looking for death. Wang Tang's face instantly turned a deep liver color, and the veins on his forehead bulged out like earthworms. The scar he least wanted to be mentioned was casually exposed by Gu Pingon in front of all his subordinates. Boom! A violent aura of a grandmaster erupted from Wang Tang's body. Golden true energy, like flames, burned fiercely around him. Behind him, a huge golden dragon phantom even faintly appeared. Gu Pingon! Today, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance. Wang Tang roared and transformed into a golden streak of light, shooting towards Gu Pingon. Golden Dragon Battle Body, activate. Golden Dragon Fist. He threw a punch, and the golden dragon phantom behind him seemed to come alive, letting out a deafening dragon roar, and together with his fist, it slammed towards Gu Pingon. This punch was more than 10 times more powerful than Lei Xian's thunder fist before. Wherever the fist passed, the air was compressed and emitted a mournful cry of unbearable strain. Kill. The dozen or so Wang family members behind him also launched an attack at the same time. Golden sword energy and blade light rained down, densely covering every corner of Gu Pingon's body. They were going to use this thunderous combined attack to completely blast this man who had brought shame upon their Wang family into pieces. Faced with this terrifying attack, which would make any grandmaster turn pale, Gu Pingon finally slowly stood up from the rock. He looked at the oncoming, earth-shattering golden torrent, his face still bearing that lazy expression. Ugh, this is such a hassle. He sighed, then picked up the gourd of wine that was placed to the side. Gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining drunken life, dreamlike death, from the gourd in one go. Ding! The host has consumed a large amount of drunken life, dreamlike death, and entered a drunken state. Intoxicated status bonus, pain shielding, greatly increased strength, speed, and reaction time. Sword attack power increased by 200%. Can unleash some powerful sword techniques from the drunken sword immortal's legacy? A surge of alcohol, more powerful and vast than ever before, erupted from Gu Pingon's body. His eyes changed. Those eyes, which always carried a hint of drowsiness and indifference, were now incredibly deep and clear, yet also held a detached indifference that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of time. It was the gaze of a god looking down upon the mortal world. He looked at the golden torrent that was almost within reach, and slowly raised his right hand. Extend your index finger gently. Then, a cold, emotionless voice clearly came from his mouth. A single sword flashes coldly, illuminating 19 continents. Chapter 71. A sword's light chills across 19 provinces. When the 6 words "a sword's light chills 19 provinces" were uttered by Gu Pingon in a calm, almost indifferent tone, the whole world seemed to have been put on pause. Wang Tang's face, contorted with extreme anger and confidence, froze. His fist, which was wrapped in the phantom of a golden dragon and seemed to be about to destroy everything, stopped in midair, less than half a meter away from Gu Pingon's nose. The dozen or so Wang family members behind him, their faces filled with smug satisfaction and cruelty, also froze. The sword energy and saber light that had been whistling out from their hands all froze in midair, like specimens preserved in amber. The wind stopped. The sound disappeared. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment. The only thing moving was Gu Pingon's slender, pale index finger, which he slowly extended. At his fingertips, a ray of light quietly bloomed. It was a wisp of silvery white light, pure to the extreme and cold to the extreme. The light was very thin and faint, like a ray of starlight in the dark night. But this faint ray of light made the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range pale in comparison. The sun, as if at that moment, had dimmed. Buzz. The sword light flashed, and it moved. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic fluctuations. It just drifted lightly across Gu Pingon's fingertips. It swept past Wang Tang's unstoppable fist, past the menacing golden dragon phantom, past the sky full of sword energy and saber light, and finally, gently brushed over the bodies of Wang Tang and all the Wang family members behind him. Then, it vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. Time seemed to have resumed its flow. The wind has begun to blow again. The birdsong from the woods reached my ears once more. Wang Tang and the dozen or so Wang family members behind him remained in their attack stances, standing motionless. Their faces still retained the ferocious, fanatical expressions from before. However, their eyes changed. Those eyes, which were originally filled with resentment and murderous intent, were now filled with endless bewilderment and a kind of deep-seated, extreme coldness. Click. A soft sound. The black tracker on Wang Tang's wrist suddenly cracked open without warning. Immediately afterwards. Click. 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 The tracking devices on the hands of the dozen or so Wang family members behind him also shattered simultaneously, as if a chain reaction had occurred. With a flash of light, beams of teleportation enveloped them all. From beginning to end, they did not utter a single scream. Even their bodies were not harmed in the slightest. But their souls, their will, and their pride as martial artists were completely frozen and shattered in that instant by that chilling sword light. They lost. The defeat was even more thorough and decisive than the one in Jiangcheng. As the light faded, more than a dozen figures vanished from their spot. Sunset Slope has returned to its previous tranquility. It was as if the earth-shattering battle just now was just an illusion. Hiss. Gu Pingan withdrew his finger, unable to help but shudder. This move uses up quite a bit of alcohol, and it's a bit cold. He rubbed his arms, feeling the chill that penetrated to his very bones, a chill that even he found hard to bear. A single sword's light chills 19 continents. This move is not a purely killing sword. It does not sever the physical body, but rather the Tao. It is the opponent's will, the opponent's belief, the opponent's status as a martial artist, everything. With a single sword strike, the light chilled heaven and earth, freezing time and space. Before this sword, any struggle is futile. Gu Pingan pursed his lips, feeling somewhat bored. I thought this guy named Wang Tang would bring me some fun after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. The result was the same, it couldn't withstand a hit. They don't even have the right to make a second move. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. He sighed, sat back down on the big rock, and prepared to continue his great sleep. At the same time, the central monitoring hall of the Federal First Martial Arts Academy. This is where all the core senior executives of the academy are gathered. Dean Lin Weidong, Vice Dean Zhang Xian, and more than a dozen powerful mentors were staring solemnly at the enormous holographic screen in front of them. On the light screen, the real-time ranking of all new students in the Beast Mountain range is displayed. At this moment, the student in first place is named Chen Mo. His points have far surpassed those of the second-place player, reaching an astonishing number. Tiansu, this kid, has indeed not disappointed me. A middle-aged instructor in military uniform, with a dignified demeanor, stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. He was Chen Mo's mentor at the academy. Yes, Chen Mo is indeed excellent. His strength and character are both top-notch. Lin Weidong nodded in approval. Just then. Look! The rankings have changed, one of the mentors suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned their attention to the leaderboard on the screen. Suddenly, a name that was originally ranked thousands of places away with almost 0 points soared upwards like a rocket. 1000th. 500th. 100th place. 10th place. In just a few breaths, that name shot up to the top of the leaderboard at a speed no one could comprehend. First place. His points reached an astronomical number that left everyone bewildered. That number is even more than the sum of the numbers from 2nd to 10th place. The entire monitoring hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? Is there a system error? A tutor rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Impossible. The academy system is the most advanced in the Federation. It's absolutely impossible for it to malfunction. Then what exactly did this Gu Pingan do? All eyes were focused on the name that hung high at the top of the list. Gu Pingan. Lin Weidong and Zhang Xian exchanged a glance, both seeing a bitter smile and helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew this little guy was bound to be restless. But they didn't expect him to announce his existence in such a simple and crude way. Quick! Check the surveillance footage of the area where Gu Ping'an is located. I need to see what he did, a tutor shouted urgently. Soon, a video recording was retrieved and projected onto the screen. The video showed Wang Tang leading more than a dozen members of the Wang family, aggressively besieging Gu Ping'an. When they saw Wang Tang unleash the strength of a grandmaster and unleash the golden dragon battle body, all the mentors present couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. An 18-year-old grandmaster. Wang Tang of the Wang family is indeed a genius. The power of this punch is probably no less than that of some veteran grandmasters. That Gu Ping'an is in danger. However, the next second, everyone's gasps of amazement were stuck in their throats. They saw it. Upon seeing the boy, he casually extended one finger. I saw that cold yet dazzling silver-white sword light. And then, that was it. Wang Tang and his dozen or so strong teammates were all eliminated in one fell swoop. The whole process was clean and efficient, even with a kind of eerie beauty. The monitoring room was completely silent. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the light screen, their minds completely blank. These experienced and powerful individuals were completely baffled by the principle behind that sword strike. That seemed to have transcended the realm of martial arts and reached a level of laws that they could not comprehend. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Is this new student a monster? Chapter 72 shakes the academy. Who is he? The monitoring hall was deathly silent. All the mentors, including Dean Lin Weidong and Vice Dean Zhang Xian, were frozen in place, staring blankly at the replaying images on the screen. The shock they felt from that cold, dazzling, and seemingly timeless silver-white sword light was immense. What kind of sword technique is this? I've never seen it before, and I've never heard of it before. A sword instructor's voice trembled. He felt that the swordsmanship he had built up over decades had been completely shattered at this moment, and then trampled into the ground. This is not swordsmanship, Lin Weidong spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This is the Road. When the dean uttered that word, all the mentors present were utterly shocked. Laws. Domains. The way. These legendary realms, which only those at the Saint Realm or even beyond could reach, have actually appeared in the body of an 18-year-old freshman. This is beyond what can be described as a monster. This is a miracle. No wonder that old fellow from the Li family would admit that he lost to him at the same level. Zhang Xian shook his head with a wry smile. He now finally understood why Li Wenjian valued Gu Ping'an so much, even going so far as to use the Supreme Elder's token. When faced with a prodigy who has already grasped the essence of Tao, any investment is worthwhile. Quickly. Immediately raise Gu Ping'an's student level to the highest level, SSS. List him as the Academy's #1 priority for protection. No one is allowed to disturb his cultivation in any way. Lin Weidong snapped out of his daze and immediately issued a series of orders. His voice was filled with excitement and undeniable authority. He knew that the Federation's #1 martial arts academy had truly struck gold this time. A living hope that may one day reach the realm of martial god. Student Union Headquarters. President Chen Mo was staring at the personal terminal in front of him with a gloomy expression. The leaderboard also displays the points rankings on the light screen. When he saw the name Gu Ping'an rise to the top in an unstoppable manner, leaving him far behind, his face turned extremely ugly. When he saw the surveillance footage through his own channels, he saw how Wang Tang's elite team was wiped out in one fell swoop. His face was filled with endless gloom and a trace of fear that even he himself was unwilling to admit. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his hand holding the teacup trembling slightly uncontrollably. He was well aware of Wang Tang's capabilities. Having awakened the golden dragon battle body and broken through to the Grandmaster realm, even if he were to face it himself, he wouldn't dare say he could win for sure. Yet even with such power, Wang Tang, leading more than a dozen experts from the Wang family, couldn't even withstand a single move from his opponent? What exactly was that sword strike? Chen Mo's heart was in turmoil. For the first time, he began to doubt himself. He always believed that he was the strongest prodigy of his generation, the undisputed king. But now, a boy named Gu Ping'an has shattered his pride in a way that he can't understand at all. President. A student council member standing next to him spoke cautiously. Should we still proceed with the original plan and face him in the qualifying match? Deal with him? Chen Mo laughed self-deprecatingly upon hearing this. What, do we have to deal with him? He glanced at the terrifyingly high score on the screen, far ahead of the leader, and slumped back into his chair, utterly defeated. Pass on my message. He closed his eyes, his voice tinged with weariness. Make all the student council members walk around that guy named Gu Ping'an in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face the consequences. The student council will not stand up for him. Yes. President. Although the cadre was filled with resentment and doubt, he still respectfully responded and withdrew. Chen Mo was the only one left in the office. He opened his eyes, looked out the window, and his expression was extremely complicated. Gu Ping'an. He slowly uttered the name. What kind of person are you, really? In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The legend surrounding the name Gu Ping'an is spreading like wildfire at a viral pace. Have you heard? Wang Tang from the Wang family led a dozen men to attack the guy named Gu Ping'an, but he was instantly killed in one move. Holy crap! Really? Wang Tang is a grandmaster. It's absolutely true. Someone saw it from a distance. There was a flash of white light, and then Wang Tang and his team were all eliminated. They didn't even have time to scream. Hiss. This Gu Ping'an is too terrifying. Just what is his strength? Who knows? Anyway, that place called Sunset Slope is now a forbidden area. Anyone who goes there will die. For a time, all the new students in the secret realm felt a deep fear of the name Gu Ping'an. They would rather challenge those powerful demonic beasts than approach the legendary god of slaughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang were by a mountain stream, working together to attack an armored rhinoceros of the 8th rank of the mortal realm. Li Yaoyao's swordsmanship was light and swift, and streaks of cyan sword energy continuously left white marks on the hard shell of the armored rhinoceros. Wang Ponzi, meanwhile, used his family's earth-based martial arts to create various obstacles, restricting the armored rhinoceros's movements. The two cooperated well, and although the game was tough, the scales of victory were gradually tipping in their favor. Go, Yao Yao. It's the final blow. Fatty Wang shouted breathlessly. Understood. Li Yaoyao replied, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Heavenly sword technique, startling swan. With a sharp cry, she transformed into a streak of light, becoming one with her sword, and fiercely stabbed towards the armored rhinoceros's eyes. Put. A sound like a sharp blade piercing flesh. The armored rhinoceros let out a mournful howl, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Phew, it's finally over. Li Yaoyao leaned on her sword, her body drenched in sweat, her chest rising and falling slightly. Hey, Yao Yao, you're amazing. Fatty Wang ran over and gave her a thumbs up. Just then, the tracker on his wrist suddenly beeped. He looked down and saw a familiar name hanging at the top of the leaderboard in an unbelievable way. Holy crap! Fatty Wang rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Yao Yao, look! It's the boss. The boss, he reached the top. Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao quickly looked at her tracker. When she saw the score that was far ahead, a hint of surprise flashed across her pretty face, which then turned into a knowing smile with a touch of pride. This guy has finally decided to make a move. She muttered something softly, her eyes sparkling with interest. Chapter 73, Winning is too boring, I'll brew some wine. On Sunset Hill, the sunlight was just right. Gu Ping'an leaned comfortably against the large rock, feeling as if he were about to become one with it. Ugh, this is so boring. He yawned, feeling somewhat bored. Ever since he wiped out Wang Tang and his gang in one move, the whole world has been quiet. He's been lying here for almost a day, and he hasn't seen a single person, not even a rabbit. The new students all avoided him like the plague. This completely ruined his grand plan of waiting for others to earn enough points before I go and grab them. If I had known it would be this boring, I would have preferred to go monster hunting with Yao Yao and the others. He pursed his lips and pulled out his precious Qiankuan wine gourd from his pocket. Gulp. I took a sip of the wine, but I still felt a bit unwell. He suddenly remembered something. Didn't my gourd get upgraded? It seems to have gained some kind of brewing function? A thought struck him, and he began to explore the new functions of his precious gourd. Brewing, the host can incorporate various rare and precious materials, using their own sword intent as a catalyst, to brew a unique spiritual wine within the Qiankuan wine gourd. Oh? You can brew your own wine? Gu Ping'an's eyes lit up immediately. This feature is interesting. What he has in abundance now is all kinds of fine wine. The money given by the Li family, the money given by the dean, and the money he saved up himself, all added up, was enough for him to open a tavern. However, the feeling of wine made by your own hands is definitely different. What should we brew? Gu Pingan stroked his chin and began to think. To brew good wine, you first need good ingredients. He scanned the contents of his storage ring with his divine sense, going through everything. The rare and precious materials provided by the Li family were of good quality, but it always felt like something was missing. Just having the elixir doesn't seem to be enough. He thought for a moment, then turned his gaze to the distant, endless primeval mountain range. Aren't there many rare and exotic beasts in this 10,000 beasts mountain range? Wouldn't brewing wine with the essence of demonic beasts taste even more potent? A bold idea popped into his mind. Let's do it! Gu Pingan leaped up from the rock, stretched, and then swayed leisurely as he walked deeper into the mountains. His move startled the freshmen who were secretly observing him from afar using various means. Look! That killing machine has moved. Where is he going? Could it be that he thinks we don't have enough points and is coming to find us on his own initiative? Run! If he targets you, you're done for. In an instant, the entire 10,000 beasts mountain range was in chaos. All the new students were like mice that had seen a cat, desperately trying to stay away from the direction Gu Pingan was heading. Gu Pingan had no idea that his simple desire to find some brewing ingredients had caused such a great panic. He is now like a leisurely old man browsing a vegetable market, picking and choosing in the mountains and forests. This three-eyed demon wolf has quite a lot of energy, but it smells a bit pungent. No, it will affect the taste. Ha! Is that an iron-feathered eagle? The wings are nice. They should taste good roasted. But they're not quite good for brewing wine. He walked along, picking and choosing, treating those incredibly powerful monsters in the eyes of the new students as nothing more than pork and cabbage in a market, commenting and criticizing them. Finally, he stopped in a deep canyon. Because he smelled an extremely strong, bloody odor filled with fire energy. He entered the canyon and saw a terrifying monster, huge in size, covered in crimson scales, resembling a lizard, and with a pair of dragon horns, lying on the ground, fast asleep. With each breath, it spews out 2 blazing flames from its nostrils. The crimson flame dragon lizard, a peak 9th grade mortal realm demonic beast, contains a trace of dragon bloodline within its body, and its strength is comparable to a half-step grandmaster. Oh? Crimson flame dragon lizard? Gu Pingan's eyes lit up. Not bad. This guy's blood is cooked to perfection. Using it as the main ingredient would definitely be powerful. And those few plants over there, are they 1,000-year ice heart grasses? Perfect, one hot and one cold, yin and yang in harmony, just right. He looked at the dragon lizard that was still fast asleep, and the few spiritual herbs beside it that exuded a chilling aura, and nodded in satisfaction. It was as if these things were already his. The crimson flame dragon lizard seemed to sense the danger as well. It suddenly opened its lantern-sized eyes and stared intently at the tiny human who had disturbed its sleep. Roar! A roar filled with rage and savagery echoed throughout the canyon. It opened its blood-red maw, and a scorching dragon breath, as thick as a water bucket, swept towards Gu Pingan like a volcanic eruption. However, they were faced with the terrifying dragon's breath that could melt steel. Gu Pingan simply pursed his lips. It's so noisy. He didn't even bother to dodge, he simply raised his hand and waved it lightly at the dragon's breath. A bizarre scene unfolded. The raging dragon breath, about a meter away from him, seemed to have struck an invisible wall, instantly splitting him in two. It grazed past his sides, burning 2 huge holes in the mountain wall behind him. A hint of human-like astonishment flashed in the eyes of the crimson flame dragon lizard. It couldn't understand why its proud dragon breath had no effect on this human. But the beast's instincts made it sense a deadly danger. Without further hesitation, it leaped forward with its massive body, attempting to turn and flee. Trying to run now? Too late. Gu Pingan's voice, like a ghost, rang in its ears. Before it knew it, Gu Pingan had appeared on its head. I'll lend you some blood, don't be so stingy. Gu Pingan said with a grin, then pointed his fingers like a sword and gently tapped the huge head of the crimson flame dragon lizard. Put! A soft sound. The seemingly indestructible scales of the crimson flame dragon lizard were easily pierced, just like tofu. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, and the light in its eyes quickly dimmed. Boom! The enormous corpse fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gu Pingan landed gracefully, took out the Qiankuan wine gourd, and began to collect essence blood from the dragon lizard's wound. Then, he skillfully picked the few thousand-year-old ice heartgrasses, and along with some spiritual herbs he had previously plundered from the Lee family, threw them all into the wine gourd. Finally, he raised his sword fingers together and slowly poured his true energy, which contained two completely opposite sword intents of freedom and dominance, into the wine gourd. Buzz. The Qiankuan wine gourd emitted a dazzling light. A richer and more unique aroma than any other wine began to slowly waft out from the mouth of the gourd. The aroma of this wine is domineering yet carries a hint of coldness. It was cold, yet it exuded a sense of freedom. It drifted out of the canyon with the wind and floated towards the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At this point, only 1 hour remained until the end of the qualifying rounds. All the surviving freshmen are engaged in a fierce battle for their final rankings. Suddenly, a peculiar aroma of wine wafted into their nostrils. Everyone who smelled the aroma of the wine, whether human or beast, froze in their tracks. What is this smell? It smells so good. It smells like wine. My God, how can wine smell so good? I took a sniff, and the true energy within my body is about to break through. All the new students went crazy. Following the scent of wine, like sharks drawn by the smell of blood, they charged madly toward the deep canyon. They wanted to see what kind of divine wine could emit such an alluring aroma. But when they rushed into the canyon and saw what was before them, everyone was petrified. There it was, right in the center of the canyon. The boy, who was said to be like a god of death in legends, was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Before him lay the enormous corpse of the legendary crimson flame dragon lizard, a creature even his mentor found troublesome. He himself, holding his iconic gourd in one hand and making a hand seal with the other, looked utterly ecstatic. Brewing? Chapter 74, live broadcast of the entire event, online brewing. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a deep and secluded canyon. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. Dozens of freshmen who had just been fighting tooth and nail for points were now standing dumbfounded at the entrance of the canyon, staring at the surreal scene before them as if they had been struck by lightning. Gu Ping'an, the legendary killer who could instantly kill Wang Tang and wipe out a 5-man squad with a single move, was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment. Before him lay the massive, mountain-like corpse of the crimson flame dragon lizard, a peak-level mortal realm demon beast that even a team of senior students might not be able to defeat. But now, it has become a backdrop. The top-ranked player on the leaderboard was holding his signature wine gourd in one hand, while the other hand was forming a spell that no one could understand. He had his eyes closed and looked completely absorbed in the moment. The unique aroma of the wine, so rich it nearly made everyone drunk, emanated from his seemingly ordinary blue gourd. He actually was leisurely brewing wine here at the very last moment of the qualifying match? I didn't see wrong, did I? He's brewing wine? A freshman rubbed his eyes and asked in a dry voice. It seems, yes. The person next to him nodded mechanically, feeling like his brain wasn't quite processing it. Using the crimson flame dragon lizard as a backdrop, that's way too high class, isn't it? It's not just tall. This is blatant disregard for all of us, said a burly young man wielding a giant axe, his face full of indignation. He is a formidable individual among this year's freshmen, ranking in the top 5 in terms of strength. His name is Gandang. He worked incredibly hard, battling fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, before barely managing to squeeze into the top 10 of the leaderboard. But this guy in front of me, after defeating Wang Tang in one hit on the first day, hasn't moved since, and his score has remained firmly in first place. Now, at this crucial final moment that everyone is eagerly anticipating, we're leisurely brewing wine here. For an honest man like him who fought his way up through blood and sweat, this was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. No. I can't take it anymore. Gandang roared, grabbing his big axe and trying to charge forward. Boss, don't be impulsive. His companion quickly pulled him back. That guy is really weird. Even Wang Tang was defeated by him in one move. What's there to be afraid of? Gandang retorted, his neck stiff. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. There are dozens of us here. I don't believe he can wipe us all out in an instant. Besides, don't you want to know what kind of divine wine he's brewing? Just smelling it makes my blood boil. If I could drink a sip of it. Gandang's words were like a spark, instantly igniting the greed and jealousy in the hearts of everyone present. Yes. Who cares about killing gods or anything like that? Fortune favors the bold. With so many people here, what's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. Attack together. I refuse to believe he can stop so many of us. They stole his gourd of divine wine. Driven by greed, reason was thrown to the winds. Dozens of freshmen, as if injected with chicken blood, roared and charged towards Gu Ping'an in the center of the canyon from all directions. Central Monitoring Hall. All the mentors, including Lin Weidong and Zhang Xian, were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Through the monitoring light screen, they could see everything that was happening in the canyon clearly. What is this little guy doing?" a tutor asked, pointing at the light screen. "It seems they're brewing wine," another mentor replied, equally uncertain. "Nonsense. Utter nonsense." A hot-tempered instructor slammed his fist on the table and roared. "This is the freshman qualification battle. It concerns their future. He actually brewed wine here? Hee, that's interesting. Lin Weidong stroked his beard and laughed, his eyes full of appreciation. He remained calm in the face of danger, unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. He even had the leisure to study his own Tao. "I admire his character and spirit." "Dean, please stop praising him," the hot-tempered instructor exclaimed. "Look, those freshmen are all rushing forward. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand an attack from dozens of people? Should we intervene?" "Intervene what?" Lin Weidong rolled his eyes at him. "Do you think these little brats can hurt a single hair on his head?" "Just watch," Zhang Xian said with a smile, "the real show is just beginning." Within the canyon. Faced with the massive army of newborns surging in from all directions, like a locust plague, Gu Ping'an, who was sitting cross-legged, finally slowly opened his eyes. There was no panic in his eyes, only a hint of annoyance at having his enjoyment interrupted. Ugh, a bunch of brats, so annoying. He pursed his lips, then gently blew a breath onto the Qiankuan wine gourd in his arms. Buzz. A soft chirp. The aroma of wine, which had been slowly wafting through the air, suddenly seemed to come alive, becoming 10 times, even 100 times, stronger. A peculiar mist of wine, visible to the naked eye and mixed with crimson and icy blue, swept outwards in all directions like a tsunami, centered on Gu Ping'an. Those freshmen who rushed to the front were the first to be hit, crashing headlong into the thick fog of alcohol. Then, strange things happened. The greed and madness on their faces froze instantly. Instead, there was a kind of extreme excitement and frenzy. "Ha ha ha! Fine wine! Excellent wine indeed!" A freshman suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Then, he actually started dancing and gesturing wildly, performing a boxing style that he himself couldn't understand. I feel like I'm going to fly. I'm going to ascend to heaven." Another freshman, with a flushed face and glazed eyes, looked like a drunkard. He hugged a big tree and started getting intimate. "Come on. Let's have some fun. We have plenty of time." Some freshmen went even further, holding their weapons and beginning to sing love songs with deep emotion. The whole scene instantly spiraled out of control. The dozens of freshmen who rushed into the alcohol fog were like people attending a large-scale psychedelic party, all of them falling into a state of frenzy and making a complete fool of themselves. They did not attack each other, nor did they cause any more trouble for Gu Ping'an. They were simply having a drunken outburst. Those freshmen who rushed to the back and hadn't yet entered the mist were all terrified by the chaotic scene before them. They stood frozen in place, as if their feet were rooted to the spot, their expressions more varied than if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Have they all gone mad? It's that fog of alcohol. That fog of alcohol is poisonous. Back off. Back off now." The freshman behind them let out a terrified scream and scrambled to escape out of the canyon. In the center of the canyon, Gu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the comical scene before him. Not bad, not bad. It seems this batch of wine has quite a strong aftereffect." He stood up, dusted himself off, and then turned his gaze to the figures fleeing in panic outside the canyon. "You've already come all this way, do you think you can just leave?" He grinned, then lightly snapped his fingers at the drunken freshman. Smack! A soft sound. The freshmen, who were previously dancing wildly, suddenly stopped moving. Then, in unison, they turned their heads and stared with empty yet fanatical eyes at their fleeing companions outside the canyon. "Catch them! Don't let them get away! They want to steal our sacred wine! Kill them!" Under Gu Ping'an's control, these dozens of drunkards were like puppets being manipulated, letting out strange cries and charging back at their companions. A brutal yet farcical new civil war broke out without warning. Chapter 75 The King of New Life, well-deserved title. In the final half hour of the qualifying match, the Beast Mountain range was in complete chaos. A pursuit team of dozens of drunkards rampaged through the mountains and forests like mad dogs. They bite anyone they see, beating anyone they can get their hands on, without distinguishing between friend and foe. Meanwhile, the conscious freshmen were chased relentlessly, with nowhere to run or hide, and could only flee in despair, crying and begging for their parents. Help! Zhang San, are you crazy? I'm your brother Li Si. Wang Wu, stop chasing me. I'll give you all my points, okay? Ah! Don't hit my face. Throughout the entire secret realm, similar screams and pleas for mercy echoed everywhere. What should have been a serious and brutal hunting game was turned into a chaotic farce by Gu Ping'an. In the central monitoring hall, all the instructors were dumbfounded. They stared, mouths agape, at the grotesque spectacle of demons dancing wildly on the screen, each feeling their worldview being crushed and rubbed against the ground. This is possible, a tutor muttered to himself. Using alcohol mist to manipulate other trainees, is that against the rules? Another instructor asked hesitantly. A violation? Dean Lin Weidong's eyes widened upon hearing this. Where is the violation? The rules only say you can't use lethal force, but they don't say you can't let people get drunk. Besides, he said, pointing to Gu Ping'an on the screen, who still looked completely relaxed, with an air of self-righteousness. This shows that our Ping'an is not only strong, but also smart. He knows how to use his advantages, that's called tactics. Do you understand? The mentors. Dean, you practically have the words "protecting your own" written all over your face. Vice Dean Zhang Xian stood to the side, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He realized that Gu Ping'an was a complete bug. If you try to talk to him about strength, he'll slap you away. If you tell him there are more people, he'll tell you to fight your own people. How can we play like this? Within the canyon, Gu Ping'an had already sat back down on the large rock. He listened to the screams coming from afar and nodded in satisfaction. Well, at least it's finally quiet now. He picked up the gourd and took another sip of his newly brewed Dragon Lizard Ice Heart Brew, feeling that the flavor had become even richer. Just then, two familiar figures cautiously walked in from the other end of the canyon. It was Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang. The two of them were chasing a demonic beast when they suddenly smelled that peculiar aroma of wine, and then heard the loud commotion here, so they rushed over. When they saw the mess in the canyon and the culprit leisurely drinking, neither of them knew what to say. Boss, this is what you did again? Fatty Wang stammered, looking at the battlefield in front of him. Gu Ping'an nodded. A bunch of little brats, too noisy, so I sent them to play somewhere else. Did you go play somewhere else? Wang Pangzi and Li Yaoyao exchanged a glance, both seeing a wry smile in each other's eyes. You call this playing? This is clearly a one-sided massacre. By the way, how are your points coming along, you two? Gu Ping'an asked casually. Thanks to the boss, we're now ranked second and third, respectively. Fatty Wang proudly showed off his tracker. On the leaderboard, Gu Ping'an's name still hung high at the top with an overwhelming advantage. And right below him are the names of Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang. Clearly, the chaotic battle just now caused many people to lose points, which benefited the two people who hadn't participated in the fighting much. Oh, not bad. Gu Ping'an nodded, then, as if remembering something, he beckoned to the two of them with his finger. Come here, let me show you my newly brewed delicacy. Really, boss? Fatty Wang's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over. Although Li Yaoyao was somewhat reserved, she was also attracted by the unique aroma of the wine. After hesitating for a moment, she also went over. Gu Ping'an poured a small cup for each of them. Fatty Wang took the wineglass and, without thinking, drank it all in one gulp. Boom! The next second, his face turned a deep liver color, and he looked like a boiled shrimp, his whole body steaming with heat. Holy crap! That's some serious strength. He felt as if he had swallowed a red-hot iron, or as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The sensation of both fire and ice made him so happy that he almost cried out. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, and he quickly sat down cross-legged to begin refining it. Li Yaoyao took a small sip. Immediately, a charming blush appeared on her pretty face. She felt an extremely pure sword intent flowing through the wine and into her entire body, instantly elevating her understanding of the heavenly sword technique to a whole new level. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Gu Ping'an became even more complicated. This guy is not only incredibly powerful, but his brewing skills are also astonishing. Just then, Drop. The trackers on all three of them simultaneously beeped. The qualifying round for new students is over. All students are about to be teleported out of the secret realm. With a flash of light, the scene before the three of them instantly changed. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in the central square of the academy. The square was packed with people. All those who were eliminated, and all the new students who persevered to the end, have been sent back. Those drunkards who had been persuaded by Gu Pingyan had now sobered up. They were all dejected, pale-faced, and their eyes were filled with fear and awe as they looked at Gu Pingyan. On the high platform, Dean Lin Weidong looked down at the freshmen with a smile. I hereby declare the freshman qualifying tournament a complete success. Now, let's announce the final top 10 students. As he spoke, a huge screen of light unfolded in the sky above the square. One by one, names, starting from the 10th place, slowly emerged. 10th place, Shi Gandang. 9th place. 3rd place, Wang Defa. 2nd place, Lei Yao Yao. A small commotion arose in the crowd when the two names were read out. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Fatty Wang and Li Yao Yao, who were standing next to Gu Pingyan. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Everyone knows that these two people were able to achieve such good results entirely because of that monster. Finally, the most exciting moment has arrived. Lin Weidong took a deep breath and announced in a loud and clear voice. Now, I am honored to announce the undisputed champion of this year's freshman qualification battle, who single-handedly stirred up the storm, is Gu Pingyan from Jiangcheng. Boom! The entire venue erupted in cheers. Although this result was expected by everyone. But when the dean announced it himself, it still caused a thunderous roar of cheers and applause. All eyes and all the spotlights were focused on the boy who was still yawning and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He is the most dazzling and mysterious figure among this year's freshmen. He is the king of new life. Chapter 76 Reward, A Drop of Dragon Marrow. The thunderous cheers nearly lifted the sky above the entire central square. Gu Pingyan! Gu Pingyan! Countless freshmen looked at the boy standing in the crowd, still looking lazy, with almost fanatical eyes, and shouted his name. Although this guy's behavior in the qualifying match was disgusting, he completely outmaneuvered everyone. However, in the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. The absolute power that Gu Pingyan displayed, which crushed everything and disregarded the rules, had completely conquered these proud and arrogant young talents. They worshipped the strong. Gu Pingyan is undoubtedly the strongest among them. On the high platform, Dean Lin Weidong looked down at the young and energetic faces below and nodded in satisfaction. Now, please welcome the top 10 students to the stage to receive their awards. Following his voice, Shi Gandang, Wang Pingzi, Li Yao Yao, and others walked onto the high platform one by one amidst countless envious gazes. Finally, it was Gu Pingyan's turn. Under everyone's gaze, he yawned and slowly swayed up the platform. He didn't look like a champion going to receive an award, he looked more like an old man taking a morning stroll in the park. This kid. Lin Weidong looked at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He personally took a jade box made of 10,000-year-old cold jade from a mentor and walked up to Gu Pingyan. Gu Pingyan, Lin Weidong said with a kind smile, "Congratulations on winning the championship of this freshman qualification competition. As a reward for the champion, the academy will bestow upon you a drop of ancient dragon marrow." As he spoke, he slowly opened the jade box. Buzz. A magnificent, boundless golden light, brimming with the vitality of life, instantly burst forth from the jade box. Everyone who was touched by this golden light felt as if their body had been washed by a warm spring, all their fatigue was swept away, and their spirits were refreshed. In the very center of the jade box, a single drop of viscous liquid, no bigger than a thumb, floated silently, as radiant as gold. The drop of liquid, as if it possessed a life of its own, flowed slowly within the jade box, emanating a noble and ancient aura originating from the level of life itself. Around it, there were even faint phantom images of dragons, circling and roaring. This is the primordial dragon marrow. Legend has it that this is the essence of life left behind by a true pure-blooded dragon from the ancient times. Hiss. When they saw what was inside the jade box, everyone present, whether freshmen or mentors, couldn't help but gasp. My God! It really is primordial dragon marrow. I thought it was just ordinary dragon marrow. The academy has really gone all out this time. Even a Saint Realm expert would go crazy for this. The value of this drop of primordial dragon marrow is probably higher than that of a city. This kid has really struck gold. Countless gazes, filled with envy and greed, focused on the jade box. Even Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang, who were standing to the side, were shocked. They knew the champion's reward was dragon marrow, but they never expected it to be the highest quality, primordial dragon marrow. However, it is the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Ping'an's reaction, however, once again surprised everyone. He just leaned closer, sniffed it, and then pursed his lips. That's it? His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, exploding on the quiet platform. Everyone's expression froze. The smile on Lin Weidong's face also froze. That's it? Hey kid, do you even know what this thing is? This is ancient dragon marrow. A treasure that can transform an ordinary person and make them a saint. How did it become that's all in your mouth? What? Lin Weidong's eye twitched. You're not satisfied? It's not that I'm dissatisfied. Gu Ping'an shook his head, then said to Lin Weidong in a very serious tone. Dean, you see, I'm not really interested in all this fighting and killing stuff. I just like to have a little wine. How about we discuss replacing this drop of dragon marrow with one of the oldest jars of daughter's red wine in your academy's wine cellar? Puff. Below the platform, countless people nearly collapsed upon hearing these words. Use the ancient dragon marrow to exchange for a few jars of wine? Has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? On the high platform, the vice deans and mentors looked at each other in disbelief, feeling that their worldviews had been refreshed once again. Lin Weidong's face turned completely black. He felt his blood pressure soaring wildly. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a sentence almost through clenched teeth. No. Change it. Are you kidding me? His precious daughter's red wine was reserved for his own consumption. How could he possibly let this brat have it? Oh, you're not going to trade? Gu Ping'an pouted in disappointment. Never mind then, you can keep this for yourself. As he spoke, he actually turned around and was about to leave. Stop right there. Lin Weidong was so angry that he glared at him and grabbed him. You little brat, do you even know what you're talking about? This is primordial dragon marrow. Primordial dragon marrow, he practically roared. I know, Gu Ping'an said innocently, but I can't drink it, so what would I need it for? You. Lin Weidong was so angry he almost couldn't breathe. He pointed at Gu Ping'an, his hands trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and forcefully stuff the jade box into Gu Ping'an's arms. Take it or leave it. The reward has already been given to you. If you dare to throw it away, I'll cancel your unlimited drinking card in the wine cellar. After saying that, he turned and left angrily. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist slapping this infuriating brat to death. Gu Ping'an looked at the jade box in his arms, then at the dean's departing figure, and sighed helplessly. Sigh, really, this is forced buying and selling. He casually tossed the jade box into his storage ring, and then, unsteadily, walked down from the platform. Behind them stood a group of teachers and students, bewildered and still reeling from the dramatic scene. They watched Gu Ping'an's retreating figure with extremely complicated expressions. Is this guy really stupid, or has he really become so powerful that he doesn't even care about the primordial dragon marrow? Anyway, from this day forward, the name of King of New Life Gu Ping'an is destined to become an indelible legend for the Federation's #1 martial arts academy. Chapter 77 Shocking. The mystery of Gu Ping'an's background? The freshman qualification battle came to a close amidst chaos and absurdity. But the aftershocks it caused are far from over. The name Gu Ping'an, along with his bizarre story of regarding the ancient dragon marrow as dirt and loving only fine wine rather than the country, spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy and even began to circulate in the upper-class circles of the capital. Some people say he is arrogant and ignorant of his own limitations. Some say he lives a carefree life, a true hermit in the city. Some say that behind him must be a superpower that even the Federation's #1 martial arts academy cannot afford to offend. For a time, opinions were divided, and Gu Ping'an's identity was shrouded in mystery. However, Gu Ping'an, the protagonist of the incident, was completely unaware of it and didn't care at all. Upon returning to Tinjiaxuan, the first thing he did was to throw the drop of primordial dragon marrow that he had previously disliked into his precious Qiankuan wine gourd. System, can this thing be used to brew wine? He asked in his mind. Ding! Detected a top-grade heavenly rank material, primordial dragon marrow, containing immense life force and fragments of Dragon Clan laws. Brewing functional analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The host can use primordial dragon marrow as the main ingredient, supplemented with life attribute spiritual herbs, to brew the legendary divine wine, Dragon Blood Sacred Brew. Dragon Blood Sacred Brew, drinking it can transform one's body, achieving physical sainthood, greatly enhancing one's life essence, and with a very high probability, comprehending the law of life and the law of power. Holy crap! Upon seeing the system notification, Gu Ping'an's eyes widened instantly. Physical immortality? To comprehend the two fundamental laws? This Dragon Blood Sacred Wine is just too incredible. It's more amazing than all the alcohol he's ever had before combined. We've struck it rich. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Gu Ping'an's mouth was practically watering. He instantly forgot how he had previously disliked this drop of dragon marrow. Now, he felt it was more precious than his own father. Looks like this championship wasn't for nothing, he thought to himself with a smug satisfaction. However, to brew the Dragon Blood Sacred Wine, dragon marrow alone is not enough. A large amount of life attribute spiritual herbs are also required. It seems I need to find some time to visit the Academy's exchange office or the auction house in the capital. Gu Ping'an stroked his chin and began to make plans. Just then. Boss! Boss! Something terrible has happened. Wang Pengzi's voice came urgently from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, his round figure, like a ball, rolled in. What's the big deal? Why are you making such a fuss? Gu Ping'an frowned, somewhat annoyed. Boss! Look at this! Fatty Wang held up his personal computer and handed it to Gu Ping'an. On the computer, it was a post on the Academy's internal forum. The post's title, written in large, bright red letters, read: Shocking! The true identity of Gu Ping'an, the king of new life. He is actually... Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. He himself didn't even know his true identity, yet these people did? He took the personal terminal and read on. The post was written in a very detailed and convincing manner. According to reliable sources, Gu Ping'an, the current champion of freshman competition, does not come from any mysterious, reclusive family. His background is actually very ordinary, even humble. He came from Jiangcheng, a small third-tier city in the Eastern Theater Command. He was an orphan without parents. The reason he was able to enter our academy and gain the dean's favor is entirely due to sheer luck. During an adventure in a secret realm, he unexpectedly obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerful being. All the strength he displayed wasn't acquired through his own cultivation, but rather by overdrawing the power of his inherited legacy. This power is finite, every use diminishes it. Once the inherited power is exhausted, he will revert to his original form, becoming a complete waste. The so-called king of new life is nothing more than a nouveau riche blinded by power, possessing strength but lacking any real substance. The post also included a photo of Gu Ping'an's student record from his time at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. The boy in the photo, who looked somewhat immature, looked almost exactly like Gu Ping'an now. The word orphan on the file was particularly jarring. The post went viral on the forum in less than half an hour. Holy crap! Really? He's an orphan? So he's just a poor kid who had a stroke of good fortune. No wonder he acts so arrogantly, lacking any aristocratic bearing. I knew it. How could a true powerhouse look down on even the primordial dragon marrow? Turns out, they were just ignorant and had no idea how precious that stuff was. Overdrawing the power of the inherited legacy? Does that mean he's all show and no substance? All bark and no bite? Ha ha ha. This is going to be interesting. Student Council President Xiao will definitely not let this opportunity pass him by. On the forum, the winds of change shifted instantly. Just 2 days ago, Gu Ping'an was still the mysterious and powerful new king, worshipped and revered by countless people. But now, he has become a nouveau riche who rose to power by luck and is despised and ridiculed by everyone. Who did this? That's so despicable. Fatty Wang was so angry his face turned green. Who else could it be? Li Yaoyao, who had been silent all along, spoke coldly. Besides the student council and the Wang family in the capital, I can't think of anyone else who would resort to such despicable means. A cold, icy light flashed in her eyes. This post, seemingly revealing the truth about Gu Ping'an, is actually a barrage of words that pierced the heart. It not only denied Gu Ping'an's abilities, but also labeled him as an orphan and a nouveau riche. In this martial arts world that places great importance on background and heritage, these two labels are enough to make a person ostracized by the entire upper class. How malicious this intention is. Boss, don't take it to heart. Those bastards are just jealous of you. Fatty Wang said to Gu Ping'an with some concern. He was afraid that Gu Ping'an would be affected by this post. However, Gu Ping'an's reaction once again surprised them. After reading the entire post, instead of showing any anger, he revealed a intrigued smile. Interesting, very interesting. He stroked his chin and muttered to himself. An orphan from Jiangchang? Who obtained an ancient inheritance? What they're saying actually makes a damn good point. Although there were some discrepancies in the details, the general direction was surprisingly accurate. This made him begin to doubt his own identity as a time traveler. Am I really some kind of orphan in this world, and just happened to be hit by the system? Boss, are you alright? Fatty Wang was even more worried when he saw him like this. What could possibly be wrong with me? Gu Ping'an rolled his eyes at him. I was just wondering who posted this thread. It's actually quite well written. However, he changed the subject, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. They shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have, dug up my Jiangcheng files. This is forcing me to make an example of someone. Chapter 78: The Student Council's Overt Scheme. To make an example of someone? Wang Pengzi and Li Yaoyao muttered those 4 words, feeling a chill run down their spines. They knew all too well that Gu Ping'an seemed incredibly lazy, as if even taking one extra step was too tiring. But deep down, they are fiercely protective of their own to the point of being unreasonable, and they never hesitate to take action. Jiangchang was the first place where Gu Ping'an felt a sense of belonging after he came into this world. There was Principal Zhang Jinghua, who took good care of him and his few friends. Now, the student council and the Wang family, in order to deal with him, have actually dug up all his secrets and pushed Jiangcheng, a small third-tier city, into the eye of the storm. This undoubtedly touched a nerve with Gu Ping'an. Boss, what do you want to do? Just say the word, and I'll risk everything and work with you. Fatty Wang patted his chest and said with righteous indignation. Gu Ping'an glanced at him sideways, his expression full of disdain. With your mediocre skills, you'd just be asking for trouble if you went up there. Fatty Wang choked, his face turning bright red. Alright, your job is to focus on your studies. Gu Ping'an waved his hand. I can handle this on my own. He stood up and stretched. Perfect timing, I've been lying down for so long, it's time to stretch my muscles. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Isn't it just the student council? I'd like to see just how capable they are. Ever since that post revealing Gu Ping'an's background went viral, Gu Ping'an's treatment at the academy changed dramatically in an instant. As he walked down the street, the students who once held him in awe now looked at him with disdain and mockery. Look, that's Gu Ping'an, the orphan from Jiangcheng. What's so great about a guy who got to the top by luck? I heard that the power he inherited is finite, and I'll see how long he can remain arrogant. All sorts of rumors and gossip were constantly circulating. More realistically, those mentors who were previously kind and friendly to him, and even took the initiative to befriend him, now all have a stern face when they see him, at most nodding, without even a hint of extra expression. In their eyes, a consumable person with no background or foundation, relying solely on fortuitous encounters, has lost its investment value. Gu Ping'an remained indifferent to all of this. He attended classes and slept as usual, and even went to the cafeteria for lunch on time. He even had a better appetite than usual and asked for 2 extra ounces of food. The more he acts like he's completely unyielding, the more guilty he seems to others he's just being stubborn and putting on a show of composure. Finally, seeing that he had no reaction, the student council began the second step. They were smart enough not to directly cause trouble for Gu Ping'an. After all, with the dean's token in their favor, they didn't dare to go too far. They used a more open and above-board method, which was also more disgusting. They began targeting everyone connected to Gu Ping'an. The first to be affected was Fatty Wang. Although the Wang family is in the global beverage business, they are not considered a top-tier wealthy family in the capital city, a place teeming with powerful figures. The student council used its power and connections to suppress the Wang family's business in various ways. Cut off supply channels, steal customer resources, spread negative rumors. After a series of coordinated attacks, the Wang family's business suffered a severe blow and heavy losses in just a few days. Wang Pengzi's father was extremely anxious and called Wang Pengzi every day, telling him to stay away from that Gu Ping'an. Besides Fatty Wang, even Li Yaoyao was affected. Although the student council dared not openly do anything to the Li family of Tianjin, but they can incite public opinion and isolate Li Yaoyao within the academy. They spread rumors that Li Yaoyao had fallen into depravity and actually fell for a poor boy with no background, which was a disgrace to the Tianjin Li family. For a time, Li Yaoyao became a prominent figure in the academy, albeit for negative reasons. The scions of wealthy families who used to pursue her now avoid her whenever they see her, their eyes filled with disdain and schadenfreude. Listening to the rain pavilion. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Fatty Wang had 2 large dark circles under his eyes and looked worried. Eldest brother, my dad said that our family's dozen or so restaurants in the capital are about to go out of business. If this continues, our family will go bankrupt. His voice was trembling with tears. Li Yaoyao sat down beside her, her face pale. Although she didn't say anything, her furrowed brows showed that she was not at peace. Gu Pingan listened quietly, toying with a wineglass in his hand, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. So, he asked casually. Boss, that's not what I meant. Wang Pangs quickly explained, I absolutely didn't mean to blame you. I just felt really frustrated. That Chen Mo is such a scoundrel. He can't beat you, so he resorts to such despicable means. What kind of hero is he? He slammed his fist on the table in anger. A common man's anger is of no use. Gu Pingan shook his head. He looked at Li Yaoyao and asked, what about you? Have you changed your mind? Regret what? Li Yaoyao raised her head, her clear, cold eyes filled with determination. The person I, Li Yaoyao, have set my sights on, even if it's the King of Heaven himself, can't make me change my mind. Her voice was not loud, but it was firm and resounding. Gu Pingan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then he smiled. He was laughing very happily. He stood up, walked up to Li Yaoyao, reached out, and ruffled her hair. Not bad, she has the air of my future wife. Li Yaoyao's face flushed red instantly. She slapped Gu Pingan's hand away and glared at him reproachfully. But in her heart, it felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. All right. Gu Pingan turned around, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a chilling aura like that of ancient ice. Since they like to play dirty tricks so much, then I'll play with them and have a good, big game. He looked at Fatty Wang, his voice calm yet carrying a chilling power. Now, call your father and tell him to sleep soundly. Within 3 days, I will make the Chen family pay back 10 times the amount your family has lost. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Yaoyao again. As for you, from today onwards, if anyone dares to gossip in front of you, don't tolerate it, just slap them. If we can't beat them, I will. If you cripple me or ruin my life, I'll pay for your medical expenses. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. His words grew more domineering and arrogant with each one. Wang Pangzi and Li Yaoyao stared at his tall, straight back, momentarily stunned. They know. That lazy bum who'd been lounging around the academy for almost a month, no, that dragon. This time, it's really time to open my eyes. I'm afraid he'll turn the entire capital upside down. Ignoring their shock, Gu Pingan took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The phone rang once and was answered, a calm voice coming through. Hello? Young friend Gu? Dean Lin, it's me. Gu Pingan's tone was calm. Help me find someone, Chen Mo from the student council. I need all the information about his family, the sooner the better. Chapter 79. A phone call. The Li family of Tianjin stands in support. The Dean's Office, Federal First Martial Arts Academy. After hanging up the phone, Lin Weidong felt completely exhausted and slumped into a chair, his back soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Zhang Xian, the vice dean in front of him, his face full of bitterness. Old Zhang, something terrible has happened. Zhang Xian was processing documents when he heard this. He looked up, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong, Lao Lin? You look like the sky has fallen. It's worse than the sky falling down. Lin Weidong took a big gulp of strong tea to calm himself down. That kid Gu Pingan just called me. Oh? Zhang Xian became interested. He wants wine? If only he wanted some wine. Lin Weidong slapped his thigh, his voice trembling. He wants all the information on the Chen family, including their dirty laundry. What? The pen in Zhang Xian's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. What does he want the Chen family's information for? Could it be something from the forum? As high-ranking members of the college, they were certainly aware of the recent uproar over the posts and knew that the person behind them was Chen Mo, the president of the student union. They initially thought that, given Gu Ping'an's lazy nature, he probably wouldn't care about these rumors at all. So they simply watched coldly, wanting to see what tricks Chen Mo was up to. But who would have thought that Gu Ping'an, without saying a word, would suddenly flip the table? What else could he be doing? That kid's friend was suppressed by the Chen and Wang families, so he's getting revenge. Lin Weidong said with a worried look, I just tried to calm him down, and he directly asked me if I would give it to him or not. The tone of his voice. I feel like if I said no, he could tear down the student council headquarters tomorrow. Zhang Xian fell silent. He recalled the silver-white sword light he had seen in the monitoring hall of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which severed all martial will. That image remains a nightmare for him to this day. That power is not something mortals can possess, it is the power of gods. How can someone like this be calmed down? How can he be calmed down? Who has the right to make him calm down? Give it to him. Zhang Xian sighed and sat down again. At this point, we have no choice. Between this kid and the Chun family, we must stand on his side. That's what I think too. Lin Weidong nodded. Although the Chen family is a powerful military family, in the end, it is just a family. Gu Ping'an, on the other hand, represents the future. He is the second martial god that the human race may produce. We can tell which is more important. Moreover, a glint of light flashed in Lin Weidong's eyes. This is also an opportunity. A chance to thoroughly teach those increasingly restless martial arts families a lesson. To make them understand that in the academy, and in the face of the future of humanity, their family interests are utterly meaningless. I'll go to the Federal Intelligence Department to retrieve the data right away. Zhang Xian stood up. Highest clearance, S-level encryption. Get it to him within half an hour. Yes, also, pass the word down. Lin Weidong's eyes sharpened. From this moment forward, activate the SSS-level student protection plan. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Gu Ping'an, Wang Defa, or Li Yaoyao within the academy, regardless of who they are, will be punished as a crime of endangering the safety of the human race, and will be dealt with without prior notification. Clear. Zhang Xian turned and left, his steps firm. A storm is brewing that will soon sweep through the entire upper class of the capital. Listening to the Rain Pavilion. In less than 20 minutes, an encrypted file was transmitted to Gu Ping'an's communicator. The efficiency was so high that Wang Panzi and Li Yaoyao were once again astonished. Gu Ping'an lazily opened the file and quickly browsed through it. The Chen family rose to prominence a century ago during the early stages of the spiritual energy revival, starting with military achievements, and its members are now spread across various key departments of the federal military. The current head of the family, Chen Zhan, is a peak martial emperor and one of the three giants of the federal military. Its businesses span multiple sectors including military, energy, and real estate, making it a veritable business empire. And those so-called dirt is even more shocking. Suppressing dissidents, seizing resources, secretly supporting shady forces, each and every one of these actions is enough to destroy an ordinary family 100 times over. Tisk, with such a big family and business, even their behind isn't clean. Gu Ping'an pursed his lips, showing no interest in these power struggles. He just wanted to know how to solve the problem in the fastest, most direct, and easiest way. He swiped his finger across the screen, his gaze landing on a message. The largest cash flow business under the Chun Group is the Tianhai Global Wine Chain, which holds a 40% share of the federal high-end wine market. Fatty, your family's liquor business is a competitor of this Tianhai company, right? Gu Ping'an asked. Fatty Wang was taken aback, then nodded, that's right. It's Tianhai Winery, they're the ones leading the charge against our family this time. They're backed by the Chun family, they've always been very arrogant, relying on their channel advantages to steal our business quite a bit. Okay, I understand. Gu Ping'an nodded, then dialed another number. This time, the call was to Li Wenjian, the supreme elder of the Tianjian Li family. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and Li Wenjian's sleepy voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is it? So early in the morning. Oh, it's young friend Ping'an. Li Wenjian's voice instantly became clearer, even carrying a hint of surprise. What brings you to call this old man? Did you finish those 3 jars of drunken life, dreamlike death last time? If it's not enough, I'll have Yaoyao send you a few more. Li Wenjian felt genuine admiration and gratitude for the young man who had given him so much inspiration in swordsmanship. Old man, let's not rush to drink the wine. Gu Ping'an got straight to the point, I need your help. Help? Li Wenjian was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Young friend, speak freely. Your matter is my matter, Li Wenjian's matter. In this small corner of the capital, there's nothing the Li family can't accomplish. He spoke with absolute confidence. The Li family of Tianjin has a history of over 1,000 years. In terms of heritage, it is many times more profound than the Chen family, a newly wealthy family that has only been around for a century. It's nothing serious. Gu Pingyan's tone remained lazy. I heard that the Li family seems to have some shares in Tianhai Winery? This is what he just saw in the information. As one of the early investors in Tianhai Winery, the Li family still holds about 15% of the shares, making them the second largest shareholder after the Chen family. Li Wenjian on the other end of the phone fell silent. He instantly understood what Gu Pingyan meant. Tianhai Winery is the Chen family's money bag, and Gu Pingyan is about to take action against the Chen family's money bag. Moreover, he made this call not to discuss, but to inform. This is to force the Li family to take sides. Li Wenjian's mind was racing. On one side is the Chen family, a military giant with whom they have cooperated for many years. On one side is Gu Pingyan, a mysterious and unpredictable figure with unlimited potential, who may even be crucial to the future of humanity. Do I need to answer this multiple choice question? Absolutely not. Haha, young friend Pingyan, you've come to the right person. Li Wenjian's laughter was even more hearty than before. To be honest, I've long disliked the Chen family's Tianhai Winery. The wines they sell are flashy but impractical, and ridiculously expensive. They're practically ruining the reputation of us wine connoisseurs. My Li family has wanted to withdraw our investment for a long time. We just haven't found the right opportunity yet. Alright, young friend Pingyan, please wait a moment. I will convene a family meeting immediately, and within half an hour, my Li family will announce a complete withdrawal of investment from Tianhai Winery. Furthermore, all industries under our Li family will enter into a comprehensive strategic partnership with Wang Defa's liquor group. These words resonated deeply. This is no longer a simple withdrawal of investment, it's a public declaration of breaking with the Chen family and clearly siding with Gu Pingyan and Fatty Wang. This is the attitude of the Li family of Tianjin. Alright, thanks then, sir. Gu Pingyan nodded. Once this is all done, I'll treat you to my newly brewed wine. Ha ha ha. Alright. It's a deal. I'll be waiting for your fine wine. After hanging up the phone, Gu Pingyan stretched. Okay, the first step is complete. To cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. Next, we just have to wait for the chicken to jump out on its own. Beside him, Fatty Wang was completely petrified. He stared at Gu Pingyan in disbelief, feeling as if his brain had completely shut down. A single phone call prompted the dean of the First Martial Arts Academy to mobilize the highest-level classified intelligence from the Federation. Another phone call led the Li family of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a family with 1,000-year-old heritage, to risk breaking ties with the Chen family, a powerful military family, in order to stand up for him. What the hell is this? Such incredible connections and influence? Fatty Wang pinched his thigh hard, and the intense pain told him that he wasn't dreaming. Looking at Gu Pingyan's still lazy face, he had only one thought in his mind. Hold me tight. We must cling tightly to this leg that's thicker than gold. We can never let go. Chapter 80 Chen Mo's Challenge, Public Enemy of the Entire Academy. The Li family acted faster than anyone could have imagined. Within half an hour of Gu Pingyan hanging up the phone, a bombshell announcement, like a nuclear bomb, detonated simultaneously in the upper-class circles and martial arts world of the capital. The Li family of Tianjin officially announced that due to differences in business philosophy, they will completely withdraw their investment in the Tianhai Winery and terminate cooperation with all industries under the Chen Group. Meanwhile, the Li family announced a deep strategic partnership with Wang's liquor group to jointly develop the global high-end spirits market. The news caused an uproar in the room. Everyone was stunned. Have the Li family gone mad? Tianhai Winery is the Chen family's most important source of cash flow. The Li family's act of cutting off their supply at this time is tantamount to stabbing the Chen family in the back. This is no longer business competition, this is an open declaration of war. Why would someone risk offending the powerful Chen family, a military clan, for the sake of an obscure Wang's liquor group? Is Li Wenjian senile, or has Li Changfeng lost his mind? The entire capital was shaken by the news, and countless eyes were fixed on the Chen family, wondering how they would deal with this sudden betrayal. At this moment, the Chen family was already in complete chaos. Damn it! That old scoundrel Li Wenjian. What is he trying to do? Chen Zhan, the head of the Chen family, smashed the rosewood table in front of him to pieces with a single palm strike. His face was ashen, and the terrifying aura of a peak martial emperor overflowed uncontrollably, making the air in the entire hall seem to freeze. The Li family's sudden attack caught them completely off guard. Tianhai Winery's stock price plummeted in response, losing nearly 30% of its market value in just 1 hour. This is just the beginning. The chain reaction caused by the Li family's withdrawal of investment will be devastating. Dad, please calm down, a composed middle-aged man said. He was Chen Mo's father, Chen Ling. The Li family's actions this time are too unusual. There must be reasons behind them that we don't know about. The most urgent task is to find out why the Li family suddenly supports the Wang family. Do we even need to investigate? Chen Zhan roared. It must be that bastard Chen Mo who messed with the wrong person in the academy. Although he held a high position, he was not entirely ignorant of what was happening in the academy. He had also heard a little about the recent post about Gu Ping'an. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, thinking it was just a minor squabble between juniors. But now it seems he was terribly wrong. That freshman named Gu Ping'an actually has the Tianjin Li family standing behind him. Bring Chen Mo back to me right now. Chen Zhan roared. Dad, I'm afraid it's too late, Chen Ling said with a wry smile. The Li family's move has pushed us to the brink. Now everyone is laughing at the Chen family. If we don't respond firmly, the Chen family will lose all face. A strong response? How should we respond? Go and fight Li Wenjian to the death. Chen Zhan was furious. No. A sinister glint flashed in Chen Ling's eyes. The one who tied the knot must untie it. The root of the problem lies with that freshman named Gu Ping'an. The reason the Li family supported him was simply because they valued his talent. As long as we can prove that his talent isn't so irreplaceable, and even completely crush him, the Li family's investment will naturally become a joke. At that time, we can not only save face, but also turn the tables on the Li family. Chen Zhan fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. What are your plans? It's very simple, Chen Ling sneered. Have Mo launch a life or death battle against Gu Ping'an in front of the entire school. A life or death battle? Chen Zhan's pupils contracted. Yes. Chen Ling's tone was full of confidence. Mo is now a half-step grandmaster and the student council president, rightfully the top prodigy in the academy. As for Gu Ping'an, no matter how monstrous he may be, he's still just a freshman, a nouveau riche who got rich through a lucky encounter. As long as Mo defeats him in public, or even cripples him, all problems will be solved. In time, everyone will see that the so-called peerless genius is nothing more than that. How foolish the Li family's choice was. And our Chen family will be the ones who have the last laugh. Chen Zhan's breathing became rapid, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. This is indeed a risky move, but it's also the only way to break the deadlock. Great. He slammed his hand on the armrest. That's the plan. Also, notify that kid from the Wang family, Wang Tun, right? Tell him to come along too. Double insurance. I refuse to believe that two prodigies working together can't take down a greenhorn. Meanwhile, the forum of the First Martial Arts Academy was once again ignited by a post. Student Council President Chen Mo has posted a challenge against Gu Ping'an, the king of freshmen, using his real name. The post was simple, but it was filled with condescending arrogance and murderous intent. Gu Ping'an, I've heard that you call yourself the king of new generation, with extraordinary talent. But the path of martial arts is not just about talent. You come from humble beginnings, lack respect, act eccentrically, and corrupt the academy's atmosphere. I, Chen Mo, in the name of the Student Council President of the Federation's First Martial Arts Academy, hereby issue this challenge to you. 3 days from now, at the Academy's central training ground, we will fight. The loser must publicly cripple his cultivation and kowtow to all the teachers and students of the Academy to apologize. Do you dare to accept the challenge? The post ended with a joint signature. Wang Tung of the Wang family in the capital. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire college was in an uproar. Holy crap! The president himself is getting involved. And he's teaming up with Wang Tang? This is leaving them no way out. Senior Chen Mo is a half-step grandmaster, and Wang Tang is a genius at the grandmaster level. If the two of them join forces, who can stop them? This is going to be interesting. Isn't Gu Ping'an arrogant? Let's see how he gets out of this mess. Serves him right. A nouveau riche who got rich by luck dares to be so arrogant in the academy. I've disliked him for a long time. The loser cripples his cultivation in Kothouse to apologize? That's too cruel. They're trying to kill Gu Ping'an. Public opinion instantly turned against them. Almost everyone thought that Gu Ping'an was doomed. In their view, although Gu Ping'an performed amazingly in the freshman qualification battle, it was just a battle of weaklings between freshmen. Chen Mo and Wang Tang are true prodigies, the top fighters among the senior students. The two are not even in the same league. Inside Tingyu Pavilion, Fatty Wang was so angry that he trembled all over as he looked at the posts on the forum. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Two senior students, one a half-step grandmaster and the other a grandmaster, teaming up to challenge a freshman? Have they no shame? Li Yaoyao's brows were also furrowed, her eyes filled with worry. Although she had confidence in Gu Ping'an, the pressure from Chen Mo and Wang Tang working together was indeed immense. Gu Ping'an, this is an open scheme. They want to force you to accept the challenge. However, Gu Ping'an, the person involved, acted as if nothing had happened, leaning back in a recliner, eyes closed, basking in the sun, humming an unknown tune. What's all the noise about? Can't you see I'm busy? He lazily opened one eye. Busy? Brotherin, what are you busy with? Fatty Wang was taken aback. Busy contemplating life, huh? Gu Ping'an yawned. I'm thinking about whether to have braised pork or sweet and sour pork ribs for lunch. Fatty Wang. Li Yao Yao. What time is it? You still have the mind to think about this. Gu Ping'an. Did you even look at the forum? Li Yao Yao finally couldn't hold back anymore and went over to push him. Oh, that challenge. Gu Ping'an sat up, picked up the communicator on the table, glanced at it, and then pursed his lips. Not interested. Not interested? Fatty Wang and Li Yao Yao asked in unison. Yeah, right. Gu Ping'an said matter-of-factly, we won't get any drinks, it's a waste of energy. I'm not going. After saying that, he replied with 2 words directly under that popular post. I'm not going. Then, he threw away the communicator, lay back down, and muttered to himself. Let's go with braised pork, it goes well with rice. The entire college forum fell into a deathly silence because of his 2-word reply. Everyone was stunned. Not going? Faced with the joint challenge from the student council president and the prodigy of the Wang family, and with the stakes of crippling his own cultivation, his response was, not to go? Is this a sign of weakness? Or, does he simply not take Chen Mo and Wang Ting seriously at all? Chapter 81. Want to fight? Let's agree on the price first. Not going? At the student council headquarters, Chen Mo stared at the 2 glaring words on the screen, his handsome face instantly contorting in pain. He had imagined countless possible reactions from Gu Ping'an. They might respond with anger, make excuses with bluster, or even exert pressure through the dean. But to his utter surprise, the other party's reply was so simple, just 2 light words. I'm not going. This is not cowardice at all, this is blatant disregard. It's like a lion roaring a challenge to an ant, while the ant just glances at it lazily and continues carrying its food. After extreme anger comes deep-seated humiliation. Asshole. Chen Mo slammed his fist on the table, unleashing the power of a half-step grandmaster, leaving a deep fist imprint on the hard alloy tabletop. President, calm down, a student council member quickly advised. He's clearly scared. He's afraid to accept the challenge, so he's just putting on a show like this. That's right. He's a coward. He knows he's no match for you and Senior Wang Tang, so he's hiding like a turtle. Let's go to the forums now and stir things up, calling him a coward, and see if he can still sit still. Hearing his subordinate's analysis, Chen Mo's expression softened slightly. Yes, that must be it. He must be scared. Fine. Chen Mo said coldly, mobilize all our people to hurl insults at him on the forum. I'll make him a laughingstock throughout the entire institute. I'll make him too ashamed to even leave his house. A massive wave of cyberbullying ensued. Gu Ping'an, the coward, dares not fight. King of new life? Shah. I think he's the king of cowards. This is hilarious. I thought he was all that, but he's just a show-off. You've got the guts to win the championship, but not the ability to accept challenges? Get out of the First Martial Arts Academy. Various vulgar and offensive posts instantly flooded the entire college forum. Gu Ping'an's name has become inextricably linked with words like coward and lackey. However, no matter how harsh the criticism from the outside world may be, Tinjiuxuan remains a place of tranquility and peace. Gu Ping'an was seriously considering what to have for lunch. Fatty, what do you think about adding some potatoes to braised pork? Brother-in, is this the time to talk about this? Fatty Wang was sweating profusely. You should check the forums, they're practically smearing you like dirt. Let them scold me, it won't hurt me. Gu Ping'an didn't care at all. But you, hurry up and tell your cook to get things ready, I'm hungry. Fatty Wang was completely speechless. The emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch this brother was truly heartbroken. Just then, the door of Tinjiuxuan was kicked open violently with a bang. Chen Mo led a large group of student council members and stormed in aggressively. Behind him followed Wang Tong, whose face was filled with resentment. Gu Ping'an. Chen Mo's voice was as cold as ice as he stared intently at the leisurely young man on the recliner. How long are you going to keep hiding like a coward? Gu Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, his face full of displeasure. Who is it? In the middle of the day, can't a person even think about lunch? He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked like he hadn't slept well. Oh, it's you. Is the wall fixed yet? Puff. Fatty Wang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He's deadly at first sight. Brother An's words are truly something else. Chen Mo's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. Having his wounds exposed in public almost made him lose his mind. You're asking for it. Chen Mo, stop wasting your breath on him. Wang Tong roared from the side. Today, he has to fight, whether he likes it or not. The aura of a grandmaster suddenly erupted, directly threatening Gu Ping'an. Chen Mo also suppressed his anger, and the pressure of a half-step grandmaster enveloped the entire courtyard like a mountain. The two powerful auras intertwined, making it difficult for Fatty Wang to breathe and turning his face pale. However, Gu Ping'an, who was at the center of the oppressive aura, acted as if nothing had happened, and even yawned. His alcohol aura protection activated automatically, reducing the pressure from the two men by more than 90%. The remaining force was no different from a gentle breeze. Ugh, so noisy. Gu Ping'an picked at his ear and finally looked at the two of them properly. You guys really want to fight me? Enough with the nonsense. You have no choice today. Chen Mo said coldly. Fine, fine. Gu Ping'an waved his hand impatiently, as if he had made a huge concession. Since you insist on getting beaten up, then I might as well grant your wish. A look of joy flashed in Chen Mo's and Wang Teng's eyes at the same time. He finally agreed to the challenge. However, Gu Ping'an changed the subject, lazily holding up one finger. My appearance fee is very high. Ha! Appearance fee? Chen Mo, Wang Tong, and all the student council members present were stunned. How does this guy's brain work? In a life or death challenge, he actually started talking about appearance fees? What do you mean? Chen Mo frowned. The meaning is simple. Gu Ping'an counted on his fingers and began to calculate. The two of you together are quite significant. You can challenge me, but you'll have to pay more. Challenge you, and I'll pay you? Wang Tong laughed angrily. Who do you think you are? A martial god? I never hit someone for nothing, Gu Ping'an said matter-of-factly. You kept me from thinking about lunch, that's compensation for emotional distress. You kicked down my door, that's compensation for property damage. All in all, you have to give me some kind of compensation, right? Everyone was baffled by his absurd logic. What kind of compensation do you want? Chen Mo asked, barely suppressing his anger. He decided to go along with the other party's words for now. As long as Gu Ping'an was willing to fight, everything would be fine. Gu Ping'an's eyes lit up, and he became alert. Well then, I won't ask for too much, he said with a grin. You two, each of you contribute 5 jars of drunken life, dreamy death. No, Chen Mo, you are the president, with a distinguished status, so you contribute 10 jars. As for Wang Teng, considering how badly you were beaten by the spider demon last time, I'll just take 5 jars from you. 15 jars of drunken life, dreamlike death, in total. If you bring them out, I'll fight you right away. How about that? Pretty generous, right? Living a life of debauchery and decadence? Upon hearing these 4 words, everyone present, including Chen Mo and Wang Tong, gasped. That's the most prized treasure of the heavenly swordly family. A legendary divine wine that can drive even Saint Realm experts mad. Priceless and unavailable. Let alone 15 jars, even just 1 jar is enough to bankrupt a martial king. This guy is really asking for the moon. 15 jars right off the bat? He might as well just rob us. Gu Ping'an. You've played us. Wang Tang was furious. He felt his intelligence had been insulted. How can you call it playing tricks on you? Gu Ping'an said innocently. This is a fair trade. If you want to hit me, you have to pay the price. That's reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable my ass. Wang Tang could no longer contain himself, and his Grandmaster level true energy erupted, unleashing the Golden Dragon battle body. A dazzling golden light shone on his body, and a lifelike golden dragon phantom coiled around him. The terrifying power caused the surrounding air to hum uncontrollably. Today, I'm not only going to beat you, I'm going to beat you into a dead dog. Wang Tang roared, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, punching towards Gu Ping'an's head. Roar! An invisible dragon's roar echoed through the courtyard, and the golden dragon phantom coiled around him seemed to come alive, each dragon scale shimmering with dazzling light. He was enveloped in an unstoppable, violent aura, and his fist, like a burning golden meteor, slammed straight toward Gu Ping'an's face. Before the fist even arrived, a piercing shriek that tore through the air had already sounded. At the very moment Wang Tang made his move, Chen Mo, who had been silent all along, also moved. There was no roaring, no unnecessary movements. He moved with lightning speed, appearing on Gu Ping'an's other side like a ghost, his 5 fingers together, and delivered a flat chop. The movement seemed effortless, but the air in front of his palm was instantly sucked out and compressed, forming a visible vacuum blade that silently slashed towards Gu Ping'an's neck. One is as fierce as fire, the other as cold as ice. One was all out in its power, the other was more restrained in its killing intent. The combined attack of the Grandmaster and the half-step Grandmaster demonstrated astonishing synergy at this moment. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, blocked all of Gu Ping'an's escape routes. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire courtyard wall of Tinjiuquan to shake violently. Faced with this devastating combined attack, Gu Ping'an didn't even change his posture. He simply raised his right hand lazily and casually slapped it at the two of them. It's like shooing away 2 annoying flies. Chapter 82. Even if they both come at me, I'll still have to pay extra. Inside Tingyu Pavilion, the atmosphere froze at an all-time low. Wang Tang's golden dragon fist was incredibly powerful, while Chen Mo's thunder palm print brought with it a blinding flash of lightning. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, blocked all of Gu Ping'an's escape routes. One is a family prodigy at the Grandmaster level, and the other is the Student Council President at the half-step Grandmaster level. Together, they are enough to make any of their peers feel despair. Li Yaoyao's heart jumped into her throat. She instinctively wanted to rush forward, but was blocked by an invisible wall of air. Fatty Wang turned pale with fright, muttering in a trembling voice, it's over, boss, get out of the way." However, Gu Ping'an, who was at the center of the attack, still had that lazy look on his face. He didn't even change his posture. He simply raised his hands listlessly, his left hand meeting Wang Tang's fist and his right hand meeting Chen Mo's palm, his movements light and airy, as if he were trying to shoo away 2 annoying flies. He's insane. He's asking for it. Chen Mo sneered inwardly. He admitted that Gu Ping'an had some strange methods, but to withstand the full force of both of their attacks? That was simply a pipe dream. A hint of pleasure flashed in Wang Tang's eyes, as if he could already see Gu Ping'an's arms crippled and him kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. The next second, fist and palm collided with Gu Ping'an's palm. The expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. A bizarre scene unfolded. Wang Tang's golden fist shadow, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, vanished instantly upon touching Gu Ping'an's palm, like a mudox entering the sea. A gentle yet irresistible force traveled up his arm, causing his blood to surge and him to stumble back 7 or 8 steps before he could barely regain his footing. Chen Mo on the other side was even more disheveled. The lightning in his palm was neutralized and swallowed up by a strange aroma of wine the moment it touched Gu Ping'an. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force surged forth, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the newly repaired courtyard wall, leaving another large, human-shaped crater in the wall. Puff! Chen Mo fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror and confusion. How is that possible? His thunder palm, which incorporates the power of lightning, is extremely powerful in Yang. How could it be so easily neutralized? Moreover, that power didn't seem like true chi at all, but rather like a domain? After Wang Tang steadied himself, the look in his eyes as he looked at Gu Ping'an had completely changed, transforming from anger and jealousy into deep fear. He felt as if his fist had struck an endless sea of cotton, all the power instantly absorbed and then bounced back by an even stronger force. What kind of monster is this? The entire Tinjiuxuan was deathly silent. Wang Pengzi's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, while Li Yaoyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She knew that this guy's strength was far more unfathomable than anyone could imagine. Well. Gu Pingan clapped his hands as if they were covered in dust, and spoke with a look of disgust. It's so noisy, and it makes dust everywhere, even dirtying my tea. He glanced down at the teacup on the stone table and pouted in dissatisfaction. These words were nothing short of the most vicious insults to Chen Mo and Wang Tang. The two of them joined forces and used all their strength, but the other party was unharmed and even complained that they had dirted the tea. What kind of sorcery did you use? Wang Tang asked, his voice trembling. His pride in his grandmaster cultivation was like a joke in front of the other party. Gu Pingan ignored him, sat back down on the stone bench, slowly poured himself a cup of tea, and then looked up at Chen Mo, whose face was ashen. Hey, you there, are you the president? He said lazily, as I just said, the appearance fee is 15 jars of drunken life, dreamy death, not a single jar less. Chen Mo stared intently at Gu Pingan, his teeth grinding together. Utter disgrace. He, the student council president and the heir of the Chen family in the capital, was actually played like this by a freshman. Now. Gu Pingan held up 2 fingers and shook them. If the two of you come together, it's a set meal and will cost extra. How about this, I'll give you a discount and round it up to 30 jars of drunken life, dreamy death. Puff. Chen Mo was already suffering from internal injuries, and these words provoked him to spit out another mouthful of blood. More money? Discount? What does this bastard take them for? Street performers? Gu. Ping. Chen Mo spat out 3 words through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and an aura far more violent than before rose from his body. You're courting death. Blood-red patterns appeared on his body, clearly indicating that he was preparing to use some forbidden technique with a very high cost. Seeing this, Wang Tang gritted his teeth, and the golden light on his body shone brightly again, clearly indicating that he was also prepared to fight to the death. In their view, no matter how strong Gu Pingan was, he would eventually have a limit. They refused to believe that they couldn't defeat him even by burning their life essence and using forbidden techniques. Gu Pingan frowned slightly as he watched the 2 men's auras surge. This is so troublesome, is it never going to end? He wondered if he should go all out and cripple these 2 guys so he could have some peace and quiet. It's almost lunchtime, and I'm starving. Just as tensions were running high inside Tingyu Pavilion, and a major battle was about to break out. Woo 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 woo. A piercing, urgent alarm, filled with a chilling intent, suddenly resounded throughout the entire Federal First Martial Arts Academy. The alarm seemed to possess a kind of soul-piercing magic, causing everyone who heard it to skip a beat. The people inside Tinjiuxuan all paused in unison. The violent aura emanating from Chen Mo and Wang Tang momentarily froze, and their faces showed expressions of surprise and uncertainty. This is the Academy's highest alert? It will only be sounded when faced with a massive crisis that threatens the entire capital or even the entire Federation of Humanity. Immediately afterwards, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice was broadcast to every corner of the Academy and clearly reached the ears of everyone in Tinjiuxuan. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A large heavenly abyss rift has been detected 30 kilometers west of the capital. Size assessment, Grade A. All grandmasters and above instructors, and all students, immediately proceed to the central plaza. Repeat. This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. As the broadcast ended, the entire Tinjiuxuan, and indeed the entire academy, fell into a deathly silence. A level heavenly abyss rift? In the suburbs of Beijing? The murderous intent and anger on Chen Mo and Wang Tang's faces vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised shock and solemnity. Personal grudges and affections become as insignificant as dust in the face of the word heavenly abyss. War is coming. Chapter 83 The Abyss Descends, the Public Enemy of Humanity. Grade A. Heavenly Abyss Rift? Fatty Wang trembled, muttering to himself. The fat on his face shook like a sieve, and his voice became distorted, sharp and piercing. As a native of the capital, he understood the weight of those words better than anyone else. The abyss is a knife hanging over the heads of all mankind. The Federation classifies the Heavenly Abyss Rift from D level to S level, with each level representing a completely different level of destructiveness. Grade A. That means that monsters at the Martial Emperor level will keep pouring out from the other side. There might not even be just one. A terrifying being capable of single-handedly slaughtering an entire city. What's worse, this crack is right under the nose of the capital. This is the heart of the Federation of Humanity. How could this be? How could it be located here? Li Yaoyao's face instantly turned pale. She was born into the Li family of the Heavenly Sword sect, and her grandfather, Li Wenjian, was stationed at the S-level Tianyuan on the border for many years. Growing up listening to battle reports written in blood, she understood the unbearable weight of that feeling better than anyone else. Chen Mo and Wang Teng exchanged a glance, and the murderous intent and anger in their eyes were completely extinguished as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity, and a hint of a frenzied fighting spirit suppressed to the extreme. As heirs to martial arts families, they are instilled with the belief from a young age that the honor and disgrace of the family are above all else. But there is one principle that transcends all other tenets: the survival of humanity takes precedence over family. Faced with the common enemy of all races, all internal conflicts are as insignificant as a joke. Let's go to the central square. With a roar, Chen Mo stopped looking at Gu Pingyan and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, tearing through the air as he charged madly toward the central square. Wang Tong followed closely behind, his face flashing with golden light. Before leaving, he turned his head and gave Gu Pingyan a deep, intense look, the emotions in his eyes extremely complex. Looking back on that fight, it seems both laughable and pathetic. Watching the figures of the others disappear, Gu Pingyan remained seated on the stone bench, motionless. He slowly raised his head. Those lazy eyes that always seemed half asleep were now frighteningly clear. His senses penetrated the roof of Tinjiuxuan and the clouds, precisely seeing the black crack that was expanding and twisting wildly 30 kilometers away. A nauseating, chaotic, and evil aura was seeping out from the crack, polluting the land. Tianyuan, all races. Gu Pingyan murmured the two words. Images flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Skyscrapers, bustling traffic, the cries of street vendors, the clatter of keyboards in the office. That peaceful world was almost boring. At that time, his biggest worries were whether he should go to work the next day and how he would pay the mortgage this month. He had also lay in bed, fantasizing about a world where people could fly and escape into the earth, a world full of miracles and adventures. But when he actually came, when he personally experienced the oppressive feeling brought by this heavenly abyss, a feeling that made his very soul tremble, only then did he truly understand how luxurious the peace he had taken for granted in his previous life, which he had taken for granted like air, really was. Peace in this world is never something to be taken for granted. It was through generations of martial artists, who used their own flesh and blood to build a defensive line before the abyss, that peace was finally achieved. He could be a lazy bum who just wants to drink and sleep. He can be afraid of trouble and ignore worldly rules. But deep down, he is a human being. A person who has lived two lives, and is upright and honorable. In the face of the survival of the race, what do a little laziness and trouble of an individual matter? At this moment, something within Gu Pingyan's heart bursts forth. Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind, cold and urgent. Bite. Emergency mission triggered, protect the capital. Mission description: the A-level Heavenly Abyss Rift has opened, and the vanguard of all races is about to descend. As the future Sword Immortal, protecting humanity is your inescapable duty. Please proceed to the front lines and slay the invading enemy. Task rewards, calculated based on the number and quality of enemies killed by the host. Guaranteed reward: 1 clue to the auxiliary material of divine wine, dragon blood sacred brew, and a large amount of cultivation points. Special note: this is a mission of racial righteousness. If the host refuses, although there will be no punishment, the host will permanently lose the qualification to be a candidate for human guardian and their Dao heart will be tarnished. Guardians of the human race. Gu Pingyan pondered these words, then suddenly twitched the corners of his mouth and smiled. He doesn't need any damn titles to prove himself. He stood up, picked up the cup of tea on the stone table that had gone cold, and drank it all in one gulp. The tea was icy cold, but as it slid down his throat, it ignited a fire in his chest. Let's go, he said to Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang, who were standing beside him, both looking solemn and at a loss. Boss. Boss, you. Fatty Wang looked at Gu Pingyan, who had stood up, and felt that he was a completely different person. If Gu Pingyan was previously an ancient sword hidden in its sheath, seemingly harmless, then now, the hilt of that sword is being held by a hand. A subtle, almost imperceptible sharpness began to emerge. Gu Pingyan's gaze pierced through the distant space, as if landing on Chen Mo and Wang Tong, who had already gone far away. His voice was calm and without any ripples. We'll settle our score after the war is over. Then we'll see who kills more scum. The loser besides those 30 jars of drunken life, dreamlike death, he paused, then added, word by word, has to leave his life behind. His voice was soft, yet it was like a cold hammer, striking Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang's hearts hard. This is no longer the teasing and extortion of the past. This is a declaration of war that risks lives. After saying that, he didn't linger and walked out of Tingyu Pavilion. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang's hearts pounded. They exchanged a glance and quickly followed. When they stepped out of the courtyard, they discovered that the entire Federal First Martial Arts Academy had been completely transformed into a war camp. Figures rushed out from the dormitories and training rooms, forming silent streams of people that converged on the central square from all directions. These usually arrogant and haughty high-achieving students no longer showed any ease or mischievousness on their faces. Everyone pursed their lips, their faces displaying a mixture of tension, fear, and unwavering resolve. When the nation is in peril, every citizen has a responsibility. And they are martial artists. A martial artist has an inescapable responsibility. The wind, I don't know when, has become noisy, carrying a chilling, rusty smell. A bloody storm that will sweep through the capital and even the entire human federation has begun. Gu Ping'an was walking in the crowd when he suddenly stopped and looked up at the western sky. There, the horizon was tinged with an eerie dark red, as if the sky had been ripped open with a bleeding wound. Faintly, he seemed to hear the greedy and frenzied roars of billions of living beings mingling together from the other side of that distant rift. He silently took out the purple gold wine gourd from his bosom. Chapter 84 Pre-Battle Assembly, The Three Armies Move. The central plaza of the Federal First Martial Arts Academy. The place is now packed with people. Tens of thousands of students spontaneously formed square formations according to their respective grades and departments, remaining completely silent. The usual hustle and bustle and vitality have disappeared, replaced by a desolate silence. Everyone's face was etched with solemnity. The air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. On the high platform, Dean Lin Weidong, Vice Dean Zhang Xian, and dozens of the Academy's top mentors stood side by side. Their faces were more somber than any of the students in the square. Lin Weidong's gaze swept over the young and resolute faces below, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. These are the future of humanity, the seeds of the Federation. Yet now, he has no choice but to send them to the most brutal battlefield. Buzz buzz. A series of loud roars echoed from the sky as menacing, metallic military transport ships tore through the clouds and slowly landed on the reserved open space around the square. The hatch opened, and squads of soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, emerged and quickly set up a cordon around the square. They were the elite of the capital's garrison, each a veteran of countless battles, with eyes as cold as knives. Seeing this, the trainees' hearts sank even deeper. Even the garrison troops have been mobilized, which shows that the seriousness of the situation has exceeded everyone's expectations. Gu Ping'an, Li Yaoyao, and Wang Pangzi stood in the freshman formation, looking up at everything. Fatty Wang nervously rubbed his hands together and whispered to Gu Ping'an, "Boss, isn't this a huge show of force? I'm a little weak in the knees." Although Li Yaoyao was also nervous, she appeared much calmer than Wang Pangzi. She gripped her sword tightly and whispered, "Don't be afraid, stay close to us." Gu Ping'an appeared unusually calm. He simply looked up at the western sky. In that sky, a pitch-black crack was already visible to the naked eye, like a hideous scar stretching across the heavens. Wisps of black mist seeped out from the cracks, making the entire sky appear gloomy and oppressive. So this is Tianyuan. Gu Ping'an thought to himself, it looks uglier than I imagined. I wonder if the flesh and blood of this thing that popped out of it tastes good, or if it's suitable for brewing wine. In this tense atmosphere, only he could still be distracted by these things. Just then, Dean Lin Weidong stepped forward from the high platform, his powerful voice resounding throughout the entire square through the amplification equipment. Students! Just half an hour ago, an level abyss rift appeared in Wolf Howl Valley, 30 kilometers west of the capital. His voice was devoid of any sentimentality or nonsense. It got straight to the point, directly highlighting the cruelest reality. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the square. According to joint detection by the military and the Federal Academy of Sciences, the rift is extremely unstable and could open completely at any time. At that time, tens of thousands of demons, even martial emperors or even Saint Realm demons, will descend upon the capital. Lin Weidong's voice was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart again and again. The main force of the Federation's Jinyuan Legion is rushing to the aid from various border war zones, but it will take them at least 3 hours to arrive. And these 3 hours are the time that we, the Federation's #1 martial arts academy, need to buy for the capital and for the Federation. I won't tell you that this is an honor, this is an opportunity. I will tell you the most truthful situation: this is a war with a slim chance of survival. You will face the most ferocious demons. Your classmates, friends, and even yourselves may perish on this land. Now, anyone who is afraid, anyone who wants to quit, can step forward. The academy will not pursue the matter, and the military will not keep a record. Because living is more important than anything else. Lin Weidong's sharp gaze swept across the entire room. The entire square, filled with tens of thousands of students, was completely silent. No one moved. Not a single person dropped out. Their faces may show fear and tension, but more than anything, they show determination. As students of the Federation's premier martial arts academy, they enjoy the best resources and bear the expectations of countless people. If they retreat in times of crisis, who will step up? Behind them lies the capital city, and tens of millions of unarmed civilians. There's no way to retreat. Looking at the young yet determined faces below, Lin Weidong's eyes reddened slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and continued, "Very good. You truly deserve to be my student, Lin Weidong. Now, announce the combat mission." All students will be organized into combat teams, each led by their respective class instructor. All instructors will form elite squads, with martial kings as captains and grandmasters as vice captains. Our mission is to construct 3 lines of defense around Wolf Howling Valley. We must spare no effort to keep the demons outside these lines, buying time for the evacuation of civilians and the arrival of the Jinyuan Legion. In this operation, all trainees' wristbands will be activated with a battlefield points system. Defeating any demon will earn you corresponding points. After the battle, points can be exchanged for any cultivation technique, elixir, or divine weapon in the Academy's treasury. The top 10 in points will receive personal guidance from a Saint Realm expert. The player with the highest score will receive the qualification to enter the Human Temple for 3 days of study. Boom! The final reward sent the entire square into a frenzy. Human Temple. That is the highest holy land of the Federation. It is said that it contains the legacy imprints left by all the martial gods and holy kings of the human race since the High Martial Era. Even spending a day inside is enough to benefit one for a lifetime, let alone 3 days. Even scions of prominent families like Chun Mo and Li Yaoyao found themselves breathing rapidly. Only Gu Ping'an remained uninterested. Comprehension? Is it as fun as drinking? Soon, the group work began. Gu Ping'an, Li Yaoyao, and Wang Pingzi were naturally grouped together. To Wang Pingzi's dismay, Chen Mo, Wang Tong, and their respective gangs were also assigned to the same defense zone. The team leader was a martial king realm expert with a resolute face and an aura as imposing as a mountain, named Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's gaze swept over everyone, especially lingering on Gu Ping'an for a couple more seconds, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. He couldn't sense any aura of a powerful person from Gu Ping'an, only a lazy and alcoholic smell? Can someone like that go to the battlefield? But he didn't say much. Now was not the time to dwell on these matters. We are in charge of the Alpha line, the very front line. Zhao Wuji's voice was as cold and hard as iron. Pay close attention, everyone. Once you're on the battlefield, you're no longer students, you're soldiers. You must obey my orders unconditionally. Do you understand? Understood, everyone responded in unison. Very good. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, pointing to a transport ship with its hatch already open not far away. All Alpha Line squads, board the ship. Target, Wolf Howling Valley, western suburbs. Set off. With a command given, the trainees, with heavy steps, began to board the transport ship in an orderly manner. The metal pedals clanged and clattered underfoot, as if sounding the prelude to war. Gu Ping'an yawned as he followed the crowd. War. This is really troublesome. However, the clue about the auxiliary material for Dragon Blood Sacred Brew in the system reward did give him a little motivation. Hopefully, this time the enemy will be more formidable. Chapter 85 First Steps onto the Battlefield, Blood and Fire. The transport ship was extremely fast, almost turning into a streak of light, tearing through the dark clouds above the capital. Through the porthole, one can see the city below undergoing an unprecedented mass evacuation. Countless vehicles converged into a steel torrent, surging in the opposite direction from the western suburbs. The piercing sirens and people's screams could be faintly heard even from high above. The cabin was deathly silent, and tension was written on the faces of every trainee. Fatty Wang gripped the armrest of the seat tightly, his face ashen, his lips trembling. Li Yaoyao closed her eyes to rest, constantly adjusting her breathing. She held the long sword in her arms, and the aura of the person and the sword seemed to gradually merge into one. Gu Ping'an remained as lazy as ever, leaning back in his chair as if he were on a picnic. His appearance drew sidelong glances from many students in the same area, some of whom expressed disdain and contempt. Is this guy Gu Ping'an? The top freshman? He doesn't look like much, he looks like he just woke up. Humph, it's just power gained through a lucky encounter. Once the inheritance is exhausted, it'll be nothing but trash. When it comes to the battlefield, it'll probably be the first one to wet its pants in fear. Chen Mo and Wang Tang sat not far away, and upon hearing these discussions, both curled their lips into a cold smile. Although they dare not provoke Gu Ping'an easily now, they secretly wish to see him make a fool of himself on the battlefield, or even die in the claws of demons. Gu Ping'an ignored these comments. He was just wondering whether he should use 2 green snakes in 2 sleeves to clear out the minions when the fight started, or directly use 1 sword light cold 19 provinces to freeze the heavenly abyss rift. The latter seems a bit too high profile. The old dean will probably keep asking me all sorts of questions, which is troublesome. I'll stick with the former, it's less hassle. Just as he was lost in thought, the transport ship suddenly jolted and began to slow down. Prepare for battle. The cold, hard voice of the team leader, Zhao Wuji, rang out in the cabin. We've arrived. The hatch burst open with a loud bang, and a gust of wind carrying a mixture of blood, sulfur, and putrid stench rushed in, causing many trainees to vomit on the spot. The sight before them caused all the rookies, new to the battlefield, to shrink in shock. This is a desolate canyon, known as Wolf Hull Valley. At the end of the canyon, it looked as if a huge rift had been torn open in the sky. That pitch-black chasm was even larger and more menacing than it appeared from a distance. It's like a giant eye leading to hell, constantly spewing out chilling black energy. The entire earth trembled slightly, as if mourning the impending doom. Directly below the crack, the Federation's vanguard and some martial arts masters were already fighting a bloody battle, building a makeshift defensive line. But their numbers are too small. Roar! Hiss! The moment they arrived, the heavenly abyss rift trembled violently, and like a flood bursting its banks, thousands of demons surged out from it. They were a group of monsters with insect-like limbs, covered in black carapaces, and with ferocious mouthparts. It's demonic ants. The first wave is cannon fodder. Zhao Wuji roared. Alpha Line, move into position immediately. Prepare for ranged attacks. The trainees were stunned by the hellish scene before them, but at the instructor's roar, they instinctively followed him off the transport ship and quickly deployed on the pre-arranged positions. This is a simple fortification constructed of boulders and metal, stretching for several miles. Fire! At Zhao Wuji's command, some students controlling heavy true chi cannons at the rear of the position launched the first attack. Beams of blazing white energy shot out and crashed into the ant swarm, instantly clearing a large area of open space. But there were just too many demon soldier ants. Fearless and undaunted, they surged forward like a tidal wave, stepping over the corpses of their companions, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the front of the defensive line. Prepare for close combat. Kill! Zhao Wuji drew a broadsword as thick as a door panel and was the first to leap out from behind the fortifications. With a single slash, the violent sword energy cleaved more than a dozen demonic ants into pieces. Other instructors and senior students also roared and rushed forward. The battle instantly intensified. Blood and fire became the dominant colors of the battlefield. Ah! A freshman, overcome by fear, was a beat too slow and was instantly pounced on by 3 demonic ants. Sharp limbs sliced through the air, a scream abruptly stopped, and blood stained the ground red. This bloody scene thoroughly shocked the other freshmen. The instinct to survive overcame fear. Kill them! Fight these beasts! Li Yaoyao took the lead, her movements as lithe as a fairy, yet her longsword moved with lightning speed, each thrust piercing the head of a demonic ant with pinpoint accuracy. In the flash of her sword, a pile of corpses lay before her. She stood firmly in front of Fatty Wang. Although Wang Pingzi was terrified and almost cried, his will to survive was extremely strong. He took out a large number of items from his storage ring, including talismans with amazing defensive capabilities, puppets that could attack automatically, and disposable magical artifacts with considerable power. Go to hell! Don't come any closer! He screamed as he threw the expensive items out as if they were free, and somehow cleared out a safe zone. Chen Mo and Wang Tang truly deserved their reputation as prodigies. Chen Mo's palms crackled with lightning, each strike turned a swarm of demonic ants into charred remains. Wang Tang was even more valiant. He activated his golden dragon battle body, his whole body shining with golden light, like a war god. His fists were like dragons, blasting the demonic ants into mincemeat. They were all consciously or unconsciously trying to show off, wanting to gain the upper hand on the battlefield and let everyone see who the real leader was. The entire battlefield was in chaos, with shouts of battle, the roars of demons, and the explosions of energy weaving together into a symphony of apocalypse. However, amidst this chaos, there was one person who stood out from the crowd. Gu Pingan. He remained standing in the same spot, even finding a relatively clean rock to sit on. He poured a cup of dragon lizard ice heart brew from his Qiankuan wine gourd and slowly took a sip. It tastes good. His leisurely demeanor stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked battlefield around him. Zhao Wuji, the mentor who was fighting a bloody battle, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and almost had a stroke on the spot. "You freshman! What are you doing?" he roared as he cleaved a sniping demonic ant in two. "This is a battlefield. Not your backyard. Do you want to die?" Just then, a demonic ant leader, a size larger than its kind and comparable to a small car, broke through the front line of defense, its scarlet compound eyes locking onto Gu Pingan, who was sitting leisurely. In its eyes, this human with a faint breath was the best snack. Roar! It let out a roar, and its massive body charged toward Gu Pingan with immense force. "Gu Pingan! Watch out!" Li Yaoyao, who was fighting nearby, saw this scene and was so horrified that she cried out in alarm. Chen Mo and Wang Tong noticed it too, and a gloating sneer appeared on their faces simultaneously. "You piece of trash, die!" Zhao Wuji's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he tried to rescue them, but he was tightly entangled by several demons and couldn't break free at all. It was clear that the huge, sharp claws were about to tear Gu Pingan and the stone into pieces. Gu Pingan didn't even raise his head, but waved his hand casually in that direction with some impatience. So noisy. Chapter 86. 2 green snakes in 2 sleeves, the cleaner. Waving. It's an incredibly simple action. Just like casually swatting away a buzzing mosquito in your ear on a summer afternoon, it seems so relaxed, even a little lazy. It lacked any earth-shattering grandeur or dazzling brilliance. But it was just Gu Pingan's light, casual wave of his sleeve. 2 streaks of blue light, thinner than a strand of hair and almost invisible, emerged from his sleeves. Quick! A speed that defies description. Even Zhao Wuji, who was close to reaching the Martial King realm, could only catch a fleeting afterimage. The demonic ant leader at the very front was still propelled forward by its massive body, but its hideous head had already been sent flying into the sky. The incision on the neck was so smooth that a person's reflection could be seen in it. But this is just the beginning. The 2 streaks of azure light severed the Ant King's head without pausing for a moment. They drew 2 deadly intersecting arcs in mid-air, sweeping towards the fan-shaped area in front of Gu Pingan as the center. 2 green snakes in the sleeves. At this moment, the supreme-grade heavenly rank sword control technique finally revealed its ferocious fangs. Hiss 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 hiss. A series of sharp, teeth-grinding sounds rang out, sounding less like cutting and more like space itself being torn apart. Any demonic ant that was touched by those 2 streaks of blue light, whether it was its proud hard carapace or its sharp limbs that could easily tear apart steel, was disintegrated the moment it came into contact with them. There was no explosion. There was no roar. There was only the deathly silence of the cutting sound. One breath. It only took the time it takes to breathe. When the 2 streaks of azure light circled the battlefield once and disappeared back into Gu Pingan's sleeve. In front of him, within a huge fan-shaped area with a radius of 100 meters, all the demonic ants that were still charging and roaring froze in their tracks. The next second. Splash splash splash. Thousands upon thousands of demonic ants shattered into countless uniformly sized fragments, covering the earth. A huge, fan-shaped death vacuum zone, made up of demonic fragments, suddenly appeared on the brutal battlefield. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. On the Alpha defense line, all the trainees and soldiers who were fighting bloody battles froze in place. Everyone's mouth gaped open unconsciously, staring blankly at the area that had been instantly cleared, and at the boy who was still sitting on the rock, slowly raising his gourd. Glug! Fatty Wang swallowed hard, and the next second, he jumped up and let out a frenzied scream. Holy crap! Boss is awesome. Boss is so powerful and domineering. Li Yaoyao's tense face finally relaxed completely. Her fingers, which had been gripping the sword hilt tightly, loosened slightly, and her clear eyes revealed an undisguised pride and brilliance. She knew it. This man always manages to create miracles when she least expects them. The reactions of others, however, were pure, soul-deep horror. What was that thing just now? A senior student's voice trembled. He had even rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Is it sword energy? No, wait, what kind of sword energy can bend by itself? And automatically find monsters to kill? One move, just one move. Cleared out thousands of demonic ants? Is this some kind of martial emperor or martial saint? The cold smiles on Chen Mo and Wang Tang's faces had long since frozen into frost. The battle knife in Chen Mo's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, but he didn't even notice. Wang Tang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Their attacks, which they are so proud of, are nothing but a joke in front of others. This is a gap that cannot be bridged by hard work alone. That was a kind of crushing on a life level. For the first time, the emotion called despair began to grow wildly in the hearts of these privileged individuals. The one who felt it most deeply was none other than King Wu, Zhao Wuji, who personally led the team. He stared intently at Gu Ping'an, his heart feeling as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, almost stopping its beating. That's not sword energy. Absolutely not. A tidal wave surged through his mind, every thought impacting the martial arts philosophy he had built up over decades. That's the manifestation of sword intent. No. It's even more terrifying than the manifestation of sword intent. Within those two streams of light, there's the rudimentary form of the Tao. It's the power of laws. A boy who is not even 20 years old has already touched upon the level of laws that only Saint Realm experts can comprehend? A monster. He's an absolute monster. Zhao Wuji felt a burning pain on his face. He actually thought the other party was getting military merits through connections? And he even wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson? That's an absolute joke. In his eyes, I'm probably no different from those ants that have been chopped up on the ground, right? Phew, at least it's a little quieter now. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Ping'an finally stood up from the rock, stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. These guys are too fragile, and there are so many of them. Killing them is like harvesting leeks, it's not fun at all. He frowned and began to think seriously. We need to think of a way, preferably a quick fix, to scatter them all, then go back to sleep. This place is too noisy. Just as he was figuring out how to end this boring farce in the least effortful way. Roar! A roar filled with savagery and madness suddenly erupted from the depths of the distant chasm between heaven and earth. This sound was no longer just a sound wave, but a substantial mental shock that froze the air on the entire battlefield. Some of the weaker trainees groaned and turned pale on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow leaped out from the chasm of the heavens, carrying immense force, and crashed heavily into the center of the battlefield. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a terrifying crater appeared out of nowhere. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a giant ape, 10 meters tall, covered in long black fur, and possessing 4 thick arms, slowly straightened its body. Its eyes were pure blood red, filled with a desire to destroy everything, and the terrifying aura emanating from its body had reached the level of a grandmaster. It's a berserk demonic ape. A grandmaster-level demon. Zhao Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he almost roared as he gave the order. All trainees, retreat immediately. Form a defensive formation. Quickly. This is my objective. The berserk demonic ape clearly sensed the strongest aura on the field. It didn't even look at the students who were no different from insects in its eyes. Its 4 blood-red eyes were locked on Zhao Wuji, who was at the martial king realm. The next second, it stomped its 4 limbs on the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and its massive body transformed into a black cannonball, hurtling towards Zhao Wuji. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. A bloody battle belonging to the strong is about to break out. However, just as Zhao Wuji was on high alert, preparing for a desperate battle, a light, slightly impatient sigh reached everyone's ears clearly. TSK, it was quiet for only 2 seconds, and then another loudmouth came along. Gu Ping'an frowned as he watched the giant ape rushing towards Zhao Wuji, as if he were disgusted by a fly that was disturbing his sleep. Honestly, can't a person even have a proper drink? Chapter 87 likes backstabbing? You're asking for it. You beast. You've come at the right time. Faced with the ferocious attack of the Grandmaster-level demon, Zhao Wuji showed no fear. Instead of retreating, he advanced and let out a deafening roar. His burly body moved forward instead of backward, his legs like the roots of an old tree, firmly planted on the ground, his muscles bulging so much that his combat uniform seemed about to burst. Suddenly, a thick, earthy yellow light shone from the broadsword in his hand, and a powerful, mountain-like aura surged into the sky. As a martial arts instructor from the federal military and a martial king realm expert, he has his pride, but also his responsibilities. All trainees, clear out the remaining demonic ants and absolutely do not approach our battle zone. Zhao Wuji roared as he gave the order. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a cannonball and crashed into the raging demonic ape. Clang! A deafening clang, loud enough to rip eardrums, suddenly exploded. The broadsword clashed violently with the demonic ape's claws, which were as hard as black iron, creating a visible white shockwave that spread wildly outwards, lifting a layer of ground within a radius of tens of meters. Zhao Wuji's fighting style is characterized by its sweeping and powerful attacks, with each sword strike seemingly carrying the terrifying power to split mountains and shatter peaks. The berserk demonic ape possessed superhuman strength. Its four thick arms, when swung, created an impenetrable black storm, each strike capable of pulverizing a building. In an instant, the man and the ape were locked in a fierce battle, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, with sand and stones flying everywhere. The terrifying aftershocks of energy scattered in all directions, carving out shocking furrows in the ground. The surrounding students had never seen such a devastating scene before. They were so frightened that they retreated one after another, unable to intervene in a battle of this level. They could only stay far away and continue to hunt down the demonic ants that were being shaken to the side by the aftershocks of the battle. The chaos on the battlefield provided an excellent opportunity for some with ulterior motives. Amidst the crowd, Chen Mo used his palm lightning to blast away the demonic ants that rushed towards him, while silently giving Wang Tong and several loyal student council members a cold, menacing look. Those eyes were as venomous as a snake lurking in the shadows. Chance. He moved his lips slightly and uttered two words in a barely audible voice. Wang Tang felt a chill run down his spine and almost instantly understood what Chen Mo meant. What's the situation now? The battlefield was in chaos, and the mentor Zhao Wuji was tightly entangled by a master-level demon, leaving him no time to spare. At this moment, if an attack were to miss and happen to land on that annoying guy, who can say whether it was an accident or intentional? Dying on a battlefield ravaged by demons is perfectly normal. In Wang Tang's heart, the flames of revenge that had just been extinguished by Gu Pingyan's terrifying power to open the heavenly gate with a single sword strike reignited once again, burning even more fiercely than ever before. On what grounds? Why should the pride of the Wang family have to live in the shadow of a newborn who appeared out of nowhere? He absolutely refuses. How do we do it? Wang Tang lowered his voice, his tone revealing an barely suppressed excitement and ruthlessness. Wait for my signal. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cruel smile. The few of us will launch our most powerful area of effect attacks simultaneously from different directions toward his location. Afterwards, they said it was to clear away the demons around him, and he accidentally lost control of the energy. No one could find fault with that. Good. Wang Tang and several other student council members all wore expressions of ferocious pleasure. They moved their positions discreetly, quietly bringing the area where Gu Pingyan was located within the attack range of their respective martial arts techniques from various angles. At the center of all this, Gu Pingyan stood there listlessly. The previous strike, two green snakes in the sleeves, had swept away all the demons around him, giving him some peace and quiet for the time being. He was looking up at the battle between Zhao Wuji and the berserk demon ape in the distance, muttering to himself. Sigh, he's strong, but his moves are too clumsy, and he's full of openings. TSK, look at that sword strike. You should have just aimed for its lower body instead of going for it head-on. How stupid of you. He looked exactly like a seasoned spectator, giving orders and showing no regard for himself as a member of this bloody battlefield. Li Yaoyao and Fatty Wang were not far from him, back to back, struggling to fend off the sporadic attacks of the demonic ants. What are Chen Mo and his gang up on, acting so suspiciously? Li Yaoyao was incredibly clever and had already noticed Chen Mo and the others' little schemes. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her expression changed drastically. She clearly saw that Chen Mo, Wang Tong, and 5 or 6 others simultaneously emitted a violent energy light. And the direction in which they were gathering their strength was none other than Gu Pingyan. Not good. Gu Pingyan, watch out behind you. Li Yaoyao cried out in alarm, her heart tightening. She instinctively wanted to rush over to warn them, but she was tightly entangled by several fearless demonic ants and couldn't break free for a moment. Fatty Wang was also terrified and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Boss! Watch out! Someone's shooting arrows from behind! Ha 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 ha! Die, Gu Pingyan!" Chen Mo let out a ferocious, uncontrollable laugh. High-grade Xuanjie, running into the thunder madness realm. High-grade Xian level, golden dragon burning the heavens. Several powerful and breathtaking martial arts techniques were unleashed simultaneously. These attacks converged into a colorful, destructive torrent of energy, seemingly aimed at the few survivors around Gu Ping'an, but its true target was Gu Ping'an's unsuspecting back. Such a treacherous killing move, such a vicious intention. On the battlefield where humans and demons fought a bloody war, they actually turned their swords on their own compatriots. However, faced with this deadly sneak attack that could blast a high-level martial artist into ashes, Gu Ping'an didn't even bother to turn his head. His powerful divine sense, far exceeding what ordinary people could imagine, had already allowed him to see clearly every move Chen Mo and the others made. Well. Gu Ping'an sighed softly in his heart. What a bunch of hopeless idiots. I originally thought that after experiencing such a bloody and fiery scene, they would have grown a little and learned what it means to prioritize the greater good. I never imagined that someone could be so narrow-minded. On the battlefield against foreign enemies, to turn one's own compatriots against them, this is no longer a simple personal grudge, it is betrayal. He betrayed the academy, betrayed his mentor, and betrayed his identity as a human being. Gu Ping'an's expression turned icy cold in that instant. He can tolerate provocation and stupidity, but he cannot tolerate betrayal. Especially in the context of a war where the survival of the race is at stake. Some people will never learn their lesson unless they are beaten into despair. Just as Chen Mo's destructive energy torrent was about to strike Gu Ping'an in the back of the heart. A sudden change has occurred. Roar! On the other side, the berserk demonic ape, which was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Wuji, suddenly let out a roar of extreme pain. However, after Zhao Wuji paid the price of having 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds on his left shoulder, he seized a fatal flaw in his opponent, burned his essence blood, and with a powerful sword strike, severed one of the demonic ape's arms at the shoulder. Black blood shot into the sky. Zhao Wuji was just about to press his advantage and finish off this beast. But just then, from the distant chasm of the abyss, 2 more furious and violent roars came out again. 2 ferocious demonic apes, identical to the previous one, leaped out. Their scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Zhao Wuji, who had injured their companion, and they transformed into 2 black bolts of death lightning, charging wildly from the left and right. 3 heads. 3 master-level demons. Zhao Wuji's face turned deathly pale in that instant, devoid of any color. Facing one opponent, he managed to hold his own despite being severely injured, and even managed to find an opportunity to counterattack and kill. But facing 3 heads, he is doomed. Quickly, retreat. Everyone, call for reinforcements from the academy. Zhao Wuji mustered all his strength and let out a final roar. He was prepared to sacrifice himself to buy even a few seconds of escape time for the students behind him. At this moment, the entire Alpha defense line was plunged into a double predicament. Ahead, 3 master-level demons were about to tear their mentor to shreds. Behind him was the backstab of his fellow disciple who was about to obliterate the new king to dust. Everyone was plunged into despair. At that very second, Gu Ping'an, who had always been lazy and uninterested in everything, finally took action. He didn't look back at the potentially deadly torrent of energy, nor did he spare a single thought for it. His body slowly turned around, facing Zhao Wuji's direction, and facing the 3 world-destroying, raging demonic apes. A killing intent more chilling than the abyss erupted from his body. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it eerily silenced the noisy battlefield for a moment. Court Death. Chapter 88. One thought of life, one thought of death. Court Death. The 2 words, chilling and piercing, seemed to come from the depths of hell, devoid of any human emotion. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying killing intent, like a materialized storm, swept across the entire Alpha defense line, centered on Gu Ping'an. This killing intent was so pure, so cold, that it seemed to freeze the soul. King Zhao Wuji, who was locked in a bloody battle with 3 ferocious demonic apes and was already in dire straits, suddenly trembled. His senses, which had long been numbed by the demonic aura, became clearer than ever before at this moment. What level of killing intent is this? He has experienced countless life and death battles in his life, seen the Federation's top killing gods, and even sensed a trace of the aura unintentionally revealed by a Saint Realm expert from afar. But none of them can compare to the killing intent emanating from Gu Ping'an at this moment. If the killing intent of those powerful figures is like a drawn sword, its sharpness fully revealed, then Gu Ping'an's killing intent at this moment is like a desolate universe, devoid of light and sound, filled only with eternal coldness and nothingness, capable of devouring all life. Chen Mo, Wang Teng, and the others who faced this killing intent directly felt it more directly and were even more terrified. Their brains completely shut down at that moment. It's over. This was the only thought in their minds. Their proud half-step grandmaster aura, their years of painstakingly cultivated thunder techniques and golden dragon battle body, were as insignificant as a speck of dust in a raging storm before this pure and extreme killing intent, not even having the right to struggle. That chilling will had pierced through their protective aura, choked their souls, and made it impossible for them to even move a finger. No. It's impossible. Chen Mo's lips moved silently, the lightning in his eyes long since extinguished, leaving only endless desolation and fear. What did he see? Gu Pingyan didn't even turn around. Faced with the destructive energy torrent that these dozen or so people had risked everything for, enough to level a small mountain, the man merely raised his left hand and casually waved it behind him. It's like shooing away an annoying fly. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling brilliance. The torrent of energy, powerful enough to tear apart a grandmaster's protective barrier, melted, disintegrated, and vanished silently, like pure white snow in spring, when it touched the gentle breeze stirred up by Gu Pingyan's waving hand. It was as if they had never existed. Puff. An overwhelming force of recoil, following the subtle connection between them and the energy, surged back into their bodies. Chen Mo, Wang Tang, and the dozen or so scions of powerful families behind them were struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, all spitting out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies flew backward like kites with broken strings, flying more than 10 meters away before crashing haphazardly onto the battlefield littered with the remains of demons and monsters, their fates unknown. The Meridians were ravaged and torn apart by this counterforce. His martial arts foundation was directly severed by that chilling killing intent. Even if they survive, they will be completely rendered useless. One thought is life, the other thought is death. From the moment they decided to turn against their own people on the battlefield, their fate was sealed. After doing all this, Gu Pingyan acted as if he had just swatted a mosquito, without even frowning. He slowly turned around, and his once languid eyes were now indifferent, without the slightest impurity, like a god high in the heavens looking down on everything in the human world. His gaze fell on the three berserk demonic apes that had cornered Zhao Wuji. Roar! The three-headed grandmaster-level demons seemed to sense an unprecedented and deadly crisis. They abandoned the heavily wounded human martial king before them, and in unison let out a deafening roar. Black demonic energy surged wildly across their muscular bodies, transforming into indestructible armor. They actually chose to join forces and confront this human who made them tremble from the depths of their souls. Gu student, watch out. Zhao Wuji coughed up blood and used his last bit of strength to remind him. The combined power of these three demonic apes far exceeded that of ordinary grandmasters even at his peak, he could only temporarily avoid their sharp edge. However, Gu Pingyan's face still showed that expression of disdain for trouble. He couldn't even be bothered to take another step forward. He simply raised his right hand, extending a long, slender, and fair index finger, aiming it at the three ferocious demonic apes whose auras were overwhelming. It's noisy, he said softly. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on his fingertips. Li Yaoyao's beautiful eyes widened, and she stopped breathing. She recognized this starting stance. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Gu Pingyan used this move to shatter the martial will of Wang Tang and more than a dozen other elites with a single finger. A single sword's light chills 19 provinces. Is this earth-shattering move about to reappear on the battlefield? Everyone held their breath, waiting for the sword light, powerful enough to freeze time and space, to bloom. At Gu Pingyan's fingertips, a faint, almost invisible wisp of silvery white light began to slowly condense. The surrounding air froze instantly. The wind stopped, the howling disappeared, and even the distant footsteps of demons could no longer be heard. The whole world seemed to have been put on pause. However, just as that silver-white sword light was about to unleash its power and determine the fate of the three-headed demon. Buzz. A terrifying buzzing sound from the depths of the soul resounded in everyone's mind without warning. Everyone looked up in shock. High above, the terrifying and enormous Class A heavily abyss rift, like the heart of a demon, began to throb violently and rhythmically. Every pulse sent tremors through the entire wolf-howling valley. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of a grandmaster and even a martial king, vast, ancient, and extremely evil, descended from the depths of the crack as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were sinking. Under this oppressive force, all the students, regardless of their talent or lack thereof, felt as insignificant as ants, unable even to stand, collapsing to the ground, trembling. Even Zhao Wuji, the mentor who was a martial king, turned pale and his eyes were filled with unprecedented despair. Holy land. This is the aura of a powerful demon from the Holy Realm. Why? How could a saint-level great demon possibly appear in an A-level heavenly abyss? What are those idiots in the intelligence department doing? Roar. Before everyone could recover from this earth-shattering event, an even more terrifying roar came from the rift in the abyss. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic tentacle, indescribable in its composition of pure darkness and chaotic energy, tore through space and burst forth from the crack at a speed that completely defied the laws of physics. Its target is neither the human defenses struggling on the ground nor the demons charging forward. Its goal is crystal clear. It was that one standing in the center of the battlefield, his fingers about to unleash divine light. Gu Pingyan. Chapter 89 The Gaze of the Abyss, a great demon of the Holy Realm? The giant tentacle, composed of pure dark energy, moved at an incomprehensible speed, ignoring space and distance, and arrived above Gu Pingyan's head the instant it appeared. The sense of oppression it brought was fundamentally different from any demon on the battlefield before. The berserk demon ape is ferocious and brutal. But this tentacle, and the will it represents, is a bottomless, cold, and desolate abyss. The abyss gazes down upon humanity. The one-sword light chills 19 provinces that was about to bloom at Gu Pingyan's fingertip, powerful enough to freeze time and space, flickered violently under the interference of this higher dimensional power, and finally turned into specks of silver light, completely dissipating into the air. He looked up, and for the first time, a pure look of surprise appeared in his eyes, which always carried a hint of laziness. They're after me? This force's target was so clear that it ignored the thousands of lives on the ground and locked onto itself. Safety! A piercing, distorted scream shattered the frozen air. Li Yaoyao used all her strength, her fingernails digging deep into the soil, trying to get up from the ground and rush towards that figure. But the terrifying pressure from the Holy Realm was an insurmountable, invisible divine mountain that pinned her to the spot, preventing her from moving even a finger. Scalding tears streamed down her face, instantly blurring her vision. Why? Why is this happening? 1 second ago, he was still the god who could decide the outcome of a battle with a single finger, the only ray of hope in everyone's despair. But the next second, what greeted this ray of dawn was an even deeper, more suffocating darkness and despair. No! Zhao Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, and a desperate, beast-like roar escaped his throat. He had just witnessed the rise of a future god of war, a miracle that could change the fate of humanity. But now, this miracle is about to be swallowed whole by the abyss. He wanted to burn his life force, to unleash his inner energy, to buy Gu Pingyan even a fraction of a second of opportunity. But he sadly discovered that under the absolute pressure of the Holy Realm, the true energy in his body was completely locked up, and he could not mobilize even a trace of it. He could only watch helplessly. Despair consumed every survivor on the battlefield. Behind the lines, Chen Mo and Wang Tang, whose cultivation had been crippled and who lay sprawled on the ground like two dead dogs, after their initial shock, both showed a morbid, twisted, and ecstatic joy on their faces. Good riddance! Good riddance! This incomprehensible monster is finally going to be taken away by an even more terrifying monster from the abyss. What a wonderful, perfect ending! Once he's dead, no one will ever know about their shameful acts of desertion and betrayal of their compatriots. Their lives can still be saved. At this moment, when everyone is watching and people have different opinions. Faced with the abyssal giant hand that was about to grab him down, Gu Pingyan's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not panic. He felt no fear or despair. He didn't even make any defensive or resistant gestures. He merely frowned slightly, as if pondering a very serious question. Warning, a Sate-level spatial law lock has been detected. Warning, forcibly resisting will consume the special item, Sword God Trial Card Fake. Use it? The system's notification sounded coldly in my mind. Sword God Trial Card? Fake? Gu Pingyan completed the analysis in 0.1 seconds. Putting you in a month-long period of weakness after using it? A month without being able to drink alcohol? Are you kidding me? His thought process is always outrageously bizarre. This is worse than killing me. Absolutely not. It's not worth it. And Gu Pingyan's divine sense was far more acute than his physical senses. He could clearly perceive that although the tentacle exuded an aura of evil and chaos, it did not contain pure killing intent. It was something closer to curiosity, scrutiny, and a sense of forcefully pulling something along. It's like a fisherman squatting by a pond who suddenly discovers a large, shimmering fish he's never seen before underwater and can't wait to pull it out of the water and study it properly. Since they don't want to kill me, why should I resist? Gu Pingyan made a decision instantly. Let's go then, we're already here. He even started to let his thoughts wander. Perfect timing to go in and see what kind of drinks these otherworldly invaders usually have. Maybe they have some rare, high-quality wines that you can't find anywhere else? Since we're here, let's make the best of it. He muttered something under his breath, completely emptying his mind and giving up all resistance. The enormous dark tentacle seemed to sense his submission, and its originally domineering power instantly softened, gently wrapping around Gu Ping'an and enveloping him completely. In the final moment before being swallowed by endless darkness, Gu Ping'an suddenly turned his head. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and the desperate crowd, landing precisely on that stunningly beautiful figure, her face streaked with tears. He grinned at Li Yao Yao. That smile was as lazy as ever, even carrying a hint of, "Don't worry, I'm just going to visit my neighbor." The next second, the dark tentacles suddenly snapped back. Gu Ping'an's figure, along with that strange tentacle, disappeared into the depths of that grotesque rift in the sky. The crack remained suspended silently, as if nothing had happened. But that man disappeared. The entire battlefield was deathly silent for a full 3 seconds. Roar! The three-headed berserk demonic apes were the first to recover from the shock of the Holy Realm's pressure. The source that had instilled fear in them from the depths of their souls had vanished. Their ferocious nature once again took hold, and they marched with earth-shattering, heavy steps toward the human defenses that had lost their backbone and fallen into complete chaos, launching a final, deadly charge. Destruction seems inevitable. Hold the line. Just when everyone was in utter despair, Zhao Wuji, the indomitable king of martial arts, mustered all his strength and let out a blood-curdling roar. Gu, he's not dead yet. He wasn't killed. He was taken away voluntarily to buy us time. Everyone. Hold the line. Hold the Alpha line. Until the Jinyuan Legion arrives. For the Federation. For the capital. For the hero who was just taken away by the abyss. Zhao Wuji's voice, amplified by the vibrations of his true energy, resounded in the ears of every survivor. He looked at the 3 terrifying demonic apes charging at him again. In his shattered pupils, there was no longer despair, but instead a resolute determination and deathwish that burned everything away. The boy's final smile gave him the answer. Boom! Without hesitation, he burned his own martial king essence blood, and a dazzling golden flame reignited on his shattered armor. Alone, he resolutely faced those 3 powerful demon masters, whom even he couldn't match in his prime. He was willing to give his life to protect the last glimmer of hope that the man had gained through sacrifice. Chapter 90. He's not dead yet, we still have hope. Zhao Wuji's roar, filled with tragic grandeur and resolute determination, struck like a heavy hammer into the hearts of every student who had fallen into despair in days. Yes. Gu is not dead yet. He was just taken away. He sacrificed himself by being swallowed by the abyss to resolve their greatest crisis and buy them precious time. They cannot let this sacrifice go to waste. Kill them. It's unclear who was the first to roar out, but then, the suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano. All the surviving students had blood-red flames burning in their eyes. Fear was replaced by anger, and despair was overwhelmed by a shared sense of righteous indignation. They must hold this line of defense. They must live until the Jinyuan Legion arrives. They wanted to let the man who was taken away by the abyss know that his sacrifice was not in vain. Especially Li Yao Yao. When she saw Gu Ping'an's final reassuring smile, her almost broken heart miraculously calmed down. She understands him. That man was incredibly lazy and terribly averse to trouble. He would never do anything he wasn't sure he could succeed at. That smile wasn't a farewell, but a message to her: wait for me to come back. He won't die that easily. Li Yaoya wiped away her tears, and her clear, cold eyes flashed with an unprecedented determination and sharpness. The long sword in her hand emitted a clear, resonant hum, as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. A sword intent, purer and sharper than ever before, surged from her delicate body. At this moment, under her mindset of breaking down and rebuilding, the inheritance of the heavenly swordly family actually showed faint signs of a breakthrough. All sword cultivators, form a sword formation. Protect the flanks. Her cool voice, carrying an undeniable authority, resounded throughout the battlefield. The previously scattered trainees subconsciously obeyed her commands. Dozens of students skilled in swordsmanship quickly gathered around her, forming a simple sword formation with her at the core. The sword lights clashed, forming an impenetrable barrier that annihilated all the demonic ants swarming from the flanks. Wang Defa. Use your talismans. Smash them. Don't be stingy. Li Yao Yao ordered again. All right. Sister Yao Yao. Wang Pangzi also snapped out of his immense grief. While wiping away his tears, he pulled out handfuls of talismans from his storage ring. These were all life-saving trump cards that his father had bought for him at great expense, and each one was extremely valuable. But now, he can't care about that anymore. The boss has already been arrested, so why is he still keeping all this stuff? Go to hell. You bunch of ugly freaks. Give me back my boss. Fatty Wang, acting like a madman, threw out all those colorful talismans at once. Boom! Thunder and fire talisman, freezing talisman, Vajra talisman. Various energies exploded among the demons, instantly clearing a large open space. He even activated several defensive magical artifacts, creating a temporary safe zone to protect several injured and weaker classmates behind him. Hold on, you bastards. My boss will definitely be back. He's just going to visit the demon's homeland, he'll be back soon to treat us to drinks. Fatty Wang shouted at the top of his lungs, boosting morale in his own way. Under Li Yaoyao's command and with Wang Pengzi's fire support, the defense line, which was on the verge of collapse, was miraculously stabilized once again. All the trainees unleashed their full power, engaging in a fierce and relentless battle with the fearless demons. Behind the defensive line, Chen Mo and Wang Tang were being supported by their subordinates, their faces ashen. They watched this tragic and devastating scene unfold before them, their emotions a complex mix of feelings. Their meridians were completely severed, their cultivation was destroyed, and they had become utterly useless. The fear of Gu Ping'an had seeped into his very bones. At the same time, they looked at their classmates who were fighting hard with utter resentment. They actually held on? Why doesn't it crash? Why doesn't everyone die? As long as everyone dies here, their crimes of betraying their compatriots can be buried forever. Just as they were experiencing immense inner turmoil, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching the battlefield from the horizon. It's the Academy's instructors. Reinforcements have arrived, a sharp-eyed student exclaimed with delight. More than a dozen streaks of light descended from the sky, led by Zhang Xian, the vice dean of the academy. Zhao Wuji. What's the situation? As soon as Zhang Xian landed, he slapped a demon that was trying to ambush him to death and asked in a deep voice. The dozen or so mentors he brought were all Martial King level experts. As soon as they joined the battlefield, the situation instantly reversed, and the pressure on the human side was greatly reduced. Dean. Vice Dean Zhang. With the help of his two mentors, Zhao Wuji struggled to his feet. He looked at Zhang Xian, his voice trembling, his face filled with grief and self-reproach. An anomaly has occurred in the A-level heavenly abyss. A Saint Realm demon has made its move. What? Zhang Xian's expression changed drastically. A powerful demon from the Holy Realm? How is that possible? What about the great demon of the Holy Realm? He hurriedly asked. Zhao Wuji's lips trembled, and finally, he pointed to the jagged crack in the sky, his voice hoarse as he said. To protect us, the King of New Life, the Dean's personal disciple. Gu Ping'an, he was captured by that powerful demon from the Holy Realm and taken to the heavenly abyss. Boom! This news struck Zhang Xian and all the instructors who had just arrived like a bolt from the blue. Gu Ping'an. That peerless prodigy, hailed by the Dean as the future martial god of humanity, was actually captured by a powerful demon from the Holy Realm and imprisoned in the heavenly abyss? This is absolutely devastating. Zhang Xian dared not delay in the slightest and immediately transmitted the bad news back to the Academy's highest command center through the highest level of encrypted communication. Inside the monitoring hall, Dean Lin Weidong was busy coordinating the capital's defense forces. When he heard Zhang Xian's trembling voice coming through the communicator, he froze. What did you say? Ping'an, he's been captured and imprisoned in Tianyuan? Lin Weidong's voice trembled slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. Snap. He accidentally crushed the communicator in his hand into pieces. An aura of terror erupted uncontrollably from him, causing all the instruments in the monitoring hall to buzz as if they were about to explode at any moment. A powerful demon from the Holy Realm has made a move to capture people. Lin Weidong muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at the chasm in the abyss on the screen. Why Gu Ping'an of all people? He couldn't understand it. Saintly realm great demons are incredibly proud beings. Even if the heavenly abyss cave were to open, they would not easily make a move. But now, it has not only taken action, but has also specifically kidnapped Gu Ping'an. What earth-shattering secret is hidden behind this? Lin Weidong slammed his fist on the command platform, instantly creating a deep fist-shaped dent in the hard alloy tabletop. Pass on my orders. The 3rd, 5th, and 9th armies of the Jinyuan Legion advance at full speed. They must reach Wolf Howling Valley within 30 minutes, at all costs. Furthermore, contact the human temple immediately. Tell them, our Federation's first martial arts academy is requesting the activation of the Martial God Order. Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials in the command center changed color. Martial God's decree. That is the highest level command of the human race. It can only be used when facing the crisis of annihilation, or when it involves the inheritance and karma of a martial god. It seems the Dean is really going all out this time. Chapter 91, Deep into the Abyss, Visitors from Another World? Dark. Endless darkness. There's also a feeling like being stuffed into a front-loading washing machine and spun dry on the highest setting. Gu Pingon felt as if he was being dragged by an irresistible force, passing through layer after layer of viscous, chaotic energy barriers. TSK, this experience is terrible, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. There's not even a seatbelt. Thumbs down. He could feel the energy around him was filled with a violent, chaotic, and destructive aura. Was this what it felt like inside the abyss? It was worse than he had imagined. Strangely, the force dragging him, that huge black tentacle, emanated an aura completely different from the chaotic energy around him. It was a kind of lofty, pure energy, with an almost obsessive-compulsive coldness and arrogance. Not in cahoots? Gu Pingon's mind raced. He originally thought that a more powerful figure from the demon side had taken a liking to him, but now it seems that someone unexpectedly appeared and snatched him away. That's interesting. He wasn't too worried about his safety. Just kidding, there's still a Sword God trial card lying in my system inventory. Although the side effect is that I can't drink alcohol for a month, which I find extremely annoying, it's still enough to save my life if it really comes down to it. What he was more curious about now was what the owner of this tentacle wanted to do after grabbing him. Surely she couldn't be attracted to my good looks, could she? Just as Gu Pingon was lost in thought, the dizzying sensation suddenly stopped. The darkness vanished instantly, replaced by a blinding light. Gu Pingon subconsciously squinted, and only after his eyes adjusted to the light could he see his surroundings clearly. This is an unbelievably magnificent hall. The entire hall seemed to be carved from some kind of pure white crystal, its floor as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starlight like light sources on the dome. An extremely pure energy permeated the air, even a single breath left one feeling refreshed and invigorated. But Gu Pingon frowned. It's too clean, it smells like disinfectant, he muttered to himself. This extreme purity and order made him, a lazy bum who liked to lie on the grass, sunbathe, and drink, feel a little uncomfortable. The enormous black tentacle that was wrapped around him gently placed him in the center of the hall, and then, like melting snow, silently shrank back into the void and disappeared. In the empty hall, only Gu Pingon remained. He yawned and looked around. What the hell? The kidnappers didn't even show their faces. How rude. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him distorted, and a humanoid silhouette made entirely of light slowly emerged. This luminous figure was over 3 meters tall, its features obscured, yet its imposing and oppressive aura, as if tangible, enveloped the entire hall. A grand and cold voice resounded directly in Gu Pingon's mind. Mortal, are you not afraid? The voice was devoid of any emotion, as if the very essence of heaven itself was posing a question. Gu Pingon picked at his ear, lazily raised his eyelids, and looked at the glowing giant. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? He retorted. Are you going to kill me? Guangren seemed surprised by his reaction and remained silent for a moment. I sense a unique Tao within you. This Tao does not belong to the lower plane you inhabit. I am merely exploring it. Oh, so you're a researcher. Gu Pingon suddenly realized, then confidently extended his hand. That's great, research is fine, but you have to pay me. Let me tell you, my appearance fee is very expensive. Like man. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. The humanoid silhouette formed by the light flickered noticeably, as if Gu Pingon's words had made its energy somewhat unstable. A mortal from a lower plane is captured from the battlefield and taken to another world by a Saint Realm expert. His first reaction is not fear or begging for mercy, but demanding payment. This is completely beyond its comprehension. Presumptuous. The cold voice carried a hint of anger. I am the 7th holy elder of the divine race. To grant you the qualification to be investigated is already your greatest honor. Gods? Holy elders? Gu Pingon curled his lip. Sounds impressive. But can glory be eaten? Can it be exchanged for alcohol? He paused, looking at the other person earnestly. Well then, I won't ask for much. Do you have any special wines here? You know, the kind that's tens of thousands of years old, brewed with stars and the moon as raw materials. If you do, give me 100 or 200 jars, and I'll let you study them to your heart's content. If you don't, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to take me back. I still have a fight to finish over there. The holy elder of the divine race fell completely silent. It felt its logic and cognition being ruthlessly destroyed by this mortal. Tens of thousands of years? Brewing wine with stars and the moon? What kind of nonsense is this? Stubborn to the end. The holy elder's voice turned incredibly cold, and a terrifying pressure, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were sinking, crushed down on Gu Ping'an. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll come and take it myself. This oppressive force was enough to instantly shatter the bones and break the soul of a martial king. The holy elder believed that this arrogant mortal would kneel on the ground in the next second, howling in pain, and paying the price for his arrogance. However, the imagined scene did not appear. The terrifying aura that could crush mountains melted silently when it came within 3 feet of Gu Ping'an's body, like spring snow meeting the blazing sun. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of wine wafted from Gu Ping'an, forming an invisible barrier that kept all the oppressive aura at bay. The aroma of alcohol protects the body. Attacks from those below the Grandmaster level are automatically negated, while attacks from those above the Grandmaster level are significantly weakened. Although the pressure from the Saint Realm expert was terrifying, it was essentially a mental attack, unable to even make Gu Ping'an's clothes twitch. Gu Ping'an stood there, even feeling a little bored, and yawned again. Hey, Bal Chang, that's not very fair of you, he said lazily. If you can't reach an agreement, you resort to violence and psychological attacks. It's really beneath you, isn't it? The holy elder's body, formed of light, flickered violently, revealing his extreme shock. What kind of power is this? It could clearly feel that its own pressure of law was dissolved by a peculiar Tao essence that it had never seen before, which carried a hint of freedom and unrestrainedness. His own sacred laws are ineffective against a mortal? How is that possible? Chapter 92 The Human Race Temple, the Martial God's Decree is issued. Wolf Howl Valley Battlefield. The battle is over. The corpses of demons that burst out of the chasm of the heavens covered the earth, and the stench of burning flesh and blood made people nauseous. Vice Dean Zhang Xian led a group of martial king instructors, staring intently at the still restless, twisting black crack. Their faces were so dark they could drip water. Zhao Wuji, Zhang Xian's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Say it again, what did you see? He suddenly turned his head and looked at his mentor behind him, who was covered in blood and breathing erratically. It was Zhao Wuji, the person in charge of the Alpha defense line. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, the dignified king of martial arts, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood dripping from between his fingers. His face was a mixture of pain, regret, and self-blame, making him look 10 years older. Yes, it's true. Zhao Wuji suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Zhang Xian, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It's absolutely true. I'll never forget that oppressive aura. Just one tentacle was enough to immobilize all of us. It was Gu Ping'an, it was him. He deliberately let that great demon capture him to buy us time. Finally, the 7-foot-tall, tough man let out a beast-like howl and slammed his fist hard into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked open, and dust billowed up. I'm useless. I'm a fucking piece of trash. I'm the professor, yet I have to rely on my students to save me. He will never forget it. Before Gu Ping'an was swept away by the overwhelming black tentacle, he turned his head and gave him a lazy smile. That smile, in his view, clearly meant, "Old Zhao, thanks, leave the rest to me." That was a request made before he died. As a mentor, he could only watch helplessly as the most outstanding geniuses in his academy sacrificed themselves to protect them. This guilt felt like a mountain, pressing down on him and making it hard for him to breathe. Zhang Xian fell silent, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The other mentors behind him also had ashen faces and burning anger in their eyes. Not far away, the surviving trainees were gathered together. Fatty Wang slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. Oh no, old Gu has been captured by a monster. What are we going to do? Li Yaoyao stood beside him, without saying a word. She simply stared silently at the chasm between heaven and earth, her white dress stained with the black blood of demons, her long sword still tightly gripped in her hand, her cold face devoid of tears, only displaying a chilling calm. He will come back, she suddenly said, her voice soft but unusually firm. Fatty Wine looked up blankly. Sister Yaoyao, you. He promised me he wouldn't die. A near-blind trust shone in Li Yaoyao's eyes. He just went to that world to find some alcohol. He'll come back when he's had his fill. These words sounded absurd, but when she said them, they carried an undeniable power. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. He knew now was not the time for sorrow. He immediately reported everything that had happened to the Academy's highest command center via the highest-level encrypted channel. Blue Star, a subspace that cannot be explored by any technological means. This is the location of the human temple. An ancient stone palace floats silently in the void, surrounded by a dazzling starry sky. When Lin Weidong appeared at the entrance of the stone hall, several ancient and powerful auras inside the hall were already alerted. Young Lin, what's the matter that you're so panicked that you've had to use the highest emergency communication? A distant voice came from inside the hall. Lin Weidong stepped into the hall and bowed deeply to the several blurry figures sitting cross-legged deep inside. Honorable elders, this is extremely urgent. Without wasting words, he directly projected the battlefield footage recorded by Zhao Wuji onto the center of the hall using his true energy. The entire process of the giant tentacle, composed purely of dark energy, ignoring space and sweeping Gu Pingyan away, is clearly presented in the video. This is the power of the Holy Realm. This aura, it's the void god hand of the divine race. The Protoss. How dare they break the ancient covenant and attack the descendants of our Blue Star? The human saints inside the hall couldn't sit still any longer. They were all ancient monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, the true pillars of the human race, but at this moment, the aura of each of them became extremely dangerous. Seeing their reaction, Lin Weidong's heart sank, but he still gritted his teeth and made his request. Holy elders, this child is named Gu Pingyan. His potential far exceeds our imagination. He is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of our human race, and in the future, he may even reach the realm of martial god. He has now been abducted by the gods, and his fate is unknown. I, Lin Weidong, implore the Holy Temple to activate the martial god token for the future of our human race, and spare no effort to bring him back. His voice echoed in the hall, filled with grief, indignation, and determination. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Martial God's decree. These three words carry the weight of Mount Tai. It represents the highest level of war mobilization order of the human race. Once activated, it means that the human race will devote all its resources to launching a full-scale war against a powerful race from another world, a war that will last until the very end. The last time it was used was 300 years ago, when the human race fought a bloody war with the demon race for 100 years in order to seize an important resource world. Now, should we restart it for the sake of a young man whose future is uncertain? Young Lin, do you know the price you've paid for this? A sage asked in a deep voice. Once war breaks out with all races, my human race will be stained with blood. I know. Lin Weidong's eyes were bloodshot. But if we lose him, what our human race will lose is the future. Just then, from the deepest part of the main hall, the oldest and most powerful aura slowly awakened. A voice, seemingly from time immemorial, resounded in everyone's heart. Allah. There is only one word. But this word represents the ultimate will of the human race's holy temple. I've examined this boy's path. Lin Weidong wasn't lying, the voice continued. Such a seed is extremely rare, not to mention 1,000 years, even since the high martial era, our human race has only produced one such example. We cannot afford to gamble. As soon as the words were spoken, a token made entirely of gold and engraved with ancient runes slowly flew out from the depths of the hall. Martial God's decree, issue. Buzz. The golden token emitted a soft hum in the air, then transformed into 3 dazzling golden beams that pierced through the temple walls, tore apart the barriers of the subspace, and shot off in 3 different directions from Blue Star. Send the order to the Jinyuan Legion. That ancient voice, carrying a chilling killing intent, resounded through the heavens. Prepare for war. Get ready for a cross-border expedition. Those who offend the pride of our human race, no matter how far away, shall be punished. Chapter 93. You call this a test? You're giving me a gua sha treatment. Inside the Temple of the Gods. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The Saint Elder's saintly aura, which should have been a sacred, solemn, and inviolable force of law, was enough to make even a martial saint tremble. However, this force automatically vanished within 3 feet of Gu Pingyan. In contrast, Gu Pingyan himself seemed completely unaffected, and even gave his own thoughts on the film with great interest. Hey, I said. Bald Chang? Oh no, I mean Brother Guanren. Gu Pingyan picked at his ear and gave a serious suggestion. Is your pressure point expired? It has no power at all. Are you trying to give me gua sha? It's not as powerful as the northwest wind in my hometown in winter. The Holy Elder's body, composed of pure light, flickered violently a few times, clearly indicating that his internal energy core had become disordered, a condition commonly known as being so angry that his liver hurts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It couldn't understand how its own divine law, one of the supreme rules of the seventh divine realm, could be completely ineffective against a mortal who hadn't even reached the saint realm. This is not scientific. This is not theology. What rules and laws? They're too profound. I'm just a high school student, I don't understand them. Gu Pingan waved his hand impatiently, giving me a "don't give me this nonsense" look. I'm just asking you, are you still going to fight or not? If not, let's hurry up and continue to discuss the issue of compensation for my emotional distress. He held up 3 fingers. Let me tell you, when you grabbed me just now, I was extremely frightened. My heart is still pounding. Also, that lousy pressure you exerted, even though it didn't work, still scared me. So, you'll have to pay more. You. The Holy Elder was so enraged by his mercenary and scoundrel-like appearance that his luminous body nearly collapsed on the spot. It has roamed the seventh divine realm for thousands of years, seen enemies who stubbornly resisted and ants who wagged their tails and begged for mercy, but it has never seen such a shameless mortal who dares to take the initiative to talk to the gods about compensation. Good. Very good. The Holy Elder laughed in fury, and the light in the entire temple became dazzling because of his anger. Since the pressure of the laws has no effect on you, then I will let you experience firsthand the true power of the gods. Mortal, repent for your arrogance and ignorance. Before the words were finished, its luminous form suddenly raised its hand, and a giant sword formed entirely of pure holy light appeared out of thin air in its hand. Countless sacred runes flowed across the sword's blade, emanating a sharp aura that seemed capable of cleaving space itself. It is your honor to die by my holy judgment sword. The Holy Elder roared, raised his lightsaber high, and slashed down at Gu Pingan. This sword strike contains the power to sever the laws of nature. Not to mention a single person, even a city made of steel would be reduced to dust by this sword. The entire hall trembled violently under this force. Faced with this devastating blow, Gu Pingan finally dropped his lazy expression. He sighed. Sigh, I didn't want to do it in the first place. He slowly raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and gently tapped it against the massive lightsaber that was slashing down from above. You're forcing me. A faint, almost invisible wisp of silver-white sword light flashed and disappeared from his fingertips. There was no earth-shattering roar, no explosion caused by the collision of energy. That wisp of silvery white sword light, like an invisible thread, silently met the massive holy judgment sword. Then, to the utter astonishment of the Holy Elder, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sword of judgment, formed from its original holy light and laws, melted away inch by inch from its tip, disintegrating into the most primordial light particles that drifted into the air. The entire process was eerily quiet. It's like gently erasing a painting with an eraser. Puff! The Holy Elder's luminous form trembled violently. Although it had no physical form, it emitted a muffled sound similar to spitting blood, and the entire luminous form dimmed, as if it had suffered an unimaginable blow. A single sword's light chills 19 provinces. This move never strikes the physical body, but rather the opponent's martial will, the very source of their power. The core of the Holy Elder's sword of holy judgment is the divine law it wields, and Gu Pingan's finger strike directly severed the law itself that constitutes the sword. Ha! It's so fragile? Gu Pingan looked at his intact index finger, then at the light man opposite him whose light and shadow were unpredictable and seemed about to go out at any moment, and curled his lips in disgust. I thought it was something amazing, is this all? He shook his head, looking utterly bored. Too weak, too weak. This is pointless, I'm not playing anymore. He turned around, wanting to find a place to sit down and continue contemplating life, or rather, the important matter of drinking. Stop, stop. The Holy Elder's weak voice echoed in his mind, filled with shock, fear, and an undisguised tremor. It steadied its collapsing body of light and shadow, staring intently at Gu Pingan's back. What power did you just use? That wasn't sword energy, that was the Tao. It's a higher level than laws, the trace of the great Tao. Who are you? Gu Pingan stopped and looked back at it, his eyes filled with compassion for the mentally challenged. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Are you satisfied with this answer? After saying that, he didn't bother with the light man he had already ruined. He walked up to the steps of the main hall, sat down, and took out his precious wine gourd from his pocket. Unfortunately, he had already drunk all the drunken life, dreamlike death in the gourd when he was in Wolf Howling Valley. He shook the empty gourd, sighed, and looked utterly despondent. Sigh, without wine to drink, life is truly as lonely as snow. The holy elder looked at the mortal sitting on the steps, sighing over a sip of wine, and then at his own severely damaged origin. The entire person fell into deep self-doubt. It began to doubt whether it had arrested the wrong person. No, it began to wonder if it had some misunderstanding about the word mortal. Just as an eerie silence fell over the main hall, a clear, cold, and ethereal female voice, as melodious as moonlight, suddenly rang out without warning. Seventh Elder, that's enough, step down. Chapter 94 Divine Plan Sanctus, Divine Dawn. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a peculiar magic, instantly calming the chaotic energy within the hall caused by the Seventh Elder's power dissipating. Gu Ping'an looked in the direction of the sound and saw that at the other end of the hall, the space rippled like water, and a graceful figure slowly walked out from it. The person who came was a woman. Unlike the radiant Seventh Elder, she possessed a real, flesh and blood body. Her long, silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, reaching her ankles. Her eyes were pure gold, without a trace of impurity, like two burning suns, yet they exuded a coldness that kept people at a distance. Her features were so exquisite they seemed otherworldly, and her skin was so fair it was almost translucent. She was like the most perfect work of art in the world. Her magnificent and form-fitting silver-white armor perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves, exuding both feminine grace and a heroic and dignified aura. Gu Ping'an's eyes lit up. Hey, finally someone decent has arrived. He whistled to himself. Although he doesn't have any particular interest in beautiful women, he does get a bit tired of seeing the same old woman all the time. Greetings, Your Highness. The previously arrogant Seventh Elder immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing the woman, his dim, shadowy form displaying extreme humility. The Holy Maiden? Gu Ping'an stroked his chin. She sounds more powerful than the elders. The silver-haired woman, known as the Holy Maiden, ignored the Seventh Elder and fixed her golden eyes directly on Gu Ping'an, filled with scrutiny and intense curiosity. You are the anomaly that the Elder brought from that lower plane, she asked, her voice pleasant but her tone calm and even as she stated a fact. Gu Ping'an leaned against the steps, shook the empty wine gourd in his hand, and lazily replied, if by abnormal you mean a handsome, dashing, and debonair man who wants to drink but has no wine to drink, then that must be me. On the Saintess's eternally frozen, exquisitely beautiful face, there seemed to be an extremely subtle softening. She clearly hadn't expected to get such a response. She paused for a moment before continuing, I apologize on behalf of the Seventh Elder for his rudeness. We did not mean to offend you, but we are very curious about the power you possess. Oh? An apology? Gu Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Not bad attitude. But just talking isn't enough. How about this, since you're not bad looking, get me a few jars of good wine, and we'll call it even. Saintess. The Seventh Elder's aura behind her fluctuated violently, clearly indicating that he was quite angry again. Your Highness, this man is extremely arrogant, we must not. Shut up. The Holy Maiden coldly interrupted the Seventh Elder, her golden eyes still fixed on Gu Ping'an. You want wine? Of course, Gu Ping'an said matter-of-factly, what else? You kidnapped me from the battlefield and didn't even provide me with food and drink. Is that how you treat a guest? The Saintess seemed to be seriously considering the question, and after a long while, she slowly spoke, the wine is yours. But before that, I need you to answer a few questions for me. Give me the wine first, then I'll answer, Gu Ping'an said firmly. This is a matter of principle. The two stared at each other, one languid and casual, the other aloof and noble, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle once again. In the end, it was the Saintess who compromised first. She nodded slightly and whispered something to the void. Bring the star and moon dew. A moment later, a crack appeared in the space around her, and a crystal bottle flew out and hovered in front of her. The bottle contained a silvery liquid, within which countless stars seemed to twinkle, emitting a refreshing fragrance. This is star and moon dew, brewed over 3,000 years using the core of a star and the essence of moonlight from my divine realm, the Saintess explained calmly. Although it's not the kind of wine you described, brewed with stars and the moon, it should meet your requirements. Gu Ping'an's nose twitched, and his eyes instantly lit up. Good heavens! Just by smelling it, he knew it was absolutely top quality. He sprang up from the steps like a spring, rushed over in 3 steps, and reached out to grab the crystal bottle. With a wave of her hand, the Saintess deftly evaded his hand and flew to the other side. Answer the questions first, she said coolly. All right, ask away. Gu Ping'an rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the bottle, his mouth practically watering. The saintess looked at him like this, and a faint smile flashed in her golden eyes. She slowly opened her mouth and asked the first question. Where does the Tao within you come from? This question points directly to Gu Ping'an's biggest secret, the drunken sword immortal system. However, Gu Ping'an burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, and his laughter echoed in the empty hall. Where does it come from? It comes from drinking, of course. He patted his gourd, a smug look on his face. Let me tell you, there's nothing in this world that can't be solved with a drink. If there is, then have 2 drinks. The saintess frowned, her beautiful brows furrowing. Did you drink that? That's right. Gu Ping'an said with a "you're too young" look, pointing out the world as if he were giving a grand speech. Wine is the essence of heaven and earth, the soul of the 5 grains. What you're drinking isn't just wine, it's the Tao. It's life. A little girl like you who clearly has never drunk wine won't understand. The saint was somewhat bewildered by his twisted logic and heresy. She had lived for over 1,000 years, and this was the first time she had ever heard someone describe alcoholism in such a refined and elegant way, even connecting it to the Great Way. She remained silent for a long time, seemingly processing Gu Ping'an's words, before asking her second question. May I have your name? Me? Gu Ping'an grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He never changes his name or surname, and that is Gu Ping'an. Gu Ping'an. Safety. The saintess silently recited the name in her heart, a name that represented peace and tranquility, yet belonged to a man who could sever the laws of nature with a mere flick of his wrist. The contrast made the curiosity in her golden eyes grow even stronger. She stared at Gu Ping'an's smug expression, remained silent for a moment, and then asked her third question. This time, her voice was lowered slightly, carrying a hint of probing and nervousness that she herself was unaware of. Then, how much do you know about the drunken sword immortal? Chapter 95. The capital is shaken, and 2 families face their doom. While Gu Ping'an was bargaining with the Holy Maiden in the Divine Realm, the Human Federation was in complete chaos. A detailed battle report on the Battle of Wolf Howl Valley, along with battlefield footage that had been verified multiple times, was delivered to the desks of every high-ranking official in the Federation through the highest level of encryption. This battle report triggered an unprecedented political tsunami. At the heart of the tsunami was neither the terrifying level Heavenly Abyss nor the world-destroying Saint Realm Great Demon, but 2 completely different names. Gu Ping'an. Chen Mo. In the battle report, Gu Ping'an's performance was repeatedly studied. In the end, a 9-star general in the military wrote only 2 words in the annotation of the report. Miracle. With a wave of his hand, thousands of demonic ants vanished into thin air. With a single thought, more than a dozen traitors were rendered useless. Finally, to cover the retreat of everyone, he stood alone with only a sword in front of the great demon of the Holy Realm, and was ultimately devoured by the terrifying demonic power, leaving no trace of his body. The report concludes by describing his actions as heroic sacrifice. A perfect, tragic, and unparalleled hero who sacrificed everything for the future of humanity was instantly established. Chen Mo, Wang Tang, and the dozen or so scions of prominent families were firmly nailed to the pillar of historical shame. On the battlefield, betraying one's own comrades. This is treason. It is the most unforgivable and heinous crime for humanity to stand in a universe where all races coexist. When the news reached the Federal First Martial Arts Academy, the Academy's internal online forum was overwhelmed and crashed. After the technicians made emergency repairs, the anger of all the teachers and students found an outlet. Those posts that once mocked Gu Ping'an for attention-seeking and all show and no substance were swept away by angry replies. Instead, the title was in bold, blood-red text, every word bursting with flames. Pinned post, traitors. Chen Mo and Wang Tang, disgrace to the human race. Get out of the academy. Damn it. I cursed Gushin yesterday, I'm no human. I kowtowed to Gushin. Bang bang bang. I propose that a statue be erected in honor of Gu Ping'an in the Academy Square. He is a role model for us all and a beacon for all martial arts students. Student council? Ha! If the president is a traitor, what good can come from under him? It's a garbage dump that hides filth. I'm filing a formal complaint against Li Gui, the vice minister of the Student Council's External Relations Department, for withholding my task rewards. Disband the Student Council. Disband the Student Council. Give me back my bright and clear world. The torrent of public opinion is enough to destroy any seemingly solid dam. The college's leadership reacted with astonishing speed, or rather, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although Dean Lin Weidong had personally gone to the Human Race Temple, the instructions he left behind before his departure were resolutely carried out by Vice Dean Zhang Xian. A red-headed document personally signed by Zhang Xian was posted in every corner of the college as quickly as possible, and electronic announcements were displayed around the clock. Announcement: upon investigation, it has been confirmed that Chen Mo, the student union president, and 15 others, including student Wang Tang, deserted their posts and betrayed their comrades during the battle to defend Wolf Howling Valley against the invasion of Tianyuan. This constitutes the unforgivable crime of treason. By the highest resolution of the College Council, effective immediately, the above 15 individuals are expelled from the university, their records are marked as traitors, and all evidence of their crimes is transferred to the Federal Military Court for prosecution under the highest provisions of the law against treason. Once the announcement was made, there was no room for maneuver. This heavy hammer shattered all the illusions and hopes of the Chen and Wang families. The capital city, the Chen family mansion. The hall was deathly silent. The patriarch, Chen Zhan, a half-step martial saint who could cause an earthquake with a stomp of his foot in the capital, was now slumped in a grand chair, looking as if his bones had been removed, and had aged more than 20 years. He held a photocopy of a notice that had just come from the academy in his hand. The thin paper rustled as he shook it. "It's over, it's all over." His lips moved as he repeatedly murmured those words. He was expelled from the academy, his file was recorded as traitor, and he was handed over to a military court. This is not just Chen Mo's fate. This is a death sentence for the entire Chen family. A family labeled as a family of traitors by the authorities will have no place in this iron-blooded era of human struggle against all other races. There's not even a need for federal intervention. Those political enemies who usually greet you with smiles, those business rivals who call you brothers, will transform into the most greedy sharks, swarming up to tear the Chen family, this giant whale that has stumbled and fallen into the water, until not even a bone fragment remains. In fact, the tearing had already begun. Within just a few hours of him receiving the notification. Master, Tianhai Winery's stock has hit the daily limit down. The circuit breaker has been triggered. Master, we just received calls from 37 partners, all of whom unilaterally announced the termination of all cooperation with us. Master, the federal bank has frozen all of our family's accounts and assets. Master, the Imperial Guard has surrounded us. They say they're protecting us, but no one is allowed to leave. One message after another, like a death knell, relentlessly bombarded Chen Zhan's already fragile nerves. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This is what the end times look like. Father, what should we do? We can't just sit here and wait to die. Chen Mo's father, Chen Ling, a dignified martial king, was now pale as a ghost as he staggered into the hall, his voice filled with barely suppressed panic. What to do? Chen Zhan suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at his son. He roared with all his might like a wild beast driven to the brink of despair. How should I know what to do? That beast. That wretched child. I warned him long ago not to mess with Gu Ping'an. Not to mess with him. Why didn't he listen? Why? His roar echoed through the hall, filled with endless regret and madness. Just then, an old butler came running in, his face pale and his voice trembling. Master, no. Something's wrong. The messengers of the human temple have arrived. What? Chen Zhan and Chen Ling both shuddered violently, a chill running from the soles of their feet straight to the tops of their heads. Human temple. That is the highest arbitration body of the human race, above the federal government and all martial arts families. What are they doing here? Before the two could react, a figure had already silently appeared at the entrance of the hall. The newcomer was dressed in simple linen clothes and had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was as deep as the sea. He just stood there, and the air in the entire Chen family mansion seemed to freeze. Chen Zhan, who was half a martial saint, felt a sudden palpitation and didn't even have the strength to stand up. The middle-aged man in hemp clothing didn't look at anyone in the hall, as if they were all just air. He unfurled an ancient scroll and read it aloud, word by word, in a tone devoid of any human emotion. Decree from the human temple. The Chen family of Junwo and the Wang family of Jinlong have failed in their duty to educate their children, raising rebellious sons who have betrayed their race and nearly extinguished the flame of hope for our human race during a time of crisis. Their crimes deserve to be punished. Those two short sentences plunged Chen Zhan and Chen Ling into an icy abyss. The middle-aged man in hemp clothing paused for a moment, then continued reading. However, considering that their ancestors made great contributions to the human race and shed their blood on the battlefield, their merits and demerits cancel each other out. A glimmer of hope had just ignited in Chen Ling's eyes, but what followed plunged him into the deepest abyss. Effective immediately, the Chen and Wang families are stripped of their title of martial arts family, and all core family members are stripped of their cultivation, demoted to commoners, and forbidden from practicing martial arts for eternity. So be it. After reading the text aloud, the middle-aged man in hemp clothing put away the scroll, turned around and left. Throughout the entire process, he didn't glance at Chen Zhan even once, as if he had just crushed an ant. No! Chen Zhan let out a heart-wrenching cry. Abolish cultivation. Demoted to commoner status. He shall never be allowed to practice martial arts again. This is 1,000 times more cruel than simply killing them. This means that the Chen family, once a top-tier aristocratic family perched high in the clouds, has been kicked into the dirtiest, lowest quagmire. Never to rise again. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and then everything went black. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed out, and the former half-step martial saint fell straight backward, completely unconscious. At the same time, at the Jinlong Wang family on the other side of the capital, an almost identical human tragedy was unfolding. On this day, the two top families in the capital were completely erased from the history of humankind. The root of all this is simply because their descendants provoked a drunken teenager whom they looked down upon the most. At this moment, the young man was staring at the star moon dew in the saintess's hand, plotting how to trick her into giving him a few more bottles. Chapter 96 The Drunken Sword Immortal? I don't know him, I only know how to drink. Shenxi stared at Gu Ping'an and asked the question slowly and deliberately, her voice filled with a nervousness that she herself was unaware of. Then, how much do you know about the Drunken Sword Immortal? The Drunken Sword Immortal? Gu Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. Here we go again, those 3 words again. Her own system is called the Drunken Sword Immortal System. Could it be that this girl has some connection with the system's previous owner? He remained outwardly calm, but his mind was racing at an alarming pace. You can't just say things like that. What if this sword immortal is a mortal enemy of the gods? If I admit it, wouldn't I be chopped up on the spot by this woman and the old man next to him? I still have a sword god trial card fake, so staying alive is a piece of cake. Conversely, what if they are friends or even descendants, and you say you don't know them? Wouldn't that be missing a golden opportunity to extort money from them? Trouble. This is such a hassle. After much thought, I realized that my old ways were still the safest, playing dumb. Gu Ping'an scratched his head, his face showing just the right amount of bewilderment, even a hint of innocence at being stumped, and asked curiously in return. Who is the Drunken Sword Immortal? Is he famous? Is he a heavy drinker? Or, is it that the wine he brews is exceptionally delicious? Shinshi stared at him intently, trying to find even the slightest flaw in his lazy face. However, there was nothing there. Gu Ping'an's expression was so sincere and innocent. In those clear eyes, apart from the instinctive longing revealed by the words good wine, no other emotion could be found. It was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Could it be that he really didn't know? A deep sense of disappointment welled up uncontrollably in Shinshi's heart. But if he is not that person's successor, how can we explain the Tao trace on his body that is of the same origin and even more refined and domineering? That's a Taoist aura that can even suppress the great Tao's lament of the divine realm. I can't figure it out. I just can't understand it. Never mind. Shinshi sighed softly, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant, and she seemed somewhat disheartened. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, a crystal-clear jade bottle appeared out of thin air. The jade bottle was no bigger than the palm of your hand, and its material was neither gold nor jade. Inside the bottle, countless tiny silver specks floated and swirled, as if imprisoning a handful of dazzling stars. She used her divine power to open the bottle stopper only slightly, almost imperceptibly. Boom! An indescribable, rich aroma of wine burst forth from the crevice, instantly filling the entire magnificent temple. This fragrance seems to possess its own life and will, forcefully penetrating every pore and cleansing the soul. Tiny specks of light seemed to condense in the air, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire hall increased several times over at this moment. Gu Ping'an's eyes widened instantly. He froze on the spot, his nose twitching uncontrollably, as if he wanted to inhale all the aroma of wine that filled the room into his lungs. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Fine wine! This is absolutely the most amazing and unparalleled wine ever made. Just smelling it made his internal systems buzz and send out signals of extreme craving. This wine is called Star and Moon Dew. Shinshi's voice possessed a strange magic, and against the backdrop of the aroma of wine, it was incredibly alluring. This bottle was made by our divine race by collecting the essence of the stars and the moon from the heavens, using the water from the spring of creation as a guide, and being nurtured by the divine power of successive holy maidens for 3,000 years. She paused for a moment, then handed the bottle of Starry Night Dew forward. As long as you can tell me the real information about the Sword Immortal, no matter how little, this bottle is yours. Glug. Gu Ping'an's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He felt his saliva overflowing and about to drool from the corners of his mouth. 3,000 years. Starlight and moonlight. The creation spring. Listen to this choice of words, it instantly elevates the level of sophistication. If you drank this stuff, wouldn't you ascend to heaven on the spot? An unprecedented internal struggle was taking place within him. To be honest? What kind of truth am I supposed to tell? All I know is that my system is called Drunken Sword Immortal, and nothing else. But this wine smells so good. No way, I have to get my hands on it today, even if it means cheating or swindling. Gu Ping'an's eyes darted around, and a plan instantly came to mind. He took a deep breath of the air filled with the aroma of alcohol, but his face showed a look of disdain that said, "You're really boring," and he pursed his lips. I already told you I don't know you, why won't you believe me? Where is the most basic trust between people? He shrugged, looking helpless. Besides, even if I really knew him, why should I tell you? That's my secret, my privacy, don't you understand? After delivering his righteous and stern rebuke, he abruptly changed the subject, pointing at the jade bottle in Shinshi's hand and extending his hand with an air of self-righteousness. However, considering your sincerity and the fact that your wine is indeed quite good, here's what you'll do, give me the wine as a gift to mark our friendship. And who knows, if I ever remember anything about the Drunken Sword Immortal in the future, I might just tell you for free if I'm in a good mood. Shinshi was so angry at his shameless remarks that she couldn't speak for a long time. The seventh elder behind her bristled, pointing at Gu Ping'an and shouting angrily, "You brat! This is nothing short of banditry. Holy maiden, don't believe his nonsense." Shinshi's chest rose and fell slightly, and the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. In the end, she let out a sound that was both funny and exasperated. This guy. What exactly is the skin of a face made of? How can someone so casually spout nonsense and make extortion sound so sophisticated? However, she also instantly understood the subtext in Gu Ping'an's words. The other party is waiting for a higher price to sell. In this way, he neither admitted nor denied, but instead passed the ball back to himself, firmly grasping the initiative. So be it. This at least proves that he does know something, but he just doesn't want to say it now, or perhaps the price isn't right. As long as there are clues, there's nothing to fear. Shinshi took a deep breath and suppressed all her emotions. Good. In the end, she chose to compromise. She gently pushed the jade bottle in her hand, and the Star Moon Dew, which contained the divine blood and sweat of 3,000 years, transformed into a stream of light and flew steadily to Gu Ping'an's side. I hope you will not go back on your word, sir. Rest assured, my word is my bond. I operate with integrity and treat everyone fairly, young and old. Gu Ping'an grabbed the jade bottle tightly, as if he were holding his long-lost son, his smile as bright as a blooming sunflower. He no longer cared about the Drunken Sword Immortal, the holy maiden of the divine race, or the human army outside the palace. His mind and eyes were completely focused on the bottle of Star Moon Dew in his hand, which smelled so good it made him almost faint. My darling. He couldn't wait any longer and yanked the cork off the bottle. Sir, wait a minute. Shinshi's expression changed, and she quickly spoke up to stop her. This wine possesses unparalleled divine power, far surpassing any ordinary wine. Even a single drop from it would be enough to cause a mortal's spiritual energy to go berserk, resulting in their body exploding in death. Sir, you must not. Before she could finish speaking, she watched helplessly as Gu Ping'an tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and started chugging from the bottle. Glug! Glug! The clear, starlight-like liquor transformed into a dazzling ray of light, which Gu Ping'an gulped down. That unrestrained manner was hardly like someone drinking some divine brew, it was more like a thirsty farmer drinking well water. In the blink of an eye, half a bottle of Star Moon Dew had been consumed. Shinshi and the seventh elder's expressions froze instantly. The two of them stood frozen in place, like stone statues under a spell, their minds completely blank. It's over. Only those two words remained in the seventh elder's mind. What if someone drinks themselves to death? If this were to drink humanity's only hope, their God's last savior, alive to death in the temple, then the sins of their gods would be truly enormous. Under their horrified gazes, a sudden change occurred. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying energy erupted from Gu Ping'an's body. A dazzling silver light burst forth from every pore of his body, and at that moment, he transformed into a radiant humanoid sun. The overwhelming power of the alcohol surged through his body, and fine golden cracks even began to appear on the surface of his skin, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Oh no! Xinshi exclaimed in alarm. However, at that moment, an ancient and melancholic sigh, which only Gu Ping'an could hear, echoed gently in the depths of his mind. Extremely high concentration of primordial energy detected. Hangover settlement mode activated ahead of schedule. Drunkenness level assessment in progress. Judged as Divine Intoxication. Chapter 97, Divine Intoxication Settlement Explosive Rewards. Bite. The host has been detected to have ingested an extremely high concentration of Divine Elixir Star Moon Dew. Drunkenness level assessment in progress. Judgment successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving an unprecedented level of intoxication, Divine Intoxication. The system's advanced payment mode is now activated. In a state of divine intoxication, the settlement rewards will be amplified 10,000-fold. Currently absorbing the terrifying energy of Star Moon Dew for the host. A series of cold system notification sounds rang out in Gu Ping'an's mind like heavenly music. He felt like his body, which was about to burst, had found an outlet. The terrifying torrent of energy that was rampaging through his internal organs, as if it were about to tear every cell in his body, was instantly taken over by an even more domineering force. This power originates from the system. It is like an ancient behemoth awakening, opening its invisible maw and beginning to frantically devour and refine the Star Moon Dew, which is enough to make even Saint Realm experts treat it with utmost care. Boom! Inside the divine temple, Gu Ping'an, who had transformed into a humanoid sun, covered in golden cracks and seemingly about to explode into cosmic dust, suddenly lost his radiance. Immediately afterwards, an even deeper and more powerful aura erupted from his body. The golden cracks covering his body did not expand, instead, they began to heal at a visible speed. As each crack closed, it was as if a Dao rune flashed by, and his skin became even more translucent than before, like the finest mutton fat jade, with a faint radiance flowing through it. How is this possible? The seventh elder, standing to the side, had an incomprehensible look of horror on his face, which was made of light. He had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never seen such an outrageous sight. A mortal at the Grandmaster level. After drinking half a bottle of Star Moon Dew, enough to burst a martial king and severely injure a martial emperor, he not only did not explode and die, but instead, it seemed as if he was undergoing an unimaginable transformation. His aura was rising at an incredible speed. That was no ordinary energy infusion. The seventh elder could clearly sense that Gu Ping'an's life essence, soul strength, and even every aspect of his physical body were undergoing earth-shattering qualitative changes. His Tao, the essence of the Tao within him, is becoming more solid and clearer. The goddess Xi's golden pupils contracted sharply as she stared intently at Gu Ping'an, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. She could sense that there was a bottomless black hole inside Gu Ping'an's body, which was transforming the energy of the Star Moon Dew into nutrients for his own growth. This conversion efficiency is simply unheard of. Even for the gods, drinking the Star Moon Dew requires months or even years of careful seclusion to refine it. And this man in front of us is actually digesting it on the spot in a whale-like manner? This was beyond Xinshi's understanding of cultivation. Monster, he is not human at all, he is a monster. The seventh elder couldn't help but mutter to himself, his voice filled with fear. Gu Ping'an had no time to pay attention to their shock at the moment. He was so excited he was about to groan out loud. So comfortable. The excruciating pain of feeling like my body was being torn apart had completely disappeared, replaced by an ultimate sense of comfort, like being immersed in a hot spring. He could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering and jumping for joy. Strength. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. Energy conversion complete. Initiating the calculation of the intoxicated state. Cultivation initiation. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has increased from Grandmaster rank 1 to Grandmaster rank 9 peak. Boom. A vast and pure energy appeared out of thin air in Gu Ping'an's Qi, instantly expanding his original true Qi by more than 100 times. His cultivation level soared like a rocket, breaking through the barrier of the Grandmaster realm all the way up from mid-level Grandmaster to high-level Grandmaster, and then to Great Grandmaster. Early Grandmaster, mid-Grandmaster, late Grandmaster. In the end, he steadily stood at the peak of the 9th rank, just one step away from the martial king realm. Gu Ping'an could even sense that, if he wished, he could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at any time and step into the realm of a king. But he held back. Foundation. He could feel that although this improvement was rapid, his foundation was incredibly solid, as if he had been cultivating at this level for hundreds of years, without the slightest sense of superficiality. Peak Grandmaster, not bad, not too exaggerated. Gu Ping'an clicked his tongue, muttering to himself. If he directly became a martial king, it would be difficult to explain to the principal and the others when he returned. 2. Cultivation Technique Advancement. Congratulations, host. The Dionysian Manual, Grandmaster Edition has successfully advanced to the Dionysian Manual, King Edition. Passive ability, Aura of Alcohol, has received an epic upgrade. New passive ability added, Divine Soul Wine Aroma. Alcohol Aura Protection Max Enhancement. The invisible alcohol aura that resides around the host automatically grants immunity to any form of attack below the martial king realm. It can significantly weaken the power of attacks from martial kings and inflict a drunkenness backlash effect. Divine Soul Fragrance. The host's soul will naturally possess a trace of divine intoxication fragrance, which can grant immunity to most mental attacks and exert an irresistible natural attraction to the opposite sex whose soul strength is lower than the host's. Gu Ping'an's lips twitched when he saw the newly added passive ability. Immunity from all attacks below the martial king level? Isn't this just the ultimate version of the turtle shell? From now on, even if a Grandmaster stands there and lets me hit them, I won't bother fighting back. But what on earth is this divine soul wine fragrance thing? Do you have an irresistible natural attraction to the opposite sex? Is this the passive ability that a proper cultivation technique should have? This is practically walking hormones. If Li Yaoyao gets any closer, wouldn't that mean? Gu Ping'an shuddered and quickly banished the dangerous thought from his mind. 3. Sword Technique Rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a top-tier heavenly rank sword technique, drunkenly examining the sword by lamplight. Drunk, I pick up my sword by lamplight, a heaven rank supreme conceptual killing sword technique. It condenses a wisp of the host's divine drunkenness Tao essence, transforming it into a tiny flame. Seemingly weak, it actually contains the concept of annihilation. Wherever the flame reaches, it ignores defense and laws, obliterating the enemy from its very source. Note, this technique is extremely powerful, but its consumption is also terrifying. Please use it with caution. Hiss. Gu Ping'an gasped. Conceptual killing techniques? Erasing them from their very origin? This is even more domineering than a sword's light chills across 19 provinces. A sword's light chills across 19 provinces is the ultimate slash in terms of physics and spacetime, while this, drunk, I pick up my sword and look at it by lamplight sounds like it's directly attacking the opponent's existence itself. This is simply a case of being outmatched. I've hit the jackpot. This is a real steal. Gu Ping'an was overjoyed. That half bottle of wine was totally worth it. 4. Special Rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1. Qiankuan Wine Gourd Upgrade Blueprint. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Divine Spirit Wine Brewing Recipe, 9 Revolutions Reincarnation Brew. Gu Ping'an's breathing became rapid. Can the Qiankuan Wine Gourd be upgraded? And that, 9-turn Reincarnation Brew, just from the name you know it's no ordinary product. He resisted the urge to check immediately, because the system's settlement process wasn't finished yet. Settlement complete. The host has awakened from the state of divine intoxication. Friendly reminder, this state of divine intoxication is rare and cannot be forced. Please keep up the good work and reach new heights of drinking soon. Gu Ping'an slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling golden light flashed from his eyes, illuminating the entire temple. He stretched his body, and then heard a series of cracking sounds, like popping beans. An unprecedented sense of power and control welled up within me. He felt like he could punch a small asteroid right now. It feels not bad. Gu Ping'an twisted his neck and said lazily. However, Xinshi and the 7th elder opposite him were completely petrified. They watched helplessly as Gu Ping'an's aura soared from that of an ordinary person to a level that made them all tremble with fear. Although he was only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, the restrained yet seemingly all-encompassing sharpness and the faint Tao essence surrounding him made them realize that the combat strength of this man could not be measured by his realm. You, what exactly are you? The seventh elder's voice trembled. Gu Pingon glanced at him, about to say something, when suddenly, wah-ah-wah! A piercing alarm, so loud it seemed to tear the soul apart, suddenly resounded throughout the entire divine temple and even spread across this vast white crystal continent. This is the highest level alert in the divine realm, an enemy defense alert. Shinxi's exquisitely beautiful yet aloof face instantly became extremely solemn. She suddenly looked up, her golden pupils filled with coldness and killing intent as she gazed outside the temple. Gu Pingon was also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that old bastard Lin Weidong has brought a large army to rescue me? Chapter 98. The demon race is attacking. Are you gods even capable? The piercing alarm echoed endlessly in the magnificent temple, bringing a sense of impending doom. The sky outside the palace, which was originally an eternal pure white, was now stained by a dark red that was spreading rapidly in the distance, as if a flawless white cloth had been splashed with dirty blood. Not good, the seventh elder exclaimed in alarm. It's the demon clan. They actually dared to launch a surprise attack on our clan's holy domain at this time. Why would the demon clan choose this time to make their move? And how could they have so accurately pinpointed the coordinates of the seventh sacred domain? Shinxi's brows furrowed tightly, and her face, which seemed to have been created by a god, was covered with a layer of frost. She's not stupid. This raid was suspicious in every way. Your Highness, the demons came prepared this time. They have deployed the fallen demon legion, led by the Blood Axe Demon Lord. A divine warrior clad in silver armor rushed into the hall, knelt on one knee, and reported urgently. A gap has been torn in the outer defenses, and they are advancing towards the temple. Blood Axe Demon Lord? The seventh elder's luminous figure fluctuated violently, clearly showing extreme fear of this name. That madman. Wasn't he confronting our race's third holy king on the Abyss battlefield? How did he end up here? It's a diversionary tactic. Shinxi reacted instantly, her voice icy. They deliberately created friction on the Abyss battlefield to tie down our main force, but their real target is right here. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Gu Pingon. Could it be, because of him? No, impossible. The demons couldn't possibly know of his existence. Therefore, they had only one goal, something enshrined deep within the temple. Your Highness, my essence has been damaged, and my combat power is less than 30%. I'm afraid I will be unable to withstand the Blood Axe Demon Lord. The seventh elder's voice was filled with frustration and helplessness. He had just been severely injured by Gu Pingon's finger strike, and he was at his weakest point. Elder, there's no need to blame yourself. You stay and guard the temple, overseeing the defensive formation, Shinxi decisively ordered. She then turned to Gu Pingon, who was still curiously observing his surroundings, her tone carrying a hint of pleading and apology. Mr. Gu, I am very sorry to have dragged you into our clan's conflict. The situation is urgent, and I'm afraid you will need to wait here while I repel the invading enemy. Gu Pingon raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Wait? There are alarms and fighting going on here, it's so noisy, how am I supposed to wait? He shrugged, looking annoyed. Besides, you invited me here, but you couldn't even guarantee my basic safety. Now that the enemy is at our doorstep, you just want to leave me hanging? He paused, then said matter-of-factly, this service attitude is unacceptable. Let me tell you, if this happened where I lived, I would give them a bad review. Shinxi was speechless for a moment after being choked by his words. What time is it, and you still care about this? She took a deep breath and patiently explained. The Blood Axe Demon Lord is a renowned high-ranking demon lord, whose strength is comparable to, or even greater than, a peak martial emperor of the human race. His fallen demon legion is fearless and the battle will be extremely fierce. I'm worried about you staying here. Worried I'll get in your way? Gu Pingon interrupted her, lazily stretching. Tell me, are all of you gods this arrogant? That old bald guy was the same. He came up to test me right away, and almost crashed himself. Now you think I need your protection? He pointed to the dark red sky outside, which was getting closer and closer, and curled his lip. It's just a fight, why make such a fuss? Let's finish this quickly so I can find a place to drink. Shinxi was utterly speechless. She found herself completely unable to understand this man using normal logic. His strength is undeniable, but his thought process is equally peculiar and unpredictable. Just then, boom! A deafening roar shook the entire temple violently. The massive temple gates, forged from special crystals, were blasted open from the outside by brute force. Countless fragments of stone, mixed with violent demonic energy, surged back into the temple. He. Little Shinshi, and that old codger 7th elder, this is how you greet your guests when I personally come to pay a visit? A rough, arrogant voice, filled with the smell of blood, came in, accompanied by heavy footsteps. As the smoke cleared, a terrifying figure, over 3 meters tall, covered in dark red keratinous armor, and carrying a massive black axe wider than a door panel on his shoulder, appeared at the doorway. He had a ferocious bull's head, and his 2 scarlet eyes burned with violent flames. The terrifying pressure emanating from his body caused the space inside the entire temple to distort. It was none other than the commander of the fallen demon legion, the Blood Axe Demon Lord. Behind him, a dense horde of fallen demon warriors surged in. Each of them had a blue face and fangs, wielding various weapons stained with blood, their greedy and bloodthirsty eyes scanning back and forth in the hall. Blood Axe Demon Lord's gaze immediately locked onto Shinshi, a lewd and greedy glint flashing in his crimson pupils. The holy maiden of the divine race, you truly live up to your reputation. If I could capture you and bring you back to my demon palace for day and night exchanges, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit my cultivation. His gaze then shifted to the dimly lit 7th elder, filled with disdain. Old man, I heard you were beaten so badly your very essence was almost shattered? What a piece of trash. Perfect, today I'll send you on your way and use your holy soul to sacrifice for my blood axe. Finally, his gaze fell on Gu Ping'an, and he looked him up and down. Ha? What's with this pretty boy here? A human? Blood Axe Demon Lord paused for a moment, then grinned as if he'd seen a funny toy, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The gods are really getting more and more backward. They've actually started keeping humans as pets? Look at his delicate skin and flesh, perfect. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. You're courting death. Shinshi roared in fury, holy light emanating from her body, and a sacred and vast aura instantly locked onto the Blood Axe Demon Lord. You think you can take me? Blood Axe Demon Lord sneered disdainfully, his giant axe trembling violently, unleashing an even more ferocious surge of demonic energy that clashed fiercely with Shinshi's divine aura. Shinshi's body swayed slightly, and her face paled a little. Although her cultivation level is high, she is more inclined towards support and potential. It would obviously be difficult for her to directly confront a high-ranking demon lord known for his killing and power. Attack! Kill the men, and the women, leave that saintess to me. The Blood Axe Demon Lord was too lazy to waste any more words. He swung his giant axe and gave the order to attack. Roar! Dozens of fallen demon warriors, whose strength was comparable to that of a grandmaster, roared as they charged toward Gu Ping'an and Shinshi. Shinshi gritted her teeth, preparing to make a move, when a figure lazily blocked her way. I said. Gu Ping'an yawned, seemingly completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere before him. Are all the villains' entrance lines so cliché? It's either about wanting to taste human flesh or wanting to capture the holy maiden, and there's no originality at all. He pointed a finger at the demon warrior at the front and beckoned, hey, you, the ugliest one, come here. Blood Axe Demon Lord and his demonic followers were stunned. Is this human kid scared out of his wits? You ignorant fool. The demon warrior who was singled out was furious. He swung his spiked club, which brought a fierce wind to tear through the air, and smashed it down hard on Gu Ping'an's head. This blow is enough to smash a small mountain into dust. Shinshi and the 7th elder were both on tenterhooks. However, Gu Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. He just stood there, not even bothering to adopt a defensive stance. Just as the powerful spiked club was about to strike his head, a bizarre scene unfolded. Buzz! An invisible aura, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed and disappeared around Gu Ping'an. The spiked club, imbued with the full power of the demon lord warrior, seemed to have struck a ball of cotton the moment it touched the energy shield. No, it was even more bizarre than cotton. The violent demonic energy on the staff seemed to have met its nemesis, instantly dissolving completely. Immediately afterwards, the demon warrior felt an indescribable drunkenness surge back from the spiked club, rushing straight to his brain. His vision blurred, the whole world began to spin, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, fast asleep. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. All the demons, including the arrogant Blood Axe Demon Lord, stared wide-eyed, as if they were witnessing something unbelievable. A master-level demon warrior unleashed a full-force attack, but the opponent was completely unharmed, while he himself passed out drunk? What kind of sorcery is this? Gu Ping'an glanced at the demon snoring on the ground, then looked at himself, spread his hands innocently, and said to the dumbfounded Blood Axe Demon Lord. See that? It's a staged accident scam. This is blatant staged accident scam. He paused, then pointed to the seventh elder, who was equally shocked and whose light and shadow were unsteady, and slowly added, "Honestly, your strength is nowhere near as good as that old bald man's." Chapter 99. This sword strike is called drunkenly picking up a lamp. Dead silence. A deathly stillness, like that of a tomb. On the massive bull head of the Blood Axe Demon Lord, two scarlet eyes, wide like copper bells, stared intently at Gu Pingyan, then glanced at his subordinate on the ground, who was fast asleep, with a drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Shame. An unprecedented disgrace. He, Blood Axe Demon Lord, had roamed the Abyss battlefield for hundreds of years, killing countless powerful gods and humans. When had he ever seen such an outrageous scene? In a single encounter, his elite warriors passed out drunk without even touching the hem of the other's clothes. He was even publicly mocked by this seemingly frail human boy, who said he was weaker than a god elder who was about to be scrapped. "You are looking for death." His voice, each word uttered slowly and deliberately, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, was filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. Boom! Terrifying demonic energy erupted from the Blood Axe Demon Lord's body, transforming into a visible black storm that swept across the entire temple. Countless ancient divine runes lit up on the floor and walls of the main hall, barely managing to resist the erosion of this demonic energy. "I will extract your soul and burn it with abyssal demonic fire for 10,000 years. Blood Axe Demon Lord went completely berserk. He stopped letting his men probe, and with a sudden stomp of his massive body, the entire temple trembled. He raised the blood-red giant axe high in his hand, and blood-red patterns lit up on the axe blade. A terrifying aura that seemed capable of cleaving mountains and rivers locked onto Gu Pingyan. Demon Prison Blood Slash. With a roar, the giant axe, carrying a blood-red axe light that stretched for hundreds of feet, tore through space and cleaved down towards Gu Pingyan with the force of a thunderbolt. This axe strike, imbued with the Blood Axe Demon Lord's overwhelming rage and full power, was powerful enough to make any martial emperor pale in comparison. Shinchi's face turned deathly pale instantly, and the divine power within her surged wildly as she desperately tried to defend herself. The seventh elder's image flickered violently, almost collapsing. He knew that with this axe, not only would that strange human be split in two, but the entire temple itself could be cleaved in two. However, despite this devastating blow, Gu Pingyan, who was at the center of the storm, showed not a trace of tension on his face. He merely raised his head slightly, looking at the rapidly enlarging crimson axe light, and curled his lip in slight impatience. "So noisy," he said it softly. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, he slowly extended one finger. Index finger. It was a fair, slender finger, as perfect as a work of art. He casually pointed his finger at the terrifying axe light that was powerful enough to split mountains and cleave seas. Idiot. This was the only thought that flashed through the Blood Axe Demon Lord's mind, and a cruel grin spread across his lips. To take his full force blow head-on with just your fingers? He could almost picture his opponent being cleaved into nothingness, soul and all. Shinchi closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear watching the bloody scene. But at that moment, Gu Pingyan spoke up. His voice was soft, carrying a hint of drunken languor, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. "This sword strike is called drunkenly picking up a lamp. The moment the words fell, a flash of light. A faint light, so faint it seemed it might go out at any moment, lit up at his fingertips. The light was small, only the size of a bean, and its color was a warm, dim yellow, looking like the flame of a solitary lamp in the dead of night. It lacked any earth-shattering momentum, any sharpness that could tear through space, and not even the slightest energy fluctuation could be detected. It burned quietly, fragile yet warm. What's this? The light of a firefly before death? Blood Axe Demon Lord was filled with disdain. However, the next second, the sneer on his face froze completely. That small, dim yellow light drifted leisurely out from Gu Pingyan's fingertips. It moved so slowly that everyone present could clearly see its trajectory. It swayed and staggered as it faced the incomparably violent crimson axe light. The two met in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. The blinding brilliance lacks energy counteraction. There wasn't even a sound. The 100-foot-long crimson axe light, powerful enough to kill a martial emperor, was like ice and snow meeting a branding iron, or like being erased from a painting by an invisible eraser, the moment it touched the tiny lamp. Starting from the very tip of the axe light, it vanished silently. Yes, it means disappear. It wasn't defeated, it wasn't neutralized, but rather it was completely erased from this world. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant crimson axe light was completely devoured by the small lamp, leaving not a trace of demonic energy behind. The dim yellow light, seemingly undiminished, continued to sway and drift toward the completely stunned Blood Axe Demon Lord. No. No way, what is this? What the hell is this thing? Blood Axe Demon Lord's mind completely went blank. A fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed all his reason. He felt no threat, no murderous intent, but every cell in his body was screaming, howling, and urging him to run away. Run! Run! For the first time in battle, the Blood Axe Demon Lord had the thought of fleeing. He tried to move, to get away from that seemingly harmless little flame, but he was horrified to find that his body, and even his soul, seemed to be completely imprisoned by an invisible force, and he couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the dim, yellowish light drifted slowly towards him and then gently imprinted itself on the forehead of his enormous bull's head. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Blood Axe Demon Lord even had a slight illusion. Could this just be a deceptive illusion? But the instant that thought arose, he saw the utterly terrified looks in the eyes of Shinshi and the seventh elder opposite him. He lowered his head and looked at his own body. His armor, his indestructible demonic body, is disintegrating. Starting from the spot on his forehead where the lamplight touched, his body was transforming into countless tiny particles, gradually dissipating into the air. This process was painless, but he could clearly perceive that his existence was being completely erased from this world. His power, his memories, his soul, everything about him, all returned to nothingness. Ah! He wanted to roar in despair, to cry out in pleading, but in the end, he could only squeeze out a hoarse monosyllable from his throat. Under the stunned gazes of Shinshi, the seventh elder, and all the fallen demon warriors, the arrogant Blood Axe Demon Lord, a high-ranking demon lord capable of stirring up storms on the Abyss battlefield, vanished completely in just a few seconds, turning into countless points of light flying everywhere. Both body and soul perished. Not even a trace of its existence was left. The entire temple fell into an eternal silence once again. Gu Pingon withdrew his finger, looked at the vanished lamp at his fingertip, and thoughtfully stroked his chin. The power is all right. The starting motion is a bit slow, and it looks a bit effeminate. He was busy evaluating his new move. Then, he raised his head and looked at the fallen demon warriors at the door, who were trembling with fear and could barely hold their weapons, and gave them a kind smile. So, next, who's next? Chapter 100 The Goddess's Shock, the transaction upgraded. Ah! A piercing, distorted scream shattered the deathly silence within the temple. One of the fallen demon warriors closest to the door finally broke free from the extreme fear. He threw down his battle axe, turned and ran away in a panic, letting out an incomprehensible howl. His breakdown was like toppling the first domino. A devil. He's a devil. The demon lord has been annihilated. Run. Run. The remaining dozens of fallen demon warriors completely lost all will to fight. Only one thought remained in their minds: escape. Get as far away from that smiling man as possible. In an instant, the demonic legion that had just charged in with such momentum now resembled rats whose nest had been disturbed, scrambling to squeeze through the gate they had blasted open, even causing a stampede. Gu Pingon watched this comical scene and lazily yawned. Chase? Are you kidding me? Running away is already this tiring, wouldn't chasing someone be even more tiring? He couldn't be bothered to move. He turned around, walked to the spot where he had been, bent down and picked up the bottle of Star Moon Dew that was still half full. He shook it in his hand, seemingly hesitating whether to take another sip. At this moment, Shinshi and the seventh elder remained frozen in place, like two stone statues. Their gazes were fixed on Gu Pingon, their expressions extremely complex. Shock? No, that word is far from enough to describe their feelings at this moment. That's subversion. It's a shocking discovery that completely overturned my worldview. What kind of being is the Blood Axe Demon Lord? That was an executioner who had fought against the gods for hundreds of years, his hands stained with the blood of powerful gods. He was a formidable enemy that even a Saint King-level being had to take seriously. However, this infamous high-ranking demon lord couldn't even withstand a single move from the man before him. No, that can't even be called one move. That's more like a higher dimensional judgment. There were no earth-shattering energy collisions, no fierce clashes between laws. With just a single light, a high-ranking demon lord was completely erased from the realm of existence. The Tao, that is the power of the Tao, it far surpasses the laws, the true power of the great Tao. The seventh elder's illusory body trembled more violently than ever before, and he whispered in a hoarse voice, his tone filled with awe and fear. He had been severely injured by Gu Pingon's finger beam before, and had already guessed that the other party had mastered the traces of the great Tao, but that was just a guess. And now, he has witnessed the manifestation of this power firsthand. That wasn't some mark of the great Tao, it was a complete, clear, and terrifying great Tao filled with the meaning of end. Gu Ping'an's lazy figure was also reflected in Shen Shi's golden pupils. The turmoil in her heart was even greater than that in the seventh elder's heart. Because from that single light, she not only sensed the great path of end, but also faintly caught a trace of an extremely familiar feeling. That is wine. She murmured unconsciously. That's right, it's the flavor of the wine. It's that kind of desolation and domineering feeling of being so drunk that you see through all the illusions of the world and only have a lonely lamp in your hand left. In my drunken stupor, I pick up a lamp and examine my sword. At that moment, she finally understood the true meaning of the poem. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning, making her entire soul tremble. The drunken sword immortal. The man before them was definitely using the legacy of the sword immortal of drunkenness. Moreover, his understanding and application of this power had reached an inconceivable level. Who exactly is he? Is he a descendant of the drunken sword immortal? Or? She dared not think any further. Seeing Gu Ping'an about to drink again, Shen Shi and the seventh elder woke up almost simultaneously. Don't want. Senior, you absolutely mustn't. The two cried out in unison, their voices filled with panic. Are you kidding me? You almost exploded after drinking half a bottle. Although you ended up benefiting from the misfortune and your strength increased dramatically, who knows what would happen if you drank anymore? If this really explodes, who will the Protoss complain to? If such a terrifying being, suspected to be a successor of the sword immortal of wine, were to die from drinking in their seventh sacred domain, their entire divine race would likely bear an immense karmic burden. Gu Ping'an paused in his hand, holding the wine bottle, and glanced at them with some displeasure. What is it now? I'm drinking my own wine, is that bothering you? No, no, no. That's not it. Shen Shi hurriedly took a few steps forward, but stopped 3 meters away from Gu Ping'an, not daring to get any closer. She took a deep breath, and respectfully performed the highest level ancient salute of the divine race towards Gu Ping'an, bowing her head and saying, Junior Shen Shi offers her sincerest apologies for her previous ignorance and offense to Senior. She adopted an extremely humble posture, and her tone was full of reverence. The way he was addressed changed from Mr. Gu to Senior. Seeing this, the seventh elder quickly followed suit, bending the ball of light and shadow to make a bowing gesture. This old man was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you, Senior. Please forgive me. Gu Ping'an was stunned for a moment when he saw the two people's 180-degree change. Senior? He touched his smooth chin, wondering to himself, am I that old? However, since the other party was so polite, he couldn't afford to make a scene. He put down the bottle and said lazily, all right, stop with the formalities. No need for apologies. Your god's hospitality is really lacking. All this testing and fighting has seriously affected my mood. Yes, it's all our fault. Shen Shi nodded quickly, her posture humble. To atone for our mistakes, what requests do you have, Senior? If it is within the power of our divine race, we will gladly die for it. She has now completely changed her strategy. The person in front of me is definitely not a junior I can explore at will. This is a deity walking among humans. A super powerful figure that must be won over and befriended by every means possible. The clues related to the sword immortal of wine lie on him. This is the hope that their divine race has been pursuing for countless millennia. Requirements? Gu Ping'an's eyes darted around. He could tell that these two people, especially the unbelievably beautiful goddess, were now truly afraid of him. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a shame not to take this opportunity to make a quick buck? He cleared his throat, adopted a mysterious demeanor, and slowly said, considering your sincerity, I can give you a chance to make amends. Shen Shi and the seventh elder immediately perked up and listened attentively. First, Gu Ping'an held up one finger. You invited me here, leaving me without any wine and living in fear, causing me great mental trauma. Therefore, you must compensate me for my mental distress. Of course. Senior, what kind of compensation do you need? Shen Shi replied immediately. Gu Ping'an grinned, it's simple. I want all the fine wines treasured by your divine race, one of each and every kind. Remember, all of them. Don't try to fool me with those inferior ones. Shen Shi. Seventh Elder. They thought it would be some earth-shattering request, but it turned out, it was just alcohol. Although it pains me to part with those precious brews that have been treasured for countless years, it's nothing compared to making friends with such a powerful figure. No problem. Shinshi agreed without hesitation. I will immediately order all the myriad divine wines treasured by the major temples of the divine realm to be delivered to you. That's more like it. Gu Ping'an nodded in satisfaction and then held up a second finger. Secondly, aren't you all very interested in that drunken sword immortal? Shinshi's heart jumped into her throat, and she looked at him nervously. Gu Ping'an said slowly. You can want to know about him, that's fine. But information can't be given away for free. You have to tell me everything you know about him first. After I've heard it all, if I'm in a better mood, perhaps I'll tell you some secrets you don't know. This is a classic case of getting something for nothing. Knowing nothing about the background of the Sword Immortal, I took this opportunity to extract all the information from him. Shinshi was overjoyed upon hearing this. He's willing to talk. He was actually willing to talk about the Sword Immortal of Wine. This proves that he really has a great connection with that legendary being. Thank you so much for your guidance, Senior. Shinshi's voice trembled with excitement. The secrets about the Sword Immortal are of great importance. I will now take you to my clan's ancestral hall, where my father, His Majesty the God King, will personally explain them to you. She felt that this matter was beyond her control and had to be reported to the supreme ruler of the gods immediately. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than a majestic, ancient voice, seemingly integrated with the entire world, resounded without warning within the temple. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate deep within everyone's soul. No need. Shinshi, bring this distinguished guest directly to the ancestral hall. I will see him in person. The moment the voice fell, Shinshi and the seventh elder trembled violently, their faces showing utmost reverence, and they bowed deeply towards the depths of the temple. Yes, Father. Greetings, Your Majesty the God King. Chapter 101 Human Race Prepares for War, Target, God Realm. Blue Star, the Federation of Humans. An unprecedented storm is sweeping across the entire human society, originating from the highest center of power. The cause was a golden token. It does not belong to the federal government, the military, or any martial arts family. It comes from an ancient entity that transcends all other powers and protects the ultimate foundation of humanity, the human temple. Its name is Martial God's Decree. The Martial God's Decree is the highest level war mobilization order of the human race. Since the descent of the heavenly abyss 100 years ago, this order has only appeared 3 times, and each time it signifies a bloody battle that determines the survival of the human race. This time, however, the Martial God's Decree was not issued to defend against foreign enemies, but for an expedition. Jinyuan Legion, headquarters of the 1st Army Group. The one in charge here is Martial Dragon War, one of the 3 giants of the human military, known as the Invincible Dragon. This old marshal, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and whose body was covered with hundreds of scars of all sizes, was now looking solemnly at the golden token floating in front of him. On the token, a line of text imprinted with supreme will exudes an unquestionable majesty. Gu Ping'an, the Qilin prince of the human race, was abducted by the gods at the Alpha Defense Line, and his fate is unknown. This act violates the ancient covenant and is tantamount to strangling the future of our human race. In the name of the Holy Temple, the Martial God Decree is hereby issued. Order, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th Army Groups of the Jinyuan Legion immediately enter the highest state of combat readiness. Integrate all cross-dimensional combat units to form an expeditionary force, with the objective of the 7th sacred domain of the divine race. Order, spare no effort to rescue our clan's prodigy. Those who offend the pride of our human race, no matter how far away, shall be punished. After reading it, Marshal Longzhan remained silent for a full minute. His withered face showed no expression, but a fierce flame burned in his deep eyes. Protoss. In ancient mythology, they were allies who fought alongside humans against the abyss. Although the 2 sides have lost contact for over a century, that ancient alliance has always been the cornerstone of peace between the 2 peoples. Now, they actually dare to attack a descendant of the human race, a peerless genius hailed as the Qilin child by the Holy Temple. This is betrayal. This is provocation. This is a declaration of war against the entire human race. Bang! Long Zhanyuan clenched his fist tightly, leaving a clear fist imprint on the alloy-made command platform. He turned around abruptly and pressed the red communication button in front of him, which represented the highest command. I am Longzhan. Pass on my orders. His voice, transmitted through an encrypted channel, instantly reached every corner of the Jinyuan Legion. All troops, level 1 combat readiness. All personnel on leave, return to your posts immediately. All reserve units, assemble immediately. Starfleet Pioneer, Guardian, and Blade, release from storage and activate power systems at full capacity. Order the Space Technology Department to construct a super-large, stable spacegate capable of supporting the passage of Army-level units at the Kunlun base within 24 hours. Target coordinates, to be provided by the Temple. This time, our enemy is not the demons in the abyss. Our goal is the realm of the gods. We will let those arrogant birdmen know that our human race's Chilan child is not someone they can touch. As he issued his orders, the most powerful war machine of the entire human federation, the Jinyuan Legion, this sleeping lion, instantly awoke and let out a deafening roar. The Imperial Capital, Martial Arts Academy Alliance, Supreme Emergency Meeting. The deans of the top 10 martial arts academies in the Federation gathered together. Before each of them, the phantom of the martial god token appeared, and the atmosphere in the hall was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. An expedition against the gods? The Temple, have they gone mad? One of the deans asked, his face filled with disbelief. The power of the gods is unfathomable. According to ancient records, they are born warriors, and every adult god possesses the strength of a grandmaster. What do we have to fight them? Yes, to launch a racial war that could severely weaken humanity for the sake of a single student, isn't that too high a price to pay? Another dean echoed this sentiment, his words filled with worry. Cost? Lin Weidong, who was sitting in the main seat, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. The dean of the First Martial Arts Academy had bloodshot eyes and was exuding a terrifying aura that was about to erupt. You call this the price? He pointed at the crowd and roared, that student is Gu Ping'an. He's a student of my First Martial Arts Academy. He's the hero who single-handedly held off 3 Grandmaster-level demonic apes at the Heavenly Abyss Rift, giving all the students a chance to survive. He was even personally identified by the saints of the Temple as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the human race, a unicorn who has the potential to reach the realm of martial god in the future. Don't you understand what a future war god means to our human race? The gods kidnapped him to sever the future of humanity. To extinguish our hope. How is this any different from declaring war on us? At this moment, instead of thinking about how to rescue people, or how to make those treacherous bastards pay the price, you're standing here cowering, calculating gains and losses? Where is your courage? Where is your dignity as martial artists? Lin Weidong's roar was like a series of heavy hammer blows, striking the faces of every dean. The venue was deathly silent. Yes, a future god of war. How many years has it been since a war god appeared among the human race? If there truly is such a prodigy, then his significance to the entire human race will be immeasurable. Dean Lin is right. The Dean of Jingwu was the first to stand up, his expression resolute. This is not just a matter for one student, it is a matter for the future of our human race. The decision of the Holy Temple is the decision of all our martial arts academies. Jingwu is willing to mobilize all its instructors to form a spearhead combat team, ready to be deployed. My magic martial arts is the same. I second that. Inspired by Lin Weidong, all the hospital directors were ignited with passion. Fear? Humanity rose from humble beginnings, never through compromise or fear. Rather, it is an unyielding backbone and a fighting spirit. Martial Arts Families Alliance, Council of Elders. The atmosphere was equally somber. The destruction of the Chen and Wang families was like 2 resounding slaps to the faces of all the aristocratic families, making them clearly aware of the temple's determination. At this moment, the martial god's decree hanging high made them feel the pressure of an impending storm. An expedition against the gods, this is simply gambling with the fate of the entire race, a conservative elder said worriedly. Gambling? I don't think so. An old but powerful voice rang out. The one who spoke was Li Jianyi, the former patriarch of the Tianjian Li family. The old man, who had been immersed in the art of swordsmanship for nearly 200 years, slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp swordlight flashed and disappeared. He glanced at the worried crowd and said calmly, "Why would the temple issue such an unquestionable order for a young man? Because they saw hope. A hope that could allow our human race to carve a bloody path through this dark age surrounded by all other races. And that young man, my granddaughter Yao Yao, once fought alongside him. Yao Yao told me that the boy named Gu Ping'an is someone who can create miracles. She believes that he will definitely come back." Li Jian stood up straight, his back ramrod straight, like a sharp sword about to be drawn from its sheath. The swords of my Li family have not drunk the blood of foreign races for decades. Now that the Holy Temple has pointed out the direction, my heavenly swordly family is willing to be the vanguard. 3 sword saints from my clan who are in seclusion will set out on the expedition together." His words were like a bombshell, exploding in the council of elders. Even the Li family's sword saint is being mobilized? Everyone was shocked by the Li family's determination. With the full support of the Jinyuan Legion, the Martial Arts Academy, and the top families, the entire human society is operating at an unprecedented efficiency. Countless supplies were mobilized, and elite troops were dispatched to the front lines. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, in a top-secret base, a colossal spatial portal, towering a kilometer high and resembling a tower reaching to the heavens, is gradually taking shape thanks to the efforts of countless researchers and array masters. Its endpoint will be an unprecedented coordinate. Divine Realm. A cross-border war engulfing 2 powerful races is about to begin. Chapter 102. The God King arrives in person. Where do you come from? The ancestral temple of the divine race. This place lacks the grandeur and magnificence of the 7th temple. Instead, it appears unusually ancient and spacious. The entire hall was built from an unknown grayish-white rock, and the surrounding walls were covered with countless ancient and obscure murals, recording the long history of the gods from their birth to their glory. At the deepest part of the hall is a towering throne carved from a single piece of primordial chaos stone. A figure sat regally on the throne. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, dressed in a simple white robe, with an unremarkable appearance. He didn't exude any earth-shattering pressure, and you couldn't even sense a trace of energy fluctuation. He was just like a real mortal. However, the moment Gu Ping'an followed Xinxi into the hall, his steps involuntarily stopped. For the first time, his gaze became incredibly solemn. Because in his perception, the man on the throne did not exist in this space at all. He was sitting there, but his aura seemed to be one with the entire divine realm, with this universe, and with endless time and space. He is the world, and the world is him. Gu Ping'an had only experienced this feeling in one state, that was when he used the Sword God Experience card and borrowed 1/10,000th of the power of the drunken sword immortal's true form. Without a doubt, the man before them was a terrifying being who stood at the pinnacle of the universe, on the same level of life as the drunken sword immortal. King of the gods. Father. Xinxi walked to the center of the hall and respectfully bowed to the man on the throne. The God King nodded slightly, his gaze passing over Xinxi and landing on Gu Ping'an. What kind of eyes were those? There was no emotion whatsoever, no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, only a profound and indifferent expanse, like the starry sky of the universe. It was as if everything in the world was nothing more than fleeting clouds in his eyes. Being watched by those eyes, Gu Ping'an felt that he was completely seen through, from his soul to his body, and that he had no secrets left. But he was not afraid. Because deep within his passive skill, divine soul fragrance, the aloofness and arrogance originating from the drunken sword immortal, who looked down upon the mortal world while intoxicated, made him instinctively straighten his spine. I sensed the traces of the Tao in you. The God King spoke. His voice was calm, yet it carried a peculiar rhythm that seemed to convey profound truths, as if every word he uttered was expounding the ultimate truths of the universe. It was you who annihilated Blood Axe. This is not a question, but a statement. Gu Ping'an pursed his lips, feeling a little annoyed. This feeling of being seen through at a glance made him very uncomfortable. He simply gave up pretending and sat down on the ground, adopting a posture of utter indifference. Yes, I killed him. So what? That guy had a foul mouth and tried to lay a hand on me. I sent him on his way, which is considered doing justice for God. He paused, raised his head, looked directly into the eyes of the God King, and said in an annoyed tone, I'm saying, are all of you gods crazy? You all like to stare at people. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to kill, then kill. Can't you just give me a straight answer? If there's nothing else, hurry up and send me back home. I still have soup simmering at home. Xinxi turned pale with fright upon hearing this. Oh my God! How dare he speak to his father in such an attitude? With a single thought, Father King can cause stars to crumble and time to reverse. Even the holy kings of other races must be extremely respectful before Father King, not daring to even breathe loudly. Does this guy, do he really know who he's dealing with? However, to Xinxi's surprise, after hearing Gu Ping'an's disrespectful words, the God King on the throne showed a slight softening of his eternally indifferent expression. He seemed to smile. The smile was faint and fleeting, yet it seemed to brighten the entire ancient ancestral hall. Interesting. For the first time, the God King's voice carried a hint of emotion. For tens of thousands of years, no one has dared to speak to me like that. His deep gaze lingered on Gu Ping'an for a long time, as if he were examining a treasure he had never seen before. You do not belong to this world. Your soul bears the imprint of another universe. Your path is ancient and pure, yet it carries a kind of a desolation that even I find heart-wrenching. Where you from? The God King finally asked the question that concerned him most. Gu Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. This guy is truly a wise old man. No, a wise old god. They even realized he was a time traveler. But trying to trick me into telling me anything? No way. Gu Ping'an rolled his eyes and decided to continue his deception. He said with a serious expression. Since you figured it out, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, I come from a place you can't even imagine. There, I once discussed the Tao with 3,000 demon gods over wine, and I also played chess with the supreme Tao ancestor across the starry river. I have witnessed the birth of the universe and buried the end of an era. As he spoke, he looked at the God King with an expression that seemed to say, how could you mortals know how awesome I am? Xinshi listened in stunned silence. This is such an outrageous boast. You even discussed Taoism with 3,000 demon gods over wine? Why don't you just say you cleaved the chaos with a single sword strike? She watched her father nervously, fearing that he might strangle this liar in a fit of anger. However, the God King simply listened quietly, his face remaining expressionless. After Gu Ping'an finished speaking, he slowly asked, are you done? I'm done talking, Gu Ping'an nodded. The God King nodded, then said, I can't do any of what you're saying. Gu Ping'an. Grass. This is impossible to talk to. I've been bragging for ages, and you just say I can't do that, and that kills the conversation. Doesn't this mean I'm bragging? Seeing Gu Ping'an's constipated expression, a hint of a smile seemed to flash across the God King's unchanging face. He shook his head and said, I can overlook your background. But you cannot leave. Why? Gu Ping'an immediately became alert. Because your appearance has changed some predetermined fate. The God King's voice returned to its indifferent and majestic tone. The Tao you have revealed has already attracted the attention of some ancient beings. Not just me. What do you mean? Gu Ping'an frowned. The God King did not answer directly, but instead asked, that lingering aroma of wine in the depths of your soul, that wild and unrestrained Tao essence that even I find familiar. His voice became more serious than ever before at this moment. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with the Sword Immortal? Here we go again. This question again. Gu Ping'an felt completely overwhelmed. Why was everyone so obsessed with this drunken Sword Immortal? My system is the drunken Sword Immortal System, what can I say? Should I tell him that awesome guy is now my cheat code? If he believes me, that's fine. But what if he doesn't believe me and arrests me, dissects me, and studies me? No, I have to keep playing dumb. Gu Ping pretended to be deep in thought, scratched his head, and then said with a look of sudden realization. Oh, you mean him. I remember now. Under the expectant gazes of the God King and God Dawn, he solemnly gave an answer that nearly petrified them on the spot. He seems to owe me a drink. Chapter 103 The Shocking Secret of the Drunken Sword Immortal. He owes me a drink? For the first time, the expression on the God King's eternally unchanging face froze. His deep eyes, which seemed to see through the birth and death of the universe, widened slightly at this moment, filled with disbelief. Xinshi, standing beside her, gaped wide-eyed, her golden pupils filled with confusion as she wondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I hearing? The entire ancestral hall fell into an eerie silence. A good 10 seconds or so passed. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A burst of hearty, cheerful laughter, as if it had been pent up for countless millennia, suddenly emanated from the throne, making the entire ancestral hall vibrate. The God King is laughing. The God King who, since his birth, had never shown his joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, and regarded all things as straw dogs and the changing of eras as ordinary, was now laughing loudly like a mortal. Xinshi was completely dumbfounded. In all her life, she had never seen her father smile, let alone have his lips curl up more than 1 degree. What's wrong with me today? I owe you a drink. Fine. What a great I owe you a drink. The God King laughed for a long time before slowly stopping. He looked at Gu Ping'an, and the indifference that kept people at a distance in his eyes had dissipated considerably, replaced by a peculiar light that resembled appreciation. Only that guy could do something like this. And only someone connected to him could say something like that. He seemed to agree with Gu Ping'an's statement. Since you are his creditor, the God King emphasized the word creditor, then you are not an enemy, but a distinguished guest of my divine race." He nodded slowly to Gu Pingan. This simple gesture represented the approval of a supreme being of the universe. "My incompetent seventh elder offended you before it was our fault." As the God King spoke, he casually waved his hand. The light in the air in front of Gu Pingan condensed slightly, and a white jade wine cup made of pure energy appeared out of thin air. Inside the cup was a golden liquid that emitted a hazy glow. An indescribable fragrance, originating from the very source of life, instantly filled the air. Ding! Divine elixir detected. Divine source 2. This substance is the primordial essence of the divine race's fountain of life. Drinking it can cleanse the soul, temper the body, and greatly elevate one's life level. The system notification sounded in Gu Pingan's mind. Gu Pingan's eyes lit up. This is great stuff. Without any hesitation, he picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. A warm yet powerful energy slid down his throat into his abdomen, instantly spreading to his limbs and bones. Unlike the violent star moon dew, this energy was incredibly gentle, like spring rain nourishing all things, silently nurturing his body and soul, which had just undergone an explosive upgrade. He felt his Grandmaster Peak realm had been completely solidified, his foundation becoming more robust than ever before. Even his divine soul had grown stronger, and his thoughts had become clearer. Hiccup. Gu Pingan let out a satisfied burp and smacked his lips. The taste is good, but the portion is a bit too small. The God King looked at him, who was chewing on a peony like a cow, and his lips twitched slightly, but he still patiently said, "Since you are his friend, then there are some things you are entitled to know." He glanced at Shinshi beside him, who was also listening intently, and slowly said, "Shinshi, listen carefully too. This concerns the ultimate mission passed down in your bloodline." Shinshi's expression turned solemn, and she respectfully lowered her head. The God King's voice became distant and ancient, as if traversing endless time and space, slowly unfolding an ancient scroll that had been sealed for billions of years. Before what you humans call the ancient times, in the more distant past, in the primordial era known as the chaotic era, this universe was not what it is today. At that time, all kinds of races existed, including gods, demons, humans, and monsters. We all lived under the same starry sky. Although there were occasional frictions, it was far from a point of no return. Until they appeared. The God King's voice carried a subtle hint of solemnity. Void Devourer. A group of terrifying natural disasters from beyond the universe, feeding on the very essence of the world. Wherever they go, star systems collapse, civilizations are destroyed, and everything returns to death. Faced with this common enemy, capable of destroying everything, for the first time, all races put aside their prejudices and formed the largest covenant of all races in history to jointly resist the invasion of the void. That was a bloody war that lasted for countless millennia. Countless powerful races were completely wiped out in that war. Even my divine race lost several god kings. The human race's strongest members at that time were almost all wiped out. Upon hearing this, Gu Pingan's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that he would hear such earth-shattering ancient secrets. Just as the covenant of all races was suffering repeated defeats, and the entire universe was about to be completely swallowed by the void, plunging into despair. He has appeared. The God King's gaze seemed to pierce through the dome of the ancestral temple, looking towards the endless void. A man carrying a gourd of wine and a broken sword on his back. No one knows where he came from, no one knows his name. All we know is that he calls himself the Drunken Sword Immortal. Gu Pingan's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, the core secrets of his system are finally about to be revealed. He is inconceivably powerful. The God King's voice carried a hint of genuine awe. The Tao he cultivates is unheard of. The more drunk he is, the stronger he becomes in battle. When sober, he can drink with a Saint King level expert, but when he is completely drunk, he can kill a void sovereign comparable to a God King with a single sword strike. Under his leadership, the Covenant army sounded the horn of counterattack. With a single sword strike, he cleaved the heavens, severing the connection between the void and our universe, and keeping all the void rulers outside the universe. In the final battle, he fought against 3,000 void sovereigns all by himself, and even burned his great Tao of the God of Wine in preparation to unleash a forbidden sword that would completely seal the void passage. As the God King finished speaking, his voice was filled with endless regret and anger. However, at the very last moment before his success, he was betrayed. A traitor within the alliance delivered a fatal blow to him from behind. That sword strike, though it failed to kill him, interrupted his spellcasting, causing him to suffer a backlash from the great Tao and sustain irreversible injuries. In the end, he used his last bit of strength to temporarily seal the void passage, and he himself perished completely in that earth-shattering explosion, leaving not even a trace of his soul behind. His sword, his wine gourd, everything about him, disappeared into the turbulent flow of time and space. Gu Pinyin remained silent. He finally understood why his system was called the Drunken Sword Immortal System. It turns out that this is the story of a cosmic hero who, after saving the world, was betrayed by his own people and ultimately met a tragic end. How tragic, how ironic. Who is the traitor? Gu Pinyin asked in a deep voice. The Abyss Demons. The God King's voice was icy and chilling. At that time, the progenitor of the Abyss Demons coveted the power of the Void and attempted to replace the Sword Immortal after the war, becoming the new ruler of the universe. Therefore, he joined forces with several ancient beings who also harbored ulterior motives and launched that shameful betrayal. This is why our divine race and the abyssal demon race are now mortal enemies. The God King looked at Xinshi and slowly said, Xinshi, your bloodline is inherited from an ancient saintess of our God clan who followed the Sword Immortal in his battles. Her last wish was to find the Sword Immortal's successor, fulfill his unfinished will, and avenge him. And you, the God King finally fixed his gaze on Gu Pinyin, the Tao on you is the mark of the Drunken Sword Immortal. We thought his legacy had been completely cut off, but your appearance has given us hope. At the same time, it also serves as a warning. The reappearance of the Sword Immortal's legacy may mean that the seal he set up back then has begun to loosen. Those Void Devourers could return at any time. Chapter 104 Cross-Border Expeditionary Force, Vanguard Battalion. Kunlun Base, the construction center for ultra-large space gates. This place has been transformed into a forest of steel and energy. Tens of thousands of engineers from the Jinyuan Legion and formation masters from various martial arts academies are working day and night. At the center of the base, a giant, ring-shaped metal gate, 1,000 meters high and resembling the Tower of Babel in mythology, is already taking shape. Countless complex energy lines, like blood vessels, crisscross its surface, radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Inside the base's temporary command post, Marshal Longzhan stared intently at the three-dimensional projection in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. The projection shows the real-time construction progress of the spatial gate, as well as the blurred coordinates of the seventh sacred domain of the gods, provided by the temple on the other end. Reporting, Marshal. The energy core has been connected. Energy output is stable at 95%. Reporting, Marshal. The space stabilization base has been fully calibrated. Space curvature parameters locked. Reporting to the Marshal. The space gate is expected to open for the first time in 3 hours. Reports echoed throughout the command center. Marshal Longzhan's tense face finally showed a slight relaxation. He took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, Order. The Expeditionary Forces Vanguard Battalion shall immediately assemble at Assembly Point Number 1. Prepare for the first wave of entry. Vanguard Battalion. This is the elite Vanguard unit of the Expeditionary Force, composed of the most elite soldiers. Their mission was singular to be the first suicide squad to storm into the Divine Realm, and at all costs, to tear open a gap in the enemy's heartland, establishing a solid bridgehead for the subsequent army to enter. This is a mission with a slim chance of survival. But the moment the order was given, countless soldiers rushed to the assembly point without hesitation. They are the elite of the Jinyuan Legion, the sharpest spear of humanity. The word fear does not exist in their dictionary. Just then, the door to the command post was pushed open. Report! A guard shouted. Marshal Longzhan frowned, about to reprimand who dared to disturb him at such a time, but when he saw who it was, he was stunned. Leading the way was Zhang Xian, the vice dean of the First Martial Arts Academy. Behind him stood a figure whose body was wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes showing, yet he remained standing ramrod straight. Zhao Wuji? Marshal Longzhan recognized the person who came. Marshal! Zhao Wuji walked to the command platform and gave Marshal Longzhan a standard military salute. His movements were too large, aggravating his wound, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, but his eyes remained unusually firm. Zhao Wuji, retired major of the Jinyuan Legion and instructor of the First Martial Arts Academy, requests to rejoin the team. He paused, his voice hoarse but filled with an undeniable resolve. I request to serve as the commander of the Vanguard Battalion. Marshal Longzhan looked at him and remained silent. Of course he knew Zhao Wuji. He was a fierce general who had made great contributions on the battlefield, but later retired due to injury and went to the Martial Arts Academy. He also knew that the Alpha defense line that had this incident was led by Zhao Wuji. Your injuries make it difficult for you to even stand, Marshal Longjean said slowly. Reporting to the marshal. My injury won't kill me. Zhao Wuji's breathing became heavy. That child. Gu Ping'an, he saved my life. He saved all of our lives. He was snatched away by that damned tentacle right in front of me. And I, his mentor, could only watch helplessly. If I cannot wash away this guilt and this shame with my own hands, I, Zhao Wuji, will die with my eyes wide open in disgrace. I must go. I must be the first to rush in. I must bring him back with my own hands. If he's all ready, then I'll make the entire divine realm pay with its life. His voice was filled with endless regret and a frenzied killing intent. Inside the command center, everyone was captivated by his resolute aura, and a profound silence fell over them. Just then, a slightly comical voice came from the doorway. Count me in too. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a chubby figure struggling to squeeze in. The person who arrived was none other than Fatty Wang. At this moment, he looked somewhat strange. He was wearing a dark gold combat suit that was clearly custom made at a high price. The outside of the suit was covered with talismans of various colors and shapes, making him look like a mobile talisman shelf. He ran to Zhao Wuji's side, puffed out his belly, and imitated Zhao Wuji, loudly proclaiming, I, Wang Defa. I'm Gushin's best brother. I want to go too. Nonsense. Marshal Longjean frowned. This is the military, not a place for you students to play house. Who's playing house? Fatty Wang retorted, pointing to the talismans hanging all over his body. I have tons of money here. This is a Heavenly Thunder talisman, this is a Vajra talisman, and this is a Great Flame Burst talisman. One of these can flatten a mountain. I may not have any other skills, but when it comes to throwing money around, who can beat me? I can use talismans to blast a path through you. Everyone was both amused and exasperated by his nouveau riche appearance. Before Marshal Longjean could even open his mouth to reprimand, a clear, cold, yet unwavering voice rang out again from the doorway. And me too. A graceful figure slowly walked into the command post. The newcomer was dressed in white, carrying a long sword on his back. He possessed unparalleled beauty and a refined, aloof demeanor, like a lotus flower atop a snow-capped mountain. It was Li Yao Yao. At this moment, she seemed like a completely different person compared to when she was in Wolf Howling Valley. Her eyes remained cold, but beneath that coldness lay a sharpness that seemed to pierce through everything. Her entire aura merged perfectly with the long sword on her back, clearly indicating that she had broken through the shackles of the Grandmaster level and stepped into the realm of Great Grandmaster. A broken mindset leads to a new beginning, and the sword intent reaches a new level. She walked up to Marshal Longjean and, without any unnecessary words, calmly said, I am a sword cultivator. The Vanguard Battalion needs a sword that is sharp enough. He's still waiting for us. I will bring him back. Marshal Longjean looked at the three people in front of him. A veteran filled with remorse, who faced death and found a way out. A seemingly comical rich kid whose eyes are practically screaming, I'd go to any lengths for my brothers. A peerless genius who, in search of one person, possesses a clear and enlightened swordsmanship, breaking through obstacles to rebuild his strength. They are all standing here because of the same name. Gu Ping'an. Marshal Longjean's heart was touched. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Zhao Wuji. Arrive. Your request is approved. Marshal Longjean's gaze sharpened considerably. You are the commander of the Vanguard Battalion. But, he changed the subject, those two can't go. This is a battlefield, not. Marshal. Li Yao Yao interrupted him, her gaze flickering for the first time with an unwavering determination. We are no longer students. We are soldiers. We are the survivors of that battlefield. We know better than anyone what we faced and why we went there. We will not be left behind. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and resonated throughout the command center. Marshal Longjean looked into her clear and determined eyes, and finally sighed slowly. He turned around and gave orders to his adjutant behind him. Pass on my orders. Assign the three of them to the Dragon Fawn Commando team of the Vanguard Battalion. Let them become the first Dragon Fawn that our human expeditionary force will pierce the divine realm. Chapter 105 Your people have come to fetch you. Inside the ancestral temple of the gods. Gu Ping'an was still digesting the earth-shattering secrets revealed by the God King. The Void Devourer, the covenant of all races, the betrayal and fall of the drunken sword immortal. Each and every one of these events far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that his ultimate goal in life was to live a carefree life, drinking, fighting monsters, and showing off in this high martial arts world with the system. Now, the God King tells him that he is not an ordinary nobody, but a designated savior in preparation for the fate of the universe. What's going on? Gu Ping'an complained inwardly, feeling frustrated. Being a savior is such a high-risk profession, let whoever wants to be it have it. I just want to be a quiet drunkard, why is that so difficult? He even began to suspect that his transmigration was the work of the remnant soul of this drunken sword immortal, who deliberately found an unlucky guy to clean up his mess. The God King on the throne seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, "Once the trajectory of fate is set in motion, it cannot be easily stopped. Since you have inherited his Tao, you have also inherited the cause and effect that came with him. However," the God King changed the subject, "those are all things of the distant future. Right now, a more urgent problem has come knocking." Gu Ping'an was taken aback. What trouble? As soon as the God King finished speaking, a God Elder rushed into the ancestral hall in a panic, even disregarding etiquette and kneeling down on the ground. "Your Majesty! Something terrible has happened. The dimensional barrier surrounding my divine realm has been forcibly torn open by an unknown, enormous energy. A spatial passage of unimaginable scale is forming outside our divine realm." The God King frowned slightly. "Coordinates? It's the Blue Star human race." The elder's voice trembled. Immediately afterward, another scout in charge of intelligence teleported into the hall at an even faster speed, reporting in a sharp voice. "Your Majesty! A massive, human fleet has assembled outside the space passage. They raised the banner of the God of War and issued a declaration of war against my divine race." Humans? This time, even the God King was somewhat surprised. A hint of doubt flashed in his usually calm and collected eyes. Why did they attack us? He subconsciously turned his gaze to the bewildered culprit in the hall. Then, he understood instantly. Ah! The God King uttered a meaningful monosyllable. Gu Ping'an was also stunned. My people? They've attacked? Why? His mind raced, and then a thought suddenly popped into his head, freezing him in place. Holy crap! When I was grabbed by that giant octopus tentacle, it seemed like I turned around and smiled at Li Yao Yao and the others to show off. Then Zhao Wuji and his gang thought that I had heroically sacrificed myself to cover for them. So, they now believe I was captured by the gods, tortured, and abused to death, so they just attacked? Thinking of this, Gu Ping'an's expression became extremely strange. A warm current, uncontrollably, welled up from the bottom of his heart. Although the process was absurd, these guys actually went so far as to launch a war against a powerful god race for the sake of a dead man. This sentiment is quite heavy. With a gentle wave of his hand, the God King conjured a giant water mirror made of light in the center of the hall. The water mirror clearly reflected the cosmic starry sky beyond the divine realm. A massive fleet, so vast it blotted out the sky, hovered silently in the darkness of space. Countless menacing interstellar warships, their cannons gleaming with a dangerous, chilling light. At the very front of the fleet, a huge golden banner made of energy fluttered in the wind. The banner, bearing the three large characters Martial God's Decree and the declaration "Those who offend the pride of our human race, though far away, shall be punished," exuded a terrifying killing intent that made the entire universe tremble. A declaration brimming with boundless rage echoed throughout the entire seventh sacred realm via a special channel. Listen up, gods! Hand over the human prodigy Gu Ping'an immediately. Hand over the murderer who kidnapped him immediately. Otherwise, what awaits you is the endless wrath and war of humanity. I'll repeat myself. Those who offend the pride of our human race, no matter how far away, will be punished. Looking at the scene in the water mirror and listening to the domineering declaration, the God King's indifferent face actually showed a hint of envy. He looked at Gu Ping'an and said slowly, "Your people really value you. And he's very energetic." Gu Ping'an blushed and scratched his head awkwardly. This is purely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding that could trigger a war between two top races, the God King added casually. He pointed to the water mirror. Look, they can't wait any longer. The scene in the water mirror shifted, and from the human fleet, a small, extremely fast assault ship shot like an arrow, the first to rush towards the divine realm's defensive perimeter. Three figures stood at the bow of the assault ship. A man whose body was wrapped in bandages, yet whose fighting spirit soared. A fat man covered in talismans, looking somewhat comical. There was also a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in white, with an aura of swordsmanship that was as sharp as snow. Zhao Wuji, Fatty Wang, Li Yao Yao. When Gu Ping'an saw those three familiar faces, his expression changed instantly. For the first time, that laziness and indifference faded from his face, replaced by an unprecedented eagerness. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Are they crazy? With just a small, dilapidated boat and a few people, they dared to charge into the Protoss' stronghold? Isn't that just suicide? He knew the power of the gods. Let alone a god king, just those patrolling, winged birdmen outside would be enough to give them a hard time. Get me out of here. Gu Ping'an suddenly looked up at the god king on the throne, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I have to stop them. The god king looked into his eyes, which were burning with anxiety for the first time, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As you wish. Perfect, let me see how you, who are valued so highly, will quell the anger of your people. The successor of the drunken sword immortal, don't disappoint me. The moment he finished speaking, he lightly snapped his fingers. Gu Ping'an felt the space around him distort, and the next second, he disappeared from the ancestral hall. Chapter 106. Gushin is not dead. He's still alive. Beyond the realm of gods, in the cold, desolate cosmic starry sky. An encounter broke out instantly. The Dragon Fong assault ship, with a fearless attitude, crashed headlong into the Protoss' first line of defense, a patrol team composed of 100 holy light guards. Humans! You have crossed the line. Stop, or accept the purification of the holy light. The leader of the divine race guards, a powerful figure comparable to a low-level martial king, spread his wings of light, wielded a flaming spear, and issued a final warning. His response was Zhao Wuji's roar, filled with endless rage and murderous intent. Purify your mother. Hand over Gu Ping'an. Boom. Ignoring his severe injuries, Zhao Wuji unleashed a furious punch, his inner energy burning intensely. The violent force of his punch transformed into a roaring tiger, tearing through the vacuum and hurtling straight at the face of the Divine Clan's guard captain. Court death. The Protoss guard captain flew into a rage, flicked his flaming spear, and thrust it forward to meet the force of the punch. Battle is imminent. Dozens of elite human Dragon Fong Special Forces soldiers clashed with hundreds of Protoss Holy Light Guardians in the starry sky. Energy beams clashed with the flash of swords, and the explosions illuminated the dark universe. The warriors of Dragon Fong truly deserve the name of elite. They cooperate seamlessly, possess ruthless combat skills, and each of them fights with the determination to die. But the power of the gods exceeded their expectations. These natural warriors are not only individually formidable, but their combined attack techniques are also incredibly sophisticated. Their holy light power connects to form small battle formations, integrating offense and defense to amplify their combined power. As soon as the battle began, the Dragon Fong commando team was at a disadvantage and was suppressed. Get out of my way, all of you. Let me show you the power of money. Fatty Wang roared at the top of his lungs, his hands flailing wildly as he tore the talismans off his body. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. 10 consecutive strikes. Great Fireball Talisman. Explode it for me. Ice Talisman. Freeze these birdmen to death. Vajra Talismans. Put them on. Put them on, all of them. In an instant, lightning, flames, frost, all kinds of violent energy were thrown at the formation of the Divine Race Guard as if they were free. He single-handedly created the firepower of a small mage squad, blasting a vacuum zone out of the Protoss' encirclement. On the other side, Li Yaoyao's sword transformed into the most deadly dance of death on the battlefield. Her figure was elusive, and every time she drew her sword, it was incredibly fast, accurate, and ruthless. A series of cold, sharp sword lights, like shooting stars in the night, precisely sliced through the throats of the divine warriors. Having advanced to the Grandmaster level, her swordsmanship has become even more formidable, and she has already shown signs of becoming a master swordsman. However, individual bravery can never make up for the gap in overall strength. There are too many Protoss guards. Form the Holy Light Judgment Array. At the command of the Protoss guard captain, all the Holy Light Guardians quickly changed formation. The light on their bodies connected and transformed into a huge golden net that covered the sky and the sun, which descended upon the Dragon Fong assault team. That huge net exudes a terrifying aura capable of purifying all things. Zhao Wuji's expression changed drastically. He could sense that once they were covered by this net, all of them would be instantly purified into the most basic particles. You guys get out of here. I'll hold them off. Zhao Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, and he prepared to burn his last bit of life essence to buy his companions a chance to survive. At this critical and desperate moment, a lazy, somewhat impatient voice suddenly rang out over the chaotic battlefield. The sound wasn't loud, but it eerily drowned out all the explosions and shouts of battle, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Hello? Can you guys just shut up for a bit? Fighting and killing in the middle of the night, can't a person get a good night's sleep?" Whoosh! The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused. Whether it was the human warriors fighting fiercely or the Protoss guards about to launch a decisive attack, everyone's movements suddenly froze at this moment. That sound. That damn, lazy voice makes you want to punch someone. Why does that sound so familiar? Zhao Wuji stopped his self-destruction. He looked up abruptly, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. Wang Pengzi had just torn a handful of talismans from his body when he heard this voice. His hand trembled, and the priceless talismans floated away like snowflakes. He was completely unaware of it, but just stared blankly in the direction from which the voice came from, his mouth agape. Li Yaoyao's cold, merciless sword, which was about to be thrust out, stopped in mid-air. For the first time, her hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Under the gaze of everyone, a mixture of shock, doubt, bewilderment, and a hint of frantic anticipation. The space ahead rippled like water. A figure emerged unsteadily from the center of the ripples. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, his hair was a little messy, and he still looked sleepy. In his hand, he was also carrying a half-empty, antique-style white jade wine bottle. He frowned as he looked at the tense scene before him, seemingly very displeased with the people who had disturbed his peace. It was Gu Ping'an. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Space itself seemed to freeze. Zhao Wuji stared at that face that was so familiar it was almost unbearable, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. Fatty Wang rubbed his eyes hard and then pinched his thigh hard. Ah! The intense pain confirmed to him that he was not dreaming. His fat face went from blank to ecstatic, then to aggrieved, and finally, with a wah, he burst into tears like a 300-pound child. Gu! Brother Gu! You're not dead. You're really not dead. Wa'ada! Li Yaoyao looked at him quietly. Looking at him, alive and well, safe and sound. At this moment, the taut lines on her eternally frozen, stunningly beautiful face finally softened completely. In those clear, cold eyes, tears welled up uncontrollably. A single, glistening tear slid slowly down her perfect cheek. That was the first time in her life she had ever cried. She neither cried nor laughed, but simply murmured the name that tugged at her heartstrings over and over again in a voice so soft that only she could hear it. Gu Ping'an. Gu Ping'an. Meanwhile, at the flagship command center of the human expeditionary force in the rear, Marshal Long Zhan and all the high-ranking human leaders were staring intently at the screen, watching the real-time battlefield footage from the front lines. When Gu Ping'an appeared, the entire command center was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood up, leaned forward, and stared wide-eyed, as if afraid they might have misread a single pixel. Is it him?" a general asked, his voice trembling. "It's him! It's him! I'd recognize him even if he were ashes." Lin Weidong trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. After a deathly silence lasting more than 10 seconds, a young soldier in charge of battlefield communications finally snapped out of his utter shock. He forgot all discipline and regulations, grabbed the all-channel communicator beside him, and roared with all his might to spread the message throughout the entire fleet. "He's still alive. Gu Ping'an is still alive. Gushin isn't dead. He's still alive." This roar, broken by excitement, resounded through the amplification array, echoing across every warship and reverberating in the ears of every soldier. In an instant, the entire human expeditionary force, fully equipped and brimming with murderous intent, ready to launch a brutal war, fell into a strange, ecstatic, and indescribable silence. Chapter 107. Living is more important than anything else. Gushin isn't dead. He's still alive. This roar, amplified by the flagship's sound amplification array, resounded throughout every corner of the human expeditionary fleet. The Suicide Squad members, who were preparing to launch their suicidal charge, were stunned. The gunners, who had already placed their hands on the main gun's firing button, stopped. The logistics soldiers were writing their wills to their families, their pens hovering over the paper. The entire fleet, with its tragic and desperate atmosphere, seemed to be instantly extinguished by an invisible hand. Dead silence. Absolute silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom. The next moment, cheers erupted like a landslide and a tsunami on all the warship's communication channels. Holy crap! He's alive. Gushin is still alive. I knew it. How could Gushin possibly die? He's the man who can open the gates of heaven with a single sword. Damn it! That scared the hell out of me. I'd already written half of my will. All personnel. Cancel level 1 combat alert. Repeat, cancel level 1 combat alert. Kunlun Base, Command Center. On Marshal Longjean's perpetually icy face, the muscles twitched violently as he stared intently at the languid figure on the screen, his eyes even turning slightly red. Good lad, good lad. He slammed his fist on the command platform, making a loud noise, but this time, no one thought the Marshal was angry. His voice was full of the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster. On the battlefield. Inside the Dragon Fang assault ship, the atmosphere instantly went from freezing to boiling. Wow! Fatty Wang was the first to break down. He threw away the handful of golden talismans he was holding and burst into tears like a 200-pound child, his face covered in snot and tears. He scrambled to Gu Pingan's side, grabbed his leg, and cried his heart out. Holy crap! Old Gu! You're not dead? Do you know I even ordered a coffin for you? Pure gold. 880,000. I even burned 1 billion in ghost money for you. You scared the hell out of me. Gu Pingan was speechless and kicked the idiot away. Get lost. You're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead. Can't you speak properly? Although he was cursing, a warm feeling welled up inside him. This fat guy's concern, though in a bizarre way, was genuine. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, Zhao Wuji coughed up a mouthful of thick phlegm streaked with blood, which was the bruise left by his burning of essence and blood. But after spitting out that mouthful of bloody phlegm, his complexion actually improved a lot. The guilt and suicidal thoughts that had been weighing on his heart vanished with the appearance of Gu Pingan. He looked at Gu Pingan, the student he once thought needed protection, who now stood in front of them like a mountain. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but he didn't know where to begin, and in the end, he could only utter a hoarse sentence. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Being alive is more important than anything else. Li Yaoyao neither cried nor laughed. She simply stood there quietly, her clear, cold eyes fixed on Gu Pingan, as if trying to etch his image into her soul. From the moment Gu Pingan was arrested, she told herself that he would definitely come back. It's not comfort, not fantasy, but an almost obsessive belief. It was this belief that supported her in overcoming adversity and achieving a breakthrough in her cultivation. Now, he's really back. All her perseverance and all her beliefs were proven at this moment. She slowly walked up to Gu Pingan, said nothing, but simply reached out and gently, with a barely perceptible tremor, grasped the hem of his clothes. She wasn't very strong, but she held on very tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again in the next second. I knew it. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of grievance and dependence that she herself was unaware of. Looking at the 3 partners who had risked their lives for him, Gu Pingan felt a mix of emotions. He originally just wanted to show off and maybe find some good wine in another world, but who knew these guys would have such vivid imaginations, turning things into an interstellar war. I was genuinely moved, and I also genuinely had a headache. All right, calm down. Gu Pingan scratched his head, explaining with a helpless expression. This is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. These birdmen, the gods, they didn't want to kill me, they just invited me over for a cup of tea and a chat. Drink tea? Chat? Fatty Wang wiped his nose, his eyes widening. You call this drinking tea? We've already taken our pants off. I mean, we're prepared to risk our lives, and you're here drinking tea with people? Zhao Wuji was also completely bewildered. He pointed at the divine guards opposite him, who were standing ready and radiating holy light. Gu Pingan, are you sure they're inviting you for tea? This attitude makes it seem like they're going to wipe out our whole family. Well, it's mainly because you guys are too enthusiastic, Gu Pingan said with a dry cough, sounding a little guilty. You came in shouting for war right away, saying things like we will punish them no matter how far away they are. How could they not be nervous? It's all a misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, everything will be fine. Just then, Xinshi flew over from behind with the 7th elder. She saw Li Yaoyao clutching Gu Pingan's clothes tightly, a barely perceptible ripple flashing in her golden eyes. This senior, Xinshi bowed slightly to Gu Pingan, her posture extremely humble. Your people are indeed somewhat enthusiastic. She wanted to say reckless, but seeing Gu Pingyan's expression, she used a more tactful word instead. Li Yaoyao looked up and saw Xinxi. She saw Xinxi's stunningly beautiful face, her long silver hair, and her innate noble air. More importantly, she sensed an unfathomable power emanating from this woman, far surpassing her own. A woman's intuition made her instantly see Xinxi as some kind of threat. She gripped Gu Pingyan's clothes even tighter. Gu Pingyan sensed the eerie atmosphere and felt a chill run down his spine. Let me introduce myself. He was just about to speak up and smooth things over, to defuse this farcical situation. However, at this moment, an aura even colder and more violent than the previous divine pressure descended upon the starry sky without warning. The entire defensive barrier of the divine realm hummed under the strain of this aura. The sky was once again painted with color. But this time, it wasn't a pure gold, but a deep, penetrating dark purple. A massive spatial rift, like the snarl of a demon, was brutally torn apart between the human fleet and the divine holy domain. A hoarse voice, as if from the deepest hell, came from it. You scum of the gods, you killed my demons, and you think you can just let it go like this? Hand over the murderer. Chapter 108. The demon saint descends, and the flames of war reignite. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic. Merely hearing it caused countless human warriors and divine guards of lower cultivation levels to feel restless and agitated, their eyes turning red, almost unable to control their inner bloodlust. Not good. It's the demon race. The captain of the divine race guard's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sharply, "All personnel on alert. Activate the highest level of holy light barrier." On the human fleet side, Marshal Longzhan's pupils also suddenly contracted. This aura, it's from the saint realm. And not just any ordinary martial saint. He stared intently at the ever-expanding dark purple crack on the screen, his voice heavy with apprehension. It's a high-level saint realm demon. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand formed from pure demonic energy emerged from the crack, grabbed the edge of the crack, and violently tore it apart. Sizzle! Space was torn apart like a rag, and a terrifying demonic shadow, dressed in dark purple armor, hundreds of feet tall, with two horns on its head and a hideous bone tail trailing behind it, crossed over from another dimension. The moment he appeared, the temperature of the entire starry sky seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. The coldness and malice emanating from the depths of his soul sent chills down everyone's spine. Shadow Demon Saint. Xinxi recognized the newcomer, her face instantly turning extremely ugly. Why would he be here? Bloodaxe Demon Lord is merely a high-ranking demon lord. How could he possibly have alarmed a being of this caliber to personally intervene? The seventh elder was also horrified. His origin was injured, and now, feeling the undisguised saintly pressure from the Shadow Demon Saint, his blood surged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Highness, this is troublesome. Shadow Demon Saint is a notorious madman under the Demon Emperor. He never reasons, he only recognizes fists. After the Shadow Demon Saint descended, his eyes, burning with purple demonic flames, swept across the entire scene. When he saw the Protoss Temple and the Protoss Guard standing ready, a cruel smile crept across his face. Very well, everyone's here. My subordinate Bloodaxe was ordered to come and communicate with your divine race not long ago, but his life tablet was shattered. Give me an explanation, or today your seventh sacred domain will be wiped off the map of the universe. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, filled with undeniable domineering power and murderous intent. Xinxi suppressed her discomfort, stepped forward, and said coldly, Shadow Demon Saint, Bloodaxe Demon Lord trespassed into my divine clan's holy temple with malicious intent. He was killed on the spot, which was his own fault. If you want to start a war, my divine clan will fight to the end. Kill them on the spot? The Shadow Demon Saint burst into wild laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. You bunch of hypocritical birdmen? Weren't all the Saint Realm elders of your seventh sacred domain sent to the front lines by your God King? All that's left is a half-dead old geezer, and he dares to rant in front of me? His gaze fell on the weakened seventh elder, filled with disdain and murderous intent. Just then, he also noticed the small fleet sandwiched between the gods and demons. This is a human? Shadow Demon Saint's gaze lingered for a moment on the martial god's order banner of the human fleet, before revealing an even more cruel smile. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Human ants dare to run wild in the divine realm. What, do you intend to join forces with your old masters, the divine race, to fight against our great abyss demon race? His words were full of provocation and insults. At the Kunlun Command Center, Marshal Longzhan slammed his fist on the table and roared, You little devil, watch your mouth. Who the hell is the master of the gods? Although it was cross-border communication, his voice resounded across the battlefield through the flagship's amplification array. Oh? The Shadow Demon Saint looked at the human flagship with great interest. An ant that hasn't even reached the Saint Realm dares to roar at me? It seems that the human race's peaceful life over the past 10,000 years has made you forget the fear of being dominated by my race. He raised one claw, aiming it at the human fleet. Fine, I'll start with you appetizers to let these god scum remember what despair truly means. Fire! Without the slightest hesitation, Marshal Longjean decisively issued the attack order. He knew very well that in the face of such an unreasonable demon, words were futile, only battle could prevail. Boom! 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 The main cannons of hundreds of human warships roared simultaneously, and thick beams of energy tore through the starry sky, converging into a destructive torrent that blasted towards the Shadow Demon Saint. How dare a grain of rice compete with the bright moon for light? The Shadow Demon Saint's face was full of mockery. He simply raised his hand, and a huge shield made of pure demonic energy instantly formed in front of him. Boom! The torrent of energy, powerful enough to blast an asteroid into dust, crashed into the demonic shield, but only caused ripples, not even enough to make the shield sway. Is that all you've got? You human ants! Shadow Demon Saint said disdainfully, then flicked his finger. The demonic shield exploded instantly, transforming into a sky full of purple-black demonic arrows that rained down on the human fleet. Each arrow contains terrifying power capable of piercing through the protective true energy of a Martial King realm expert. Activate maximum power defense shield. All combat personnel, prepare to engage the enemy. The human fleet reacted extremely quickly, with layers of golden energy shields lighting up in front of the fleet. But everyone knows that this can't be stopped. Even a casual strike from a Saint Realm expert is far beyond what their fleet, which doesn't even have a Saint Realm expert, can withstand. Gu Ping'an was completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Damn it, what's going on here? He couldn't help but complain, I just cleared up one misunderstanding, and now another lunatic shows up. It feels like all the trouble in the world is chasing after me? He originally wanted to reason with this devil, but judging from the other party's attitude, he was clearly unyielding and only wanted to kill. Hey, Birdman Saintus, Gu Ping'an turned to Xinshi, who's this guy? Is he good at fighting? Xinshi's expression was extremely solemn. His name is Shadow Demon Saint, one of the 72 demon saints under the Abyss Demon Lord, and his strength is at the Saint King realm. He is even stronger than the 7th Elder at his peak. We are no match for him. Saint King realm. Gu Ping'an smacked his lips. He is currently at the peak of the 9th rank of Grandmaster, and with the help of Aura of Wine protecting the body, he can be immune to attacks from those below the Martial King realm. But when facing experts at the Saint realm, especially those at the Saint King realm, their defenses are practically made of paper. It seems this matter won't end well today. As the countless demonic arrows were about to strike the human fleet's shields, Gu Ping'an sighed. This is troublesome. He flashed and instantly appeared at the forefront of the human fleet, blocking everyone's path. Hey, you with the horns! Gu Ping'an lazily raised his head and shouted at the 100-foot-tall demonic shadow. You interrupted my conversation with my friend. Do you know how rude of you to do that? Chapter 109 With my blood, I will defend my human race. Gu Ping'an's sudden appearance stunned everyone. On the human fleet side, Marshal Longjean was so anxious in the command center that he almost jumped up. Nonsense. Come back now. That's not an enemy you can handle. Zhao Wuji, Wang Pengzi, and Li Yaoyao also felt a sudden tightness in their chests and instinctively wanted to rush forward. Old Gu Ping'an. The Shadow Demon Saint, on the other hand, seemed to have seen an ant that had deliberately provoked a dragon. He was stunned for a moment, and then burst into a deafening laugh. Ha 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 ha. A human brat who hasn't even reached the Martial King realm dares to stand in front of me? Are you tired of living? He looked at Gu Ping'an with great interest, his eyes like those of someone looking at a novel toy. Boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and lick my boots clean, and I might consider letting you die a quick death. Gu Ping'an picked at his ear, looking disgusted. It's that same old, tired line again. Can't you villains come up with something more creative? It's always the same thing, I'm sick of hearing it. As he spoke, he stretched out one hand and casually grabbed at the overwhelming barrage of demonic arrows in mid-air. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated from him. The thousands upon thousands of demonic arrows, powerful enough to pierce the armor of a warship, seemed to have struck an invisible wall when they approached within 100 meters of him, instantly freezing in mid-air. Then, to everyone's astonishment, these arrows, made of pure demonic energy, began to disintegrate inch by inch, turning into the most primitive energy particles and disappearing into nothingness. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence once again. If Gu Pingyan's appearance before was a pleasant surprise, then now it is an utter shock. What kind of technique is this? On the human flagship, a captain at the Martial King realm stammered. Marshal Long Zhan's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't understand it at all. It wasn't a law, nor was it true energy. It seemed more like a higher level of power. The Shadow Demon Saint's laughter stopped abruptly, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, which were burning with demonic flames. Interesting. You're not an ordinary human. He could sense that the other party was not using the power of laws, but a strange power he had never seen before, carrying a smell of wine? Boy, who exactly are you? Shadow Demon Saint put away his contempt and asked in a deep voice. Gu Pingyan was too lazy to answer him, so he just yawned and turned to wave to Zhao Woji and the others behind him. Alright, all of you step back a bit, so you don't get splattered with blood later. I'll handle this mad dog. But, Gu Pingyan Zhao Woji was still worried. There's no but about it. Gu Pingyan interrupted him impatiently. He's just a guy who only talks big. He's far inferior to that seventh elder of the God clan. He's not even worthy of giving me gua sha. He said this intentionally for Shinshi and the seventh elder to hear. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the seventh elder's body, formed from light and shadow, trembled violently, clearly indicating that he was quite angry. Arrogant. The Shadow Demon Saint was completely enraged. He, a mighty demon saint of the abyss, was actually humiliated by a mere human brat. I, the Holy One, will extract your soul and burn it with demonic fire for 10,000 years. He roared, and his 100-foot-tall demonic body suddenly moved. A gigantic claw that blotted out the sky, carrying a terrifying power that could tear apart the laws, slammed down towards Gu Pingyan's head. This claw attack sealed off all the space around Gu Pingyan, leaving him with no way to escape. Before the claws even arrived, the terrifying pressure had already caused the Dragon Fong assault ship below to sound a piercing alarm, and fine cracks even appeared on the hull. Li Yaoyao's face turned deathly pale. She could feel that under this claw attack, she didn't even have the courage to draw her sword. Fatty Wan's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted from fright. However, Gu Pingyan, who was at the center of the attack, still looked lazy and listless. He even had the leisure to take out the Qiankuan wine gourd from his pocket, tilt his head back, and take a swig. Hiccup. A loud burp rang out, and a rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles, so I'll use you to try out my new moves. He looked at the giant claw pressing down on him, neither dodging nor avoiding it, but simply raised his index and middle fingers together and gently drew a line towards the sky. There was no earth-shattering sword energy, nor any dazzling light. Only a thin, thread-like silver sword light flashed and disappeared. 2 green snakes in the sleeves. Hiss. A faint, almost inaudible hissing sound rang out. The moment the silver sword light left the body, it transformed into a lifelike silver snake, wagging its tail and charging towards the overwhelming demonic claw. Before the enormous claws of the demon, the silver snake was as insignificant as dust. However, what happened next completely overturned everyone's understanding. The silver snake was incredibly fast. Instead of directly confronting the demonic claw, it silently slipped into it like a fish entering water. Then, it traveled upwards along the arm of the demonic claw, and wherever it passed, the demonic claw, which was made of pure demonic energy and laws, began to collapse and disintegrate from the inside. Shadow Demon Saint felt an extremely sharp sword intent drill into his body through his arm, frantically destroying his meridians and sacred body. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the starry sky. The arm of the Shadow Demon Saint that struck Gu Pingyan broke apart inch by inch, starting from the palm, and dissipated into a sky full of purplish-black demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, his entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. Dark purple demonic blood gushed out of the wound like a waterfall. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shadow Fiend Gitsane clutched his severed arm, retreating frantically, his face filled with terror and disbelief. He is a Saint King realm expert. His physical body has been tempered and refined to be indestructible. How could his arm be severed in one move by a mere grandmaster? That sword light, that little snake, what exactly were they? The sword intent attached to it was sharp and strange, as if it could cut through everything in the world, and even easily tear apart his power of law. TSK, its power is still a bit lacking. Gu Pingyan looked at his fingers and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Looks like I still haven't drunk enough. To others, his words sounded like the devil's whisper. Severing the arm of a Saint King realm expert in one move, and you still think the power isn't enough? Is this guy even human? Retreat! Retreat now! Shadow Demon Saint was afraid he was truly afraid. The seemingly harmless young human in front of you is not a grandmaster at all, but an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. Without hesitation, he turned around and was about to tear open a spatial rift to escape. Trying to leave? Gu Ping'an's lips curled into a cold smile. Did I let you leave? He raised his hand again, and this time, a vast starry sky appeared behind him. 19 dazzling continents exude an unchanging chill. A terrifying aura, powerful enough to freeze time and space and seal souls, locked onto the Shadow Demon Saint. This sword strike chills the 19 provinces. Chapter 110 Martial God Experience Card, activated. The moment the illusory images of the 19 star continents behind Gu Ping'an appeared, everyone on the entire battlefield, whether human, god, or demon, felt as if their thoughts had been frozen. Time seemed to slow down dramatically at that moment. Space, at this moment, froze as solid as iron. Shadow Demon Saint's movement of tearing through space to escape was frozen in mid-air, his face filled with terror and despair. He could feel an irresistible and incomprehensible chilling sword intent that had completely locked onto him from all directions. Faced with this sword intent, his Saint King realm cultivation, which he was so proud of, was as fragile and laughable as ice and snow under the sun. No. Don't. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth, and even having a single thought was incredibly difficult. He could only watch helplessly as an intense white light shone from Gu Ping'an's fingertip, then engulfed his entire vision. Stop. Just at this critical moment, a majestic roar came from the dark purple spatial rift. Immediately afterwards, a giant hand, even larger and more solid than the Shadow Demon Saint's claw, suddenly emerged from the crack, traversing a vast distance, and grabbed at the white sword light that was about to strike. The giant hand was shrouded in demonic energy and surrounded by laws, clearly indicating that it was made by a being of a higher level than the Shadow Demon Saint. It's a great saint realm. Or even a demon at the peak of the Saint King realm. Shinshi exclaimed in surprise. However, Gu Ping'an didn't even lift his eyelids. Noisy. He simply uttered 2 words, and the sword light at his fingertips, without the slightest pause, slashed down fiercely. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint sound, like cloth being torn. The giant demonic hand that crossed realms was as fragile as paper before the seemingly slender white sword light, cleanly and swiftly cleaved in two. The sword light, its momentum undiminished, swept past the Shadow Demon Saint, who stood frozen in place. Puff. A thin white line appeared from head to toe on the Shadow Demon Saint's 100-foot-tall demonic body. The next second, his body, along with his soul, split open from the middle, then turned into countless ice shards and vanished without a trace. Both body and soul were destroyed. With a single sword strike, the Holy King's arm was severed. With another sword strike, he instantly killed the Saint King, and together with the great saint-level reinforcements who had crossed realms, he repelled them all. The entire starry sky was deathly silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the white-clad youth who withdrew his finger and took another swig of wine. Fatty Wang's mouth could fit an egg. Zhao Wuji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Li Yaoyao's cool and beautiful face was also filled with shock. They knew Gu Ping'an was strong, but they never dreamed he was this strong. That's a holy king. He was considered a pillar of the human race's temple, and yet, he was killed in 2 sword strikes? Gulp. In the flagship command center, Marshal Longzhan swallowed hard, feeling his worldview being challenged like never before. Is this kid a monster? Puff. From the other side of the distant spatial rift came a muffled groan and a furious roar. Human. You've got a trick up your sleeve, Gu Ping'an. I'll remember you. The day the heavenly abyss gate opens, I will tear you to pieces. The voice was filled with resentment, but it dared not make any further movement. Clearly, that sword strike had already caused the big shot on the other side of the rift considerable damage. As the sound faded into the distance, the dark purple spatial rift began to slowly close. A massive crisis, capable of overturning the 7th sacred domain of the gods and potentially even affecting the human race, was resolved by Gu Ping'an with such nonchalance. He clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant, then turned to look at the crowd behind him who were completely petrified. Done, that's a wrap. He yawned. Now, can we talk this over properly? Fighting and killing is no good, it damages the international image of our human race. Everyone. Shinshi and the seventh elder exchanged a glance, both seeing unparalleled shock and a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Fortunately, they didn't actually fight this guy back then, otherwise the seventh sacred domain of the god race would probably be in no better shape than the Shadow Demon Saint. This guy is neither a genius nor a prodigy. He is a prehistoric crocodile disguised as a grandmaster. However, just when everyone thought the matter was over, another unexpected event occurred. The dark purple spatial rift that was about to close suddenly trembled violently. An aura tens of millions of times more terrifying than that of the Shadow Demon Saint before, or even the great saint-level demon who had just attacked, seeped out from it. It was an aura that was ancient, desolate, evil, and chaotic to the extreme. It was as if all the negative emotions in the universe had converged behind that crack. Faced with this aura, everyone, including the holy maiden Shinshi, felt their souls tremble, as if they would be torn to pieces at any moment. Not good. The God King's voice, tinged with panic for the first time, rang directly in Gu Ping'an's mind. A wisp of the Abyss Demon Lord's will has descended. Retreat. This is not a power you can withstand. From the crack, an eye slowly opened. What an eye it was! It is larger than the stars, and its pupils are bottomless vortexes, within which countless worlds seem to be born and die. Just being stared at by that eye made everyone feel like their souls were being sucked in. So it was you, who killed one of my men. A grand yet icy voice resounded directly into the depths of everyone's soul. Very good. The smell on you reminds me of an unpleasant fellow. As punishment, you and the race behind you die. A beam of jet black light shot out from that enormous eye. This beam of light looked ordinary, without any earth-shattering power, but wherever it passed, space, time, laws, and everything else were silently annihilated. This is an attack that transcends the realm of sainthood and touches upon the Tao. It's over. Marshal Longjun closed his eyes, despair on his face. Faced with such power, all resistance is futile. Li Yaoyao, Wang Pengzi, and the others were also deathly pale, completely unable to move. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Gu Ping'an was furious. He hates trouble the most, and today the troubles keep piling up and getting more and more outrageous. You think a projection dares to show off in front of me? He sensed the annihilating power contained within the black light and knew that his conventional sword techniques would definitely not be able to block it. A thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Sword God Trial Card Fake. Upon use, this card allows temporary access to 1/10,000th of the Sword Immortal's power for 3 minutes, ignoring realm barriers and unleashing combat power surpassing that of a Saint King. Note, this card's power is excessive. Its use will leave the user weakened for at least a month. Please use with caution. A month-long period of weakness. Gu Ping'an's lips twitched. The period of weakness is a minor issue. The key problem is that it doesn't seem to be mentioned in the memo, but the system previously warned that alcohol should not be consumed during the period of weakness. No alcohol for a month. This is worse than being killed. The side effects are too severe. But looking at his comrades trembling with fear behind him, at the young and desperate faces in the fleet, and then at that black beam of light that could destroy everything. Grass. Gu Ping'an cursed. System. Use this. Consider it a month of abstinence from alcohol. He made a decision in his heart. Ding. Sword God Trial Card Fake, successfully used. The moment the cold system notification sounded in his mind, the Qiankuan wine gourd in Gu Ping'an's hand trembled violently with a buzzing sound. No longer was it the gentle, precious light, but countless golden sword beams piercing the universe, bursting forth from the small gourd opening and instantly enveloping his entire body. An aura that did not belong to this era at all, as if it had crossed time and space from eternity ago, exploded out. Vast. Vast. Overbearing. It also carries an unparalleled sense of carefree and unrestrained spirit, as if one were drunk and lying in the heavens, watching the changing of the ages with a smile.